LOTM x ORV x GWTM, 3 Psychopaths in the Same Room by author Iasenasan 1713. Chapter 1-25. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. A school. Lennox didn't know why he suddenly appeared here. However, a more serious matter bothered him. It seemed like the air was devoid of mana. Trying to summon a simple flame, the spell failed. It appeared that it wasn't only a problem with the air, his mana reserves didn't respond either, he was unable to control mana. None of his other abilities were able to work as well. Lennox saw his reflection in the window. An abnormally pale complexion, dark eye circles, black hair, and wearing a plain white t-shirt. The disguise magic had also worn off. Looking around the room, it was devoid of people. The faint sound of voices outside indicated that classes were ongoing. Davi. There was no answer. His head hurt less than usual, breathing was easier, and his stamina was exhausted less easily. Checking his body, his condition had improved significantly. His state seemed the same as he had been when he first woke up in the factory. The more he thought about it, the more puzzling it was. An unknown place, no mana, Davi didn't answer, and, although he was still dying, his condition got better. Through the window, there was no sign of the usual airplanes and ads covering the sky. On the contrary, it seemed almost as if, as if he had returned to his world. However, the fact that his face was still, Lennox contradicted this hypothesis. Documents on the desk caught his eye. Rummaging through it, a particular logo informed him that he was currently in Taepung Girls' High School. Is this Seoul? Stepping out of the room, Lennox walked down the desert corridors, reflecting on his next course of action. His trousers pockets were empty, meaning he was left with no identification papers in an unknown place, and there was a possibility that he was a stranger illegally trespassing school grounds if he didn't magically get a professor status without him knowing. To determine if he had a job here, the simplest way was to blend among the crowd by pretending to be new and look through the list of employees. After all, it was better to actively search for information rather than blindly exit the building with no money nor phone. According to a clock on the wall, it was currently 6:53 p.m. Slowly advancing, he encountered a young man with black hair, brown eyes, clothes reminiscent of the Victorian era, and a distinct scholarly air. Since it was a girls' high school, probably a professor. Excuse me. Lennox turned his gaze toward the polite voice. The other man made a friendly smile and asked, I'm new here, do you know where the bathroom is? Lennox, also being new here, fortunately saw a map with the layout of the building before meeting him, and had memorized it to blend in more easily while searching for the employees list. Go downstairs. If you continue in this direction, go down and turn right, you will eventually find the staff's bathroom. I see. Thank you. About to go, the young man gave a worried look at Lennox's pale complexion and inquired, but, are you okay? Lennox made a bitter smile. Yes, don't worry. The other man nodded and went on his way, whether he had believed him unknown. After the other man had disappeared, Lennox put his hand against the wall to support himself. Although his condition was far better than before, without drugs, the time his stamina could endure was limited. He also missed his cane a little. Catching his breath, he straightened himself again, and headed to a staff room bustling with people. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him, so he naturally went to the one in charge of paperwork, and with a few lies, finally looked through the list. 6:59 p.m. Reading through it, his name was nowhere to be found. He indeed wasn't employed here and would have to find another source of money. Or should he steal someone's wallet? Handing back the documents, he was about to make an excuse that his phone's battery was dead to borrow someone else's and look for a few things online before leaving, when the lights suddenly went out. 7 p.m. Tick, it felt like the world was stopping. The free service of Planetary System 8612 has been terminated. The main scenario has started. Main scenario. As Lennox frowned slightly, others began to panic. What is going on? Is there a power outage? Send someone to bring back the lights. However, as someone attempted to open the door, the handle didn't move. What? The door is stuck. Is this a joke? Did someone lock it from outside? The lights started to turn back on and everyone saw a flurry creature that had appeared in the middle of the room. Lennox's gaze also naturally headed toward that place. Did a student make a prank? I must say, this is quite an advanced hologram. I have never seen such a realistic prank. Enough. Once I catch who did this. The staff members gathered in the room to work talked among themselves, still unaware of the danger they were in. Observing all this in silence, Lennox reflected on the situation. Scenarios, a supernatural creature appearing as if to guide people. This seemed oddly similar to the apocalyptic manhwas he had read before. However, as they said, it could indeed be a hologram. The technology here may be more advanced than the Earth he knew, and the fact that he suddenly appeared here 10 minutes ago was merely a coincidence. Now, all of you, relax in your seats and listen to me. From now on, I will tell you something very important. Oh, interesting. Do you think it's interactive? Yet, as the staff members chatted without taking the dokubi seriously, Lennox couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling. He continued to quietly stare at the creature. Enough of this joke, we should get back to work. The door is still stuck. Someone reached out toward the dokubi, likely expecting their hand to phase through the flurry creature. How do I turn this off? Haha, you are really loud. Step ba. Lennox got a feeling of what would happen after. I told you to be quiet. The creature's eyes turned red and the head of the one reaching out toward it exploded. Then, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Someone's breathing became ragged. At that moment, everyone realized what had happened. New murder. This wasn't a prank. There was a cracking sound again, and another person's head exploded. One by one, the ones who had made a fuss earlier died. It isn't a game. It isn't a dream either. Blood sprayed into the air as the heads of some people started to burst. In a few seconds, the room became a bloodbath. This isn't the reality that you know. Do you understand? So everyone shut up and listen to me. Not the reality we know. Already accustomed to gruesome sights, Lennox was calmer than others. Since he couldn't use mana right now and didn't know the working conditions of the attack the creature used to make their heads explode, he could only follow the dokubi's orders at the moment. At the same time, he realized that he could feel mana in the air again. He didn't know if it was due to this end of free service, but with enough time, he should be able to control it once more. More than half the people present here died. Blood and body pieces filled the place. Now, the people didn't scream. Like primitive apes in front of a powerful predator, everyone just watched the dokubi with terror. If it indeed proceeded like in the fantasy novels he had read, they may soon have to fight monsters, and these scenarios should be tasks given to entertain greater beings. However, instead of feeling scared, he was a little excited. After all, he was originally a gamer and he had been through far more dangerous situations. Everyone, your lives have been nice so far. Isn't that right? Quote. You have been living too long for free. Isn't life too generous? You were born and paid no price for breathing, eating, pooping and breeding. You really live in a good world. Quote. But now the good days are over. How long can you continue living for free? If you want to enjoy happiness, it is common sense to pay a price. Isn't that right? He was already paying the price for his magical talent with his health and lifespan, though. As everyone kept their mouths shut in fear, the dokubi looked satisfied. Good. Now let's begin. The dokubi's horns rose like they were antennas, and its body floated to the ceiling of the room. A moment later, a message rang out. #Bay-9845 channel is open. The constellations have entered. A small window emerged in front of their eyes. The main scenario has arrived. Plus, main scenario number 1 proof of value. Category, main. Difficulty, F. Clear conditions, kill 1 or more creatures. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 300 coins. Failure, death. Plus, the dokubi smiled faintly as it became transparent and disappeared into the next space. Then, good luck everyone. Please show me an interesting story. Me, glaring at the chapter, trying to figure out how Jaihe's first scenario could end before Dokja's began when the free service of the planetary system ended at 7 p.m. so it may actually be 6:30 p.m. that or the scenario lasted 5 minutes instead of 30. Me, giving up, screw it. Fanfic logic. Takes out my pendulum to hypnotize the readers and brainwash them to believe there's absolutely no loophole in this chapter. Announcement. Irregular updates, irregular chapter lengths. Don't ask about Gehrman's current sequence, I don't know either. Don't ask why Chinese Joe Mingrui speaks fluent Korean. It's fanfic logic, he just learned it. No plot planned. I may not finish this FIC this time. Number 1. Lennox and Klein, after a sudden isekai with no disguise on, encountering each other in the corridor. Nice, he didn't notice I don't work here. Less than doesn't know the other doesn't work here either. Also Lennox, knowing this is a girls' high school. He looks young, but he must be a professor, staff member. Klein, who doesn't know this is a girls' high school. I must be a student. Lennox, gives him directions to the staff's toilets. Klein hides his confusion. Number 2. Lennox in the apocalypse. Lennox, on the verge of death. Oh, my state is far better than it was yesterday. This is the healthiest I've ever been. Kim Dokya, are you sure you're okay? Gehrman Sparrow, how much worse was it before for you to be happy with this state? Lennox, I can even walk for 5 minutes without drugs. Less than the fact that this guy walked normally throughout the novel in a state far worse than this skull. Kim Dokya, why does your stamina only last 5 minutes? Are you sure we shouldn't call the hospital? In any society, the law of the strong reigns in some way or another. Now, it was merely applied in its purest form. Kill or be killed. A situation where people had no choice but to commit murder to survive. However, at the moment, the others seemed intent on finding a way to escape instead of following the scenario. It's finally gone. What should we do now? See, call the police. All types of access to this room will be restricted until the scenario is complete. Lennox drowned out the voices around him, focusing on the words in front of him. As expected, this indeed resembled the plots in apocalyptic novels. Plus, main scenario number 1 proof of value. Category, main. Difficulty, F. Clear conditions, kill 1 or more creatures. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 300 coins. Failure, death. Plus, proof of value. This increased the probability that greater beings were observing them. There was also a message about constellations entering earlier. The fact that it was a Maan scenario was emphasized many times, hinted at the existence of other types of scenarios as well. 30 minutes. In games, F was a low difficulty. The 300 coins promised as compensation before would likely have a place to be used, maybe for stats, or in a special store. The way people's heads exploded before also proved that the penalty was not a joke and it would probably happen to them as well if they were to fail. However, the most important point was creatures. Killing a human wasn't specified. It should work as long as it is a living being. His gaze sweeping the corners of the room, the clean place made it unlikely that they would find any bugs here. Paired with the fact that the door wouldn't open, exploiting this loophole in the current situation was impossible. Thus, it went back to the matter at hand. He had to kill a human here. Quote. Although killing wasn't a problem for him, the ones here had done nothing wrong. Lennox glanced at the other innocent people in the room, planning to keep a low profile for now. Moreover, with his physical strength, if anyone attacked him right now, he would likely die. There was enough time. He would observe the situation first. Turning his head to the side, Lennox thought of the classes outside this room. The students would probably be in the same situation. The police aren't answering. Meanwhile, instead of calming down, the staff members grew increasingly anxious. 11:13. People sobbed, some made calls. At that moment, something changed. Everyone focused on their phones. Not having one, Lennox glanced at the screen of the person next to him. The current situation was at the top of the real-time searches. The president dying. A level 1 national disaster situation. The message was clear, the same thing was also happening outside this room. However, what had caught their attention was a video. Clicking on it, it relayed the scene of people in a supermarket. Screams. The timer reaching 0. The voice of the one filming, it isn't a joke, everyone. They're serious. In the staff room, everyone held their breath. Blood splashing. The sound of heads exploding one by one. The world is end. The phone filming falling to the ground, proving that the one holding it had also died. Then, the video was cut off. Despite not finishing his sentence, the message was clear. The world is ending. Moreover, a chill coursed through their bodies as the staff members were faced with an even more horrific realization. This was real. And now they had to kill each other. People slowly started to distance themselves from one another, looking around warily. Some gulps were heard. 9:37. Then, a voice broke the stalemate. Everyone, you're not going to listen, right? Finally, another opinion emerged. But, if we don't, we'll end up like them. You can't, that's murder. They began to argue among themselves, panic spreading. Among the chaos, a woman next to Lennox squatted down while holding her head and muttering incomprehensible things, showing clear signs of a panic attack. Lennox got closer and spoke up. Madam, do you hear my voice? Take deep breaths, slowly, inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. After the woman calmed down, she broke into tears and said, as if seeking reassurance that the current situation wasn't real, do we really have to kill people? Lennox made an awkward smile and replied, I'm afraid there's no other way. The woman continued to cry. 5:46. Outside the room, the voices of students yelling resounded. Still, the fact that the people in this room hadn't physically attacked each other for the past 25 minutes showed that modern society was far more peaceful than World 3.0. Had this not happened on Earth, it would have immediately turned into a bloodshed. Had this not happened on Earth, he would have been able to use magic, and would have won the bloodshed. Here, he was at risk of death from the slightest attack and lacked enough flexibility to avoid blows. Without mana, he was truly helpless. Lennox tried to use magic again. A small amount of mana responded. With a bit more time, he could use a little more mana. 3:14. Someone grabbed the throat of another person. Then, others attempted to stop that person, the argument escalating. Meanwhile, Lennox was lost in thought. Although he could not exploit the loophole of creatures to pass the scenario, maybe he could use it if asked how he cleared the scenario, and lie about fortunately killing an insect to pass. However, he first needed to prove his theory wasn't wrong. But even if it was wrong, others most likely wouldn't have tested if killing non-human creatures worked, so the lie should still work, right? If it didn't, he just had to silence them. 0:57. It seemed like the scenario was also coming to an end. He should start moving now. Approaching someone, Lennox reached out his hand toward the nape of their neck, lightning leaving his fingertips. Ah! In response, the man collapsed with a groan. 0:36. Lennox was out of breath, having exhausted all his mana. However, it wasn't over yet. The output was insufficient. The man was still alive. Before the others could regain his senses, Lennox raised his foot and stomped down on a vital point. Unfortunately, with his weak strength, it wasn't enough to break the man's spine. He had to hit him a few more times. As expected, it was a good decision to wait until the end before committing murder. Being out of mana, he would have been defenseless if anyone had tried to retaliate. Sweat flowed down his forehead as Lennox put all his energy into stomping on the man's neck, out of breath. Even with a better health than before, moving was still physically straining. 0:14. Lennox ignored the screams around him. Others were too scared to approach him anyway. 0:06. Crack. Finally, a notification appeared. You have achieved the first kill achievement. Lennox stopped and met the terrified gazes of the staff members. 100 coins have been earned as additional compensation. They looked at him as if he were a monster. Nobody moved for a while. Then, the given time has run out. There was a loud sound. Lennox didn't need to turn around to know that someone's head had exploded. Paid settlement will begin. People's heads started exploding everywhere, a bit of blood splashing on Lennox. One by one, everyone else died. However, Lennox remained calm. You have killed one living thing. Kill history. One person. 100 coins have been acquired. Through the window, the sight of broken buildings and monsters greeted him. At some point in time, the city had been destroyed. Main scenario number 1 proof of value has ended. 300 coins have been acquired as a basic clearance reward. 100 coins have been reduced for the channel usage fee. Additional compensation settlement will begin. Out of the corpses in the room, the body of the woman who had a panic attack earlier caught his eye. Quote. Everyone in this place, except him, was dead. A handful of constellations admire your scenario. Lennox stood in silence, the smell of blood filling the room as pieces of flesh and dead bodies surrounded him. Quote. The constellations have sponsored you 500 coins. Constellations of the absolute evil admire your scenario. Constellations of the absolute good show faint hostility toward you. A few constellations are asking how you can be so calm. Some constellations are curious about you. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. Number 4. Parody. 3 scammers in the same room. Line up to Kim Dokya, Gehrman Sparrow, Van. Kim Dokya, but I'm not a scammer. Yet less than is going to scam constellations in the future. Gehrman Sparrow. I'm not a scammer. Less than created a secret organization and made them believe he was an ancient god. Van. Me neither. Less than has many different identities, only one person in the world knows his real name. Gehrman Sparrow. But at least I really became a god, so in a way now it's the truth. Van. Technically, what I did is not a scam but called identity fraud. Kim Dokya, hearing them say strange things. What did you guys do? Kim Dokya. Am I the only normal person here? Less than the only one among the 3 who will scam people while intending it to be a scam, the real scammer. The constellation, Monarch of the Small Fries, sponsors you 100 coins. Ignoring the notification, Lennox was thinking. Blue windows, coins. This was very similar to a game. He decided to try something. Attributes window. As expected, something really appeared. Name, age, constellation support. None. 2 constellations are currently showing interest in this person. Lennox skipped the private attributes and exclusive skills filled with question marks and glanced at the overall stats. Overall stats: Stamina LV 1, Strength LV 1, Agility LV 1, Magic Power LV 8. A constellation is amazed by your extremely low base stats. Quote. However, like in games, shouldn't there be a way to increase his stats? At that moment, a notification popped up in front of him. Do you want to check the coin usage tips? As the explanation entered his ears, for the first time in a long time, Lennox started to have hope about his physical condition. He could finally reach the state of a normal person. Then, the numbers on his attributes window caught his eye. Overall stats: Stamina LV 1, Strength LV 1, Agility LV 1, Magic Power LV 9. Since his magic power was still low, it appeared to be visibly increasing in real time. Even in this world, his talent for magic was still there. Thus, it seemed that increasing his magic power was unnecessary at the moment. He could first focus on his other stats. 200 coins have been invested into stamina. However, contrary to his expectations, the next message shattered all these hopes. Due to your private attribute, your stats are converted into magic power. Magic Power LV 9 to Magic Power LV 10. Lennox had complicated feelings all of a sudden. 500 coins have been invested into agility. Due to your private attribute, your stats are converted into magic power. Due to your private attribute, the scenario limit for your magic stat is offset. Magic Power LV 10 to Magic Power LV 12. Lennox gave up and decided not to spend his remaining 400 coins for now. Anyway, if it was like a game, there should be items offering boosts in strength and stamina, right? Looking at his coins total, Lennox wondered if he should have simply killed everyone here before they failed the scenario. After all, since they would die anyway, with 100 coins per kill, killing everyone here would have given me. He put the idea aside. Regardless, what was done, and he wouldn't have been able to kill more people even if he had wanted to. Not only were they innocent civilians, but all his mana had been exhausted while dealing with only one person. Then, some words glitched. The part about a constellation support turning into question marks before the attributes window turned off. Lennox tried to call it again, but it didn't respond this time. At the same time, the Dokkaebi reappeared, twinkling stars floating above its head. For 9 people to be connected to my channel. Haha, isn't this quite good? Gosh, thank you for your sponsorship, Constellations. Is there only one survivor here? The Dokkaebi manipulated something in the air. A moment later, a list of survivors came up. Survivor from Taipeng Girls High School staff room. A total of 1 survivor. Why doesn't the name show up? The Dokkaebi tried to fix the error, but the notification didn't change. Strange. Is this a bug? Lennox watched the Dokkaebi apologize to the Constellations before a message about the Dokkaebi requesting a management bureau to examine the issue popped up, making the hierarchy between the beings of this new system all too clear. Management bureau. Now, let's get straight to the point. Seemingly addressing the sky more than Lennox, the creature's words continued. Shouldn't there be a reward for overcoming the hardships? As a reward for the first scenario, you are entitled to the sponsorship of the Constellations. Wah, how about it? Aren't you looking forward to it? Show some enthusiasm. It would be an honor for you to receive the attention of even one constellation. Lennox emotionlessly stared at the Dokkaebi. In response, the creature clicked its tongue. Right now, you are incredibly weak. If you are thrown into the scenarios that will take place, you will be killed when you meet a weak ground rat, let alone a kruk. But kindly, there are some great people in the universe who pity you and would like to sponsor you. Do you understand what I am saying? Haha. Not very talkative, I see. Well then, let's start. The Dokkaebi couldn't stand it anymore and snapped its fingers, starting the sponsorship selection. At that moment, 2 choices appeared before Lennox. Sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. Your chosen sponsor will be your strong supporter. The first one was a name he had already seen before, Monarch of the Small Fries. Lennox ignored it without hesitation. The second name sounded better, although he had no idea who it was either, the Monarch of Stars and Logic. Was it a mage who noticed his great magic potential? There is 1 minute left to complete the sponsor selection. Lennox waited until time ran out, not selecting anything. In the first place, when constellations and sponsorship were involved, there was often a catch. Lennox would rather rely on himself than sign a contract with an unknown price. Sponsor selection has ended. The constellation, monarch of the small fries, is displeased at your choice. The constellation, monarch of stars and logic, sneers. The constellation, monarch of stars and logic, is interested in your choice and comments on your arrogance. The constellation, monarch of the small fries, feels intimidated by, monarch of stars and logic, and hides. Constellations of the absolute good are relieved by your choice. 200 coins have been sponsored. Lennox tilted his head. Why would the absolute good constellations be relieved by his choice? Lennox brushed the thought aside and focused on the present. Well, monarch of stars and logic, it is such an honor to have such big shots in my channel. Thank you very much for watching. The Dokubi then turned to Lennox and glared at him. Are you stupid? You missed a big opportunity. You are fortunate that the constellations didn't get angry. Lennox stood there in silence, a bitter smile on his face but not regretting his choice. After scolding him a bit longer, Lennox letting the words go in one ear and out the other, the Dokubi sighed. Now that the selection is finished, rest here for a while. I have to go prepare the next scenario. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Then, the creature disappeared. After increasing his magical power stat, his mana wasn't exhausted anymore. Although he couldn't use high-ranking spells as freely as before, at least, he could still execute some basic ones. For example, disguise magic. Constellations of the absolute evil are interested in your actions. A constellation asks what you're going to do. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, his face now resembled Evan Violent. Fortunately, the disguise didn't use up too much mana. He also used a cleaning spell to remove the blood that had splashed on him earlier. Taking a step forward, a squishy sound was heard. Quote. Looking down, he had accidentally stepped on a piece of brain. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. Why was he getting sponsored now? Lennox felt he had an idea why, but he ignored it and advanced toward the door. Ignoring the Dokubi's earlier comment to stay put, he grabbed the handle. Since the message, all types of access to this room will be restricted until the scenario is complete, had popped up before, it should mean that the door could be opened now that the scenario had ended. As expected, the door opened. Leaving the room, Lennox looked through the classrooms one by one, searching for any other person still alive. A constellation is looking forward to the bloodbath between survivors. He felt like a strange misunderstanding was forming. Taking a break to breathe for a moment, Lennox started walking again. Finally, he reached the classroom for Year 2 Class B, feeling a presence through his magic senses. Slowly opening the door, a figure came into view. A student wearing a white blouse, a gray sleeveless sweater, a navy blue blazer and a light brown skirt stood there, her gaze fixed on a corpse in front of her. Even as the door creaked, she didn't turn her head, too preoccupied by her thoughts to hear the door. She was in shock. This was a normal reaction for a modern person experiencing a life-and-death situation and killing a person for the first time after living in a peaceful society. Come to think of it, his own calm must have seemed very abnormal to the constellations. Carefully approaching the student so as not to startle her, Lennox stopped 2 meters away from her. The name tag she was wearing was splashed with blood, making it hard to read. Lee, he, or hi. Are you alright? The student finally noticed his presence and stepped back. As she raised her head, he could see she had been crying. The student glared. Who are you? Lennox made a friendly smile and attempted to appease her, raising his hands as a gesture of peace. I am a new professor here. My name is Evan Violent. A new professor. Was that why his face was unfamiliar? However, the fact that he had been in the building didn't change, so it must be the truth. The student continued to glare at him, on guard. I'm not familiar with the students' faces yet. What is your name? It's none of your business. She hurriedly wiped her eyes. Turning his gaze away, Lennox decided to not comment on it. Then, the student questioned him, so, what the hell are you doing here? Lennox didn't get angry with her tone and kept a friendly smile on as he patiently explained, I was looking for survivors in the building. There are monsters outside, so it would be better for people to gather to increase our chances of survival in case we have to fight them. A few constellations are impressed with your good deed. Some constellations are questioning your intentions. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. I don't need help. Heading toward the door, she bumped into him as a sign of protest, intending to bypass him. However, although the student had put very little force into it, Lennox was effortlessly pushed aside, losing his balance and barely catching a desk to prevent himself from falling. Surprised, the female student turned her head toward him and remarked, "You're very weak, sir." In response, Lennox smiled bitterly, unable to refute. Maybe less on guard since she knew Lennox didn't pose a threat as she could easily overpower him if necessary, the student seemed calmer. She went toward the door, followed by Lennox. You can call me Evan. I'm Lee Jae-hee. Number 5. Hanahaki-o, the three psychopaths encounter a witch. Old woman, I will give you the Hanahaki disease. You will suffer and die if you do not confess to the one you love. Van, I'm already terminally ill, so this will change absolutely nothing. Less than doesn't care because he will die anyway. Old woman, turns to Yoo Joonghyuk. Yoo Joonghyuk, pulls out his sword to stab himself. Let's regress. Less than has a way to get rid of it. Everyone, turns toward Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow, I can resurrect. So it doesn't work on me either. Van, great, then you'll take care of it. Yoo Joonghyuk, regressing doesn't seem safe. Gehrman Sparrow, actually not sure he can still resurrect since he lost connection to Saphira Castle, the least safe from the Hanahaki disease. Can't you just solve it normally like normal people would? AKA confess your love to the one you like instead of dying. Less than has no dating experience. Van, less than no dating experience either. Yoo Joonghyuk, got married and had children before. Van and Gehrman Sparrow, gazes turning toward the regressor. Yoo Joonghyuk, glares. The two check the classrooms in silence, not encountering anyone else. There most likely weren't any other survivors in the building. Then, Lee Jae-hee stopped. With a worried voice, she turned back. Hey, are you okay? You look like you're dying. Out of breath from trying to keep up with her pace, Lennox was sweating and struggling to follow. He put on a reassuring smile and nodded. Yes, don't worry. Lee Jae-hee didn't seem to believe him. At this moment, the Dokubi reappeared, having finished its preparations. Ta-da, have you waited long, dear constellations? The second scenario is ready. Lee Jae-hee tensed up, staring at the creature. The second scenario has arrived. Plus, second scenario, escape. Category, sub. Difficulty, E. Clear conditions, leave the building and enter Chungmuro Station. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 200 coins. Failure, plus. The difficulty was harder than the previous scenario. Then, a sound that shouldn't have been heard considering that they were the only ones in the building resounded. The evil thoughts of the dead have returned. The surrounding earth is filled with black ether. The demonic people have woken up. A body stood up, then another. One by one, the corpses of all the students who died here were turned into zombies. Then, their heads turned toward the two in unison, as if feeling the presence of the only living beings in this place. The sound of the Dokubi's laughter was heard. Run, Lee Jae-hee exclaimed. At this signal, the zombies all rushed toward them, displaying remarkable speed despite being dead corpses. However, instead of running, Lennox stopped. Evan, what are you doing? They're going to catch us. In the first place, Lennox didn't have enough stamina to run. Thus, if he couldn't avoid them, it was better to face them head-on. Go ahead first. I will follow. What are you saying? Ignoring the students' retorts, Lennox calmly turned back toward the zombies. Using fire should be suitable for this identity. The constellation, monarch of stars and logic, is interested in your actions. Kuyu, you're crazy. Ignoring the chaos around him, Lennox reached forward, and light left his hand. A small flame was shot at the zombies. It slowly flew in the air, resembling a dying ember about to be extinguished. Then, the seemingly insignificant flame touched a corpse and spread, consuming entirely, before enveloping the other bodies around it. As if feeling the damage to their bodies, the zombies growled, their flesh melting in a few seconds before withering, their bones turned into powder. A few constellations enjoy the gruesome sight. Lennox made the flames disappear. Only ashes and a cloud of smoke were now left of the corpses previously in the corridor, the ground testifying that it hadn't been a dream. Some constellations sponsor you 500 coins. Her eyes open wide, Lee Jae-hee witnessed the scene. Wow. Regaining her senses, she excitedly addressed Lennox. That was so cool, how did you do that? My mana reserves are limited, so I won't be able to do this too many times. Although I am unable to run, you can go ahead and I'll clear the path from. Lee Jae-hee shook her head, interrupting him. I'm not leaving you behind. Who knows if you're going to die when I leave. The student continued to make excuses, justifying herself, and, out of the both of us, you're the one with the most combat power, so it's also safer for me to stay with you. Lennox made a bitter smile. As zombies closed in on them once more, Lee Jae-hee entered a classroom and hit a desk, attempting to break it. Lennox advised her, you can invest coins into stats. Lee Jae-hee briefly glanced at him before increasing her strength. Then why didn't you do it earlier? You're so weak, you should increase your stamina. Kicking the zombies coming left and right while Lennox created a shield around himself, the student hit the desk once more and broke its leg, brandishing it as a makeshift weapon. Then, she used it to hit the zombies. Having a longer range was safer and the blunt surface was more lethal. However, the zombies always rose again. After taking a few seconds to create that weapon, Lee Jae-hee quickly pulled Lennox away before the incoming hordes of new zombies could close in on them. How many students even are there? As she complained, her gaze subtly avoided looking at their faces, afraid to recognize people she knew. Lennox fired another attack as Lee Jae-hee pulled him along the corridor, clearing the way forward. With his current mana reserves, he could probably only use such a powerful attack one more time, probably more if he increased his magical power stats. Lennox stumbled, finding it hard to breathe due to being pulled far too quickly. Slow down. I can't. They're already catching up to us. Now wasn't the time to keep coins. 1100 coins have been invested into magic power. Magic power LV. 13 to magic power LV. 16. Coins possessed. 300 C. It had also naturally increased to level 13 while they were running. Firing another attack behind them, all the zombies chasing them disappeared. Lee Jae-hee fended off the ones around them that hadn't been in the range, leaving him a moment to breathe. I think I'm getting the hang of this. He could reduce the attack's power, lowering the mana consumption as he now knew how much magic power was necessary. Although increasing his magic power so quickly made his magic control a bit off, his talent in magic made up for it. As a metaphor, breaking a desk with an 8 feet in strength required less energy than someone with 5 feet of strength. Thus, suddenly going from 5 feet to 8 feet in strength, if that person still put the same energy as when they had 5 feet in strength into their actions, they would accidentally break things, they thus had to be more careful. It was the same for magic power, as Lennox had to get used to controlling mana again every time his magic power stat increased. As they continued to head toward the exit, they reached a staircase leading to the lower floors. Lennox stopped. Evan. However, Lennox didn't answer. Don't stop, let's go. More zombies are coming this way. Lennox calmly turned his head to the side. I have a better way. At this rate, leaving the building will take too long. Curious, Lee Jae-hee followed after Lennox as he stepped back and entered a classroom. A few constellations are questioning your actions. Then, he approached the window and opened it. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. As expected, it wasn't locked like during the first scenario. No, what are you doing? Let's jump. This is the second floor. Lee Jae-hee looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Ignoring her words, Lennox continued, I will use mana to make us land safely. The floors below should be full of zombies as well. With this way, we can complete the scenario faster and conserve energy. The constellation, Monarch of Stars and Logic, likes your strategy. You have been sponsored 200 coins. Then why didn't we do so from the beginning? Not answering, Lennox jumped without hesitation. Using mana on his clothes to soften the fall, he reached the ground and looked up toward Lee Jae-hee, as if urging her to jump as well. Grumbling to herself, the student jumped off the window. Lennox glanced toward the timer. There was still 9 minutes before the end of the second scenario. Evan, hurry. The scenario will end soon. Lennox shook his head. This should be a good time to part ways. Go ahead, I don't have enough strength to follow. The student's gaze shook. Before she could retort, Lennox gestured toward the scenario's rules. The penalty for failing to clear the scenario isn't death this time. I won't die. But, if you run, you can reach Chungnyeoro Station within the time limit. Lennox firmly sent her away. Go. Sensing the clear will in his voice, Lee Jae-hee hesitated and finally nodded. You definitely have to survive, okay. Lennox nodded. Having seen him obliterate the zombies firsthand, Lee Jae-hee knew he had enough power to defend himself. She took a deep breath and ran to the underground station, glancing behind her one last time. In this apocalypse, people had to take care of their own lives. As he sent her away, Lennox calmly took a step forward, his steps slower than before. While they were dealing with the zombies on the second floor, he was able to get used to his mana and test his current strength. The coins he received from the constellations along the way were a bonus. Unhurriedly, Lennox advanced among the ruined buildings, abnormally calm for a person experiencing an apocalypse. Should I search for a supermarket? Since he knew he wouldn't make it in time with his physical condition, he decided to give up on the scenario altogether. Who knows when he could go above ground again after reaching the underground station. Maybe the Dokubis would prevent them from leaving. Blasting off the head of a monster coming toward him, Lennox looked for stores. Some constellations sponsor you 200 coins. It was better to collect food and essentials first. The given time has run out. Lennox versus Stairs. In this life and death confrontation, who is going to win? Lennox. Okay, let's jump from the window. Lee Jae-hee. What kind of normal person would think this? Lennox. A normal person with a trauma of stairs, jumping from the second floor. Next chapter, Gehrman Sparrow makes an entrance. Number 6. Parody. 3 Scammers in the Same Room, Part 2. Van. If identity fraud is considered a scam, then I'm not the only one here. Gehrman Sparrow. Yes, why isn't it counted as a scam for me? Kim Dokya. So, am I the only one who didn't do identity fraud here? Just what is wrong with you guys? Less than is going to impersonate Yoo Joonghyuk in the future. Van. So I'm not a scammer. Less than infiltrated a Guido sect's headquarters by pretending to be an executive, impersonated someone to become a master in machina, infiltrated meetings of organizations preparing to kill him, etc. Van. Gehrman Sparrow. Maybe your problem is not only the identity fraud. Van. Kim Dokya. I really don't understand what I'm doing here. I'm just a normal person. Less than the real scammer here. Gehrman Sparrow. But what about me? I eventually became a god. Kim Dokya. You what? Gehrman Sparrow. So it's not a lie anymore. Less than pretended to have an angel, was his own blessed believer god, received money as a god, for his blessed, etc. Gehrman Sparrow. Oh. Kim Dokya. Why are you guys denying being scammers but not being psychopaths? Van. Gehrman Sparrow. Lampooning inwardly. Sitting against a wall, a little girl was shaking. The given time has run out. There was a loud sound and people's heads started to explode. Paid settlement will begin. Holding her knees, she quietly sobbed, the dead body of a dog in her arms. You have killed one living thing. Kill history. One dog. More tears streamed down her face, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. You have killed non-resistance living things, so the number of coins you have acquired is reduced by half. I am a bad girl. 50 coins have been acquired. She had killed her beloved dog to survive. She was evil. The girl continued staring down at the dog, frozen in place as she tried to repress her tears. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was heard in front of her. Given that the scenario had ended, any survivor could only be a murderer. The girl flinched and raised her head. There was a man with gold-rimmed glasses, neat black hair and dark brown eyes, exuding a refined yet gloomy aura. Meeting his gaze, the girl shuddered as his cold eyes settled on her. She was scared. Then, she saw that he was blocking the hand of another man reaching toward her. On the receiving end of his glare, the other man clicked his tongue. What's wrong with you, man? At that, the scary gentleman looked at him with contempt. You shouldn't touch a young lady, that's basic courtesy. What nonsense. However, the other man was forced to take a step back. The girl watched the scary gentleman approach. Then, he addressed her. You should leave now. That's what your friend would have wanted. The girl lowered her head. Holding back a sob, the child nodded with difficulty. She wiped away her tears. Soon after, something called sponsor selection started. No constellation wished to be her sponsor. Sponsor selection has ended. At that moment, the scary-looking gentleman started walking away. Summoning her courage, the girl stood up and followed after the scary-looking gentleman. Although the gentleman noticed it, he didn't push her away. The girl thus came closer, innocently peeking up at his face. Hey, where are you going? We should stay in groups. As a voice stirring up trouble called out to them, the girl hid behind the scary-looking gentleman. The scary-looking gentleman looked toward the one who had provoked him and glared at him. Intimidated, the man shut up. Then, the gentleman and the girl walked out together. When another scenario started and monsters chased after them, the gentleman even protected her from a monster. He looks scary, but... The girl looked up at the man. He's not a bad person. She shyly spoke up. Ajusi, where are you going? Having made a divination to know where he should go, the scary-looking gentleman looked down at her. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? That's basic courtesy. Feeling his cold gaze, the girl was nervous. She gulped. I'm Shin Yoo-sung. The man nodded and turned forward. As she followed after him, she heard his answer. Gehrman Sparrow. She understood, that must be Ajusi's name. But he hadn't answered. So, where are we going? Where fate will guide me. Fate. Shin Yoo-sung tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand. However, she didn't ask further. Soon, they reached an underground station. You have entered the safety zone. Although the first scenario hadn't ended since long, the people there were already clearly divided. Leaning against a wall, Gehrman easily deduced the situation. One group held power, the mainstream group, and the people who were protected by the mainstream group and had weaker wills were the marginalized group. A clear division between the weak and the strong. You are a new person. Gehrman turned his head to the voice. Nice to meet you. Can I ask what your name is? The one who had spoken was a slim man with blonde hair and narrow eyes, wearing a fake smile. Scanning him from head to toe, Gehrman stared at him with contempt. You should introduce yourself first, that's only polite. The man laughed. My bad. I am Cheon Inyo, the leader of GMHO Station. Cheon Inyo held out his hand. You seem strong. Are you interested in joining our attack group? Of course, in exchange, you will also receive more privileges. Food distribution was determined by the mainstream group, they thus monopolized resources. With enough time, the convenience stores and restaurants in the region would be completely robbed and they would start to lack food. Gehrman examined the situation. It wasn't a bad offer. Although he disliked the way they operated, being part of the attack group would let him take care of his food himself instead of being at the mercy of others. Moreover, to a certain extent, rationing was indeed necessary in this apocalyptic world. Gehrman thus accepted. At that moment, new people entered the station. It was a group composed of one beautiful woman, a boy, a soldier and a man in a suit, the four keeping a certain distance from a handsome man by their side. A frown on his face, the handsome man's gaze swept over everyone in the station before stopping on Shin Yu-sung. His eyes widened. Flinching, Shin Yu-sung hid behind Gehrman. It was then that the regressor noticed the presence of the man by her side. As he activated a skill, one of his eyes shone brightly. Gehrman felt as if something was peering through his very being. Then, the regressor looked even more surprised. Approaching menacingly, Yoo Joonghyuk glared at Gehrman. You. The regressor put his hand on the handle of his sword, ready to strike if he disliked the answer he received. Who are you? The two men stared into each other's eyes, both of them not backing down. Why is everyone so rude these days? Gehrman lampooned. As seconds ticked by, the tension in the room increased. Gehrman could tell, the aura the man was emitting, it didn't belong to an ordinary person. This man seemed to have already killed many people before. He was dangerous. Someone who didn't have any qualms about murder, or someone who thought their opinions were right and wouldn't listen to anyone else. Someone stubborn who only believed in himself. Based on experience, that was Gehrman's assessment of the person in front of him. Answer, the man demanded. As Gehrman prepared to fight, his spiritual intuition sending alarms, the child behind him intervened. Shin Yu-sung bravely stood in front of Gehrman, using her small body to protect him from the regressor. Then, she told Yoo Joonghyuk, Ajusi isn't a bad man. Leave him alone. She glared at the scary handsome man, not avoiding his gaze despite her fear. At a loss, Yoo Joonghyuk paused, his face reflecting deep confusion. His thoughts unknown, he mumbled, Shin Yu-sung. The child blinked. Mister, how do you know my name? Yoo Joonghyuk didn't answer. After looking at her face for a moment, he turned back and walked away. Huh. Shin Yu-sung looked back and forth at Gehrman and Yoo Joonghyuk, surprised that the latter had backed down so easily. Gehrman didn't understand what had happened either but didn't show it. Meanwhile, Yoo Joonghyuk was lost in thought. A prophet, and now Shin Yu-sung is here. Many things have changed. Gehrman Sparrow, I stole your child, Shin Yu-sung. Kim Dokya, gasp. Van, I tried to steal your child. Lee Jae-hee, Yoo Joonghyuk. What nonsense am I hearing? Shin Yu-sung, Ajusi. Gehrman Sparrow, internally, why Ajusi? This sweet child seems less sweet all of a sudden less than the guy who is 2 steps away from saying, not calling me Ajusi is basic courtesy. Shin Yu-sung, where are we going? Gehrman Sparrow, where fate divination will guide me. It says GMHO Station. Van, to make communication easier, let me talk to him, Gehrman Sparrow. I'll take care of it. Young Hee-won, because you're also a madman. Van, because I'm used to dealing with madmen. I'm totally sane. Young Hee-won, sane is pushing it a bit too far. Kim Dokya, Van, I have big news to announce to you. Van, Kim Dokya, sane people don't need to claim they are sane in the first place. Van, who pulled this guy out of the river? Kim Dokya, I crawled out from there alone. Van, didn't you need to crawl out from there because you provoked someone to throw you off the bridge? Kim Dokya, Van, you are not in a position to criticize my sanity. Young Hee-won, seeing Gehrman Sparrow with Shin Yu-sung, oh, she's cute. Is she your daughter? Gehrman Sparrow, number. Young Hee-won, a sister. Gehrman Sparrow, number. Young Hee-won, a blood relative. Gehrman Sparrow, number. Young Hee-won, did you kidnap her? Kim Dokya and Lee Gil-young standing in the background. Van, at least I don't kidnap children. Canon GWTM disagreeing. Voice in my head, but why does Lennox have nothing but Klein has gold-rimmed glasses and a pendulum? Where did he get them? Me, you maybe he stole it from someone at Taipeng Girls High School. By the power of fanfic logic I implore you to shut up. Voice in my head, and the gun. Me, people at Taipeng Girls High School just have very special hobbies. Nothing illegal here. Announcement. Geography and timeline don't exist, plot holes are optic illusions. Everything is reasonable. Cheon Inyo is one of my favorite ORV characters. Go read the side story if you haven't. The remnants of Bang Cheolsu's group. Yoon Hee-won had gone above the surface to look for supplies. However, she had unfortunately come across members of Bang Cheolsu's group. Having been thrown out of the station, it seemed some still hadn't left this area. Since they had an advantage in numbers, she was quickly defeated as they ganged up on her. Collapsed against a wall, Yoon Hee-won felt pain all over her body. However, her will would not break. She glared up at the one facing her. Why do you? Slap. Cutting her off, a hand hit her cheek. Clang. Her gas mask was removed from the shock, falling to the ground and bouncing away. This bitch still hasn't understood the situation. She ignored the sneers around her and clenched her teeth. She had to think of a way out for now. She was injured, she was outnumbered, and now even her mask had fallen off. At this rate, she would die by inhaling poison. These bastards. She couldn't die here, she had to take revenge on these men later. Tap, tack, tap, tack. Then, a faint sound reached her. Something like footsteps, or a metallic object hitting the ground. Hey, who are you? As her attackers turned toward the source, Yoon Hee-won looked in that direction as well. There stood a man wearing a black coat, his hand resting on a silver cane. His gaze swept over everyone in the room before settling on her. Then, her attackers were enveloped in lightning, their bodies spasming in pain as their screams resounded throughout the supermarket. Ah, of course, Lennox had put a sound barrier in advance to be sure monsters wouldn't be attracted by the commotion. The men were consumed by the lightning, dying in excruciating pain. It had all ended in an instant. Yoon Hee-won's eyes were drawn to the scene. This unknown man, powerful enough to reduce these people to ashes, yet the way he had no hesitation about killing showed how dangerous he was. Goosebumps appeared on her arms. As Yoon Hee-won thought that her turn would come next, the man floated the gas mask in the air to put it back on her face and bypassed her, ignoring her presence. A cane in hand, Lennox slowly advanced deeper into the supermarket and scanned the rows. Since he had already gone through many stores the previous days, he had collected enough food to last for a while, so it wasn't a priority at the moment. Behind him, Yoon Hee-won struggled to stand and followed him, holding her side. Despite being injured, the man's slow pace made it easy for her to follow. Hey, she called out to the strange man. Even though he was dangerous, it was undeniable that he had saved her. She wasn't so ungrateful as to not recognize it. Thank you for helping me. I will make sure to repay that help. The man simply nodded. My name is Yoon Hee-won. And you? For the first time, she heard the man's voice. Then, Yoon Hee-won finally asked the question on her mind. How are you walking around without a gas mask? Unless one had poison immunity, they wouldn't risk walking around without protection. The poison would corrode their skin and it was too toxic to breathe. I created a thin shield around my body and constantly synthesize oxygen. That way, the poison isn't a problem. Huh. The unimaginable answer made her question her ears. Created a shield. Synthesized oxygen. Yoon Hee-won didn't question further. At that moment, as if he had found what he was searching, Van stopped. In front of him were shelves filled with various drugs and medicine. Satisfied, Lennox put all the sleeping pills and painkillers into his pockets, using miniaturizing and lightening magic to carry them. Oh, exactly what I needed. Maybe because this supermarket was bigger, there were some medicines he hadn't found before. And he could now prepare physical stimulants of higher quality and with fewer side effects. Although the medicines in this world without magic were less potent, with his knowledge in alchemy and years of experience crafting his own cigarettes, he could at least maximize their efficiency. Lennox made a small smile. Yoon Hee-won watched Van's face light up as he pocketed various drugs while mumbling unknown technical names. This man, who killed the men without hesitation as soon as he entered, before heading for the pharmacy section and enthusiastically emptying the shelves. Single quote. He's crazy. He was weird. Once he had taken everything that caught his eye, Van took out a cigarette, prototype number 3, and lit it up with magic. Do you need help going back? His gaze brushed over her side, most likely having noticed her injury. Yoon Hee-won shook her head. Exhaling smoke, Van threw a roll of bandages and medicine toward her. The red pills are painkillers. Although it won't get rid of the poison completely, this ointment should help you detoxify. Apply it before you disinfect the wound. Was this man a doctor? After seeing Yoon Hee-won agree, Lennox, who was not a doctor but just very knowledgeable about medicine and drugs due to searching remedies for his poor health, walked away and went back to Chungnyeoro Station. A cigarette in hand and a cane in the other, with his face having changed from Evan Violence to Van's after parting ways with the student, Lennox blended among the crowd and sat in a corner of the station. After swallowing a painkiller, he took out the medicine in his pockets and started to make prototype number 4. Master. Lee Jae-hee's voice reached his ears. Of course, since he had changed his appearance, she hadn't recognized him. Out of the corner of his eye, the student was talking to a handsome man with black hair, black eyes and a sharp jawline, dressed in black from head to toe. A sword hung by his side. He hadn't seen him in this station before, so he must have arrived recently. Did you see anyone else outside? Like someone very weak, who can fall even if you push him lightly, and who looks so pale it seems like he will collapse at any moment. Lennox felt like he knew who she was talking about. Surprised by the question that differed from his past rounds, Yoo Joonghyuk replied, "No. That professor helped me during the second scenario. Although he has low stamina, he has powerful skills that could be useful to master." Another different detail. This was the first time the regressor had heard of it. His name. It was Evan. Right, Evan Violent. As expected, they were speaking of him. Lennox pretended to not know anything and finished his prototype number 4. "Are you going hunting now, master?" Master, nodded. "Can I follow you this time? I would also like to become stronger." Putting back everything in his pockets except the cigarette in his mouth, Lennox got up and intervened. "Could I follow you as well?" The two turned toward the unknown man who had apparently heard their conversation. Although he could hunt monsters alone, Lennox felt favorable toward Lee Jae-hee and wanted to help. Even though this man she called Master would be there, being present to assure she wasn't in danger was the least Lennox could do when the girl had stayed behind to protect him from the zombies in the first scenario instead of leaving. Moreover, this Master of hers had also only been in this apocalypse for a few days and should be less experienced in fighting monsters, though if it wasn't the case, it was even more of a concern. From the aura he radiated, he seemed dangerous. The food they could loot above the surface also wouldn't last forever, and it would be better to find another source of nutrients in advance. If monsters proved to be edible, it would be a huge discovery for their survival in the future. Even if they weren't, getting rid of danger in the underground tunnels wouldn't hurt. However, unaware of his thoughts, Lee Jae-hee was only wary of Lennox. She glanced toward her master to ask for his opinion. Yoo Joonghyuk scowled toward the man, this development having never happened in the previous rounds either. Nevertheless, in the long term, this was ultimately a good thing as the station's members would have to learn to fend for themselves in the apocalypse. He had also planned to teach Lee Jae-hee this time, so it wouldn't matter to have one more deadweight with them. Yoo Joonghyuk thus agreed, "Don't get in the way." The three then began hunting. As they came back from the tunnels, Yoo Joonghyuk had to revise that assessment. Could magic really be so volatile? Someone capable of effortlessly obliterating monsters so early in the apocalypse had never appeared before. He was too strong. If someone like him had been around in the previous rounds, the regressor would surely have heard of him. However, he didn't recognize Van. "Are you sure you should smoke so much? How many cigarettes has it been?" Lee Jae-hee questioned. A man too experienced in dealing with monsters, too composed in this situation. Could it be another regressor? He had to ascertain if that man was a threat. If it turned out his guess was right. His hand touched the handle of his sword. "Dig up information. Then if I find any disturbing elements, kill." As Lennox was talking to Lee Jae-hee, he noticed Yoo Joonghyuk's eye turning golden. Sage's Eyes. Yoo Joonghyuk's strongest detection skill. Sage's Eyes was the SS grade skill that showed the target's attributes window as well as hidden information. Sparks flew in the air and Yoo Joonghyuk's body staggered. Kook, what? As it had done with Kim Do-kya, the skill was cancelled. First a prophet, then someone whose attributes window is filled with question marks, and now Kim Do-kya, Gehrman, then Van. Was Van another prophet? Or was his skill malfunctioning? However, it had worked well on others. Yoo Joonghyuk covered his right eye and glared at Van. "You, what is your identity?" Lennox watched a status window appear in front of him. Sage's Eyes. Yoo Joonghyuk must have tried to use a skill on him, but it was blocked by his target resistance. "Van," Lennox answered. Didn't he already tell him his name? Then, Lennox saw Yoo Joonghyuk pull out his sword. "I must kill him here," Yoo Joonghyuk thought. Seeing things escalate so quickly, Lennox was dumbfounded. Yoo Joonghyuk rushed at him in a flash and Lennox knocked him out with a sound wave. If Kim Do-kya had been here, he would have said that the regressor could have been defeated so easily only because it was the early scenarios, or it would have been impossible otherwise. Moreover, Lennox's magic stats were overwhelmingly higher at the moment. Lee Jae-hee on the side was shocked. "Master." Meanwhile, Lennox checked the regressor's pulse. It would be unfortunate to have used too much power and accidentally kill him. Luckily, the man's heart was still beating, proving that his body was far more durable than Lennox had thought. What was wrong with this guy? However, he didn't understand why he had suddenly attacked him. The constellation, secretive plotter, sponsors you 500 coins. When he regained consciousness, Yoo Joonghyuk glared at Van. I must have let my guard down. Are you alright? Lennox asked. In response, he only received a sharper glare. Number 7. Hanahakyo Part 2. Final verdict. Let's leave it up to Yoo Joonghyuk. Gehrman Sparrow. But what if he chooses to regress because he doesn't want to confess to Lee Seolchwa? Van. Then take it and confess your love. Gehrman Sparrow. Why not you? Van. I'm already dying, it'd be cruel to confess when I'm going to pass away anyway. Gehrman Sparrow. Yoo Joonghyuk. Gehrman Sparrow. Can't Yoo Joonghyuk just not regress? Van. Do you trust him? Gehrman Sparrow. The one I love is in another world. Van. Sigh. Less than same for him. Van. I guess I should take it since I'm already dying. Kim Dokya. Can't you guys just make Yoo Joonghyuk sign an oath of existence to not regress since you don't trust him? The three, turning toward Kim Dokya. Gehrman Sparrow. Didn't know about oaths of existence. Yoo Joonghyuk. What is Kim Dokya doing here? Asterisk. Van. Why don't we let Kim Dokya have the Hanahaki disease and confess his love to Yoo Joonghyuk? Kim Dokya. Wait, what? Problem solved. Ending scene. Kim Dokya. By the way, you two implied you had someone you loved in your worlds. Who is it? Van. Gehrman Sparrow. Van. No, I'm not dealing with this. I'm leaving. Gehrman Sparrow. Same. Kim Dokya. Wait, you two need to help me confess to Yoo Joonghyuk. Gehrman Sparrow. He's right next to you. And ask your other colleagues. Yoo Joonghyuk. Glares at Kim Dokya asterisk less than literally heard everything. Kim Dokya later died because he never confessed. Food bags in hand, Kim Dokya passed by a woman lying in a corner. Help, help me. She wore a gas mask and her side was bandaged. However, the toxic condition was quite superficial. Her state could be considered quite good for someone exposed to all this poison. Are you okay? Can you stand? Young Hee-won, who had run into a few troubles on the way back and ended up collapsing due to exhaustion, was carried by Kim Dokya. Kim Dokya ran to GMHO station and put the woman down on the floor. You have entered the safety zone. Put this in your mouth. Taking off Young Hee-won's mask, he replaced it with the monkey's lungs. Soon after, he picked up the collapsed woman and the convenience store bags once more, wandering the underground passage in search of the group. Fortunately, the woman was still conscious and gave him directions. They didn't encounter anybody on the way. Once he arrived, familiar faces ran over. Oh my god. Dokya SSI. Dokya SSI. Yoo Sangha SSI. I'm glad. Really, I'm really glad. Reuniting with Yoo Sangha, Lee Gilyoung and Lee Hunsung, Kim Dokya asked, that reminds me, there is one more person. Yoo Sangha's expression turned awkward. The department head. Something in her tone made him feel strange. Mirroring her awkwardness, Lee Hunsung replied, he isn't here. Why? Kim Dokya became confused. At that moment, Yoo Sangha met Kim Dokya's gaze. A lot has happened. Then, Kim Dokya belatedly noticed an unknown person by their side. A man with an intimidating presence approached them and addressed Yoo Sangha. I have finished patrolling the area. Yoo Sangha smiled, thank you, Gehrman SSI. Gehrman, was there such an extra in ways of survival? By the man's side, Kim Dokya saw a child shyly looking up at him. Oh, I should introduce you. Dokya SSI, this is Gehrman SSI, and this is Shin Yoo-sung. While Yoo Sangha introduced them, Kim Dokya peeked at their attributes window. This person isn't registered in character list. Gehrman didn't work. Then, private attribute, beast tamer, rare, reflexive killer, general. Taming, diverse communication, agile feet, hybridization. Kim Dokya's eyes widened. Open corner bracket, short brown hair without bangs and red eyes. It wasn't merely a child with the same name. Dokya SSI. Open corner bracket, the one who would become the disaster of floods. How could that Shin Yoo-sung be here? Dokya SSI, are you alright? This wasn't supposed to happen. For around half a day, Kim Dokya focused on grasping the situation of GMHO station. Gehrman SSI threw out the mainstream group. Yoo Joonghyuk had apparently stayed for 3 days and hunted food alone for the station before leaving. Then, the mainstream group, whose presence had been overshadowed by Yoo Joonghyuk, started to take control. Although Gehrman SSI was also part of the mainstream group, he opposed their leader. Lee Hunsung could still remember Gehrman's cold stare as he said, if you're offering your coin so willingly, I should take it. Lee Gilyoung nodded and supplemented, holes suddenly appeared in the heads of the men who didn't listen to him and they were forced to back down. The insect lover found it scary but cool. Gehrman had fired air bullets in the heads of the ones rushing toward him and Cheon Inyo surrendered. The mainstream group was thus disbanded and Cheon Inyo had left with his men. To his surprise, despite the whole station being scared of him, Yoo Joonghyuk got along well with Gehrman and helped him take care of the people in the station. Maybe it was because, although she didn't agree with murder, she understood that the ones killed by Gehrman were only the people who had done inhumane things to the marginalized group, or because she knew that Gehrman's actions had ultimately helped everyone. However, Lee Hyun-sung still shuddered a little when he thought of the scene that day. Gehrman's chilling smile after killing them as he said, "Praise the fool." So, Han Myungo was thrown out along with the mainstream group. Snapped out of his thoughts, Lee Hyun-sung nodded. Kim Do-kyo was thoughtful. This never happened in Ways of Survival. At this point, it was beyond a simple butterfly effect that his interference could have caused. Was there another variable at play here? Well, Gehrman SSI didn't really throw him out, he was just, a little, intimidated, by Gehrman SSI. That Ajusi was making a fuss, so Gehrman threatened to shoot that Ajusi's head like the guys before if he continued being so loud. That Ajusi got scared and ran away. Thank you for the explanation, Gilyoung. Lee Hyun-sung scratched his head. But, shooting, was Gehrman carrying a gun, or was it a skill? Hearing a cute sound from somewhere, Kim Do-kyo looked back and saw Yoo Joonghyuk and Lee Gilyoung looking up at him. Their faces were like baby birds waiting for the mother bird, making him laugh. That reminds me, it is already evening. Aren't you hungry? Take this one by one. On the side, Gehrman tried his best to keep a straight face as weird messages appeared in front of him. A constellation that likes to change genders finds you hot. A constellation that loves romance says that they like this scary type of men. A constellation that likes to change genders agrees. Ignoring the sky, he could only lampoon in his head. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, approves of you. Why were only this kind of constellations around him? Out of the corner of his eye, Shin Yoo-sung had fallen asleep. Some constellations who like found family tropes enjoy this situation. Since he was unable to access the gray fog, dying in this apocalypse would be dangerous. It wasn't guaranteed that he would be able to resurrect again. Moreover, he had to find a way to return to his world. The Tarot Club was probably waiting for him. It was ironic how hard he had tried to return to Earth until now. Yet now that he was back, there was an apocalypse, and he was trying to leave it again. Did his family exist here? Were they still alive? Gehrman, no, Klein's thoughts wandered. Further away, he could see the man from Yoo Joonghyuk's group who had arrived today. He was currently selling the food he had brought with him to the survivors for coins. He somehow looks like a scammer. Of course, not giving away precious resources for free was the right answer. In an apocalypse, ordinary people had to find ways to survive and couldn't afford to selflessly give all they had to others. That was also the reason why he had agreed to cooperate with Cheon Inho's group at the beginning. After managing to sleep for a few hours, Gehrman got up and patrolled GMO Station's underground passages, checking that no shutter were open or broken, since that would mean monsters would be able to enter. Then, he started to help Yoo Joonghyuk ration the food brought back to the surface by people who had volunteered to do so. Of course, as they risked their lives, the volunteers in question would receive more rations as a reward. After all, although Cheon Inho's group had done some evil things, his rules still had some merits. In the first place, he couldn't have been recognized as the station's leader if he had been tyrannic. He only did bad things out of people's sight, like killing people above the surface. Can I help as well? The woman saved by Kim Do-kyo seemed to have mostly recovered and also offered her assistance. Should you really move around? You should rest a bit more. Yoo Joonghyuk looked at her wound with concern. Young Hee-won also glanced at the injury. It's fine. Thanks to someone, I treated it in time so it didn't get infected. It should heal soon. Also, I don't want to feel useless. Yoo Joonghyuk nodded, empathizing. However, it was clear that the wound still made her uncomfortable. Gehrman approached and reached out toward it, startling Young Hee-won. Then, he swiped the wound and moved it to her arm. What are you? Young Hee-won noticed that the wound on her side had disappeared. Instead, her non-dominant arm hurt. It would be a hindrance if the injury gets in the way of your movements. After saying this, Gehrman went back to his task. Young Hee-won examined her arm. The wound wasn't located in any vital area and seemed less serious than before. At this rate, it would take even less time to recover than before. That's a useful ability. You're nicer than I thought. Keeping Gehrman Sparrow's settings, Klein didn't answer. By the way, isn't Gehrman Sparrow a fake name? Yoo Joonghyuk, who didn't play video games, didn't understand Young Hee-won's words. What do you mean? Not having anything to answer to that, Klein chose silence. Right, this was Earth. It seemed that the same references existed here. Single quote ... I made a mistake. It was too late to regret choosing Gehrman Sparrow as his name here. Fortunately for him, Yoo Joonghyuk unknowingly helped him by changing the subject. But, Hwon SSI, are you alright? Yoo Joonghyuk was concerned about the other woman's mental health. She must have noticed that the injury wasn't caused by a monster. Seemingly understanding Yoo Joonghyuk's gaze, Hwon reassured her. It's fine. The ones who did this are already dead anyway. Although it wasn't by her hand, revenge had already been taken. The three didn't say a word after this. Then, a yawning Shin Yusung interrupted the silence. Rubbing her eyes, she approached them. Can I help too? Lee Gilyong was staying with Kim Dokya, who had finished selling his rations, and Lee Hunsung was surrounded by women admiring him. Escaping them, the former soldier ran to Yoo Joonghyuk. Is there any way I can help? At this point, Yoo Joonghyuk was practically acting as the station's vice representative, with Gehrman being their representative due to having thrown out their previous leader, Cheon Inyo, and everyone being too scared to face him. Everything was relatively peaceful. Too peaceful for an apocalypse. Kwajijijik. That was when it happened. How are you all doing? Haven't you been free for a while? The air split apart, revealing a Dokubi. People screamed once they noticed the creature's presence. Og. Unlike the pure white fur of Bihyung, this Dokubi had black fur. My friend who was originally in charge of this channel is undergoing disciplinary action. So, I am responsible for this scenario. Klein silently looked up at the Dokubi, frowning. Then everyone. Don't you look very peaceful? That Bihyung, he pretended to be pretentious only to set this level of scenario difficulty. What are you saying? Tell us what you want. Hick. Don't be angry, everyone. Anyway, I came for you guys. For us. Then give us food. Food. Aha, if you want food. After his words ended, the Dokubi moved his hand. A scenario penalty has been added. From now on, food stockpiling is limited. All existing stockpiled food has disappeared. What? He. Then everyone. You can't. Why you have to think about how to break the scenario. The canned food, biscuits, calorie bars, etc. The emergency food gathered by the people were destroyed with one gesture from the Dokubi. The people's expressions became grim when they saw the food disappearing. Why you want to eat? In any case, earth trash. His tone suddenly changed. Out of the corner of his eye, Klein saw Kim Dokja's face. His calmness felt almost unnatural amidst other people's confusion. Did they say his name was Kim Dokya? For a brief moment, their gazes met before Kim Dokya quickly looked away. Thankfully, I listened to Dokya SSI and finished what I had on me. Yoo Joonghyuk's murmur caught his attention. What if that wasn't a coincidence? His spiritual intuition told him so. Does he know something? For the first time after following his divinations and being guided to Gamo Station, Klein found a clue. A scenario penalty has been added. The survival cost clause has been added. From now on, 100 coins will be deducted every night for the survival cost. If you can't pay the survival cost, you will die. The survival cost penalty will be maintained until the second main scenario is cleared. Kim Dokya laughed. Number 8. Villains, sighed. Gehrman, I changed my mind, get out. Kicking out the mainstream group. Cheon Inyo, thrown out of the station. You won't get away with this. I will come back and take revenge. Third-rate villain line. Cheon Inyo, wandering after leaving the underground station, later came across Anna Croft. The two became best friends, decided to make an alliance and cooperate to get stronger and achieve their respective goals. The alliance, Hanahaki, was formed. Cheon Inyo, okay, but why is the name like this? It feels ominous. Anna Croft, I don't know. The name was chosen by the Star Stream. Hashtag Cheon Inhawk's Kim Anna Forever. Those who know. Hashtag Hanahaki, ship name. Cheon Inyo, should we start a business where we distribute the Hanahaki disease then? Anna Croft, let's not push it too far. Cheon Inyo, at least I tried. Less than, and that's how the Hanahaki was born and their enemies were successfully defeated. After the situation calmed down, Kim Dokya organized his thoughts. For now, the reader decided to try talking to this man named Gehrman. Depending on the situation, he would need to adjust his plans and could maybe recruit him as an ally. He was also somewhat curious about how Shin Yusung had arrived here. Approaching the man, Kim Dokya reached out his hand. I heard you helped my group members. Thank you. Facing him up close, he was indeed quite intimidating. Kim Dokya understood why others were scared. Thankfully, the fourth wall offset the fear for him. Gehrman watched his hand in silence but didn't seize it. Strangely, Kim Dokye gave him the same vibes as Cheon Inyo. Awkwardly lowering his arm, Kim Dokye continued, "We won't have food to eat forever, so we need to find another reliable food source, for example, monster meat. Fighting monsters could also be an important experience and we need to get stronger to face this apocalypse, so me and my group plan to go hunting in the tunnels. I heard that Gehrman SSI is quite strong himself. Would you like to join us?" Gehrman still didn't respond, his gaze coldly fixed on him. Kim Dokye got chills. Then, Yoo Sangha next to him intervened. "Right, it would be nice if Gehrman SSI could come with us." Gehrman, who was close to Yoo Sangha compared to the man making the proposal whom he had never talked to, finally moved his head, making a slight nod. Then, he walked away. At this point, Kim Dokye didn't know whether to feel thankful or unlucky. Why was this person as hard to deal with as Yoo Joonghyuk? Kim Dokye turned to Yoo Sangha, who questioningly looked back at him. Was this the effect of a pretty face? Does Hung feel jealous because Gehrman listened to the pretty Nuna and not Hung? Kim Dokye felt stabbed by Lee Gilyong's innocent words. In front of Klein, a window popped up. The skill, Faceless LV.3 feet, has leveled up. It seemed that his act as Gehrman was convincing. Fortunately, getting stronger seemed to follow the same way as his old world. Following the acting method was enough. Gehrman Sparrow was also the identity that was most different from his original personality and suited this apocalyptic situation, so acting as Gehrman was a good way. After getting ready, a party consisting of Kim Dokye, Yoo Sangha, Lee Hun-sung, Lee Gilyong, Young Hee-won, Shin Yoo-sung and Gehrman Sparrow gathered. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Yoo Sangha broke the silence. What was Gehrman C's job before? At Yoo Sangha's question, Young Hee-won's interest was piqued. That's right, you also said something like, praise the fool. Were you religious? Eavesdropping on their conversation, Kim Dokye paid attention to Gehrman's words as well. I was a historian. Young Hee-won was surprised. That's more normal than expected. Kim Dokye mentally agreed with her. As soon as they stepped foot in the tunnel, a sub-scenario flew in. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Plus. Second scenario, food acquisition. Category. Sub. Difficulty. E. Clear conditions. Directly hunt the monsters that can be used as food and cook them. Time limit. None. Compensation. 500 coins. Failure. Plus. A few constellations are anticipating your performance. Dokye SSI, wait a minute. It is really dangerous from here on. Young Hee-won stopped first. Are we really going this way? No matter how I look, it seems like suicide. There are also Gilyong and Yoo-sung. Shin Yoo-sung innocently looked up toward Young Hee-won. In fact, I was concerned from the beginning. It isn't too late, so how about we leave Gilyong and Yoo-sung behind? And if possible, the women. Lee Hun-sung SSI, I'm not as good as you but I know how to fight. I took some kendo lessons. But, Kim Dokye interrupted the two. Lee Hun-sung SSI. I told you before, the world has changed. It is biased that a woman is physically weak. Right now, everyone can become stronger by raising their stats. But Young Hee-won SSI, there is also a problem with your words. Quote. What is it? Just as a woman isn't weak, a child also isn't weak. Gilyong, show them. Lee Gilyong came forward. He looked around for a while before sitting on the tunnel floor and reaching out his hand. Young Hee-won's eyes widened. Oh my god, what is that? A cockroach appeared in the distance, connected to Lee Gilyong's fingertips with a faint solid line. The cockroach listened to Lee Gilyong's words like a well-behaved dog and disappeared into the darkness. My attribute is insect collector. There is nothing in front of us. It is safe for 100 steps forward. Lee Gilyong showed an overwhelming scouting power and the other people looked stunned. Lee Gilyong spoke to them with a bold expression. Thank you for your concern. But I didn't follow all of you for you to take care of me. Ah, yes. At that moment, Shin Yoo-sung also spoke up. I can help too. As the child focused, rats squeaked and approached her. I can communicate with animals. In a way, their two skills overlapped. Lee Gilyong glared at Shin Yoo-sung, finally acknowledging the other child. It was the beginning of the two children's rivalry. The group passed a clear barrier and entered the full-fledged darkness. You have entered a dangerous area. The air inside the curtain was sticky from the humidity. Reduce the light. Yoo Sangha immediately covered the flashlight. Since this model didn't have a light control function, she had to adjust the light with her hand. Ouch. Don't shine it downwards. On the ground, torn bodies laid there. Gehrman used his clown abilities to not frown at the sight. There is something that isn't human. There were also corpses of monsters. Someone must have passed through here before and massacred the monsters they came across. As for who would have left the station and have the power to create such a scene. Young Hee-won sighed. Who the hell did this? Gehrman thought it might have been Yoo Joonghyuk. After cutting the body of a ground rat and handing the spine bones to Joonghyuk, Kim Dokye hesitated and addressed Gehrman, do you also want one? Although he was intimidating, he would need a weapon to defend himself with. Klein considered it for a moment. If he ran out of spirituality, it would be better to have another weapon. However, accepting it didn't suit Gehrman's character. But his life was more important. Thus, Gehrman accepted. Seeing Gehrman nod, Kim Dokye turned his eyes away. Somehow, standing in the dark with the cold man staying silent gave the reader some chills, even more so since he wasn't a character in Ways of Survival. Especially when Gehrman continued staring at him as he made the weapons for everyone, his thoughts unreadable. However, the fourth wall immediately blocked those feelings. You have succeeded in acquiring weapons by yourself. A very small number of constellations are interested in the primitive nature of humanity. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. He is too calm, Klein thought. Being so nonchalant in front of corpses, cutting off a monster's body and being so collected. In a previous conversation with Yoo Sanga, Gehrman had learned that her and Kim Dokye had worked together for a game company. How could a normal employee, not even a butcher or someone who had experience dealing with corpses, be so calm? From experience, it had taken himself a while to get used to gruesome sights, so Klein knew how much Kim Dokye's attitude was unnatural. Even if he indeed knew something about this situation, being so composed was another matter. Since the answers he received from divination were vague, it was hard to interpret their meanings. There also seemed to be interference at work, meaning that a powerful existence was involved. Maybe it was Kim Dokye's constellation. Klein had to find the answer himself, then. However, the guesses that came to mind weren't very pleasant. The best possibility was that he had a mental barrier and his knowledge came from a skill, probably related to his phone, or that he had seen corpses many times before the apocalypse and was used to it. Another possibility was that he had time traveled and experienced this situation for the second time, which would explain both his knowledge and calmness, and maybe why his divinations had guided him to Kim Dokye. Or, Gehrman remembered the way Kim Dokye had laughed when everyone's food was taken away and they had to pay fees to survive. Maybe Kim Dokye was a psychopath. Author, Kim Dokye, your plan to recruit Gehrman as an ally is totally working. I'm sure you've gained his trust by now. Number 9. Common points. Kim Dokye, do you guys have a trauma? Yoo Joonghyuk, Kim Dokye dying. Van, stairs. Gehrman Sparrow, monocles. Kim Dokye, since you two have so much in common, why don't you become friends? You should get along well. Kim Dokye, you both have traumas, no dating experience, are scammers, psychopaths, in denial, committed identity fraud. Gehrman Sparrow, aren't these common points reasons to avoid each other instead? Who would want to befriend a scammer, psychopath, criminal, seemingly dangerous person just because it's something they have in common? Kim Dokye, less than obsessed with a psychopath, Yoo Joonghyuk, for the past few years. Kim Dokye, well, I have no friends, I wouldn't know. The sub-scenario, food acquisition has begun. At that moment, ground rats crawled out from the ground. Grr, there is no plan. We are beginners. It might sound cruel but honestly, I don't expect you to survive. Kim Dokye's voice resounded in the underground tunnel. Still, all of you survive. Please. Gehrman glanced around. Everyone else was nervous but looked determined. Okay, let's try it. Everybody, please live. Kim Dokye's eyes looked calculating, as if he was testing them. Then let's go. Gehrman continued staring at Kim Dokye, thoughtful. Then, they took a step forward and the ground rats attacked them. Kim Dokye observed everyone fight. In the corner of his eye, he saw how Gehrman unnaturally twisted his body to avoid the ground rats. Mimicking a gun with his fingers, a hole appeared in the monsters' heads as if they had been shot by a bullet. Was this Gehrman's skills? Superior flexibility, good combat sense, lethal attacks, fearless in the face of monsters. Did Gehrman have a fourth wall like him? Since Lee Hunsung was a soldier and Joonghyuk had taken kendo lessons, their abilities weren't surprising, but was it really normal for a historian to be so proficient in combat? After everyone compared how many ground rats they had killed, Lee Gilyung was upset that he got one less than Shin Yu-sung, and the adults were shocked that they had killed less than the kids. Joonghyuk asked a similar question. Gehrman, how are you so skilled in fighting? Do historians have to fight these days? Klein considered how to answer her. The bodyguard company I worked for was short on staff, so I also had to replace my colleagues when I wasn't studying ancient artifacts. A historian working for a bodyguard company. I took some combat lessons there. Joonghyuk nodded. Bodyguard companies still exist these days. Then, the topic changed. Let's gather up the ground rats. We need to prepare today's food. By the way, how will we cook it? We can't eat it like this. We can't eat it now, but there will be a way, Kim Dokyu claimed. Everyone was silent for a moment. Lee Hunsung was the first one to open his mouth. Excuse me, I would like to ask you one thing. Yes. Dokya SSI, perhaps, do you know something about this situation? At that moment, Gehrman's spiritual intuition warned him. A few seconds later, Yoo Joonghyuk had been taken away by a ground rat. Although they tried to help her, they failed. Gehrman saw how Kim Dokyu had let the colleague he had known the longest be taken away. I'm sorry. I was too late. Lee Hunsung spoke in a sad voice. Kim Dokyu tapped his shoulder to show it was okay. No one could have done anything. Gehrman's gaze darkened. Clinging to Gehrman, Shin Yoo-sung looked up at him, then at the one he was staring at, her gaze alternating between the two. The group decided to separate. Making a divination to check if everything would be okay, Gehrman decided to stay behind with Shin Yoo-sung and Young Hee-won, while Lee Hunsung, Lee Gil-young and Kim Dokyu went on ahead. Young Hee-won was still injured and someone needed to keep an eye on her, and, although he knew the child was very strong, Klein didn't want Shin Yoo-sung to be in danger or stay near that potentially dangerous Kim Dokyu. So, to the surprise of everyone, he decided to stay back. Moreover, although he would have preferred to keep an eye on Kim Dokyu and observe him to gather information, his divination had told him that he shouldn't follow them this time. After they came back and cooked some ground meat, a survival fee was collected. Not long after, Kim Dokyu decided, there is nothing left to do here, let's go on to the next station. For unknown reasons, Gehrman made a divination that told him he should follow Kim Dokju's group. Gehrman followed them. They received a main scenario to meet the survivors of Chungnyeoro Station and fought the ground rats once more, having more experience now. Yeksu Station. By the way, there is nobody. No, that's not it. Yeksu Station was filled with dead bodies and ground rat corpses. Based on the injuries, some of the people were killed by a person, not the ground rats. Keep going. There are 2 stops left. They continued to advance. Anyway, the distance from Yaksu to Dongdae was less than 1 kilometer in a straight line. They took a break, and Kim Dokyu went somewhere alone, coming back with items. They seem like good items. Because they are souvenirs of a great person. Great person. Do you know Samyangdang? Klein, supposedly a historian, but more knowledgeable about the history of another world, kept his mouth shut so that others wouldn't know that he had no idea who Samyangdang is. As a keyboard warrior, despite knowing a little about South Korea, he was originally Chinese and only knew the big facts on other countries. Come to think of it, should he have pretended to be a police officer instead? However, police officer wasn't in Gehrman's established identity settings. Ah, I know. Thankfully, Yoo Joonghyuk answered in his stead. I remember seeing it when I was studying Korean history. Isn't he a monk from the Joseon dynasty? Yes, that's right. When the Korean military was struggling to defend against the Japanese invasion, he fought in the Nowangpyeong battle and Wukwandong battle. A constellation wearing a straw mat is touched by character, Yoo Joonghyuk. Then, she turned toward the historian, as if asking Gehrman if she had remembered correctly. Pretending he knew, Gehrman trusted Yoo Joonghyuk and the message in the sky and nodded. But how did Dokya SSI know to get this? I put my hands together in front of the Samyangdang statue and, they fell from the sky. Huh, no way. Kim Dokyu put on a mock solemn expression. I think, it was sent by Samyangdang for South Korea. Judging from the colors of his aura when he opened his spiritual vision, Gehrman noticed that Kim Dokyu was lying. This man was acting, and his words were probably complete nonsense. In this strange world, it isn't weird if something like this happens. Maybe Samyangdang is one of the constellations. Isn't that right? After distributing the items, they moved forward in the dark tunnel. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Everybody step back. Plus. Sub-scenario, welcome prison. Category. Sub. Difficulty. D. F. Clear conditions. Escape from welcome prison within the time limit. Time limit. 1 hour. Compensation. 300 coins. Failure. Plus. Sub-scenario, welcome prison has begun. Yoo Joonghyuk asked, welcome prison. What is this? A haze overcame the party members, Kim Dokju's last words barely reaching them. It is coming. Everyone, please keep your mind straight. Then, the fog that instantly occupied the tunnel blocked their field of view. The party members in the immediate vicinity couldn't be seen. When he looked around, he could only see a distorted scenery, as if he was on drugs. And a familiar voice reached Klein's ears. Open corner bracket, we saved Tingen. He didn't know if it was because of the voice or the hand piercing his body in the memory, but his heart hurt. Soon after, the fog retreated and welcome prison disappeared. Kim Dokya glanced at Gehrman. Although he had been the most worried about Gehrman going on a rampage due to the man's combat experience and lethal skills, Gehrman was standing there, frozen as he looked into empty air. Kim Dokya quickly looked away. Our resolve. We are the South Korean army, loyal to the nation and the people. Mother. Lee Hun-sung was bowing with his head on the ground, while Lee Gil-young had his head on his knees and was shaking. Shin Yu-sung was also in a similar state. Yu Sang-ga came forward first. Lee Hun-sung SSI. Gil-young. Yu-sung. Please wake up. At this moment, a blade flew from the rear. Fortunately, the blade wasn't fast and it wasn't difficult to avoid. I will kill all of you. Apparently, he should have been more worried about Young Hee-won than Gehrman. Kim Dokya stunned Young Hee-won by strongly hitting her in the back of the neck and handed her to Yu Sang-ga. Then, stiffly, he approached Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman SSI. Keeping a smile on, Kim Dokya called him again. His heart was beating loudly in his chest as a message about the fourth wall offsetting his mental shock appeared. Finally, Gehrman reacted and his gaze met Kim Dokya's. Are you okay? Gehrman nodded. Pretending that nothing was wrong, Kim Dokya walked back to Yu Sang-ga. It isn't over yet. You have met the conditions to clear the sub-scenario. You have earned 300 coins. But as he held his sword, what he had just seen came to mind. Worms had clearly been crawling on Gehrman's face. The sight was even more grotesque than the bodies torn on the ground. He was sure it wasn't a hallucination. Although it was back to normal now, half of his face had clearly been. A reason for such a strong person to appear despite not being present in ways of survival appeared in his mind. Keeping a straight face, Kim Dokya focused on hunting the monster. Was Gehrman even human? Spectre stone. Once he killed the specters, Kim Dokya put the fallen stones into his pocket. The thought that a monster was among his party members since the beginning nagged at his mind. Hey, are you okay? However, it wasn't time for this. For now, they needed to leave this underground passage. The one who recovered the fastest was Lee Hun-sung. Lee Hun-sung heard the story and bowed his head with surprise. Thank you. I almost got into big trouble. I also want to thank Dokya SSI. It is nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, Gehrman put his hand on Shin Yu-sung's head. Then, slow footsteps along with a metallic sound were heard in the distance. A faint smell of herbs lingered in the air. Then, they saw a man in a black coat, smoking a cigarette while walking with the help of a silver cane. Main scenario number 2 meeting has ended. The compensation will be settled. Beside Kim Dokya, Young Hee-won's voice resounded, recognizing the newcomer, Van. Author, don't be so scared, Kim Dokya. You didn't see Gehrman do cannibalism yet. Yu Sang-ga, but why did a bodyguard company employ a historian? Gehrman, oh, they were working for the church. The bodyguard company was a facade and they were actually a secret police. Kim Dokya, this story makes less and less sense. Gehrman, and I didn't mention the supernatural powers yet. Lee Hun-sung, so the, praise the fool, was. Kim Dokya, was Gehrman actually a cultist? Gehrman, no, I was the god. Number 10. Name, Van. Gehrman Sparrow. That really sounds like a fake name. Less than gamer. Kim Dokya, what do you mean? Less than reader. Van. Less than has played Bloodborne. Klein. Less than has played Bloodborne. Klein. Should I be glad I didn't use Sherlock Moriarty's identity? Van. At least I have a better naming sense than you. Less than canonically reproached by other characters to have a bad naming sense. Kim Dokya. Wait, but isn't Yoo Joonghyuk a gamer too? Van. Klein. Kim Dokya. Klein. Turns toward Yoo Joonghyuk, so this guy knew the truth from the start. Kim Dokya. Give up. Only Yu Sang-ga here wouldn't recognize your name since she probably doesn't play games. Klein. But didn't you not recognize it either? Kim Dokya. Changing the subject. Van, what is your surname? Van. I don't know, I didn't ask the guy whose name I'm using what his surname was. Kim Dokya. Wait, what? Van, reflexively justifying himself. I didn't kill him. Klein. Nobody asked. But now I'm starting to doubt if you killed him or not. This was strange, Kim Dokya thought. Shouldn't Lee Jae-hee have been here instead? However, looking around, there was still no sign of the girl. This was another thing that was different from ways of survival. Meanwhile, Young Hee-won approached the stranger, letting down her guard. Van, you were in Chungmuro. You know him? Kim Dokya asked. He saved me when I was attacked outside the station. Without him, I would most likely be dead now. Saved Young Hee-won. Kim Dokya looked at the stranger in a new light. Although he didn't know the exact details, considering Young Hee-won's skills, if this man was able to save her then he must be quite powerful. Nice to meet you, my name is Yoo Joonghyuk. I am Lee Hunsung. Lee Gilyoung clung to Kim Dokya, Kim Dokja's hand patting his head. This is Gehrman Sparrow, the child next to him is Shin Yoo-sung. The man here is Kim Dokya, and this is Lee Gilyoung. Young Hee-won finished. Kim Dokya also greeted the man, nice to meet you. You can call me Van. After the introductions were over, Van asked the group, where are you going? Chungnyeoro. Hearing Kim Dokja's answer, Van glanced at him and nodded. Since it was where he came from, he made a gesture to follow him. I'll guide you. Then, the man walked ahead of them, his steps slow as the sound of his cane tapping the ground echoed. Van, is your leg injured? You were also using a cane last time. At Young Hee-won's question, Van shook his head. He thought for a moment before answering. No, but it makes it easier to walk. As they climbed up from the tracks of Railway Line 3, they saw some people sitting down. You have entered Chungnyeoro. The third scenario is currently in progress. #Gur-8761 channel is active. #Beer-3642 channel is active. Some middle-aged people saw them and waved their hands. Hey, junkie, can I have a cigarette? Oh, you brought new people. The middle-aged people seemed relaxed, unlike those who were experiencing a disaster. They also smelled alcohol. Van threw them a cigarette. Nice, you always have a lot of good things. Unlike that samurai. At that moment, the samurai in question intervened and snatched the cigarette from the middle-aged man's hand. Lee Jae-hee frowned. Are you drunk again? The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and turned back to Van. But did your friends come through the tunnel? How great, won't they have a lot of coins? Van passed by the middle-aged men, ignoring him and leading the group further into the station. Apart from the drunk men and the samurai, everyone looked at them warily, avoiding their gazes. Respect, awe, or fear, it seemed as if they were avoiding Van. But who are they? Lee Jae-hee questioned, gesturing at the group behind him. Kim Dokya seized this chance and spoke up, ignoring Gehrman's burning stare, I am a companion of Yoo Joonghyuk who came back alive. Van paused, while Lee Jae-hee was bewildered. Companion, how is that possible? She stared at Kim Dokya with suspicious eyes. The latter shrugged shamelessly. That guy will understand if you tell him. Where is Yoo Joonghyuk now? Master isn't here right now. Really? This is difficult. I have something I need to say. Lee Jae-hee's expression distorted as she stared at him with something like betrayal. Then, are you stronger than that guy? She pointed toward Van. The person as questioned didn't know why he was suddenly involved in the conversation. Kim Dokya, who didn't know how strong Van was at a loss for words. Lee Jae-hee shook her head. Never mind. She addressed Van, watch over them. I'm going to find Master. She left without waiting for an answer. Along the way, they came across a man in the middle of the platform for subway line 3, waving a knife around and threatening people. Shit. I'll kill you if you come close. Other people in similar situations could be seen, standing on a zone-emitting green light that stretched into the air. Yoo Joonghyuk asked, why is he doing that? Meanwhile, Klein froze, his eyes widening as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, the madman that Kim Dokya had been keeping an eye on did something unthinkable. As Van was about to answer, he also stopped. Gehrman had pulled out a gun and aimed at someone in the crowd. The group froze. Van watched the unnatural development unfold while Kim Dokya was surprised. A tense silence hung in the air. What is that madman doing? Kim Dokya had never imagined Gehrman would do something like that in public. Would Lee Jae-hee think their group was hostile now? Or was this their chance to get rid of him? If he talked well, maybe he could make her understand that his group and Gehrman had nothing with each other. He didn't want Yoo Joonghyuk to have a bad opinion of him because of this incident. They all stared at the man pointing a gun toward someone. The person in question was pale and stepped back in fear, but the madman only glared. Gehrman SSI, what are you doing? And where did you get a gun? Did they have a bad relationship? However, the other person didn't seem to know Gehrman. Kim Dokya speculated. At Young Hee-won's words, Gehrman, who had reflexively pulled out his firearm out of habit, took a deep breath. Then, he lowered the weapon and turned toward Young Hee-won. Why did you do that? The angry Young Hee-won questioned him. He was wearing a monocle. The rest of the group apparently didn't understand why that was enough reason to threaten a stranger's life. Gehrman didn't explain further either. Okay, maybe he was overreacting. Or not at all. Was Eamon here? He needed to go above the gray fog and make a divination. Then, he recalled that he was unable to access the gray fog. That certainly wasn't reassuring. Watching the madman's stoic face, Kim Dokya had a headache. Gehrman suddenly attacked a stranger because they were wearing a monocle. He had chills just thinking about it. He had thought that the man was at least reasonable, but he appeared far more unpredictable than expected. Breaking the silence, Lee Hunsung approached Van. "Can I ask a few things I am curious about?" Lee Hunsung started asking politely while Kim Dokya was locked in his thoughts. Van nodded. "How is the food supply here? We take turns hunting monsters and Yoo Joonghyuk cooks them." That, we, only included himself, Yoo Joonghyuk and Lee Jae-hee. Although Yoo Joonghyuk didn't like Van, it was a relief that he still cooked for everyone. However, only eating meat wasn't a very balanced diet. It was good that he had found nutritional supplements in the pharmacy. Lee Hunsung took out his notes and started to write something. "Then how is your drinking water?" Van used magic to make water appear above his hand. "I create it." Lee Hunsung looked at the water floating in the air with his mouth open. Indeed, this ability was useful for survival. It would have been great if such a thing existed while he was in the army. "Is that your skill?" Yoo Sang-ga questioned. Van nodded. Although it was technically magic, it shouldn't be wrong to say that creating water was part of a skill. If magic was one. At this moment, the quiet Lee Gil-young opened his mouth. "Excuse me, Hung. Yes. I want to go to the toilet. Is it urgent?" "Yes. Excuse me, can I also go with you?" Yoo Sang-ga added. Hearing their conversation, Van spoke up. "I'll show you the way." Was there really a need to guide them himself instead of giving directions? Not long after, Kim Dokya understood why. They walked upstairs, nobody talking to them, and reached the last passage to the bathroom. Like a bottleneck, dozens of people were gathered in the passage. Kim Dokya pushed forward. Although they resisted at first, people stepped back one by one once they saw Van's face. "Pildu SSI. Please accept it. I won't do it again. Please let me stay one more day. I'll go into debt to get the coins." The leader at the head of the line was facing the heated-up people. Now, back off. Back off." On the opposite side, people were gathered. Kim Dokya recognized this situation. The Landlord Association. Had Yoo Joonghyuk not cleaned them up? Then, Van stepped into the zone, gesturing to the others to follow him. Suddenly, the atmosphere became cold and some of the Landlord Association members in the front looked at them. You seem to be lost. Do you know where this is?" The character, Gong Pildu, demands 500 coins for invading his private land. If you don't follow the recommendations, all nearby turrets will fire immediately. The group behind him tensed up, but Van remained indifferent and ignored the man. A bench covered with various supplies. A middle-aged man sitting on top of it and reading a magazine was staring at them. At the same time as Van addressed him, Kim Dokya recognized that this man was the true Gong Pildu. "These people want to use the bathroom." Gong Pildu frowned. "This is the territory of the Landlord Association. They at least need to give a fee to use it." Unrelenting, Van simply stared at him in response. Silently, calmly, Gong Pildu backed down first. Okay, I understand. These guys can use the bathroom. But I won't make any other exception. Thank you. What had this man done for everyone to be so scared of him? Young Hee-won seemed curious about the same thing. Why does everyone here seem so scared of you? Did they owe you money or something? Off-screen, before Kim Dokja's group arrived. Yoo Joonghyuk, join my group. Van, after I beat you up. Gehrman, I get the feeling you have some strange misunderstanding about me. Kim Dokya, what if it's not a misunderstanding? Kim Dokya, why did you suddenly point a gun at someone? Gehrman, hear me out, I really thought Eamon was there for a second. Van, and you thought you could take him down with a gun? Gehrman, no, that was just my PTSD acting up. Van, even I don't act like this. Lee Jae-hee, liar. I saw you break all the stairs on the way here. Van, that was the monsters. Lee Jae-hee, I filmed it. Van, Young Hee-won, how did your reputation get so bad? Van, I still have no idea, just acting as he always does, which didn't go well in canon either. Lee Gil-young and Yoo Sang-ga went to use the bathroom while everyone waited for them to come back. Then, they felt the presence of a man coming down the escalator from B1, giving off a huge momentum. Master, it is that person. He pretended to be Master's companion. Lee Jae-hee cried out shrilly as she pointed to Kim Dokya. Yoo Joonghyuk looked at him with impressively fierce eyes. Van observed the exchange, also curious to know if that unsociable swordsman really had a companion. The character, Yoo Joonghyuk, is greatly disturbed. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. Kim Dokya waved to him and said casually. Hi Joonghyuk. No answer. Have you been well? Your face looks good. Everyone was focused on the exchange, holding their breaths. There was a tight tension in the air. Lee Jae-hee looked between the two like she couldn't believe it. She never thought he would be a companion of Yoo Joonghyuk. Van found the situation interesting. Judging from Yoo Joonghyuk's expression, the two were clearly not on friendly terms. These people don't believe I am your companion. Can you tell them? Coming back from the bathroom, Lee Gil-young was faced with this awkward situation and silently came to Kim Dokja's side. A few constellations are paying attention to character Yoo Joonghyuk's answer. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is observing the loyalty of Yoo Joonghyuk. Van took out another cigarette from his pocket, having finished the previous one. At that moment, Gehrman addressed Van. Excuse me. Van turned toward the other man, signaling for him to speak. Don't smoke around children. Van's hand paused. Looking down at the child clinging to Gehrman's leg, his gaze met Shin Yu-sung's. Inhaling smoke was indeed bad for children's health. Quietly, Van put back the cigarette inside his coat. Yoo Joonghyuk, can I hit you? If you have confidence. After Kim Dokja and Yoo Joonghyuk's odd exchange was finished, the group heard about the green zones. There are 1 hour and 30 minutes before the third scenario is activated. Kim Dokja was thinking. In order to break through the third scenario, Gong Pildu's help was absolutely necessary. But if he couldn't get his help, the reader turned his head toward a man sitting on the side. Probably due to Jung Hee-won's presence, Van had stayed with Kim Dokja's group. If it was this man, would Gong Pildu listen to him? It happened earlier. But did Van even have a reason to help them? Would it be possible for you to convince Gong Pildu to use his skill to protect everyone? If it wasn't possible, maybe he could ask Gehrman to go threaten Gong Pildu. Van considered the possibility for a moment. Gong Pildu isn't the type to risk his life for other people. So even if he was scared of Van, it wasn't enough for Gong Pildu to do everything he was told to. Kim Dokja understood. Then, the topic shifted to the fact that Gong Pildu's group was monopolizing the public facilities and making people pay to use them. That doesn't mean there is no way. Kim Dokja added. It might be difficult but there is a way to defeat them. The group started to discuss about getting Gong Pildu out of the armed zone. His armed zone will be released as soon as he leaves his designated area. His mini-turrets will also become useless. Usually, there are many restrictions on such a wide defense skill. The group looked at him with admiration. Ah, I see. You figured this out after seeing it once. Is this Dokya-C's attribute? Van listened to their conversation in silence. There is 1 hour before the third scenario is activated. Then, a Dokubi appeared in the air. Now, shall we start the third day of the main scenario? New faces have arrived today, so won't it be fun? Ha. Plus. Main scenario number 3 Green Zone Day 3. Category. Main. Difficulty. C. Clear conditions. Occupy the green zone in the station and survive the monsters that emerge every night at midnight. This scenario will last 7 days. Duration. 8 hours. Compensation. 1,000 coins. Failure. Plus. Van glanced at the familiar scenario contents. It was for this reason that Lee Jae-hee was staying upstairs, guarding her in Yoo Joonghyuk's green zone. As for him, he was a different case. Due to his target resistance, it seemed he wasn't counted as a person, so the number on his green zone remained 0/1. However, thanks to the green zones not registering his existence, that also meant he didn't have to care about the total number of people in green zones nor fight for one. On the contrary, the problem now was finding a zone for the new people who had come to the station. There shouldn't be any zone left at the moment. It is simple. Occupy the green zone before other people. Of course, you can take away the green zone of others. By the way, you should hurry. If you don't have a green zone after the scenario starts, you will have a terrible experience. Haha, then everyone should try it. People's expressions hardened as they heard Bi-hyung's words. In the meantime, the screams of people continued. Piok, 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 die. I'm not doing this because I have a grudge. I must survive. Was it a mistake if Van thought that the guy who knew about the armed zone without it being explained to him would also have a solution in this situation? Yoo Sanga asked in a trembling voice, surely we don't have to fight like these people. We don't need to fight. Just find a room that can accommodate a large number of people. There should be no such room left currently. The size of the green zones vary by type. It ranged from fitting only one person to fitting 70 people like Gong Pildu's area. Of course, if there are any rooms left. Jung Hee-won opened her mouth. Dokya SSI is really talented at making people uneasy, then let's move right away. Maybe there are some rooms left. It might be faster to split up. Divide the team. Hunsung SSI will move with Sangha SSI, Gehrman SSI with Yoosung, while Hee-won SSI should take Gil-young. Dokya SSI. I'm fine on my own. Lee Gil-young spoke up first. What if we can't find one? If we can't find a room 20 minutes before the scenario starts, we will gather here again. I understand. Then I'm going. The team then scattered in an orderly fashion. Now that the children were away, Van finally took out another cigarette and lit it. Kim Do-kyu looked at him. You're not searching for a zone. Translation. Why are you not leaving? Go away. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Van curiously asked, you seem to know a lot. Do you know about any space or time skills? Since space magic consumed too much mana, he was unable to teleport. However, in this star stream, he figured finding a related skill would be more efficient. A few ideas came to Kim Do-kyu's mind, but he shook his head. He shouldn't show all his cards. Such skills are rare. Then tell me if you find anything. Nodding, Kim Do-kyu proceeded to ignore Van and looked at his phone. Van didn't ask any more questions either. Kim Do-kyu focused on ways of survival, rereading every single word. If he followed this strategy, he knew there wouldn't be enough places for everyone. There are 30 minutes before the third scenario is activated. What are you doing now? What are you doing right now with a blank notepad? All the constellations are going crazy with frustration because of you. The reader pointed at his phone. Is this what you are referring to? Yes. What are you going to do with that notepad? You will die if you stay still. I believed in a guy like this and signed a contract. Kim Do-kyu tuned out Bi-hyung, looking around instead. Green Zone 1/1. Don't come any closer. Having finally won the fight for the zone on platform line 3, a boy pointed a knife at Kim Do-kyu. Don't worry, I won't take your room, Kim Do-kyu affirmed. Behind him, Lee Jae-hee's voice resounded. Really? You are quite relaxed, juicy. Do you want to die? Then, she pointed at Van. Although that guy over there can casually kill someone and get their zone in no time, maybe a juicy should worry more about it. It sounded like it had actually happened. It looks like you are quite free. Nobody touches my room. I will send everyone who touches it to hell. Twirling a deep blue blade round and round, Lee Jae-hee watched Kim Do-kyu carefully and opened her mouth. I don't want a juicy to die. You were quite impressive against Master earlier. Don't worry, I won't die. I won't die even if I don't find a room. In the meantime, Gehrman and Shin Yoo-sung walked side by side, searching for green zones. Juicy, can I ask you a question? The child curiously spoke up. Keeping up his facade, Gehrman merely glanced down at her. However, the child was used to it by now and didn't flinch as she received the man's gaze. Why does it look like you aren't searching? Shin Yoo-sung was right. They were aimlessly walking since earlier. Although it could be interpreted as exploring the surroundings while seeking free rooms, Gehrman hadn't been looking around at all. Klein looked forward again. Was it that obvious? Although he hadn't intended to hide that he wasn't searching, he hadn't expected the child to notice it either. There aren't any free rooms left. He had made a divination earlier. Since they wouldn't be able to find anything no matter how hard they looked, searching was pointless. How does a juicy know? It's a skill. A skill. Shin Yoo-sung tilted her head but didn't delve further into the matter. Gehrman didn't seem to want to reveal more. Holding Gehrman's hand, Shin Yoo-sung soon spoke again. Since they didn't have to search, couldn't they use this time to talk? Sometimes, a juicy has that look in his eyes. In front of the ruined scenery. When people fought each other, killing others. When others sat on the side, injured and in despair. Despite hiding his emotions behind a mask and pretending to be cold, although no one else saw it, Shin Yoo-sung noticed the feelings flashing in his gaze. You look sad. And also something else, as if he were remembering distant memories. Reminiscence. Nostalgia. Loneliness. Loss. What was it? The sharp child innocently continued speaking. Did you experience something similar before, juicy? Gehrman didn't answer. Van. Causing bugs in the apocalypse. Kim Do-kyu, looking at the unresponsive green zones, at least the star stream recognized your existence. Van. For now. Gehrman. Stop raising flags. Number 11. Parody. 3 suicidals in the same room, special guest, Han Soo-ying. Kim Do-kyu. I'm getting wrongly accused again. Han Soo-ying. Your hospital records beg to differ. Gehrman. What am I doing here? Han Soo-ying. Did you die? Gehrman. Yeah, but. Han Soo-ying. Voluntarily. Gehrman. That was an escape method. Kim Do-kyu. You killed yourself yet you say you're not suicidal. Van. But I didn't die. Less than often ends up in extremely dangerous situations, ate an extremely lethal poison voluntarily, often does very reckless things. Van. I'm still not suicidal. Han Soo-ying. Van, what is your reason to live? Van. Han Soo-ying. Do you have a reason to live? Van. Han Soo-ying. Do you have reasons to die? Van. I don't like where this conversation is going. Han Soo-ying. The suicidal club. Kim Dokya, Gehrman Sparrow and Van, is thus formed. Van, I still don't belong here. Call that sunfish here instead. Han Suying, but if I do that he will take it as a reason to die and kill himself to regress on the spot. Van, there are 20 minutes before the third scenario is activated. There was the sound of people coming down the stairs. As everyone reunited with Kim Dokya, Yoo Joonghyuk opened her mouth with a gloomy expression. Room, there were none. It is okay. Rather, where is Hee-won SSI? She is trying to negotiate upstairs. At these words, Young Hee-won jumped down with a terrible scream. One night is 2,000 coins. Are they joking right now? I am really going to hit them. The agitated Young Hee-won snorted and said. Dokya SSI, do you know what is happening upstairs? No. They suddenly raised the taxes, right? You already know. Did Dokya SSI find anything? No, I didn't. Actually, he didn't even search. Van was a witness. Since he wasn't particularly concerned about finding a zone for himself, Lennox decided to watch how the situation would play out. In the end, he could just enter Gong Pildu's huge zone even if it was at full capacity when the scenario began. He watched Kim Dokya's group discuss their future course of action. What is the second method? There is no need to kill anybody with this method. But it is very difficult. Van examined each person's face, analyzing their reactions. If you choose the second method, please unconditionally follow my instructions. Please trust me, even if it doesn't make sense. If one person doesn't trust me. Kim Dokya's gaze lingered on Gehrman Sparrow. We will all die. With this way, the reader could get rid of the unpredictable variable. Although he didn't know if Gehrman had any hidden skills up his sleeves, as long as everything went according to plan. The party members nodded almost simultaneously. Lee Hunsung said, I believe in Dokya SSI. I have survived up to here because of Dokya SSI. Kim Dokya remained focused on Gehrman Sparrow. Pretending to be casual, he checked, is that also okay with you, Gehrman SSI? Gehrman Sparrow looked back at him. Flipping a coin in his pocket and feeling the result, Klein nodded. Kim Dokya smiled. There are 5 minutes before the third scenario is activated. Then follow me. After that, Kim Dokya proceeded to share his plan with the party members. Once the monsters appear, run straight in the direction they are coming from. Understood. Just run towards them. Just before you encounter them, be sure to look at the left wall. Then you will know what I mean. Puzzling instructions that demanded absolute trust. Just trust me or you will die. Don't forget to look at the left wall. Still, the party members nodded. What about Dokya SSI? I'll find another way with Gilyoung, Gehrman SSI and Yusung. However, Kim Dokya knew. The green zone there only had a place for 2 people. Although he had a way to survive outside the green zone, Gehrman Sparrow probably wouldn't be able to survive the monsters. The worst possibility would be that the madman decided to sacrifice the children. Who knew what unpredictable actions he would take? But even if it seemed cold-blooded, Kim Dokya thought that even Gehrman choosing to sacrifice one of the children could be an opportunity. Because then, his party members wouldn't accept Gehrman as one of theirs. They have quite a strong sense of justice. The third main scenario is enabled. The barrier that was blocking the tunnel to EULJIRO3 disappeared. But Kim Dokya didn't know. Run. Before he put his plan into action, a variable had already come into play. The monsters started to be created in the red zone. It was mainly the grade 9 ground rats. Then the middle ranks were filled with the intermediate grade 9 underground species, the Grolls. A monster with a black mane that was in the shape of a bear. The sharp horns on their foreheads were threatening. One was relatively easy to deal with, the problem was the number. The moment Lee Hunsung encountered the first Groll, Kim Dokya shouted. Now, Yoo Joonghyuk found it first. Green tiles shimmering on the wall. The enlightenment was instant. The moment Yoo Joonghyuk's hand touched the wall, it emitted a bright light. Green zone 1/3. The agile Young Hee-won immediately touched the wall behind her. Green zone 2/3. However, Lee Hunsung missed the timing. It was because the ground rats clung to Lee Hunsung's shield. Hunsung SSI. Catch it. Lee Hunsung grabbed the thread that Yoo Joonghyuk threw him. Thanks to the strength of the 2 women, Lee Hunsung flew through the air and reached the wall. Green zone 3/3. The monsters stared at them, but once they entered the green zones, the monsters couldn't attack. Dokya SSI. Yoo Joonghyuk called out to him, but there was no time to look back. He was already running with Lee Gilyoung on his back, Gehrman Sparrow and Shin Yusung following after him. Open corner bracket. In the third main scenario, there are several hidden green zones. This is activated on a specific wall and the green zones on the wall won't appear until after the scenario starts. If you think about it, humans were the ones who thought of it as the concept of a room kit. A few ground rats chasing after him bit him in the thigh. The blow wasn't big because of his high strength, but these small things could accumulate. Quack! Lee Gil-young hit a few ground rats with a blunt weapon from his position on Kim Dokja's back. Gehrman Sparrow also helped by firing air bullets at the monsters. But there were too many of them. In addition, the grolls were fast. Ha 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 ha. This situation is fun. Then like yesterday, should there be a penalty? A Dokubi spoke followed by the system messages. A scenario penalty has been added. Some existing green zones will be disabled. No. Whack! AAAAACK. Screams rang throughout Chungmuro Station. Ignoring the chaos around him, Kim Dokya continued to fend off the monsters coming his way. Gehrman Sparrow followed behind him, holding Shin Yusung in his arms. However, most of his abilities had been sealed by the star stream. Although he could still use the low-level ones, the most useful powers he had were currently locked away. Gehrman had theorized that using the acting method to level up his current skills may unlock the higher-level abilities he had, but it would take too much time. If only he could pull out historical projections right now. It would make it much easier to sweep away these ground rats. Trying to shoot air bullets to kill this wave of monsters one by one and continuously jumping through flames to escape was taking a toll on his spirituality. Especially since it was counted as magical power, and the low stat in question gave him less leeway than before he was nerfed. Most of all, his other base stats were quite low as well. With his clown abilities, his agility was higher than the average person. However, he had only invested in his magical power stat, and his stamina and strength were the same. As he thought while holding a full-grown child, he was starting to become exhausted. Juicy. The faint voice of the child resounded in Klein's ears. He briefly glanced down at Shin Yusung, showing he was paying attention, before focusing on the battle in front of him. You can leave me here, you know. Klein's movements paused. Then, he met the gaze of the child looking at him. There was no anxiety, no fear. She gripped Gehrman's clothes and urged him. Leave me here, Juicy. I can deal with the monsters on my own. Klein's cold mask broke for a moment, replaced by surprise. Shin Yusung saw it all. Juicy is kind. She knew his usual facade was a mask. But she clenched her fist and forced a reassuring smile. I am a bad girl, so you don't need to worry about me. It'll be alright. So leave me here. I know I am a burden for Juicy. The man's usual cold expression was gone. Instead, his face was emotionless, his emotions unreadable. Shin Yusung's eyes widened. Although not soft, his voice sounded gentler than usual instead of the usual harsh tone. The man slowly put her down as she waited for his next words. Had he accepted? Would he actually leave her here? Klein hesitated for a moment, searching for what to say, before putting his hand on the child's head. Shin Yusung received the pat, question marks on her face, and Gehrman settled on an answer. I am even worse than you. Watching the child tilt her head, his lips pulled up slightly into a Gehrman-style self-deprecating sneer. So shouldn't we bad guys stay together? That should be an answer a child can understand, right? Even if I'm a burden. Gehrman continued shooting the ground rats approaching, pretending it didn't put a strain on him. Then you only have to become stronger. Shin Yusung held her breath. Somehow, hearing these words felt reassuring. As if everything would be alright. They would survive this apocalypse. Then, tears started flowing down her eyes. It was only now that she realized the weight of the current situation. It was now the apocalypse. The world wasn't safe, her family was dead, there were monsters roaming the streets and everything wouldn't be the same ever again. Yet, at the same time, the presence next to her also brought a great sense of relief. Gehrman was now the only one she had. Following him back then had been the right choice. But, wiping the tears constantly pouring out, Shin Yusung argued. I'm a bad child. It's alright. I killed my dog. It's alright. Do I really deserve? It doesn't matter. I'll stay by your side anyways. As Gehrman patiently answered all her questions, Shin Yusung cried even more. You won't leave me. I won't. Then, he added. That's a promise. The two continued to trail behind Kim Dokya, Shin Yusung gradually calming down. At that moment, Kim Dokya stopped. On the wall, a green zone for two people was shining. They were 4. Kim Dokja's gaze met the one in the green zone, realizing that a variable had occurred in his plan. Green zone 1/2. Shin Yusung's pupils started shaking. There was already someone inside. The reader forgot about the monsters coming from behind and stared at him. There was a guy who should never be there. Hey, Yoo Joonghyuk turned to them. Can't you get out? You don't even need to stay in here. It is difficult. I am tired today. There was only one free place. Holding Lee Gil-young, the reader's gaze turned to Shin Yu-sung. Kim Dokja's expression hardened. They wouldn't be able to survive the night while protecting the children. Kim Dokja saw Yoo Joonghyuk calmly staring at him. He really wanted to punch the regressor. Grr. There were the cries of the ground rats chasing them from behind. It was too late to blame anyone. He could feel Lee Gil-young's breathing. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Give me the children. Since when was he here? A silver cane in hand, the man who should have been at the other end of the station was standing there. Kim Dokja. As long as everything goes according to plan, I can get rid of Gehrman Sparrow. Yoo Joonghyuk, occupying one of the hidden green zones, unplanned, jinxed it. Gehrman Sparrow, is everything going to be fine for me? Divination says yes. Van, watching the situation, your plan went so wrong that even divination didn't view your actions as a threat. Kim Dokja, dying on the inside BGM. After Kim Dokja's plan failed. Gehrman Sparrow, boss music starts playing. Kim Dokja and Gehrman Sparrow, reaching the hidden green zone. Yoo Joonghyuk, glaring at them from inside the green zone. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young, crossing gazes. Kim Dokja, staring at Gehrman Sparrow, there's only one place left. Only one child can be saved. Tragic music playing in the background. The battle of Kim Dokja and Gehrman Sparrow to determine which child would survive thus began. Constellations, eating popcorn. Van, what kind of drama are you two filming? Yoo Joonghyuk, just get out of here before I kill you first. It was as if the world came to a still. Once Van's words ended, he made Shin Yu-sung levitate with magic, tearing her away from Gehrman Sparrow and enveloping her with a shield. On the side, Gehrman Sparrow discreetly flipped a coin in his pocket to make a divination. Why are you here? Kim Dokja questioned. Van glanced at Kim Dokja. With his mana senses, he could feel Yoo Joonghyuk's presence here. Coincidentally, Kim Dokja had been heading straight in this direction, which should have been an ordinary wall, so Lennox could easily guess the reader's destination. Van had also seen how, by following Kim Dokja's instructions, his party members had ended up in hidden green zones, but since the place he was heading toward wasn't empty and one person was already there, he guessed things may have gone wrong and headed there first just in case. While using magic to conceal his presence from monsters, he could easily fly over the chaos by casting a levitation spell on his clothes and reach Yoo Joonghyuk first. When he saw Yoo Joonghyuk standing in a hidden green zone made for only two people, his suspicions that something had gone wrong deepened, so he decided to wait there. Van seized Shin Yu-sung next to him with magic. Although she resisted at first, she immediately stopped once she saw Gehrman Sparrow signaling that it was okay. Ignoring Kim Dokja's question, Van gestured toward Lee Gil-young. Lee Gil-young looked up at Kim Dokja and Kim Dokja hesitated before choosing to trust the drug addict he had barely met. He handed over the child to Van. Hung. Wait a minute. Hung. Wrapping the other kid with a multi-layered shield, Van moved away with Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung. Now, there were only Kim Dokja and Gehrman Sparrow standing in front of the green zones where Yoo Joonghyuk was standing. Green zone 1/2. And monsters. Grr. Kim Dokja calmly looked at the regressor. Of course, since he was his companion, Yoo Joonghyuk would choose him, right? Yoo Joonghyuk. Yoo Joonghyuk mercilessly cut him off. Gehrman can come here. What? Wait. Green zone 2/2. Without waiting for his opinion, Yoo Joonghyuk heartlessly betrayed his companion. Of course, Kim Dokja had a plan, but still. Watching the now full green zone, the reader lowered his arm and sighed. Kim Dokja swung his sword towards the ground rats. The constellation, bald general of justice, has closed his eyes. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is watching you with uncomfortable eyes. The waves of monsters headed towards him. Now there were no more green zones remaining. Addressing Yoo Joonghyuk, the reader confidently said, I won't die. Gehrman Sparrow glanced at the direction the children had moved away. Then, Kim Dokja used a specter stone to escape the wave of monsters, displaying once again his extensive knowledge about this apocalypse. The man who often knew about hidden objects. The man who had known about the locations of the hidden green zones and had prepared a way to survive the monsters. But in this place, the green zone they had reached originally had only two places. Barely enough to save the children. A thought surfaced in Gehrman's mind. Open corner bracket, did Kim Dokja really not know that there wouldn't be enough places? At the same time, Van hurriedly moved upstairs, blasting all the monsters in his way. Soon, he reached Gong Pildu's huge zone. Dragging Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung with him, he stared at Gong Pildu. Take the children. Gong Pildu glared back at him. I said I wouldn't take any more orders. Blasting another monster on the side, Lennox recalled Young Hee-won's words earlier. He continued, I'm not asking you to take them for free. Did you say 2,000 coins the night? Gong Pildu was surprised. He didn't expect Van to be willing to pay. However, he still hesitated. Van looked around at the huge zone. Well, if he refused to take in the children, he could simply destroy the zone altogether. Maybe feeling the threat, Gong Pildu reacted. Fine, but there's only one place left. Green Zone 69/70ths. Intimidated by what Van could do to him, Gong Pildu announced the bleak reality. We can only take one of the children. Van paused for a moment, thoughtful. Gong Pildu felt more and more anxious as the other man's gaze swept over the people in the huge zone. There's nothing I can do then. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. Would this drug addict kill everyone if they didn't make another place? Or would he go somewhere else? But there should be no other room left in the entire station. Van turned to the children and met their gazes. You two, what are your skills? The children didn't understand why he posed that question. Beast taming. Hearing Shin Yusung's words, Lee Gilyung also reacted. Insect communication. So the two's skills overlapped. Van considered the two for a moment. In an apocalypse, even children should not be underestimated. With stats, they could easily have the same strength as adults. Around him, ground rats continued to attack. Van made a judgment in a split second and threw Lee Gilyung into the green zone. Shin Yusung's skill would obviously be more useful in this situation. In case he ran out of magic or the shield he had put on her broke and she needed to defend herself, the possibility of taming the enemy would be a useful help. Incarnation. Has paid 2,000 coins. Gong Pildu felt relief wash over him. But what about you and the other child? Van shook his head. I'll find a way. Lighting up another cigarette, prototype number 7, and putting it in his mouth, he lifted Shin Yusung and held her close to him. He hadn't thought he would have to face the monsters all night instead of waiting in a room. However, since Shin Yusung had no place to stay, there was no choice. Van exhaled a puff of smoke. Come to think of it, it had always been that way. Nothing ever went according to plan. For this reason, he always had to be prepared for the worst situation. So maybe it wasn't that bad now. Making a wry smile, Van prepared lightning. Well then. Bolts rose around him, filling their surroundings. Shin Yusung looked up at Van. Let's survive now. In an instant, her sight was dyed in blue. Once the 8 hours ended, the rooms lost their effect and the hidden green zones disappeared. Yoo Joonghyuk and Gehrman Sparrow left the place where they were standing. Guided by divination, Gehrman decided to search for the children first. He went upstairs and paused at the sight that greeted him. The walls and floor were covered in scorch marks, the place heavily damaged as if a battle had taken place there. Was it related to the blue light that frequently appeared during the scenario? Further away, Gong Pildu and his group were staring in one direction, their expressions as if they were looking at a monster. However, Gehrman Sparrow could not see the object of their fear from his current position. Scanning the faces in the huge zone, Gehrman noticed the kid that was often following Kim Dokya. Shin Yusung was nowhere to be found. Lee Gilyung saw Gehrman and regained his senses. He immediately ran out, heading downstairs. Gehrman Sparrow ignored him and stepped forward, approaching the place Gong Pildu's group was staring at. Soon, a figure appeared in his sight. Coming closer, he noticed Van sitting against a wall. The mage's face was full of exhaustion as he absent-mindedly smoked a cigarette, and his clothes looked like a mess. On his lap, the child Gehrman had been searching for was lying there, her eyes closed. The destruction around Gehrman suddenly took on a new meaning. If it had been caused by the one in front of him, the other people's reactions made sense. Appearing behind Gehrman, Yoo Joonghyuk seemed surprised. With his sage's eyes, he could also tell that Shin Yusung had become considerably stronger. This night had given her valuable experience and the opportunity to level up her skills. Did you fight the monsters all night? Gehrman ignored Yoo Joonghyuk. Come to think of it, the number on the huge green zone showed it had been full. It wasn't hard to guess that Van had been unable to find a room and had to fight all night. But was fighting against the waves of monsters for so long really possible? Gehrman came close to Van and checked that Shin Yusung was only unconscious. Understanding what he was thinking, Van reassured him. She only collapsed from exhaustion. She will be fine with some rest. She wasn't dead. With his spiritual vision, Gehrman also checked her body for injuries. Thankfully, she was relatively unharmed. Only then did Klein allow himself to be relieved. Gehrman lifted her into his arms, the child stirring lightly before falling back into sleep. Thank you for protecting her. If Kim Dokya had heard the madman utter these words now, he would have been shocked. Van nodded. Soon after, Lee Jae-hee also joined them. Master, are you Okawo? What happened here? She finally took in the damage to the station. Young Hee-won was surprised as well when she learnt the situation. You really survived the night fighting off monsters. For 8 hours. Don't tell me the flashes of light were your doing. Lee Jae-hee looked at him as if he weren't human. The group was waiting for Kim Do-kyu to wake up. Thankfully, they could distract their anxiety by chatting. However, the person at the center of attention had a headache from mana exhaustion. Van rubbed his temples. The side effects from taking drugs all night were also kicking in. He was feeling nauseous. Are you all right? Your complexion is paler than usual, Yoo Sang-do worriedly inquired. Shaking his head, Van forced himself up, struggling to stand up as he leaned on his cane. It's all right. He could not afford to show any weakness here. Especially since he was so weak now. Van advanced with difficulty, his pace even slower than usual, and entered Gong Pildu's green zone. After seeing him obliterate the monsters, the middle-aged man didn't dare argue with him about paying and let him do as he pleased. Tap, tack, tap, tack. Kim Do-kyu's group had also stopped paying attention to him and headed downstairs to gather around the unconscious reader. Tap, tack, tap, tack. Due to his chronic insomnia, Van was unable to fall asleep and couldn't rest properly even now. Despite having fought for 8 hours and being exhausted, his body refused sleep if he didn't take sleeping pills. Yet, his mind was clear. Van entered the bathroom. Actually, how many days had it been since he had slept for the last time? Facing himself in the mirror, he saw his reflection before leaning over the sink. There was nobody around. Lennox put up a sound barrier and started vomiting blood. Author. There are so many far more efficient ways to survive the night than use up mana like this. Author. But firing off lightning is cool. Klein. Favorability toward Van rising. Van. Smoking while fighting monsters. Shin Yoo-sung in his arms, Mr. Van. Looks down at Shin Yoo-sung. Shin Yoo-sung. Smoking is bad. Van. Glances at the monsters and continues smoking. Lennox judged he couldn't last the next few hours fighting monsters without smoking. Gehrman. Fighting monsters while fighting. This child is heavy. Van. Don't talk to me about stamina. Especially when your base stats are 6 times higher than mine. Gehrman. Then that would mean your base stats are 1. Van. Gehrman. No, right. Van. Gehrman. Or how would you have been able to stand for a few hours while fighting? Van. Telling him that the cigarettes are physical stimulants would mean admitting he smoked near the child so he can't say anything. Van. The child would be dead without me. That's all you have to know. Gehrman. That still doesn't answer my question. Van. I controlled the smoke with magic so it wouldn't reach the child. Gehrman Sparrow. Comes back as the scenario is over. Van. Turns off the cigarette. Gehrman Sparrow. I smell cigarettes. Did you smoke? Van. Number. Shin Yoo-sung. Innocently nodding on the side. Top 10 anime betrayals. Really, that happened? Jung Hee-won questioned. Passing time, Lee Jae-hee proceeded to explain what had happened in the station the past few days. Hearing this, others' attitudes toward Van now make sense. No wonder they were so scared of him. As for Kim Do-kyu, a particular detail caught his attention. He knocked out Yoo Joonghyuk. That was impossible. Lee Jae-hee nodded her head. I didn't believe it either, but I had no choice but to accept reality after seeing it a few times. It happened many times. Kim Do-kyu wondered if he was dreaming. Maybe he was still unconscious after using the Spectre Stone but didn't realize it. How could there be anyone stronger than Yoo Joonghyuk at this point in time? No matter how many times he looked through ways of survival, there was no such character. Then who was it? An unknown variable. The author. ... Or a reader, like him. Gehrman Sparrow was also someone who had never shown up in the original. I wonder what Van did before the apocalypse started, Jung Hee-won pondered. Wasn't he a serial killer? Ignoring Lee Jae-hee's hypothesis, Yoo Sang-do made a more reasonable guess. Maybe a policeman. There are many jobs where people are used to deal with corpses. Like the forensics in movies. Or a butcher. Lee Gil-young proposed. Kim Do-kyu put his hand on the boy's head. Wasn't he a doctor? He seemed quite knowledgeable about medicine, Jung Hee-won recalled. On the side, his team members seemed to be enjoying the topic. He could have been a soldier. The women looked doubtful at Lee Hun-sung's hopeful gaze. Seeing their reactions, Lee Hun-sung shrunk on himself. Why don't you guys ask him yourself? Kim Do-kyu intervened. However, he was ignored. But it was true that he was also curious about Van's past. Did he have some mental barrier skill that helped him adapt to this apocalypse so quickly, or was it as his team members hypothesized? With stars in her eyes, Lee Jae-hee continued, he could have worked in the dark side of society and been involved in illegal activities. In that case, it would make sense that he doesn't answer even if we ask. The others nodded. He could have been forced into it, or maybe he was abused in his childhood and got into crime, starting drugs and having to lie about his age to even get a job. Weren't they getting a little too imaginative? They then starting saying that Van had been in the mafia. Hearing all this, Klein was increasingly glad he had already said he was a historian. At the same time, he had also overheard another conversation where Lee Jae-hee had theorized that Gehrman had escaped from a mental asylum and pretended to be normal to blend into society again, behind his back. Klein lampooned in his mind. At least being a mafioso sounded cool, why did Gehrman have to be an asylum escapee as his background? From the side, Van came back to the group. Young Hee-won immediately spotted him and asked, "Van, were you a criminal in the past?" Lennox was dumbfounded by the question. Apart from why were they asking and that the answer was actually, yes, he thought about what to say for a moment. Quote. The prolonged silence made everyone have different thoughts. No way, right. I was joking. In the end, Young Hee-won backed down first and Van never answered. Kim Do-kyu stared at Van for a few seconds. It couldn't be that he was really a criminal, right? Actually, the main reason Van didn't straight up lie was due to an incident with Yoo Joonghyuk before. He was thus aware of the existence of lie detection. Lee Jae-hee had been asking him about personal information, and he was making small talk with her by lying about the information in question when her master had suddenly activated the skill. It was a relief that he had only been caught lying about his age. At most, Lee Jae-hee now thought he had claimed being older than he actually is. Lee Jae-hee ran up to him. "Van, is there someone you like?" Maybe because he was stronger than her master, once her initial wariness had passed, she had been bombarding him with personal questions. This attitude reminded her of the mercenaries in his old world, so he didn't dislike it, but the problem was that she was quite focused on finding out gossip about him. Particularly love gossip. She had tried the same with Yoo Joonghyuk, but the man had put a wall immediately, so she soon gave up and turned her attention to Van. "It doesn't matter if you like men." Young Hee-won choked. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, watches with interest. Lee Jae-hee was also sponsored a few coins for asking this question. Van finally responded to Lee Jae-hee, "I don't like men. You can't know unless you fall in love. So was there actually someone you like? Who is it? Did you get dumped because you were addicted to smoking?" This girl seemed bored. Van had the best remedy for it. "If you have enough free time to think about my love life, you should train. I'm sure Yoo Joonghyuk will be delighted to hear you want to increase your training's intensity." Lee Jae-hee groaned and shut up. 3 seconds later, she opened her mouth again. "But Gehrman looks so intimidating. You didn't kill anyone before the apocalypse, right?" The person in question deliberated a little but chose to speak up. Anyway, he had already said he was a historian. No, Klein didn't want to deal with the headache of having the group speculating behind his back if he didn't answer like Van. It was better to slowly earn their trust by building Gehrman's personality in a slightly different direction. The skill, lie detection LV.2 feet has determined that this statement is false. Silence fell over the group. Belatedly, Kim Do-kyu noticed that Yoo Joonghyuk had arrived behind Lee Jae-hee. That's how Klein also fell victim to the lie detection skill due to ignorance. Everyone's gazes were focused on Gehrman, some even taking a step back. Watching the scene, Lennox, who had killed far more than one person before the apocalypse, observed their reactions, a cigarette in hand. If they were so startled just by learning that Gehrman had been a murderer, it was a good thing that they didn't know his own kill count. Meanwhile, Klein felt wronged. At least, he had never killed any innocent person. But it was true that he had killed people. He resolved himself to speak only half-truths from now on to not be caught again. Some looked like they had their suspicions resolved. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, says he knew it from the beginning. The constellations have sponsored you 800 coins. Lee Gil-young also nodded, having expected it. Kim Do-kyu watched on, not knowing how to react. Should he be surprised, amused, or scared that such a person was with them? But in a way, weren't most people murderers due to the first scenario now that the apocalypse had started? Having been one of the people who didn't have the luck of having insects in the first scenario, Young Hee-won was the first to brush it off. As for Lee Hun-sung and Yoo Sang-ga, who had yet to kill anyone, their faces were pale. Shin Yoo-sung stirred from her sleep, interrupting their thoughts. Then, Yoo Joonghyuk, who had come for Lee Jae-hee, spoke up first. "Follow me." Lee Jae-hee left with Yoo Joonghyuk. Lee Hun-sung and Yoo Sang-ga still occasionally glanced toward Gehrman. Maybe feeling their gazes, the child sleeping in the madman's arms stirred again. The group finally refocused on the scenario. "What should we do today?" "Like yesterday." "No, not today. That only works for one day." Then, Young Hee-won's expression became dark. However, different words from what she expected came from Kim Do-kyu. "Today we will completely end the third scenario." The reader stood up and looked in Van's direction. If the man was really stronger than the current Yoo Joonghyuk, wouldn't it be good to have him as an ally? Van SSI, could I ask for your cooperation? Van's gaze settled on the man. The smile on Kim Dokja's face didn't exactly inspire trust. What will I get in exchange? The reader thought for a few seconds. 5,000 coins. Van nodded. After all, forming a connection with someone who knew about hidden green zones wouldn't be a bad thing. Kim Dokja hid the bitterness of losing 5,000 coins and explained his plan. At the same time, he thought, Gehrman doesn't seem different from usual. His behavior toward the reader was the same. If he had noticed Kim Dokja had tried to get rid of him, the madman probably wouldn't act this way, right? Wouldn't he do something like immediately threatening him to make him spit out the truth, or kill him? Although Gehrman was still fixedly staring at him, Kim Dokja avoided looking in the madman's direction and continued his explanation, pretending there was nothing wrong. He didn't find out, right? Kim Dokja had chills just thinking about it. Young Hee-won. What was Dokya-see's job before? Kim Dokja. I was a normal office worker. Young Hee-won. Lee Hun-sung. Lee Gil-young. Kim Dokja. Don't look at me like that, Yoo Sang-ga can testify. Kim Dokja. Thankfully, at least I wasn't suspected of being a former criminal as well. Behind the scenes. Young Hee-won. Yoo Sang-ga SSI. Before the apocalypse, did Kim Dokja SSI ever? Yoo Sang-ga. I don't know why he's calm either. And we weren't that close. Young Hee-won. Ah. Lee Jae-hee, so it's not sure that he wasn't a criminal in his free hours. Yoo Sang-ga, maybe not to that extent. Lee Jae-hee, do you have proof? Did you always follow him? Klein, looks at the 5,000 coins given to Van. Klein, pupils shaking. Lennox, Kim Dokja, Gehrman is acting weird. Kim Dokja, indirect murder does not count as murder. Cheon Inyo, so, actually. Anna Croft, shish, let him dream. Gehrman Sparrow, must I remind you that I'm still alive? A few hours later, Van visited the Landlord Alliance. Screams erupted. The reader was too far away to hear what they were saying but could easily guess the content. The green zone has been destroyed. The character Gong Pildu's private land has been destroyed. Soon after, Kim Dokja saw the man come back. It's done. ... Nobody tried to stop you. Actually, they were probably too scared to dare oppose Van. Especially since most people here knew his strength. You didn't kill Gong Pildu, did you? Van threw him a strange gaze. Of course not. What kind of person did he think he was? Meanwhile, the people in the station were panicking. Kim Dokja and his companions broke the smaller green zones remaining. The Constellation, prisoner of the Golden Headband, likes your recklessness. The Constellation, bald general of justice, likes your revolution. The Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, likes the destruction and chaos. 300 coins have been sponsored. Why you bastard? Kill them. Unlike when they faced Van, the incarnations redirected their anger towards Kim Dokja's group. Not long after, the expected message appeared. A bounty scenario has occurred. Plus. Bounty scenario, Assassination Commission. Category. Sub. Difficulty. C. Clear conditions. The constellations of channel #beer-3642 have requested to kill a certain person. Please kill Kim Dokja, of Chungmuro Station. Time limit, 10 minutes. Compensation, 2,000 coins. Failure, none. Plus. Kim Dokja glanced at Van with concern. Understanding his gaze, Van resolved his doubts. Don't worry, I have no intention of participating. Kim Dokja was reassured. On the side, Gehrman Sparrow was really considering whether to participate. 2,000 coins. Kim Dokja suddenly got chills. Quote. Lee Hun-sung stepped out ahead of Kim Dokja and Young Hee-won stayed beside the reader while Yoo Sang-ga and Lee Gil-young moved to block any access. It was a defense formed around Kim Dokja. Young Hee-won smiled. Now I can pay back my debt. Dokja SSI, we'll try to block it somehow. Then, Kim Dokja met the gaze of Gehrman Sparrow, who was still considering the bounty scenario. Quote. Gehrman chose to make a divination. Openly, he flipped a coin and recited the divination sentence. Then, he looked at the results. Kim Dokja watched the scene in silence. Somehow, fighting Gehrman Sparrow seemed scarier than all of the incarnations in this station combined, excluding Yoo Joonghyuk and Van. The divination's result was that he shouldn't kill Kim Dokja. Klein put back the coin in his pocket with regret. Next to him, Shin Yu-sung tilted her head. Maybe it was a good thing. He shouldn't create a bloodbath in front of children. Right, even if it was for 2,000 coins, it was still murder. Gehrman remembered all the pirates, bounties he had cashed out in the past. If only every pirate could have earned him as much. Thankfully for Kim Dokye, Gehrman did not seem to take any action. However, the reader did not relax his vigilance and decided to keep an eye on the madman. Meanwhile, when people saw that Van did not try to protect Kim Dokye, they started to attack the reader with more confidence. People showed hostility all around them. The angry landowners and the tenants were blinded by the bounty quest. Kim Dokye watched Lee Gil-young holding the weapon and opened his mouth. "Don't be nervous." He lightly stroked Lee Gil-young's shoulder and moved towards the railway tracks. "We don't have to fight them." The Constellation, secretive plotter, observes the scene with interest. System messages appeared to everyone present. All green zones in this region have been destroyed and the main scenario has collapsed. The difficulty is automatically adjusted according to the remaining schedule of the scenario. The scenario content is updated. Plus, main scenario number 3 emergency defense. Category, main. Difficulty, B. Clear conditions. All the green zones in the region are destroyed and the monsters that were going to be created in the remaining days have suddenly run wild. Survive against the flood of monsters for the remaining time. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Failure. Plus, the emergency defense has begun. What? The people approaching Kim Dokye started screaming. The cries of monsters were heard. The feast of monsters moved like an angry wave. Crazy. What the hell is this? The platform of Line 3 quickly became a mess. The faces of the people became speculative as they watched the monsters coming from all sides. The bounty scenario was completely forgotten about. Go to the transfer route. Kim Dokye started jumping up the transit stairs with his party. Van flew over them. By the time they reached the upper level, people were blocking the path. What? Get out of the way. Do you want to fall? Kim Dokye kicked some of the followers and pulled out a blade. The people were surprised by the white pure star energy blade and backed away. You haven't grasped the situation yet. What? Even if you come up, you won't be able to survive. There was a sense of despair in the expressions of the people. There were no more rooms. Now there were no more safe zones from the monsters in Chungmuro. What should we do? What else? Fight. Don't speak crazy words. This is all because of you. If you hadn't broken our rooms. Kim Dokye triggered the blade of faith and used it on the transfer stairs. Kururun. Awak. Gehrman watched the situation unfolding. The center of the staircase fell with a large sound, along with the people. It was cruel. Crazy. Quickly find another staircase. Quickly. Lee Hunsung was already smashing the other staircases. Gehrman saw the people struggle as they were stuck with the monsters. Lee Jae-hee approached Kim Dokye and asked, "Ajusi, this isn't what you told me. If you leave it like this." The lower floor was becoming pandemonium. At this rate, everybody would all be killed. Whether it was from the monsters or using each other's bodies as a stepping stone to come upstairs. A scene orchestrated by one person. Keeping a cold mask on, Gehrman's gaze turned to the one in question. Kim Dokye. "Hey Gong Pildu, how long are you going to stand there?" With a satisfied face, he addressed the people below, relishing in his position of superiority. As if he enjoyed this situation where people suffered and everyone's lives were at his mercy. Gehrman was thoughtful. Should he stop following his divinations? Unfortunately, when he had tried divining the reason why he should stay near the man, his divinations failed. Kim Dokye seemed connected to a higher existence. If only he could access Saphira Castle, Klein should be able to pry deeper. Gehrman tried releasing Shin Yusung's hand, but her hold only became tighter. Turning his attention to the child, Gehrman looked at her. He covered the bloody scene below with illusions and put his hand on her head reassuringly. Then, Shin Yusung finally released her hold on him. Leaving her behind, Gehrman approached Kim Dokye. The 10 minutes weren't over yet. The bounty scenario was still in action. Kim Dokye was currently focused on the situation below. At that moment, Gehrman Sparrow saw Van smiling while looking at the chaos. He briefly frowned. There was another crazy person here. Why was he surrounded by so many dangerous people? Kim Dokye, Yoo Joonghyuk, and also Van. Was an apocalypse the ideal environment to make people's character development go wrong? Klein lampooned. Lee Jae-hee looked at Van with a judging gaze, taking a step back. "Why are you smiling?" Noticing his expression, Van's expression went back to being emotionless. He explained, "I like that the staircases were destroyed." Lee Jae-hee frowned even more. Due to the destroyed staircases, a lot of people were now in trouble and on the brink of dying. Van felt like there was a big misunderstanding. "I just really dislike staircases," he clarified. Lee Jae-hee narrowed her eyes even more. She clearly didn't believe him. Van ignored Lee Jae-hee and refocused on the situation. Thanks to Kim Dokye, despite the fact that everything had been caused by Kim Dokye in the first place, things were settling down as Gong Pildu had taken the lead in fighting monsters. Yoo Sangha was using her binding thread to rescue the ones who didn't have the strength to fight anymore as well. At that moment, an accident that nobody could have expected occurred. Colliding with someone, Kim Dokya started to lose his balance. Van saw the reader's body lean toward him. At this rate, he would fall on him and they would both collapse to the ground. Lennox certainly didn't want to end up in such an embarrassing position. Reflexively, he used magic and redirected Kim Dokya's body to the side. Lee Jae-hee's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, there was also someone on the side. As Kim Dokya suddenly fell toward him, Klein didn't have enough time to avoid it. Then, the inevitable happened. Kim Dokya fell on top of Gehrman Sparrow. Due to bad luck, with this angle, their lips touched each other. Van's expression became strange. The fourth wall is violently shaking. Kim Dokya's mind was blank, completely shocked. Lee Jae-hee covered her mouth and Yoo Sangha immediately put her hand in front of Lee Gil-young's eyes. But Shin Yoo-sung was standing at a distance, so she saw everything. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, blushes. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, found a new ship. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is squealing. A constellation who likes to change gender's eyes sparkle. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, questions what your skill that lets you know people's thoughts tells you right now. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. Messages from the constellation started to flood their ears. Young Hee-won was dumbfounded but also looked amused. She tried hard to control her laughter. Kim Dokya finally came back to his senses as Gehrman pushed him away. I'm really going to die this time. The reader hurriedly distanced himself. At the same time, Gehrman was frozen in place, his expression unreadable. His mind had short-circuited. Then, slowly, Gehrman's eyes widened as he realized the situation. Did my first kiss just get stolen by a guy? Young Hee-won was unable to hold back her laughter any longer. Van, oops. Gehrman glares resentfully. Van, I'm sorry, but I'm so glad it's not me. Number 12. Dokubi's having fun. Bi-hyung. Now we will announce the next scenario. Bi-hyung. Circle, triangle, square. Van. Gehrman. Are you serious? Kim Dokya. This didn't happen in Ways of Survival. Bi-hyung. The first game is red light green light. Fanfiction's notes section becoming a Squid Games fanfiction. Bi-hyung. 3, 2, 1. Van. Guys, I can't run. Help me. Gehrman, already lifting Shin Yoo-sung. Sigh. Who will survive and receive 1,000 coins? Kim Dokya. You did all that and the scenario reward is only 1,000 coins. Bi-hyung. We say, games, here. At least respect the theme. Yoo Joonghyuk, pulling out his sword. Kim Dokya. No, you sunfish, don't regress. Van. This scenario was judged as a good option to reduce the number of strong incarnations in Seoul and replaced the kill the strongest scenario. Author. Oh my, our mighty Mr. Fool was violated. Thankfully, Gehrman did not kill Kim Dokya. However, he glared at him a lot, and the reader decided to avoid the madman for a while. For this reason, Gehrman was left behind as Kim Dokya's group decided to head to the hidden dungeon to rescue Yoo Joonghyuk a little earlier than planned. With empty eyes, Gehrman looked at the scene below. Yoo Sangha also stayed back with them as Kim Dokya had given her the task to occasionally give potions to Gong Pildu every time he ran out of mana. Next to Gehrman, Shin Yoo-sung tentatively comforted him. Don't worry, I know Ajusi is not the kind of person who would kill for such a reason. Probably. Gehrman didn't seem to feel any better at these words. Should I have? He thought. Actually, finishing off Kim Dokya appeared increasingly tempting. Shin Yoo-sung continued, Ajusi looks like the kind of person who doesn't have any friends. If she was trying to distract him, then it was working. Gehrman humored the child and gave her a deep look. I have friends. Really? To not hurt the adult's feelings, Shin Yoo-sung made sure to not show she didn't believe it. On the side, Yoo Sangha also had doubts. Gehrman thought for a moment. Open corner bracket, good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Open corner bracket, Klein. Open corner bracket, Sherlock. Friends, huh? Open corner bracket, Mr. World, do you want coffee? In his old world, there were many people he could call friends. Gehrman became lost in past memories, staring into the air aimlessly. Yet, Ajusi. Shin Yoo-sung pulled his sleeve. Open corner bracket with so many secrets between them, could they really be called friends? Gehrman came back to his senses. Remembering that the child was present, he pulled up his lips in a self-deprecating smile and finally answered. He looked and sounded so gay. Shin Yoo-sung tilted her head, not understanding. But, if he only took Gehrman's identity into account, didn't he really have no friends? No, didn't he have Danitz? Gehrman shook his head and told her to rest for the time being. After putting up a spiritual barrier around the child to block sound from the surroundings, Shin Yusung soon fell asleep. Yoo Sangha threw another recovery potion to Gong Pildu. It meant that at least 40 minutes had already passed since Kim Dokya and the others had left. Gehrman went back to his thoughts. The previous conversation kept coming to mind. Indeed, he had many friends before coming here. Yet, even then, he had always been lonely. Open corner bracket and he may never be able to see them again now. Yoo Sangha's startled reaction attracted his attention. What? Immediately after, Klein realized why. Oh, what do I see? A dokubi floated above their heads. Everyone seems to have an easier time than expected. People looked up at the flurry creature in the air, their pupils shaking at the ominous words. Thankfully, Shin Yusung was asleep. Yoo Sangha turned to him worriedly. Gehrman SSI. However, Klein's attention was fixed on the dokubi. Where are the promised deaths? The promised bloodshed. This scenario should make you struggle more. Constellations, aren't you bored? Kim Dokja's group had already left. If any problem occurred now, he would have to solve it with only Yoo Sangha's help. Due to probability problems, the dokubi that had been sent by the Management Bureau to increase the scenario's difficulty grinned wickedly. We should adjust the difficulty accordingly. Gehrman froze. No, it couldn't be. The dokubi snapped its fingers. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, laughs. The constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, screams. The constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, protests. The constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, says that now is the time where his thoughts should be completely focused on incarnation, Kim Dokya, so there should be no interruption. Ignoring the strange messages, Klein's expression hardened. Scenario difficulty, B to A. Is there any fun if you just hold on? Let's create a bit of atmosphere. The dokubi then disappeared, its laugh echoing in the room. The constellation, secretive plotter, looks forward to seeing your choice. The monsters surging towards the people downstairs suddenly doubled in number and demonstrated even greater strength. The outcome of the scenario with a predictable result had shifted in the monsters' favor. At that moment, Gong Pildu's group was overwhelmed. Ah, please, save me. The previous balance was broken. Crunch. With a cracking sound, a monster chopped off the head of someone next to it. It was so fast that the person in question didn't even have time to struggle. Although in a safe position, Yoo Sangha got nausea as she saw the scene. Chewing sounds and screams filled the station. Pained sounds, desperation and pleas for help were intermingled, the space downstairs quickly becoming dyed in red. Gong Pildu's magic bullets barely harmed the monsters. At this rate, everybody would die. There was a woman among them. The day earlier, Gehrman had seen her with a child. She was a mother. A man reaching out toward another person. Maybe his lover. Pushing through others, he advanced toward the danger, even though monsters could kill him. Gehrman had exchanged some words with the man before. Although the scar on his face could make him appear intimidating, he was actually quite friendly. Such a man who had been laughing a few hours earlier now had his side bitten off, blood pouring out in large amounts as he struggled to stand. Gehrman stared at the scene, his face unreadable. Everybody here had a life. Everybody here was a person, with a past, a story, people they loved and people who loved them. Some were mothers, some were lovers, some were heroes. If he remained upstairs, he could live. He didn't have the strength to face these monsters alone. Nobody expected him to, and he wouldn't be rewarded for it. He couldn't even access Saphira Castle, so there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to resurrect. Open corner bracket, also, don't wear that thick mask. Yet, grr. His gaze met one of the monsters. The beast's eyes radiated murderous intent toward him. Yet, the floor beneath them shook, probably about to break. In a few moments, there wouldn't even be any safe place for the survivors to take refuge. Klein's lips curled up like a clown. He took his jacket and threw it to cover the sleeping Shin Yusung. Yet, was it foolish that he still couldn't let this pass? With a self-deprecating thought, Gehrman jumped off the edge. He wanted to save them. Gehrman SSI. The constellation, bald general of justice, is surprised by your choice. Was it so surprising that he didn't like watching people die right in front of his eyes? Klein didn't see himself as someone with a high sense of justice. Gehrman would be even less so. However, when faced with situations like these, he would rather risk life than let one more person die. At the notifications of the constellations, Klein's lips curled up even further. Right, this wouldn't be something that Gehrman would do. So, let's take off the mask for a moment. Let's do as he wants for the next few hours. In free fall, Klein threw matches on the ground before adjusting his position and shot air bullets at the monsters, testing their resistance. Then, right before landing, he snapped his fingers to lit a match and teleported through flames. Appearing right next to another person, he shot the monster about to attack them and prevented their death. Yoo Joonghyuk's threads wrapped around the survivor and enveloped them in a cocoon, pulling them out of danger. Gehrman addressed the woman looking at them from above. Yoo Joonghyuk SSI, please create a new safe zone with your threads. Preferably suspended high in midair. Yoo Joonghyuk regained her senses. She was also aware that the floor she was standing on wouldn't last long. Once it broke, her and the other survivors would all fall in the middle of monsters. While Yoo Joonghyuk created a net in the middle of the room and moved everyone there one by one, Gehrman continued to rescue people from monsters from below. Although evading one attack would merely let that person live a few more seconds, if doing so over and over could ultimately save one more life in the end, then it wasn't pointless. As he used his high agility to avoid the claws of another monster, he seized the spirit body threads around him. After controlling monsters, he made them attack each other and used his new marionettes to protect the ones in danger. However, the wave of monsters was endless. His consciousness divided again and again as he shared senses with all his marionettes. Controlling each puppet's actions, avoiding the monsters aiming for his body, and keeping focus amidst the excruciating pain felt every time a marionette died. He couldn't let his guard down 1 second. Feeling another marionette being cut off, he could only grab another creature's spirit body threads and endure it. Claws reached his side, opening his abdomen. Klein's mind blanked for a moment. At the same time, every marionette under his control fell, now disconnected. He regained his senses and gritted his teeth. Moving the wound to another less lethal location, he jumped through flames again and grabbed the monster's spirit body threads once more. Klein didn't like pain. His smile became a little brighter. The skill, Flexibility LV.6 feet is activated. Oh, it seemed his skills had leveled up. Pulling out another match from his pocket, he spread them once more. He should try to save his matches as much as he could. There weren't many left. Gehrman grabbed a potion thrown by Yoo Joonghyuk and recovered his spirituality. Ironically, the potions meant for Gong Pildu were now used by him. Klein invested some more coins into his stats and soon hit the scenario limit. After an unknown amount of time, he looked around, searching for the next person to help. Monsters, corpses were piling up, yet their numbers were still endless. His sight was also getting blurry from losing too much blood. It seemed running around with your wounds open wasn't recommended for a reason, he lampooned. Gehrman SSI. I rescued everyone remaining. The voice reaching his ears brought good news. Ah, finally. Now, he could join them and stop fighting. A new rule has been added to the scenario. Haha. It is forbidden for the majority of incarnations in the station to be in a zone safe from monsters. The safe zone in question will be disbanded. Grr. The monsters rushed toward the only person they could still reach. Due to the constellation's request, a condition has been added. Condition. As long as incarnation, Klein Moretti, continues fighting, this rule doesn't apply. Now, if he died, everyone would be in danger again. As long as he stayed downstairs and fought until the end, everyone he and Yoo Joonghyuk had saved would survive. Yoo Joonghyuk stared at him worriedly, her eyes widened in horror. I don't know if they're recognizing my efforts or laughing at me. A bright smile on his face, his body stumbled. Tiredly, he looked around, watching the current chaos with exhaustion. At the moment, even breathing was hard. Bodies torn into pieces. Not a place on the ground that wasn't stained with blood. Although he had done his best to save as many as possible, a lot of people had perished. Haha, would he even be able to hold on until the end of the scenario? The constellation, secretive plotter, looks at you with interest. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, wants to see more bloodshed. You have been sponsored 500 coins. Are we only some source of entertainment to you? As he teleported through flames once more, his blurry gaze finally reached the timer. 6 hours 7 minutes and 34 seconds. It seemed there was no time to rest in this star stream. Star stream, you gathered the strongest incarnations in Seoul in the same scenario area and you thought it would be fine. Gehrman Sparrow left behind. Scenario difficulty jumping. Van. Sorry. Did I mention that I have bad luck so situations somehow head to the worst possibility when I am involved? Gehrman Sparrow. Then don't go away while letting me deal with this alone. Van. Causes trouble just by existing. Gehrman. It's all Kim Dokja's fault. Shin Yoo-sung. Why? Gehrman. I needed to put the blame on someone. Shin Yoo-sung. Isn't it because you like him? Gehrman. Choksan gets co-ed by the unexpected mental attack. Shin Yu-sung. Van. Gehrman. I need therapy. Miss Justice, SOS. Gehrman. Praise the fool. Enemy. Did you just call me an idiot? Yoo Joonghyuk. Did you just praise Kim Do-kya? Gehrman. Lampooning. This wasn't the misunderstanding I intended. Hey, why are you talking to Hwon SSI but ignoring me? Kim Do-kya complained. I'm a bit weak to older females. Lee Jae-hee responded with a quivering voice and Young Hee-won gave her a headlock, as if Lee Jae-hee was cute. Quote. On the side, Van, who had been addressed to many times by Lee Jae-hee, heard the exchange. Quote. Why did you talk to me then? He didn't want to acknowledge the possibility that came to mind that he had been treated as an older female. She probably just didn't like Kim Do-kya. Come to think of it, I'm curious too, Young Hee-won recalled, staring at Kim Do-kya. About what? Before, you said you had a skill that lets you understand people well, that you only use on men. Kim Do-kya understood that she referred to their conversation about his omniscient reader's viewpoint skill. Back then, she had asked if he had ever used it on her, and he had reassured her by saying that he only used it on men. Lee Jae-hee eyed the reader, remembering the incident earlier. Only, on men. She covered her mouth, completely misinterpreting the meaning. Recalling her sponsor's messages, Young Hee-won finished her question, so, what was Gehrman SSI thinking when you kissed him? Kim Do-kya was stunned. Lee Gil-young innocently looked up at him, giving him even more pressure. Gazes poured on him from all sides. Kim Do-kya steeled himself. I didn't use my skill on him. Oh, did he just hear someone clicking their tongue? The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is disappointed. The constellation, secretive plotter, finds this debate pointless. Reaching the theater dungeon, they then spied on the conversation of people calling themselves prophets before completing a movie. Although some mishaps happened in between, everyone stayed alive. The group headed to the laboratory in the center of the island. There were many flasks and ampules in the laboratory, along with small incubators containing dinosaur embryos and blood samples collected. Stamina-enhancing ampule, magic power-enhancing ampule, agility-enhancing ampule, strength-enhancing ampule. Van stared at the ampules, tilting his head. Quote. I have a bad feeling about this. Finding what he had been looking for, Kim Do-kya packed the ampules. Juicy, what did you find now? What? Stamina enhancement ampule. Lee Jae-hee's eyes shone as she grabbed one ampule. Are you trying to eat these alone? Eat them all. Of course I will share it. Uni, look at this. Juicy. The other people in the party came closer due to the turmoil. Young Hee-won was shocked when she checked the item information. Oh my god, what are these items? Quote. This is a hidden scenario. Lee Jae-hee looked at the strength enhancement ampule and opened her mouth. Can you give me the strength enhancement ampule? I am a bit lacking in strength. After deliberating, Kim Do-kya smiled. How about rock paper scissors? Using his omniscient reader's viewpoint skill, Kim Do-kya easily won the most ampules. The constellation secretive plotter is curious about your scam. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. Unexpectedly, Van won all his matches against Kim Do-kya, racking in at least half of the ampules the reader still had. Kim Do-kya frowned and Lee Jae-hee laughed, saying this was karma, before flopping to the ground with a devastated expression. Quote. This is ridiculous. Only Lee Jae-hee didn't obtain any ampules. Van picked up one of the ampules in his arms and used it. Stamina enhancing ampule. Notifications popped up in front of him. You have used the Tyrant T-Rex's DNA ampule. Due to your private attribute, your stats are converted into magic power. As your magic power stat is above LV 30, the ampule doesn't work. Quote. He turned to the student complaining on the floor. Quote. Do you want mine? Lee Jae-hee's eyes lit up. Now in a better mood, she excitedly started to take the ones she wanted. As Van proposed the remaining ampules to Young Hee-won and Lee Gil-young, Young Hee-won questioned, is it really okay to give us all your ampules? Shouldn't you keep some? Van shook his head. Then, Kim Do-kya also approached to take one. Van glanced at him. 500 coins. Kim Do-kya was stunned. What? For you, it's 500 coins the ampule. Why was it free for others and not him? Lee Jae-hee burst out laughing as she saw Kim Do-kya's expression. After clearing a few more movies, they reached the last floor. Everyone, get ready. You have entered the 8th floor, the Heavenly Garden. The 8th floor of the theater was a rooftop. It was a small dome reminiscent of an opera house. As soon as they stepped on the green grass of the rooftop, they found Yoo Joonghyuk. Hey Yoo Joonghyuk. Kim Do-kya ran toward the regressor and hit him in the back of the head. However, the person in question didn't turn back. Quote. Yoo Joonghyuk. A gray-white aura was flowing from Yoo Joonghyuk's body. The aura felt ominous and made the reader instinctively take a step back. It was connected to an old man sitting on a chair on the 8th floor. The theater master's simulacrum has been revealed. Yoo Joonghyuk slowly turned toward Kim Do-kya. The theater master's simulacrum has controlled the character, Yoo Joonghyuk. Goosebumps covered his entire body. A formidable killing intent was rising from the regressor, having lost all sense of reason. Open corner bracket. There was no character in the world who could stop this guy now. The character, Yoo Joonghyuk, has used force palm LV. 4. Kim Do-kya barely managed to open his mouth. Wait a minute. Kwang. Suddenly, a multi-layered shield appeared between the two, blocking the attack. Actually, there was indeed someone who could stop the regressor in this room. He even had the experience of knocking him out multiple times before. Kim Do-kya belatedly remembered Van's existence. Yoo Joonghyuk directed his attention toward the mage. In response, Van raised his mana and addressed Kim Do-kya. I'll hold him back. I only need to distract while you get rid of the guy over there, right? Van gestured toward the old man sitting on the chair, seemingly having understood the current situation. Kim Do-kya was about to nod when his omniscient reader's viewpoint skill showed him Yoo Joonghyuk's current thoughts. It's fine. It would be more efficient for you to take care of the theater master with the others. Van accepted and faced the theater master. Then, Kim Do-kya's words resounded throughout the room as background noise. Wake up, you jerk. You idiot. Aren't you a real protagonist? Haven't you only regressed 3 times? Regressed. Van kept a small part of his attention directed toward the conversation behind him. Do you really think so? You have already forgotten the determination of your first attempt. Sounds of fighting echoed throughout the room. You bastard, don't fall into those sentiments. Lee Jae-hee turned her head and glanced toward the reader. Kim Do-kya shouted, if you can't find the meaning of life in front of you, didn't you decide to live for the greater cause? Nobody else spoke. Lee Jae-hee seemed to realize something and covered her mouth. Alone. Despite not receiving any answers, Kim Do-kya continued talking to the regressor. What did I come here for if you were alone? Van's expression became strange. Beside him, Young Hee-won also stumbled a little in surprise. Why are you alone? When you died like a fool in the theater dungeon, when you cried over your dead little sister, when the prophet stabbed you in the back. When your loved one gave birth to a child. Thankfully, the words soon went back to something more normal. Still, how was Kim Do-kya so informed about Yoo Joonghyuk's life? You went crazy after your child died. Van decided to focus on defeating the theater master in front of him. Fighting against the demon kings and the returnees. Helping people and fighting against the damn reincarnators. When you finally stood before the constellations. Look around you and try to live somehow. What? The theater master's simulacrum is embarrassed. The theater master's simulacrum has strengthened his control on the character, Yoo Joonghyuk. While the theater master seemed distracted, Van took the opportunity to strike. The theater master's simulacrum is extremely alert to you. Yoo Joonghyuk pushed back Kim Do-kya and rushed toward Van, but Van was stronger. The theater master thus changed his strategy. The theater master's simulacrum has triggered simulacra. The theater master's simulacrum has triggered mental erosion. However, the theater master failed to enter Van's mind. The theater master's simulacrum is embarrassed. During that brief moment, lightning pierced his body, killing him on the spot. The theater master's simulacrum has been killed for the first time. You have obtained 9,000 coins as compensation. You have met the conditions to clear the hidden scenario. You have obtained 4,000 coins as compensation. Behind him, Young Hee-won remarked, was it so easy? That's a little anticlimactic. On the side, Yoo Joonghyuk collapsed after being released from the theater master's control. The barrier surrounding the theater dungeon has disappeared. It was over. The ending time for the third main scenario is approaching. Kim Do-kya looked around the rooftop and saw that dawn was coming, making the day brighter. The ruined city area was illuminated by faint sunlight and intermittent explosions could be heard from far away. Now there was no more poisonous fog. Soul. Young Hee-won groaned. People could be seen fighting among themselves. They were probably a group that ended the scenario before them. The entire landscape was trapped inside a huge dome. It was a large barrier that seemed to be breaking. Young Hee-won said, really, it is all ending. Kim Namwoon, Kim Do-kya is my hero. Kim Namwoon, I was tired and starving. Kim Namwoon, I was exhausted from running for a few days in the forest. Kim Namwoon, that was when Kim Do-kya rescued me. Kim Namwoon, by bringing me the kids I was chasing so I could finally fill my stomach. He's really my savior. That moment when the police realizes they're not facing a victim but the attacker. Shin Yu-sung, Ajusi. Runs to Gehrman Sparrow, sighing, "Are you finished scaring the children? Lee Seolchwa, you have been diagnosed with chronic secrecy. You're chronically secretive by compulsively keeping secrets left and right." Van, Kim Dokya, nodding, "Yes, that explains some things." Van, Gehrman, "I'm pretty sure he came here for a physical examination." Lee Seolchwa, that. It's hopeless. He'd better write a will soon. Van, Lee Gilyoung pointed to the sky. From a distance, a meteor shower seemed to be falling. The meteor shower was originally the forerunner of the main scenario. However, the number of meteor showers was more than before. Jung Hee-won admired it. "Pretty." Lee Gilyoung gathered his small hands together and muttered something. Staring at the sky, Lee Jae-hee was silent for a while. Maybe she was also praying. Somehow, she also looked a little sad. After a while, Lee Gilyoung opened his eyes and looked up at Kim Dokya. "Hung isn't making a wish." The reader looked down at Lee Gilyoung and replied, "I have made a wish." "What is it?" "Gilyoung, you shouldn't ask that," Jung Hee-won scolded him. As others talked next to her, Lee Jae-hee continued to remain silent. A wish. Naturally, she thought of her friend in the first scenario. Then, after her wish was done, another person came to mind. "Did you make a wish?" A voice interrupted her reminiscence. Turning her head toward him, Van was also looking at the sky. After a few moments, she turned forward once more and asked, "Do you think, like you and Master, can I also forge my own path?" Van considered the question. It was too vague to convey a proper answer. However, taking into account the circumstances and Lee Jae-hee's personality, Van pierced through the essence of the matter. "Is there something you want to do?" The student stood next to the mage. "There's someone who helped me," she confessed. Open corner bracket, "Are you alright?" During the first scenario, when she was at her lowest after killing her friend, the presence of another person had felt comforting. Open corner bracket, "I am a new professor here. My name is Evan Violin. Someone who found her when she desperately needed help. A weak professor who pushed her forward, preventing her from thinking about anything else when she still felt the shock of losing her friend." Open corner bracket, "I was looking for survivors in the building. There are monsters outside, so it would be better for people to gather to increase our chances of survival in case we have to fight them." In a way, this brief moment of respite for her mind had let her come to terms with the situation more easily. Had he not entered that classroom, she may have continued to stare at her friend's corpse while crying for a long time until the scenario pushed her to leave. In that movie earlier, when I wasn't feeling well on the ship, it reminded me of it. As she felt the despair of losing her friend all over again, that professor's face had also come back to mind. Or maybe it was because of the mage next to her who started being seasick. Open corner bracket, "You're so weak." The two moments had overlapped. Open corner bracket quote. "You're very weak, sir." Van and Evan were similar in that they overpowered their opponents with magic. They also had very low strength and stamina. But their faces looked different. "In particular, you remind me of him, Van. Even your names sound the same." Van and Evan. It wasn't obvious at first, but she could see some common points. The mage reminded her a little of that professor. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, he had left a big impression on her. If she had not left him alone that day, would she regret it less? She should have insisted that they go to the underground station together. She regretted it. If he hadn't survived, would it be her fault for going ahead without him? Van listened to her words in silence, not commenting. He hadn't thought that she would still remember Evan. If he had known that the student would be so affected by his decision to switch identities, would he have made a different choice that day? Would he have parted ways differently so that she wouldn't be worried about his life and death and could move on? However, what was done was done. Should he make Lee Jae-hee meet Evan Violin again later? Quote. "I hope that man is still alive somewhere." Lee Jae-hee's wish flew with the wind, unaware that the person in question was standing next to her. Then, they had to go down. "Van SSI. Jung Hee-won exclaimed. Van had decided to jump off the building, saying it would be faster. Their tendency to jump off high places instead of taking the stairs like normal people was especially similar. Main scenario number 3 emergency defense has ended. You have obtained 1000 coins as compensation. Seeing the message, Gehrman's body completely lost strength and he fell to the ground, losing consciousness. He had managed to hold on until the end. Everyone in the room held their breaths. The monsters had inexplicably stiffened before lunging at each other, their skulls shattering under the impact, and moved like puppets controlled by strings. The cracking sounds that resounded along with the smell of blood filling the room were nauseating. Meanwhile, moving in ways that seemed impossible, the man barely avoided the attacks. Along with an incredibly high agility, what was more surprising was his terrifyingly good intuition, letting him detect danger no matter the attack. Not only were his skills strange and his stats far higher than anyone else in this station, what was really outstanding was his mental strength. For a few hours, they had witnessed the man who seemed like he would fall at any moment persist and defy the odds. "We're alive," said someone. Then, people slowly started to regain their senses. Yoo Joonghyuk, who had been maintaining the survivors in the air with threads, slowly let them down among the innumerable corpses of monsters. Some covered their mouths in disgust, some rushed toward the dead, and others stood still. Yoo Joonghyuk wiped her sweat and sighed. Her face was pale due to keeping her skill activated for so long. But although it had consumed a lot of stamina, she knew it was nothing compared to what Gehrman was doing and had persisted. Stepping onto torn monster corpses, someone approached the unconscious Gehrman and reached toward him. Yoo Joonghyuk had an ominous premonition and stopped them. "What are you doing?" Killing intent. What she had felt was killing intent. The person in question looked at her. With this, we all saw how much of a monster he was. Others paid attention to the two's conversation. Some nodded in agreement. "If we fight him, we will have zero chance of winning. So now that he is so vulnerable is our only chance to kill him." Yoo Joonghyuk was revolted. With her high sense of justice, she didn't understand why they would make such a choice. But why? He did all this to protect you, so why would you kill him? Shouldn't you thank him instead? The other person retorted, "But what about later? Today, he protected us, but when he changes his mind, we will all die." The memory of Gehrman's smile as he crushed the monsters was spine-chilling. What if the people on the other end of his attacks weren't beasts but them instead? Yoo Joonghyuk's eyes widened. How could people even think that way? And, think about it. Looking around, instead of supporting their savior, she saw others siding with that person. Even the few who did disagree remained silent. Their faces were filled with greed. "He must have a lot of coins, right? How much coins could we earn if we..." Enough. Stepping in front of Gehrman, Yoo Joonghyuk stared at the others with resolute eyes. "Anyone who tries to touch him will have to go through me first." Under her cold gaze, some shrank. The atmosphere surrounding her seemed completely different from before. However, a few continued to stand their ground and prepared to attack. At that moment, "What's happening here?" a voice resounded. Yoo Joonghyuk turned her head in that direction. Meanwhile, Kim Do-kyu, who had just come back with the others, stared at the scene in astonishment. He didn't expect that, instead of seeing Gong Pildu who finished fighting, he would find the second floor broken, with dead monsters littering the floor below. Moreover, instead of everyone surviving, some humans' dead bodies could be seen. As for the monsters, although most were torn and crushed until they were unrecognizable, some relatively intact ones showed that higher species had also shown up, not only ground rats. Stepping closer, Kim Do-kyu saw Gehrman Sparrow collapsed on the floor behind Yoo Joonghyuk, his clothes bloody and torn. What had happened? Kim Do-kyu met Yoo Joonghyuk's gaze. However, the woman only smiled sadly. "It's fine, Do-kyu SSI couldn't have known." Kim Do-kyu couldn't answer. It was true that he hadn't known this would happen. But he was supposed to be a prophet. Someone who had read ways of survival until the end. The only person who knew the end of the world. Yet, something that hadn't happened in ways of survival occurred again. The world was deviating from the original more and more. Since there were no stairs, Kim Do-kyu jumped down, unfazed by the gruesome sights around him. Due to his high stats, he landed safely. The other party members followed after him. Actually, this wasn't the first time a variable he hadn't read about had appeared. First Gehrman, then Van, the people he had saved in the first scenario, Shin Yoo-sung who had been brought here, as well as the people who called themselves prophets, that they had overheard in the theater dungeon. Yet, with so many variables, he had somehow thought the scenarios would still be the same. It was his mistake. He should have been more prepared. "I will explain everything." Yoo Joonghyuk looked back at Gehrman lying on the floor. Looking closer, Kim Do-kyu could see that he was injured in many places. If they left him here, he would probably die by himself. If only he wasn't trying to get the King of No-Killing trait, Kim Do-kyu could finish him himself. However, he would have to hold back for today. Now that Gehrman Sparrow wasn't awake and glaring at him, he almost seemed harmless. But a corner of Kim Do-kyu's mind felt as if the madman would open his eyes and stare at him at any moment. Gehrman was in an even worse condition than the currently unconscious Yoo Joonghyuk that Lee Jae-hee was carrying. How did that intimidating guy end up in this state? The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, tells you not to be too worried. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, giggles. A constellation who likes to change genders stares at the love triangle with a meaningful face. A constellation who loves to change genders appreciates the sight of incarnation, Kim Dokya, looking at his love interest's sleeping face. The constellations seem to have a strange misunderstanding. But first, does Dokya SSI have a first aid kit? Number 13. Murder case Dokubi in charge, BOO. Bot. Gehrman. This furball feels familiar, father instinct, spiritual intuition activated. BOO. Bot. Han Suying, translating, everybody stop moving. Nobody is allowed to leave the scene from now on. BOO. Bot. Han Suying, there was a murder and you are all under investigation. We won't stop until we find the culprit. BOO, hitting Han Suying, Bot. Gehrman Sparrow, why does she seem to mean something else than what you're saying? Young Hee-won, who is the victim anyway? Han Yu-sung, the victim is, dramatic drumrolls. Lee Jae-hee, okay, I'm leaving. Han Yu-sung, Kim Dokya. Gehrman Sparrow, then isn't it a suicide? Han Yu-sung, no, it's not. Everybody, staring at the madman, most dangerous person here and potential suspect. Gehrman Sparrow, what? Van. The main scenario, which was supposed to begin only after the sun had risen, actually started less than 10 minutes after the third main scenario was over. The fourth main scenario is about to begin. A loud noise was heard from downstairs. Where did that bastard Kim Dokya go? Tell me quickly. Looking closer, Kim Dokya saw that the Landlord Alliance were harassing Lee Hun-sung. He deliberately walked towards them and spoke in a loud voice. Lee Hun-sung SSI. You. An Alliance member cried out as soon as he came down to the platform of Line 4. Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu used armed zone and 8 turrets rose. The Alliance members centered around Gong Pildu, looking at Kim Dokya with resentment. This jerk. The moment Gong Pildu was about to say something, there was an electric current in the air. The fourth main scenario will start in 5 minutes. Along with the system message, Dokubi Bihyung appeared. Ha, everyone. Have you been well? People's expressions stiffened. It looks like you are all restless. What is it now? Of course I came because of the announcement for the fourth scenario. This is shit. Now, don't act like that. Don't you know I go after the first person who complains? The fourth main scenario has to do with the other stations. A fairly exciting story is waiting for you. I'm sure you will be satisfied. Everyone's complexions darkened as they heard about other stations. Chungnyeoro alone was this bad. It was obvious how much trouble there would be if other stations were involved. Bi-hyung laughed. By the way, in order to proceed with this scenario, you have to perform another task first. Won't it be a mess if the number of people increases? Therefore, you need a presence to lead you. In other words, there must be a station representative. From now on, we will play a skirmish. It could be called a warm-up game. The rules of the game, well, you will see. Bi-hyung smiled and disappeared while a message window popped up in front of everyone. The sub-scenario has arrived. Plus. Sub-scenario, elect a representative. Category, sub. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions, take the white flag, installed in the center of the platform. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 1,000 coins, Chungnyeoro's representative. Failure. The representative of the station can exercise strong control over the members. Plus. Before the message window fully popped up, Gong Pildu was already running to the flag in the center of the platform. Everybody get out of the way. Gong Pildu pushed people like a runaway locomotive and was in the lead to get the white flag. The moment his fingertips were about to reach the flag, Kim Dokya opened his mouth. Gong Pildu, down. Under the terms of the contract, command rights, is activated. Walk. He stepped on the back of the collapsed Gong Pildu, but the middle-aged man grabbed his leg before he could reach toward the flag. Looking down, Kim Dokya met Gong Pildu's hatred-filled gaze. I can't let the representative rights be in the hands of a bastard like you. Open corner bracket. Many members of the Landlord Alliance had died to monsters in the past few hours. Around him, other members of the Landlord Alliance also gathered to stop the reader, understanding the implications of having Kim Dokya lead them. Unfortunately, unlike Gong Pildu, these people weren't under the reader's control. Open corner bracket, and the one responsible for destroying all the green zones and trapping them in that situation was Kim Dokya. Survivors from the third scenario lunged toward him to block his path. Kim Dokya frowned. Next to him, Lee Hun-sung, Yoo Sang-da and Young Hee-won gathered to help. Under his foot, Gong Pildu continued, everyone nearly died because of your actions. Young Hee-won flinched at the words. Indeed, from the perspective of the members of this station, it would be better to have another king than Kim Dokya to guarantee their survival. Since Gehrman Sparrow and Yoo Joonghyuk had collapsed, Gong Pildu looked toward the only acceptable candidate remaining. The only one who could easily overpower anyone else here even without the representative rights and oppose Kim Dokyu right now. Gong Pildu and Van's gazes intersected in the air. The message was clear. Become the king. Kim Dokyu also turned to Van with wariness. Given that the mage was stronger than Yoo Joonghyuk, there was no way he could win against him in a fight. Van considered the option, thoughtful. In the end, he made a choice. You have pulled the white flag from the flagpole. You have become the representative of Chungnyeoro. You are qualified to walk the king's road. With his target resistance, Van wouldn't be affected by the representative rights and could easily get rid of the representative and seize the flag if he needed to. Thus, he decided not to intervene for the time being. Kim Dokyu has occupied the white flag. Eventually, Kim Dokyu obtained the flag. If the white flag doesn't change owners in the next 5 minutes, Chungnyeoro will be under his control. If the flag is snatched in the next 5 minutes, the timer will reset. A timer appeared in the air. 5 o'clock. Seeing Van not intervene, some gave up on stopping Kim Dokyu, but some also persisted. Gong Pildu pointed at Kim Dokyu with a pale face. Take away the flag. You only have to snatch it in 5 minutes. The alliance members belatedly regained their minds and started rushing towards him. Pildu, did I tell you to get up yet? Hyuk. Gong Pildu's head once again slammed into the ground as he fell flat. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Keep your head on the ground until I tell you to get up. The perplexed alliance members shouted at Gong Pildu. Pete Pildu SSI. Pete, pull me up, quickly. The terrified alliance members tried to raise Gong Pildu up, but it wasn't easy because Gong Pildu was very heavy. And, it is annoying, so turn off the turrets. The character, Gong Pildu, has released, Armed Zone LV. 6 feet. This bastard. Shut your mouth as well. Stay silent for 30 minutes. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Oof oof oof. Gong Pildu glared at Kim Dokyu. Contrary to some of the station members, he wasn't hostile to the madman who had risked his life to save him. If the madman had been awake, the middle-aged man would have been more favorable toward Gehrman taking the flag. Although the man was dangerous, Gehrman Sparrow had proven his character through his actions. But, in no way should Kim Dokyu take the flag. The alliance members became completely panic-stricken once Gong Pildu was rendered powerless with just a few words. Of course, the same was true for Lee Hunsung, Usanga and Young Hee-won. Kim Dokyu said with a smile, now everyone seems to have figured out the situation and I'd like to talk to you. He could see people wincing and withdrawing. Kim Dokyu watched them and said, now you have 2 choices. The reader, previously an ordinary office worker, faced the hostile crowd with calm eyes. The first one is to leave Chungnyeoro and go to another station. Or stay here with me. What are you saying so suddenly? Just answer me. Will you remain here or will you go elsewhere? You better decide before the main scenario starts. Or else your life will be in danger. The eyes of the people present started to quickly move. Someone looked at Kim Dokyu, someone else looked at Gong Pildu and another person looked at the tunnel leading to another station. I won't stop anyone who wants to leave. But anyone who stays here will be under my control. Control. Behavior like the Landlord Alliance is no longer acceptable. I won't allow tyranny over a small group. Kim Dokyu heard a sneer behind him. Quote. I'll give you 1 minute. You have until then to decide. There was no need to wait for 1 minute. People had already made up their minds. Several decided to leave Chungnyeoro and tried to raise the fallen Gong Pildu. Kim Dokyu watched and said, leave Gong Pildu. That guy is mine. What? If you have decided then leave quickly. The alliance members frowned. In the end, Kim Dokyu counted the number of heads remaining. The unconscious Gehrman Sparrow, Shin Yusung, Lee Jae-hee, Yoo Joonghyuk, Lee Gil-young, Usanga, Lee Hunsung, Young Hee-won, Van and Gong Pildu. With himself, a total of 11 people. Everyone else had left. Kim Dokyu looked at the scene blankly. The sub-scenario has ended. You have earned 1,000 coins as compensation. The white flag will show its true effects to the Chungnyeoro representative. Current group, 10 people. Your reputation is still too weak to gain the title of king. You have gained control of the Chungnyeoro group through the effect of the white flag. You can punish a group member who goes against you. There are currently 7 people who have left. Number 14. Kim Dokju's murder case. Dokubi in charge. BO Part 2. Van, I'm sorry, I may have killed him by accident. Han Suying, no, you didn't. And the most dangerous person in the room. Van, I didn't look at who died in the crowd, so it's probably me. Han Suying, cutting him off. The main suspect who should have killed that regressor simp, is, pointing at Gehrman. Van, I assure you Han Suying, Gehrman Sparrow. Less than accusing the one who is actually the sanest and least dangerous person here. Boo. Bought. Shin Yu-sung. But a juicy is nice. Words ignored due to daughter bias. Young Hee-won. I think Van was trying to say something. Han Yu-sung. Mr. Madman, do you have anything to say to plead your case? Shortly afterwards, Bi-hyung appeared in the air. OHU, you have voted for a representative. Then let's start the game. The fourth main scenario is activated. Plus, main scenario number 4 struggle for the flag. Category, main. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions, hidden because there are many contents. Time limit, 12 days. Compensation, 2,000 coins. Failure, plus. Young Hee-won thought for a moment before opening her mouth. Quote. We have to keep our flag and flagpole while putting our flag in other stations. Am I understanding it right? The group talked, finally coming to a conclusion. Then we should split the group. How about a few people guarding this place while others go to scout? The activation of the scenario will turn off Chungmuro Station's safety borders. You can now freely move to other stations. As Kim Dokyo went to chat with Gong Pildu, Van turned his head toward the tunnels. Through his mana senses, he could feel people approaching. Bang! Noise was heard from the tunnel. There was a loud horn sound and headlights shone on the railway of Line 4. There was a bike engine sound and an exhaust sound. The group realized that something was coming towards Chungmuro. In the darkness, the headlights turned off and people's voices resounded. Ah, we finally made it to Chungmuro. Really, it took them a long time to break the scenario. Hey, be quiet. They are going to hear. And don't you know that the scenarios are different between stations? That explained things. Van took out another cigarette from his coat. The people coming toward them were carrying weapons. From experience, he could also tell that they didn't have any good intentions. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. Stop there. Yoo Sang-ge's eyes widened in surprise before she happily exclaimed, Gehrman SSI. Since when did you wake up? At some point, Gehrman had regained consciousness and now stood behind them. Except for Shin Yu-sung, nobody had noticed his presence. Kim Dokyo felt the madman's gaze sweep over him and had chills. Fortunately, Gehrman soon refocused his attention on the newcomers. Before he could answer Yoo Sang-ge, the others spoke. Well. Gehrman glared at them, looking as threatening as ever. No, he even seemed in a worse mood than usual. Wait a minute, calm down. Oh, I can't even talk because I am too scared, the intruder claimed. Gehrman's face didn't change. These were clearly mocking words. Don't be too wary. We didn't come here to fight. Then why did you come? Let's start with the introductions. I'm Kong Ilhan and I help manage the Dongdaemun group. Then, there was a moment of silence. Kong Ilhan looked at Gehrman with slight impatience. Your name is Gehrman Sparrow. Ah, Gehrman SSI. A flash of wonder crossed Kong Ilhan's face as he heard the name. It wasn't what he was supposed to hear. However, with this rude attitude and threatening aura, he clearly fit the description. Was he using a fake name? But he was indeed less handsome than he had heard, and the prophets didn't mention that Yoo Joonghyuk wore gold-rimmed glasses. He also couldn't see his sword. Was it a different person after all? Although it was brief, Kim Dokyo mentally noted the man's change in expression. Nice to meet you, Gehrman SSI. Then, Kong Ilhan turned to Kim Dokyo, his gaze inquisitive. Since you have a flag, you must be a station representative. That's right. The reader guessed that he wanted to know his name. My name is Kim Dokyo. Kong Ilhan looked troubled. Still not Yoo Joonghyuk. Kim Dokyo decided to use his skill on the man. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. Since the skill worked, he was certainly a character in the novel. His gaze stopped on a particular line in Kong Ilhan's character information. Was there such a person in Ways of Survival? With such a powerful sponsor, shouldn't this incarnation have become famous? It was surprising that Kim Dokyo didn't remember him. Constellation sponsor, commander of the Red Cosmos. At that moment, Kong Ilhan staggered back. You. Kim Dokyo turned his head and saw the shock on his face. The constellation, commander of the Red Cosmos, shows hostility. The reader followed Kong Ilhan's line of sight. At the end of his gaze, there was Gehrman Sparrow. At only the beginning of the scenarios, you killed so many people. Kim Dokyo understood what had happened. Eye of sin. Jophiel's stigma that can view the accumulated sins of a person and judge them as good or evil. With it, Kong Ilhan must have looked at Gehrman Sparrow's kill count. Somehow, knowing someone with a kill count high enough to shock Jophiel's incarnation was among them wasn't that reassuring. Would the Archangels become hostile to them due to this incident? On the side, Yoo Sang-ge and Lee Hunsung looked at Gehrman Sparrow with uncertainty. Joonghyuk watched the situation with mild amusement. They probably didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, understanding the skill Kang Il-hun had used, Van unnoticeably stepped back, trying to be as invisible as he could among the other group members. He didn't know how high Gehrman Sparrow's skill count was, but his was most likely higher and he didn't want it known. At least in the tens of thousands. Thinking about the unknown number of people he killed, Van also added magic to be sure he wouldn't be seen. Who knew if target resistance would really block the skill when lie detection had worked on him? It wouldn't hurt to be cautious. More than 50 victims. The person in question, Gehrman Sparrow, was thoughtful. Did I really kill so many pirates? At the same time, it was also less than he had expected. Joonghyuk caught on as well. Dumbfounded, she addressed Kim Dokya. Don't tell me he has a skill that can see other people's kill count. Kim Dokya nodded. Then, people around him fell silent. They realized that, more than 50, referred to the number of people Gehrman Sparrow had killed. Joonghyuk stepped back from the madman. Now I look like some kind of serial killer, Klein lampooned. Or was he? Come to think of it, didn't periodically hunting pirates somehow count as serial killing? Klein's thoughts strayed. At that moment, someone with a flag approached the flagpole. The hidden people who had come with Kang Il-hun's group had taken advantage of the distraction to try to seize control of their station. Inside the tunnel, Van could also feel some people waiting in ambush, their murderous intent badly concealed. It wasn't hard to guess what the newcomers' goal was. Noticing the person approaching the flagpole, Gehrman Sparrow belatedly reacted. Although he had also seen the people hiding in the tunnel with his spirit vision, he had been lost in thought for a moment due to Kang Il-hun's actions. The fact that he was injured and still exhausted from the previous fight didn't help. My spirituality is nearly depleted. Kang Il-hun had accurately grasped the station members' strength and the danger they represented. Gehrman Sparrow was indeed dangerous, but he was also obviously injured, and that fact was easy to notice. At Kang Il-hun's signal, his hidden colleagues had discreetly taken action. Klein raised his fingers like a gun, making the other group members finally realize that there was a problem, but Van was faster. A man wearing a red flag around his head like a bandana yelled, "Push through to the flag." He must be the other group's station representative. Then, a scream erupted behind the man. One of his subordinates' arms turned blue, oppressed by an unknown force, before exploding. The subordinate shed tears due to the pain. At the same time, the Myeongdong representative's words were cut off. He felt an unknown pressure pressing down on him, making it impossible to breathe. Despite his high stats, a huge strength was tightening around his torso, increasing in intensity more and more. Crack. Sickening sounds resounded around him, but it was easy to guess what had caused it without looking. The Myeongdong representative felt his ribs crack before his eyes started to see blood. Around him, some people's heads visibly flattened, the eyes coming closer to the mouth in real time, while others fell to the floor under the influence of overwhelming gravity, their skull crushed as it pressed against the ground. The subordinates' limbs exploded left and right, and some people's necks broke until their heads fell off and rolled on the floor, offering a spectacle somehow as gruesome as Gehrman Sparrow's fight. The onlookers' faces became pale as they saw the scene. Then, there was silence. No survivor was left of those who had been rushing at the flagpole. It was all solved in an instant. However, contrary to Gehrman Sparrow's fight, this carnage wasn't done by or to monsters, but by humans, to other humans. Slowly, some people's gazes turned to the mage responsible for their attackers' deaths, while others desperately avoided looking at him. Whether from Chungmuro Station or not, everyone was engulfed in fear. Kim Dokya had chills. An unreadable look on his face, Van lowered his hand. I underestimated the extent of my mana reserves. He had accidentally killed them while trying to take the opponent's hostage. At first, he threw gravity magic toward the enemy. However, when he grabbed someone's arm, the other person resisted more than he thought, and Van noticed that people's body composition was stronger than ordinary people in this apocalypse due to the possibility to increase stats. So, he had increased the output of the gravity magic he was using and grabbed others to take them hostage, either by the neck, torso, limbs, or other body parts, twisting the gravity around them in different directions to get used to the gravity magic system again, but he inadvertently raised the output too much. It was due to having spent all his points on magical power the previous night, making the stat in question significantly higher than before. Since he had only been throwing around lightning to crush opponents, the control the lightning and gravity systems demanded was also different, and he had only mastered control over his lightning for now. Van belatedly realized his oversight. Despite having trained in the underground tunnels by experimenting with his different magic systems against ground rats before, having his stat not even increase by a little but multiply had reset everything. Quote. Van looked at the dead men's bodies, a subtle look in his eyes. Behind him, Yoong Hee-won's voice resounded, "You didn't need to kill them." Yoo Sang-ga and Lee Hun-sung stared at the bloodbath with pale faces, horrified, while Kim Do-kya had the fourth wall offset the mental shock for him. Kang Il-hun was also keeping his mouth shut in fear, and Gehrman covered the scene with an illusion for Shin Yu-sung while the reader remembered to block Lee Gil-young's sight. Was he really a criminal before coming here? Yoong Hee-won. So, was the theory true? Van. Number. Yoo Joonghyuk. Lie detection has determined that this statement is false. The lie detection trap made a deadly surprise attack once again. Kang Il-hun, who changed sponsors due to fanfic reasons. Gehrman Sparrow's kill count is more than 50 victims. Yoong Hee-won. Huh, this is less than I thought. Kim Do-kya. Yoong Hee-won. Curious, what about Van? Van has used the spell, invisibility. Yoong Hee-won. Where is he? Van. Let me not be misunderstood as a psychopath in at least one universe. A few minutes later, Van proceeds to kill people in a gruesome manner. Kang Il-hun. You killed one person. Kim Do-kya. What? But I didn't kill anyone during the first scenario. Less than the one who killed his father yet got the King of No Killing attribute. Kim Do-kya. But if Kang Il-hun's sponsor is an archangel, doesn't that mean he is a good person? Author. Shush. You want fun, yes or no? I can feel the plot holes glaring at me while I'm writing. Kang Il-hun. Using Eye of Sin. Why did Gehrman kill more than 50 people but is marked as a good person? Kang Il-hun. Looking at Van's sins when he has his back turned. Such a person can't exist, when the other person sins so much that even the skill starts to malfunction. Van. Oops. Gehrman's sins almost looked cute compared to Van's. Gehrman Sparrow. Don't kill near the children. Van. It was an accident, I swear. Breaking the stalemate, Kim Do-kya bypassed the bodies and picked up the Myeongdong flag that had fallen onto the tracks. At least, Kang Pil-do and the ones beside him were still alive and could be interrogated. It would have been difficult if all the enemies had died. You have won the flag of the Myeongdong group. Your white flag has absorbed the cumulative achievements of the red flag. Your white flag has evolved into a red flag. You are one step closer to the King's Road. Kim Do-kya turned toward the other intruders. Their faces were full of fear. Approaching Kang Il-hun, he asked, "Why did you aim for Chungmuro?" Now that Kang Il-hun and his group were traumatized, they started to spit out information easily. Kim Do-kya could see them occasionally glancing toward Van and used that fear to his advantage. Once he said that Van wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they didn't speak, they immediately believed it. Quote. Kim Do-kya could feel the mage staring at him. Should he have not sold Van's name in front of the person concerned? But it was more efficient that way. Quote. The people from Dongmyo Station gave us information about Chungmuro. Who was it? He called himself a prophet. Once he started talking, Kang Il-hun's eyes were rolling and his tongue hung out like a dead person. Kim Do-kya had an ominous feeling. Yoo Sang-ga SSI, hurry and block his mouth with a thread. Yoong Hee-won deduced, was some kind of brainwashing used to prevent information from leaking Van SSI. At Yoong Hee-won's words, the reader looked back and saw Van coming toward them. Still under the shock of the bloodbath earlier, others watched his actions fearfully. Even Kim Do-kya was a little concerned. He wasn't going to kill them, was he? The reader attempted to convince the mage to keep the enemy alive. Van SSI, they are currently under suggestion. It is a skill that can only be used face to face, so we could identify. I have a better idea. Before he could ask what it was, Van was already standing in front of one of Kang Il-hun's subordinates. By now, I should be able to use this ability here. Then, his eyes glowed, his magic eyes successfully activated. As expected, although some more powerful abilities still couldn't be used, his magic eyes now worked. Meeting the subordinate's gaze, Van delved into his mind. It would leave permanent mental damage on the person concerned as a result, but these people weren't good people anyway and had tried to attack them first, so it didn't matter. At least, he wouldn't lose his life. Lifting the suggestion on the man, Van asked a few questions instead of looking through his memories, letting everyone else also hear the man's words. Unfortunately, the person he interrogated didn't know much. Seeing his colleague now acting strangely, unable to align thoughts properly and in pain as a side effect, Kang Il-hun nervously gulped. I'm doomed. Meanwhile, Kim Do-kya watched it from the side. Does Van also have some kind of brainwashing skills? The more he spent time with him, the more dangerous his abilities seemed. Kim Do-kya became lost in thought. Beside him, Yoo Sangga and Lee Hunsung had come to their senses and looked at the reader for instructions. All of a sudden, Gehrman casually reached toward Kim Dokja's head and pulled out one of his hair. Question mark exclamation mark quote. It hurt a little. While Gehrman was staring at the hair, Kim Dokja's eyes widened. Why did you? The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is shaking. Gehrman looked up and met his gaze. For divination. As if this answer was enough, he put the hair in his pocket and walked away. To divine what? The cryptic answer only made Kim Dokja doubt even more. Didn't people usually try to be stealthy when they, for some reason, wanted to get people's hair instead of openly plucking out one from the head of the person concerned? Or did it not matter even if he knew? Was he trying to curse him? To use black magic? Did he know he did something wrong? Did Gehrman have skills related to divination? And what did that unpredictable madman want to divine? His knowledge? His skills? Would he find out Kim Dokja tried to kill him? Or about ways of survival? How accurate was divination? Would the fourth wall be able to block it? The uncertainty made the reader even more insecure. Kim Dokja was terrified. On the side, Young Hee-won inquired, you said divination. What exactly do you want to divine? I want to know that too. Kim Dokja eavesdropped on their conversation. Your location. But the main reason was to bully Kim Dokja by scaring him and keep up the facade of Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman didn't explain any more. But aren't we here? Kim Dokja questioned. Or, did it refer to when he would need to find them in the future if they were ever separated? Kim Dokja realized he had just given Gehrman a way to find him no matter where he was, preventing himself from ever being able to run away from the madman. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is shaking. Would dying and coming back to life sever the connection between him and this hair? Despite now knowing the reason behind why his hair was taken, he didn't feel any safer. Why only mine? Kim Dokja pulled out some paper, writing on it with a pen. He filled it with notes and handed it to Lee Jae-hee. Don't read it but give it to Yoo Joonghyuk when he wakes up. Do you understand? I understand. Then, he was turning around when Lee Jae-hee opened her mouth. By the way, can I ask you something? What? Earlier, with Master and a juicy. Well, that. You too. What? Kim Dokja decided to feign ignorance. Lee Jae-hee's expression became more serious. I mean, Ajusi's words. So what? Wake up you jerk. Don't fall into those sentiments. For the first time, that determination. Have you already forgotten? Kim Dokja questioned what he was hearing. This child, she almost heard it at the filtered level. I came here because of you. Why are you alone? We are together. No, wait a minute. Shin Yoo-sung tilted her head in wonder, reflecting Klein's feelings. Why did my life turn into a K-drama when it's supposed to be an apocalyptic world? Gehrman Sparrow lampooned. Did he miss something? Despite these thoughts, he continued to maintain a cold facade. I've always been around you. Don't lose hope. Think of the child. That isn't what Why did I come here if you were alone? Kim Dokja stared at Lee Jae-hee for a moment. Something like that. Ajusi, you and Master. The reader sighed. Think what you want. Indeed. Don't worry, I'll give him this love letter. Van silently watched the scene, aware that it was a misunderstanding but having no intention of helping Kim Dokja clear it up. The reader shrugged and turned around. Behind his back, Lee Jae-hee's bullshit continued. Wait, how did you give birth to a child? Kim Dokja resigned himself. Ask Yoo Joonghyuk. Yes, Yoo Joonghyuk, I leave everything to you. The next moment, indirect messages exploded in his head. Some constellations are greatly affected by the truth of the filtering. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, respects your taste. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, likes your comradeship. The constellation, secretive plotter, thinks it is ridiculous. Gehrman's lips twitched. Afterwards, Kim Dokja left for a while to occupy Myeongdong Station and plugged his flag into the empty flag holder. You have occupied Myeongdong Station. A station that has been occupied can't be taken from you unless the main base or flag is taken away. Currently occupied. Chungnyeoro main base Myeongdong. The achievement points of the red flag are rising. The red color of the flag turned darker. Your influence has expanded by taking over a new station. The hidden scenario has arrived. The King's Road has begun. Plus, hidden scenario, King's Road. Category, hidden. Difficulty, A. Clear conditions, take over a minimum of 10 stations within the time limit. Time limit, 10 days. Reward, the attribute of a king. Failure, if you can't take over a minimum of 1 station per day, you and your group members will all die. Plus, the new king candidate has started to walk along his road. Kim Dokyu then came back to Chungnyeoro and explained the hidden scenario to his group. Your Majesty, based on this hidden scenario, shouldn't we go occupy a new station right away? You should think about the lives of your subjects. Young Hee-won said sarcastically. Kim Dokyu nodded. I think we need to find out about the people who attacked us. I'll go straight to Dongmyo. Young Hee-won SSI and Lee Hunsung SSI, will you go with me? After convincing Yoo Sangga to stay with Gong Pildu to protect their flag holder and manage the station, Kim Dokyu prepared to leave. You are using the unique permissions of a representative. Chungnyeoro Station's representative, Kim Dokyu is transferring some of his authority to group member, Yoo Sangga. Group member, Yoo Sangga, has become the deputy of Chungnyeoro Station. In the future, group member, Yoo Sangga, can deal out punishments on behalf of the representative. Gehrman SSI, shouldn't you stay here to rest and recover from your injuries? Gehrman fixedly stared at him, making the reader back down. Unfortunately for Kim Dokyu, Gehrman Sparrow also tagged along. Then I'll stay here, Van decided. Who knew if an unexpected accident would happen here again? Kim Dokyu was relieved a little, but Gehrman's stare brought him back to the harsh reality. Watching Lee Gil-young be left behind, Shin Yu-sung closed her eyes tightly and clung to Gehrman. I don't want to be separated from a juicy, she begged. A group composed of Kim Dokyu, Young Hee-won, Lee Hunsung, Gehrman Sparrow and Shin Yu-sung thus left Chungnyeoro with Kong Il-han and his group. Lee Gil-young looked at the scene with betrayal. I wanted to come too, he mumbled. Yoo Sangga patted his head. Number 15. Kim Dokju's murder case. Dokubi in charge, BOO Part 3. BOO, bot. Van, I think it's trying to send us a message. BOO, gesturing, bot. Van, Han Suying, so, for what reason did you murder that insufferable fool? I know you killed the ugly squid because of the previous incident. You have a motive, so confess already. Gehrman, aren't you just searching for reasons to insult Kim Dokyu at this point? Han Yu-sung, why would I even bother insulting that suicidal, good-for-nothing, dumb idiot? Van, Han Suying, thus, the culprit is Gehrman Sparrow. Case closed. BOO, bot. Gehrman Sparrow, but didn't I confess? And there's a far higher chance that Yoo Joonghyuk did it instead. Han Suying, that sunfish had an alibi. Han Suying, he was knocked out by Van at the time. Van, Gehrman Sparrow, isn't Van a far more dangerous person than me? Yoo Joonghyuk opened his eyes. Master, you're awake. As the regressor sat up, he felt that the back of his head hurt. He tried to remember what had happened before. The theater dungeon. He forced himself to stand up and came down the platform. Lee Jae-hee followed after him. You shouldn't move yet, you only just woke up. He ignored her worried voice and advanced. Thankfully, all the monsters and corpses filling the station had been incinerated and any traces of blood were removed by Van with cleaning magic. Nobody could guess that a bloodbath had taken place here. However, Yoo Joonghyuk still paused. Van, Yoo Sangga, Gong Pildu. His gaze swept over the people present, one by one, before he turned to Lee Jae-hee. What happened here? There should have been at least 20 survivors. Open corner bracket. So why was it so empty? There were only two options. Either they left the station, or, where are all the survivors? The survivors are all here. Most people were killed by monsters. Was Kim Dokyu so incompetent that he couldn't even keep the people here alive? Lee Jae-hee pointed toward Yoo Sangga. You should ask the Nuna over there, she was present during the scenario. With Gehrman, Kim Dokyu or Lee Hunsung nowhere to be seen, Yoo Joonghyuk questioned, where is Kim Dokyu? The high schooler's eyes lit up, remembering the task given to her. That a juicy left with Gehrman and others earlier. He asked me to give you this. So they didn't die. Lee Hunsung was still alive. Lee Jae-hee handed him the love letter. As he opened it, Lee Jae-hee looked at him expectantly. But master, how did you and a juicy give birth to a child? The strange question made him pause. What? The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is curious about your answer. Did he miss something? He had the feeling that it was Kim Dokju's fault again. Walking in the tunnels, Kim Dokyu was thinking. Due to Gehrman Sparrow and Van's unexpected presence, most situations were solved quickly and his companions hadn't faced situations that could be considered a crisis. Thus, even now, Lee Hunsung's attribute hadn't evolved, making him a lot weaker than he was in ways of survival. Young Hee-won's crouching figure attribute also seemed promising. If it could evolve, their party's combat power would be even stronger. At that moment, Lee Hunsung reacted. People are coming. A group of people were approaching from the Dongdaemun tunnel. The man in the center of the group spoke first. He had a slim build and wore all types of items on his arms and neck. Kong Ilhan SSI. Geez, you brought a needless load of crap to me. Kim Dokya tried to peek at his status window, but the other wasn't registered in character list. The man looked at them. Is there going to be a self-introduction? Or, the group of men simultaneously pulled out weapons. Kim Dokya took the lead to reply. We are from Chungmuro. Chungmuro. At this moment, sparks popped in the air. Someone is using Explore attribute on you. The exclusive skill fourth wall has blocked Explore attribute. The man stumbled like he had been shocked. He hesitated for a moment before turning bewildered eyes towards the reader. I'm sorry, what is your name? Kim Dokya glanced at the people behind him once. Then he smiled and said towards the man. He spoke in his coldest and heaviest voice. I am Yoo Joonghyuk. Klein's lips twitched. Then, as if recognizing the name, the man's eyes widened. Don't tell me. He carefully observed Kim Dokya's face. They know about Yoo Joonghyuk, but don't know what he looks like. Klein deduced. What is it? Nothing. His tone became politer. Opening his spirit vision, Gehrman watched their emotions in real time. Kim Dokya seemed to have become sure of something, while the others felt a mix of uncertainty, doubt, fear, caution, admiration, wariness, greed, excitement. Indeed, if they were aware of Yoo Joonghyuk's strength, wouldn't they try to take advantage of it? Who wouldn't want to ride a powerhouse's bus in the apocalypse? The man's eyes urgently returned to Lee Hunsung behind Kim Dokya. Kim Dokya gave him enough time to look at the former soldier's attribute before stopping him. After all, if he dug further, he would realize that the others weren't Yoo Joonghyuk's companions. Impertinent person, you better move your eyes carefully. Hyuk, did you think I wouldn't know that you peeked at me with AB grade skill? The man was starting to panic. The previous suspicion he felt was turning into certainty. He was now sure that Kim Dokya was Yoo Joonghyuk. At that moment, the reader felt satisfied when a voice resounded beside him. First of all, shouldn't your real leader step forward? Kim Dokya glanced toward him. However, he quickly understood what Gehrman was saying. The representative in that group was blending with other members. Gehrman looked toward a serious-looking man and addressed. Since you're hiding like a coward, do you have any bad intentions? You son of a bitch. One of the men in the group pointed a spear at them. The moment that Young Hee-won and Lee Hunsung were about to come forward. Hyuk. The man's head burst and red blood splattered like a fountain. The group immediately screamed. From beyond the blood, Kim Dokya saw the serious-looking man. He slowly walked through the crowd towards Yoo Joonghyuk. I'm sorry. Such a distinguished person had to see a horrible sight. Who are you? The man tried to manage his expression at Kim Dokya's cold tone. I will formally introduce myself. My name is Lee Sungkook. I am the deputy in charge of Dongmyo Station. Then, he inquisitively glanced behind the reader. Particularly toward Kim Dokya. And this is, mind your own business. Lee Sungkook had to drop the question for the time being. At the same time, Kim Dokya's brain was working at full speed. How could he justify Gehrman's presence without people seeing through his act as Yoo Joonghyuk? Someone who would be Yoo Joonghyuk's companion, and who could act crazily without problem. Thankfully, finding the answer was easy. Kim Dokya put the matter aside and started the full-fledged Yoo Joonghyuk cosplay. Dongmyo Station. I see. Then get out. This is my station from now on, so get out. Lee Sungkook's mouth dropped open. What? You aren't going to listen to me. Kim Dokya looked down at the flag holder that had the Dongmyo flag. Lee Sungkook belatedly understood his point. That is impossible. You can't transfer a station already occupied. Do you think I'm a fool? You are the deputy. Yes. If you have the authority of a deputy, the station can be transferred at will. You didn't know. Exclamation mark quote. If you don't take it out by the time I count to 3, I will cut your neck. 1. Lee Sungkook's face stiffened. The men slowly surrounded him, giving off a nasty atmosphere. Young Hee-won and Lee Hunsung were nervous because they didn't know why Kim Dokya was suddenly doing such a crazy thing. Meanwhile, Gehrman looked the same as always. Shin Yoo-sung also seemed calmer than he had expected her to be, but still confused. Kim Dokya continued speaking. Does it sound like I am joking? 2. The exclusive skill, White Pure Star Energy LV, 2 feet has been activated. Blade of Faith is activated. Kying. At this moment, Lee Sungkook hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute, I'll give it to you. However, Kim Dokya's response went against his expectations. No need. You answered too late. Yes. This place isn't enough. Give me Dongdaemun as well. Young Hee-won made an astonished expression next to him. After a brief argument, mainly composed of Kim Dokya saying nonsense and threatening Lee Sungkook, they agreed that Kim Dokya would meet their group's representative. Just a minute. Yes. Kim Dokye pointed to the flag holder. Give me that. Quote. Kim Dokye started to understand why guys like Yoo Joonghyuk and Gehrman Sparrow were cold to people. It really made life so much easier. Of course, it would be better if that were only an act instead of their real personality. Kim Dokye especially wished that the latter could be less crazy. You have received the transfer of Dongdaemun History and Culture Park. Currently occupied. Chungnyeoro main base Myeongdong, Dongdaemun History and Culture Park. The achievement points of the red flag are rising. Then let's go. Kim Dokye watched Lee Sung-kook's shaking shoulders and felt strange. Wouldn't it be okay to continue living as Yoo Joonghyuk? They were then guided by Lee Sung-kook towards Dongmyo Station. Lee Hyun-sung hesitated before looking at the reader and opening his mouth. Excuse me, Dokye. Young Hee-won elbowed him in the stomach. Although an accident nearly happened, it was good that Young Hee-won was quick-witted. Make sure to restrain that guy. Understood. Young Hee-won nodded and made a strange gesture. She knelt in front of Kim Dokye and cried out in an exaggerated voice. Yes Joonghyuk, I will do as you say. The surprised Lee Hyun-sung did the same thing. I will do as you say. Now, the only problem left was Shin Yoo-sung and Gehrman Sparrow. The kid didn't seem like she would spill the beans, but Kim Dokye's gaze met the madman's. He tried to hint at him, Kim Namwoon, don't cause a fuss. There was an awkward silence for a moment. He'll have to explain the situation separately later. Gehrman glared at him. Kim Dokye ignored the goosebumps on his arms as he turned back, feeling the madman's icy stare. Number 16. Kim Dokye's murder case. Dokkaebi in charge. BOO Part 4. BOO. Bot. Han Yoo-sung. No, it's you. The investigation is over. Gehrman Sparrow. Aren't you just trying to pin the blame on me? It's most likely a suicide. Han Suying. I think you're a little too calm for someone who saw their comrade dead. Young Hee-won. Isn't it because we know that Kim Dokye has a revival skill? BOO. Gesturing. Bot. Van. BOO. Bot. Van. Listening to the furball. I know. Van. The culprit is Han Suying, isn't it? Han Yoo-sung. No, I'm not. Yoo Joonghyuk. Lie detection has determined that the statement is false. Young Hee-won. Wait, it really wasn't a suicide. Why did you kill him? Gehrman Sparrow. Stares at Han Yoo-sung who tried to frame him since earlier. BOO. Relieved. Bot. Han Suying. Was trying to distract Gehrman from making a divination and arrange the situation so that nobody would believe him even when he divined it was her but got caught from an unexpected corner. Final vote greater than everyone voting for Han Suying as the culprit. That's how the investigation was speedrun by Van's observation skills and Yoo Joonghyuk's lie detection trap. Lee Jae-hee. I thought the culprit would be Van. Van. Excuse me, Yoo Joonghyuk Nim. What? We've arrived. The representative is waiting inside. Kim Dokye saw a medium-sized tent roughly set up in the middle of the platform. The representative had an assortment of goods. Let's go. Lee Sung-kook bowed his head and guided him. The inside of the tent was quite luxurious. It was unbelievably luxurious for such a shabby tent. There was a red carpet and a bed that seemed to have been stolen from a luxury hotel, as well as a round table for a meeting and a small desk with a computer. Finally, Kim Dokye's gaze stopped on a boy concentrated on surfing the internet. The boy with a face that seemed only a few years older than Gilyoung had dark circles and sat on the chair in his pajamas. There was a navy blue flag held tightly in his arms. He appeared to have not noticed their presence and continued replying to comments. The internet. Deducing that it may be the boy's skill, Gehrman observed him in more detail. He gave him a weird feeling. A face as if he hadn't slept for a few days, yet no trace of motivation driving him to overwork himself so much. Eyes that didn't seem to possess all reason. Most importantly, the emotions that could be seen in his spirit vision. Gehrman finally realized the source of his strange feeling. That boy. He was being manipulated. Throwing a coin out of people's sight, he obtained confirmation. Maybe, hypnosis, or from the same person who put a suggestion on their group members to remain silent about certain things. If the same person had applied the skill, would lifting the mind control give the boy a similar backlash? Representative Han Dong-hoon. Lee Sung-kook called out and the boy raised his head. A guest has come. Greet him. The boy, Han Dong-hoon's sunken eyes turned to them. Hell, oh. Han Dong-hoon staggered up and sat on a chair at the round table, biting at his nails. He looked very haggard. Lee Sung-kook smiled as if he was satisfied. Now Yoo Joonghyuk Nim, let's start the talk with the representative in earnest. Gehrman's gaze swept over Han Dong-hoon, then Lee Sung-kook, then the rest of the tent. Shouldn't the puppet master show themselves first? Lee Sung-kook was stunned for a moment. Puppet master. What was this guy talking about? He was confused before understanding the implications. Or, did he know that Han Dong-hoon was only a puppet? How? Lee Sung-kook looked at Gehrman Sparrow again. Who was this man? Was he really Kim Namwoon, or someone else? Meanwhile, Kim Dokyo was internally panicking. Why did he talk now? Gehrman's actions were about to ruin his act as Yoo Joonghyuk. Especially since he managed to seem more mysterious in one sentence than Kim Dokyo could ever be. Kim Dokyo had a feeling. If it continued like this, his plan to cosplay Yoo Joonghyuk would fall apart. But it wasn't like he could have left the madman outside the tent either. Before Lee Sung-kook's doubts could deepen, Kim Dokyo tried to salvage the situation. You are the real power of this station. Isn't that right? Lee Sung-kook's attention refocused on Kim Dokyo. Yes. How many other people know? Only a few top executives. Before he could ask who these executives were, Gehrman Sparrow made an ominous smile. We don't need to keep you alive then. Did seeing Han Dong-hoon's state make him angry? If this group even went to the extent of mind-controlling a child, there was no way they were good people. In the first place, Gehrman's identity was perfect to act crazy for no reason. Lee Sung-kook's face became blank. He didn't understand the situation. Next to him, Kim Dokyo had chills. What was this madman doing? Gehrman politely added, we can interrogate your spirit after you die. Gehrman Sparrow potentially having a skill that could get information from the dead was something Kim Dokyo hadn't needed to know. Would that work on someone with the ability to resurrect? Or would the fourth wall block it? Faced with Gehrman's murderous intent, Lee Sung-kook paled. Moreover, it was better if the information he would tell, Yoo Joonghyuk, next wasn't heard by anyone else. At that moment, Lee Sung-kook and Kim Dokyo unknowingly came to a consensus. Yoo Joonghyuk Nim, I have something to tell you in private. Internally relieved, Kim Dokyo made a show of pretending to resist. I hope the information is worth it, he stated, a threatening edge in his voice. Lee Sung-kook panicked. Of course, we wouldn't dare to deceive Yoo Joonghyuk Nim. The mind-controlled representative in the corner proved otherwise. Kim Dokyo signaled to Gehrman to leave the tent. Then, he continued to interrogate Lee Sung-kook. Once outside, Gehrman couldn't hear their words any longer. A sound barrier. However, as long as there was no interference, he could know what was being said with divination. He took out his pendulum and repeated the sentence 7 times. What is happening inside the tent? What is happening inside the tent? As expected, the lack of interference let him see the scene clearly. I thought there could be a problem since divinations related to Kim Dokyo are usually interfered with, but it seems to work since it wasn't specifically targeting Kim Dokyo. However, Kim Dokyo's appearance appeared blurry. Gehrman didn't have time to dwell on the matter as the conversation inside the tent was relayed to him. I'm a prophet. To be precise, I am one of them. Prophets. Yoo Joonghyuk Nim, you will never know the enormous joy we are feeling right now. My colleagues and I have been waiting for this day of great victory for Yoo Joonghyuk Nim. From this context, it seemed right to assume that the word implied knowing the future, and not, an apostle of God, like on Earth's religions, or the sequence name of a potion from where he came from. We know about Yoo Joonghyuk Nim's special ability. A miracle that allows you to go back to the past after dying. In this world, only Yoo Joonghyuk Nim received such a special power. What kind of novel plot is this? Open corner bracket, you. Who are you? However, it confirmed his previous doubts. Open corner bracket, Mister, how do you know my name? Yoo Joonghyuk Nim, this time will be different. It is because we are here. We prophets have received a special blessing and have been sent to help you. Prophets. Regressor. He shouldn't take their words at face value. Most likely, instead of being sent to help Yoo Joonghyuk, they wanted to receive Yoo Joonghyuk's help to survive. Kim Dokyo appeared to know about the future. Was he also a prophet? However, Klein felt like he was missing something. A decisive element that could change the whole puzzle. You must be wondering, why did these guys who didn't appear last time suddenly show up now? It is very confusing, but I hope you can trust us. It is because we have already received a revelation for this day 10 years ago. Kim Dokyo finally answered, revelation. Yes, in our world, there is a revelation that is secretly shared among the prophets. Yoo Joonghyuk exists in it and is a living myth. It is a single revelation that records all of the past and future. After a while, more information was revealed. My attribute is hypnotist. I see. Is that all? Huh. Oh, one more. Tell me. The ninth. Leaning against the tent, his eyes closed as he stood next to the back entrance, Gehrman listened. The 9th person, to get off. Huh. What does it mean? A juicy. A voice woke him up from the divination. Shin Yu-sung approached him. She was staying on the other side of the tent and shouldn't know he had come out, but it seemed she had found him. Checking that nobody else was around, Klein put his hand on her head. "Why are you wandering alone?" Shin Yu-sung hummed, "I wanted to see a juicy." After Young Hee-won had caused a commotion, Lee Sung-kook had apologized and left Kim Do-kya alone in the tent to have a talk with Young Min-sob, who had picked a fight with Young Hee-won. Kim Do-kya had thought that the madman who would the one who may cause an accident if left alone and had prepared himself to see a bloodbath, but it turned out to be Young Hee-won. Then, Kim Do-kya had called Gehrman Sparrow into the tent again after asking Bi-hyun for hearing enhancements to listen to the prophet's private conversation at the same time. To the reader, this was the perfect opportunity to explain the situation to Gehrman while they had some time alone. Although staying out of others' sight with the madman and nobody else around in a closed space didn't seem very reassuring. Shin Yu-sung stood alone in front of the back entrance, at the same place where Gehrman had been previously. When she was waiting with Young Hee-won and Lee Hun-sung, the adults had looked at her with strange gazes. Open corner bracket, who is she? Open corner bracket, was there such a child around Yoo Joonghyuk? And some who knew more than others recognized her name, Shin Yu-sung, at this point in time. Open corner bracket, what regression is this? Shin Yu-sung weakly kicked a stone on the floor. I don't understand. From the back of the tent, there were no adults looking at her while saying weird things. Why do strangers know my name? It didn't even look like they were referring to another person also called Shin Yu-sung, but to her, yet she didn't know them. It was as if they were looking at her, yet didn't see her. Open corner bracket as if they were looking at another, Shin Yu-sung, through her. But that Shin Yu-sung was supposed to be her. I'm not. She wasn't anyone exceptional, so why would anyone know herself? They must be mistaken. And, regression. She had read novels. She also knew what regression was. The act of turning back time. Yet, what did it mean? Who regressed, and how did it relate to this situation? The child was unable to put the puzzle pieces together. Open corner bracket sometimes, it felt like everyone was in on a secret that she wasn't privy to. Shin Yu-sung cast her gaze on the ground. Do I deserve to know? Open corner bracket, is that why they didn't tell me? Should she ask? Would she receive answers? Squeak, squeak. She controlled the rat that passed by. Muffled sounds reached her from inside the tent. It seemed that, since the one casting the skill had left, the sound barrier wasn't present. Then, relaying the information conveyed by its 5 senses to the child controlling it, the rat entered the tent. Kim Do-kya continued speaking, unaware of the animals eavesdropping on the conversation. So, could you pretend to be Kim Namwoon while I collect information? Gehrman stared at him blankly. Number 17. Kim Dokja's murder case. Dokubi in charge. BOO. End. Gehrman Sparrow. I've been meaning to ask since earlier, but who even are you? Han Suying. Someone who will hopefully be introduced soon. As ORV's best girl, this story would be ruined if I didn't appear. Kim Do-kya, coming back from the dead to refute her. Nonsense, the best girl is Yoo Joonghyuk. Han Suying. Stabs him. Shut up, we need a dead victim here. Van. Kim Do-kya, but why are you with BOO? Han Suying. Some squid is busy being dead and that sunfish is busy regressing, so my avatar was left behind as Bayu's legal guardian. Because Yoo Han Kim is canon. Single quote. I survived. Thankfully, after explaining why he was acting as Yoo Joonghyuk, Kim Do-kya managed to convince Gehrman Sparrow to pretend to be Kim Namwoon in exchange for money. My coins. He didn't even expect Gehrman to act well. As long as he didn't expose Kim Dokja's identity, it was alright. Of course, he still provided information, from ways of survival, on Kim Namwoon's behavior patterns and appearance when Gehrman questioned him about it. Then, Gehrman's face changed to Kim Namwoon's based on how Kim Do-kya had described him. It was very close to the real thing. Not knowing how Kim Namwoon looked like, the prophets would definitely be fooled by that appearance. Kim Do-kya stared at Gehrman, his mouth agape. Of course, the prophets were definitely going to ask questions about why Gehrman's appearance suddenly changed, but Kim Do-kya could make up an excuse that Kim Namwoon had been using an item because he wanted to look cooler and white hair didn't suit Lee Jae-hee's tastes. He was the delusional demon. After all, for people who had only read the beginning chapters, that could surely convince them. Meanwhile, Klein was thoughtful. He had leveled up his faceless skill enough and unlocked the next sequence, so keeping up an act wasn't really necessary anymore, but earning money for pretending to be Kim Namwoon would be good. Yoo Joonghyuk Nim. I apologize for my previous disrespect. I will greet you again. I am Young Min-sob. The man bowed and Lee Sung-kook glanced at Gehrman inquisitively. And this is acting out his role as the delusional demon, Kim Namwoon, Gehrman guffawed like a teenager. Kiki, you didn't even recognize me. Addressing Young Minsob, he pointed at himself. My name is Kim Namwoon. Remember it? Kim Dokyo was stunned. Despite the sharp contrast with his personality earlier, Lee Sung-kook nodded. He queried, but why did you hide your appearance? Gehrman scratched the back of his neck and gave the practiced excuse. Jae-hee said she preferred guys with black hair. I thought the cold and intimidating kind was more her type. The prophets were completely convinced. This must be Kim Namwoon. Lee Sung-kook's doubts were solved so easily. Meanwhile, Kim Dokyo was struggling to conceal his shock. Gehrman's acting skills were far better than he thought. By only following his advice, the madman could imitate the teenager so well. It was almost as if Kim Namwoon had come back to life. Although there were occasionally inconsistencies with some details from Ways of Survival, since Gehrman hadn't read the novel and couldn't know about it, he was doing an excellent job. Moreover, faced with prophets who had only read the early chapters, it was more than enough to fool them. Give me Changsan Station. Huh, Changsan Station. It is the station right above Dongmyo. Haven't you eaten it already? Ah, then Chungmuro's target station. Excuse me, Yoo Joonghyuk Nim. I'm really sorry, this is a bit difficult. Why? The owner of Changsan Station isn't a member of our group. It isn't yours. Lee Sung-kook said with a sigh, the Tyrant King has occupied it. He has already become a king. Captain, who is this Tyrant King? Kim Namwoon asked. Lee Sung-kook supplemented, he is one of Seoul's 7 kings. At this point in time, he is probably the closest to the Black Flag and trampled on many other stations. Kim Namwoon cracked his knuckles and grinned. Then we only need to beat him. At the sight, the reader had chills. I can't get accustomed to it. And he felt like Gehrman may really be able to win against the Tyrant King. It isn't that simple. Lee Sung-kook felt Kim Dokja's gaze asking for an explanation and resumed the argument. He looked down. Actually, some of the prophets made a few mistakes and his power suddenly rose. In the midst of taking some prophets, he took the station. At the time, the prophets had 53 members. Seeing Kim Dokja's expression worsen, Lee Sung-kook tried to mend his mistake. Don't worry too much about it. We are preparing a powerful weapon to eliminate the Tyrant King. It isn't just the Tyrant King. It is a weapon to deal with the 12 apostles. Klein listened. A weapon. Somehow, he had a bad feeling about this. And a seer's intuition was never wrong. Maybe Yoo Joonghyuk Nim doesn't know it well. We worked very hard to figure out the revelations. Ah, this is good. Sooner or later, you will have a chance to see the weapon. If only he didn't have to act as Kim Namwoon, then he would be able to do a divination. However, now he would need to wait until he was left alone to do it. A chance to see the weapon. Tomorrow, with the exception of the 12 apostles, the Night of the Prophets will be held. If you don't mind. Yoo Joonghyuk Nim, I want you to come with us. After the talk, they reunited with Young Hee-won, Lee Hun-sung and Shin Yu-sung. They waited until the prophets left and they were alone in their accommodations before asking. Who is this? At Young Hee-won's question, the soldier also showed doubts. He seems familiar. Did he remember Kim Namwoon in the first scenario? Kim Dokyo gestured toward the madman. This is Kim Namwoon. Lee Hun-sung tilted his head in confusion, but Young Hee-won recalled how Kim Dokyo had called Gehrman earlier. Ah, I see. Shin Yu-sung also approached Gehrman and stayed beside him as usual. Lee Hun-sung seemed to understand. If you hadn't been a historian, you could have started a career in acting, Young Hee-won marveled. You have used the benefits of the Navy flag. From now on, you can use the group chat with the group members. Afterwards, Kim Dokyo finally explained the situation to the other members as he had done to Gehrman and decided that they would attack the prophets that night. Then, he left to free Han Dong-hoon from his hypnosis. Young Minsob's face stiffened as he fiddled with the keyboard. Why is the internet not working all of a sudden? Is that brat sleeping again? Go check it out. Young Minsob was about to leave the tent when his body hit something. The moment he stretched out a hand. What is this? Kying. Og. Young Minsob fell onto the ground with a scream. Why Yoo Joonghyuk? How come? The confused Lee Sung-kook stumbled while Young Hee-won poked her head in from outside the tent. I took care of some of them. Although there are many people, Kim Namwoon is taking care of them just fine. It was so one-sided that she didn't even need to intervene. Don't you know what will happen if you do this? Yoo Joonghyuk, you won't be able to deal with all of us. I don't have to deal with everyone. I just need to handle you. This remark made Lee Sung-kook's lips twitch. I'm sorry Yoo Joonghyuk, but I can't let. Kudududuk. Kim Dokyo lightly swept the ether blade towards the fallen Young Minsob and cut the armor he was wearing. Young Minsob screamed. Ack. His flesh was torn and a piece of cloth fell out. Kim Dokye picked up the piece of cloth that had fallen out. You have won the flag of the Dongneo group. Your Navy flag has absorbed the cumulative achievements of the Navy flag. Your Navy flag has evolved into a brown flag. A strong flag protects you. You are the real representative of Dongneo. How? No matter how stupid you guys are, you wouldn't show the flag so proudly. Outside, the sounds of fighting had completely ceased. Gehrman must have defeated everyone. The remaining members of the Dongneo group were waiting for your decision. Now the guards were meaningless. The hopeless Young Minsob stuttered. Why Yoo Joonghyuk? The other prophets will know this. How will you let them know when the internet doesn't work? Lee Sungkook cried out as he realized that all their plans were broken. Why are you doing this to us? Let's see. This question is meaningless. Even if I was the real Yoo Joonghyuk, I wouldn't form an alliance with guys like you. What? Don't tell me. Kim Dokye grinned at the pale-looking duo and laughed. You should have read to the end. At that moment, Young Hee-won came back to the tent. Gehrman was finally left alone and could make a divination. Is there a trap? Is there a trap? After repeating the divination statement 7 times, he got a negative result. Is this situation dangerous? Is this situation? The pendulum turned slightly counterclockwise. To avoid ambiguity, he continued asking from various angles. All in all, except if there had been interference, there should have been no problem with checking out the weapon. The weapon you have hidden. I will check it first, Kim Dokye stated. Here it is. The prophet excitedly moved to the center of the platform and removed the cloth covering something. There was a big stone present. Is that a meteorite? Yet, why was his danger intuition now ringing alarm bells in his mind? Gehrman had an ominous feeling. Only high-level existences could interfere with his divination. And since he didn't have Saphira Castle, it wasn't impossible for the divination results to be wrong. Kim Dokye's expression beside him progressively became colder. We have to get out of here. Right now. Then, the platform started vibrating. Run away. It was the first time Klein saw Kim Dokye show such urgency. Considering Kim Dokye's moral compass when I reread the first 50 chapters of ORV, I think he'd have actually gotten along well with Van as long as there are no misunderstandings. I feel like the only thing preventing Kim Dokye from not killing people left and right is the king of no-killing attribute he's aiming for. Kim Dokye, since you don't need to act, will you finally stop acting as Gehrman and revert back to your real personality? Klein Moretti, certainly not. Dropping the vest would be a guaranteed social death. And acting as Gehrman is useful, it makes people obey more easily since they're scared. Van, imagine Yoo Joonghyuk suddenly starts being gentle and embarrassed because being cold before was all an act. Kim Dokye, gets chills. Don't put weird images in my head. Exclusive skill, fourth wall, is activated. Kim Dokye calmed down. An omen of the fifth main scenario has appeared. He started to think about the situation from another perspective. Actually, this is an opportunity. A sudden crisis occurred. With the laws of the star stream and probability constraints, there would always be a way to solve it. The 5th grade fire dragon species, Lesser Dragon Igneal, has appeared. Thoughtfully, he glanced at Gehrman, who is currently disguised as Kim Namwoon. If he could use this chance to get rid of the madman and pass it as an unfortunate accident. However, he had to make sure they could survive this situation first. On another hand, having the madman on his side was also useful. It would be a good thing if Gehrman could single-handedly defeat the disaster for them, but the reader knew it was impossible. This is difficult. How did you guys get this, root? It was only installed recently. Once the Dokubi's voice rang out, the movements of the lesser dragon stopped. A disaster woke up in the 4th scenario. Some constellations are poisonous, so I can't spare you. It is also hard to downgrade the difficulty. His gaze focused on Kim Dokye. But this isn't right. We haven't cleared the 4th scenario. One prophet shouted. I have decided. I won't downgrade the difficulty. Gehrman looked down at the child standing by his side. This situation wasn't good. Still, it won't be interesting if you all die this way. I will use my discretion to change the scenario content. The hidden scenario has arrived. The lesser dragon started moving again. The red leather-covered paws hit the floor of the platform. Gehrman shielded Shin Yusung from the scattered debris and looked at the scenario that arrived. Plus, hidden scenario, united you die, scattered you die. Category, hidden. Difficulty, A. Clear conditions, within the time limit, hunt down the lesser dragon Igneal, or survive his attacks. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 3,000 coins. Failure, death. Hidden pieces are hidden in this mission. Plus, KWA. Kuak. The prophets caught in the flames turned to ashes. The walls burned by the flames melted and distorted terribly. The dragon was slowly moving to this side. Everyone run counterclockwise. Kim Dokya yelled. Klein grabbed Shin Yusung's hand and followed the instructions. Meanwhile, the child frowned at the heat and followed along with difficulty. The smoke made it hard to breathe. Then, her foot got caught in debris and she fell face flat on the floor. Klein stopped and checked if the child was okay. Her knees and left hand were bleeding. However, they had no time. Gehrman lifted Shin Yusung in his arms and moved through flames to teleport ahead. Thankfully, his high stats made carrying the child easy. The 5th grade fire dragon species, Lesser Dragon Igneal, is preparing the flames of destruction. Look for a foothold, he heard Kim Dokya say. Number 5, or 2 and 3. Anyway, just quickly find something that adds up to 5. A hidden piece is activated. Numerical footholds are activated. Once the appropriate number of people enters the foothold, Absolute Shield can be activated in 10 seconds. Absolute Shield won't activate when the number on the foothold is exceeded. Gehrman immediately spotted a foothold for 2 people and occupied it. Moving through flames, he was able to get there before anyone else. Are you okay? Shin Yusung nodded. However, Kim Namwoon still squatted down to examine the child's wounds. I don't have band-aids, this could get infected. Reaching a foothold, Young Hee-won looked around to search for her other companions and saw the 2. Since she had some disinfectant remaining from when she first met Van, she threw him the bottle. Gehrman. Klein heard the call and caught it. Disinfectant. Thank you. This was exactly what he needed. Absolute Shield is activated. He used the brief resting time to clean Shin Yusung's wounds. The fierce heat died down and the chemical reactions in the surrounding area were subsiding. The Absolute Shield was soon turned off. After 1 minute, the positions of the footholds will be recreated. The tail of the lesser dragon flew through the air. Klein hurriedly grabbed Shin Yusung and avoided it. When the third attack of the fire dragon was about to begin, Kim Dokya's voice was heard through the group chat. Don't worry. No matter what happens, you absolutely can't move from there. Understood. When he looked toward the reader, Kim Dokya gestured at Gehrman to come with him. He considered things for a moment. Since Kim Dokya was going himself, this shouldn't be a suicide mission. Moreover, Young Hee-won and Lee Hunsung had helped him attack the dragon during the fire dragon's last attack. However, Klein didn't know that Kim Dokya had privately given them ice pills to survive. Now, he was attacking again with only the prophets and him, while Young Hee-won and Lee Hunsung stayed on the side. Considering Kim Dokya's personality, if he was indeed a prophet, he also had no reason to leave the other prophets alive. He remembered the green zones. Was it really an accident last time? Activating a mind control skill he had previously copied, Kim Dokya mouthed, I need your help to defeat the dragon. That way, more people can survive. Indeed, they needed all the help they could get, so it couldn't be a conspiracy to kill him. The number of safe zones was decreasing in real time. It would be better to defeat the dragon instead of waiting. Then, Klein looked at the zone he was in. It was a zone for 2. Without him, the shield couldn't be activated. On the side, he grabbed someone who still didn't find a zone and put him with Shin Yusung instead. Juicy. Wait here for a little, he said softly. Seeing the madman really come, Kim Dokya was relieved. However, contrary to Gehrman's expectations, the reader did not head toward the dragon. The moment that flames burst out from the center of the platform, Kim Dokya exploded all the strength in his muscles and ran towards the legs of the dragon. Then he put his flag into the flag holder of Angik Station located there. You have occupied Angik Station. Currently occupied. Chungmuro Main Base Myeongdong, Dongdaemun History and Culture Park, Dongdaemun, Dongmyo, Sindong Station, Cheonggu Station, Yaksu Station, Sinseol-dong Station, Angik Station. The achievement points of the brown flag are rising. You have occupied 10 stations. The hidden scenario, King's Road, has been achieved. Depending on the path you walk, you will receive a new, King, attribute. Under his breath, he murmured. King of No Killing. The new attribute, King of No Killing has been obtained. This is enough, Kim Dokya thought. That way, he could get rid of the people there easily. In the next wave, he could also retrieve the dead prophet's ice pills, survive the dragon's attack and give it the last blow. The apostles he had lured discovered the flames and hurried back to the footholds. However, it was already too late. You should have been careful. You only have 1 life. Gehrman looked at Kim Dokya. I wasn't wrong. He hadn't been mistaken. He had indeed been trying to kill him. He frowned due to the pain as the wave of flames covered them. His vision soon became dim as he felt himself being burnt alive. I strangely put all my doubts aside and followed his words. Was I affected by some skill? Without Saphira Castle and the Evernight Goddess's blessing, there was no mental barrier to shield him. Moreover, since he wasn't connected to Saphira Castle, he couldn't be sure he would be able to resurrect. I can only hope I'll revive now. It hurt. The flames hurt. Was that the pain of feeling your own flesh burn? As he lost consciousness, he glimpsed Shin Yusung's horrified face in the distance, tearfully yelling something. Ajusi. Oh. He blacked out. Ajusi. Shin Yusung used her skills to the fullest, overusing her abilities to control the fire dragon in front of her and make it stop. However, although her skills had leveled up a lot in Chungnyeoro with Van's help, it still wasn't enough. Her nose started bleeding. It's not enough. The skill has failed. She tried again. I'm not strong enough. Again and again and again and again. More blood poured out and her head was dizzy, but she continued. I'm useless. Then, the child watched Gehrman's figure collapsing in the flames. Ajusi. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately called for him, her hands shaking. The skill has failed. Open corner bracket. It was too late. She held her breath. No, no, no. He couldn't die now. Ajusi was alive. He must be alive. When the shield deactivated, her legs started moving without her knowing. She ran toward Gehrman's corpse. Aju, SSI, her voice cracked. His body was completely charred, his face unrecognizable. The child stumbled and squatted down, her wounded knees touching the ground. However, her brain didn't register the pain. Shin Yusung completely stilled. In the distance, Young Hee-won saw Shin Yusung squatting down alone. Despite being shaken by witnessing Kim Dokja's death, she let Lee Hunsung go to the reader's body and gritted her teeth. Mustering all her strength, she rushed to the child and grabbed her before the fire dragon's tail could reach her. Where is Gehrman? Although she didn't know why the madman and the child had been separated, since she hadn't seen Kim Dokja discreetly asking Gehrman to follow him, she decided to protect the child in the meantime. Carrying her, she finally got a closer look at the child's state. Shin Yusung didn't move, blood pouring down her eyes and nose. Her gaze seemed lifeless as she blankly stared at the floor. Young Hee-won got chills. Hey, are you okay? The child didn't answer. Kim Dokja, this is my revenge for Chapter 15. Gehrman Sparrow, I'm the one who was aggressed in Chapter 15. Power system in this fanfiction. Above the sequences to LOTM's and GWTM's Outer Gods. Sequence 0, God, Level 9, Ascender, Mythical Grade Constellation. Sequence 1, Level 8, Narrative Grade Constellation. Sequence 2, Angel, Level 7, Great Grade Constellation. Sequence 3. Sequence 4, Demigod, Level 6. Sequence 5, Level 5. Sequence 6, Level 4. Sequence 7, Level 3. Sequence 8, Level 2. Sequence 9, Level 1. Sequences are from LOTM's power system, levels from GWTM, and constellations from ORV. Orb's outer god's strength range from sequence 0 to above the sequences. Reminder, constellations and outer gods in ORV when they descend tend to be nerfed compared to their full strength due to probability constraints. Me when I lack skits, time to tell them the power system. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks. LOTM x ORV x GWTM, 3 Psychopaths in the Same Room by author Iasenasan 1713. Chapter 26-50. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. You have died. A moment later, a system message was heard. The privilege of the King of No Killing is activated. Open corner bracket. One of the most painful deaths in the world was burning to death and I had just experienced it. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, has attenuated the mental pain. The pain was slowly reduced. Outside, the others who came in contact with the dragon's breath must have died as well. Now, he would soon come back to life and, due to a conflict error with your exclusive skill, the privilege of King of No Killing will be delayed. Thanks to your death, your consciousness has been completely liberated from the constraints of your body. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been activated. Dokja hung. A sleeping Lee Gil-young came into his sight. Chungnyeoro Station. Come to think of it, a prophet did mention Chungnyeoro Station being attacked. However, if what he was seeing was real, then his colleagues were fine. Kim Dokja looked around the station. He didn't see any sign of Yoo Joonghyuk. In a corner, Van was leaning against a wall, smoking a cigarette as usual with his gaze lost into empty air. Kim Dokja wondered what the mage was thinking. Then, the reader saw him absent-mindedly mumbling. Come to think of it. Kim Dokye got closer to the mage, trying to hear what he was saying. He should make sure the drug addict did not have any evil intentions toward his colleagues, or wasn't preparing some shady plan. I don't have a reason to live. Kim Dokye questioned his hearing. A few steps away, Yoo Joonghyuk also paused. Her now developed senses had probably caught onto the words as well, but she pretended otherwise. Meanwhile, the drug addict looked thoughtful, as if what he had said wasn't highly concerning. No, what do you mean you? Suddenly, the mage raised his head. His gaze seemed to meet Kim Dokye's. The reader's heart skipped a beat. Coo 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 coo. At that moment, noise erupted from line 4. Something was coming this way. Van's attention was attracted toward the tunnel. It's not possible that he sensed my presence. Right, it must have been a coincidence. Calming down, Kim Dokye also looked toward the tunnel. Gong Pildu quickly reacted to the threats and activated the turrets to deal with the incoming ground rats. Then, they heard a voice. As expected, Hamlin's flute isn't enough. How can the 9th grade species compare to a place eaten by Yoo Joonghyuk? A group of people appeared from the darkness. 4 men and 1 woman. Soon, the people each wearing a number started fighting against the others in the station. When he had judged he got enough information from them discussing between themselves, Van acted. Huh, who is this? A wave of lightning swept over the intruders. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been turned off. Although the scene ended there, Kim Dokye was relieved. He knew that the station would still be safe without him. The skill conflict error is normalized. The delayed privilege of the King of No Killing has reappeared. Your body is resurrected from death. The recreation of your flesh has begun. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, offsets the mental shock caused by your death. Klein opened his eyes. Surrounded by gray swirling fog, memories came back to him. I'm still alive. Looking around, a familiar long bronze table with high-backed chairs was next to him. He was inside Saphira Castle. Klein got up and took a seat at the end of the table. Then, he examined the crimson stars around him. No prayers. That was strange. Was this world completely disconnected from the one where the Tarot Club was? Or was the flow of time different here? Yet, one of the crimson stars seemed clearer than the others. A little blurry. Klein divined about his current state and saw his charred body on the ground. Recalling Shin Yusung's eyes before he died, he made a complicated expression. However, now was the perfect occasion to make some divinations before resurrecting. You have been registered as a constellation. Klein paused. What? How was a window from the star stream here? Numerous screens appeared before his eyes, displaying various incarnations. It reminded him of televisions. A television. Come to think of it, didn't the star stream mention channels? Making a divination to refresh his memory, Klein entered the channel's name he remembered. Then, the situation of Kim Dokye's party appeared before his eyes. They were still facing the dragon. The others are fine. Shin Yusung had fallen unconscious. Meanwhile, Kim Dokye was surprisingly still alive. He survived. Unaware of Kim Dokye's resurrection skill, Klein didn't know that the reader had died as well and thought he must have used some means to resist the dragon's attack. How did the constellations send messages before? Klein soon figured out how it worked. A constellation that likes mysteries looks at incarnation, Shin Yusung. A constellation that likes mysteries reveals their modifier. The constellation, the Fool, sponsored 200 coins to incarnation, Shin Yusung. She would see it when she woke up. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, wonders who the new constellation is. Klein was thoughtful. Sending messages costs coins, and the coins I sponsor are also taken from my funds as an incarnation. He tried something. Attributes window. His attributes window appeared in front of him. It was the same as when he was outside Saphira Castle. However, why was he recognized as a constellation only above the gray fog? What were the qualifications for being considered a constellation? Klein put the question aside for now and divined a few things before coming down from Saphira Castle. Unseen to everyone, a faint fog appeared around his body as his wounds slowly started to regenerate. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is crying. The constellation, bald general of justice, looks away. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, yells in denial. The constellation, bald general of justice, sighs. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is sad about your death. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon. Once he opened his eyes, Klein's head was bombarded with messages. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is startled. The constellation, bald general of justice, questions his eyes. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, rejoices about your survival. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, looks at your black flame dragon. What? Klein was puzzled at the last message before feeling the breeze on his bare skin. He suddenly became conscious that the fire had burned all his clothes. Keeping a straight face, Klein reverted to Gehrman's appearance and used illusions to cover himself for the time being, pretending that nothing had happened. He would have to find real clothes later. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is disappointed. You are the first to kill the disaster, Lesser Dragon Igneal. You are the first to contribute to clearing the fifth main scenario. An impossible feat has been accomplished. Once everything was over, his party members gathered around him to question him. Kim Dokya answered everything one by one. Everybody rest. I have to look at something for a while. We will move in 10 minutes. You can also collect the items. The hidden scenario compensation settlement will be delayed. The plausibility request is currently underway at the Administration Bureau. Kim Dokya was lost in thought. One of the good points is that Lee Hunsung's attribute evolved during the fight. Young Hee-won's was on the verge of evolving, but she still needed a decisive opportunity. Come to think of it, Dokya SSI. Kim Dokya looked at Young Hee-won. Where is Gehrman SSI? Finally having free time, the reader remembered the madman. His mind had been so preoccupied with defeating the dragon that he had forgotten about it for a moment. Was Gehrman Sparrow dead? Although he hadn't confirmed it afterwards, there was no way he could have survived Igneal's breath. As Kim Dokya was about to answer, he noticed a familiar figure approaching in the distance. The reader closed his mouth. Following his sight, Young Hee-won also turned back and saw the man. Gehrman SSI. Where were you? Kim Dokya was stunned. He wasn't dead. How resistant was his body to withstand such an attack? How had he survived? If he is so strong, perhaps it's better to keep him by my side. Kim Dokya didn't know that Gehrman had died either. The reader shivered. The madman wouldn't hold a grudge against him, would he? Gehrman checked the sleeping Shin Yusung's state before his gaze landed on Kim Dokya. Wearing a big poncho, Samyongdang's straw mat, that had previously belonged to Young Hee-won, Kim Dokya stood in front of everyone. However, the straw mat was uneven and didn't cover the front, leaving his intimate parts visible to everyone. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Van, come to think of it, I don't have a reason to live, less than making a casual observation. Kim Dokya, misunderstanding, I thought he was making plans to kill people, but he was actually suicidal, revelation. When Van's habit of talking to himself surfaces while the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill is activated and Kim Dokya spies on the wrong moment. Van, no, listen, I don't intend to die. I meant that, since living itself is painful for me and I was only staying alive for others, but now that nobody from my world is here, not even Davi, I don't have any reason to stay alive anymore. Gehrman, you're making your case worse. Someone. What if Klein accesses the gray fog and opens and all to count as the fool? Me. Okay, I need to make Gehrman die then. Kim Dokya thus started his assassination attempt so that Gehrman could access Saphira Castle again. Kim Dokya covers his private parts. One feel violated. Gehrman, thank God the kid is asleep. After finding some clothes, the party came back to Chungnyeoro Station and reunited with Yu Sangga and Lee Gilyoung. What happened here? Not knowing about the Apostles' attack, Young Hee-won and Lee Hunsung saw the cut-off heads lined up side by side on the railroad tracks. As Kim Dokya looked around for Yoo Joonghyuk, he saw Van scrutinizing a head with the number 1 on it. Surprisingly, the head in question was moving and seemed to be yelling something, but they couldn't hear any sound from it. Noticing their arrival, Van dispelled the sound barrier around him and threw the head toward them with magic. It landed near Gehrman Sparrow. You, who are you guys? This wasn't supposed to happen. Ignoring the talking head, Van explained through the group chat. This isn't the main body. With some time, I should be able to trace it back to its owner. I only need 2 minutes. In his memories, Kim Dokya recalled a similar skill. The avatar ability. Van must have used the group chat to prevent the fake from severing the link in case they discovered their intentions. Regardless, as long as Kim Dokya could stall for 2 minutes, this head could lead them to the real one. Thankfully, the severed head continued to speak. Wow, I am really impressed. Pretending to be Yoo Joonghyuk, beating the Apostles and the dragon. What is your identity? What are you? Kim Dokya stared at the head. As far as he knew, there were very few people who could use the avatar ability in ways of survival. Are you perhaps a writer? The lips of the first apostle subtly twisted. Writer, do you mean the creator of the Book of Revelations? You have found out. That's right, I wrote the Book of Revelations. Kim Dokya felt like he was hearing nonsense. Yes. At the same time, I am also the sole owner of the Book of Revelations. The character, Yoo Joonghyuk, has used lie detection LV. 6 feet. The character Yoo Joonghyuk has confirmed that the statement is true. Kim Dokye started to panic. He hid his confusion and asked again, what exactly is the revelation you are talking about? Why are you asking when you already know? A great epic about the future. The character Yoo Joonghyuk has confirmed that the statement is true. Kim Dokye's mind was in a mess. How was it possible? Was this person really the author? It couldn't be. What's your name? Van inquired. The head giggled like a leisurely villain. You can call me the first apostle. The reader stared at the head with complicated eyes. At least, it was a good thing that Van had chosen to track the real body's location instead of using the same skill as last time, which left the minds of the ones it was used on permanently damaged. Anyway, with all these eyes around him, the situation wasn't really appropriate to interrogate this person further. It would be better to continue once they found the real body. Kim Dokye threw out another unimportant question, why did you attack our station? The answer was also predictable. Out of the corner of his eye, Kim Dokye looked at Van. 2 minutes must have passed by now. Van asked, so, you were in XXX station? The head's eyes widened. Judging from the first apostle's reaction, Van concluded that it couldn't cut off the connection between the fake and the main body arbitrarily. A faint smile formed on his face. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, laughs evilly. The constellation, monarch of stars and logic, sneers. The constellation, bald general of justice, looks away. Kim Dokye shuddered. Then, the head started to spout nonsense. Yoo Joonghyuk. That guy started to beg Van. Yoo Joonghyuk. Work with me. Van was dumbfounded. Wait, don't tell me. Kim Dokye finally realized what was happening. A black coat, cold gaze, mainly expressionless face. Did the first apostle misunderstand that Van was Yoo Joonghyuk? This was ridiculous. As I said before, I know all of the revelations. Only I can take you to the end of this road in this world. However, it also worked for the best. The corner of Gehrman's lips twitched at the scene. Think carefully. You can't break through the 46th scenario alone. You have to hold hands with me to defeat Anna Croft and the Chalatustra. The reader glanced at Yoo Joonghyuk observing them from a corner upstairs. As expected, since he had used lie detection, the regressor had been standing nearby. Van looked at Kim Dokye. The severed head continued to speak, kill him. You should know that he is dangerous. He pretended to be you and will seriously damage you in the future. If you leave him alone, he will cause a serious butterfly effect and ruin all your plans. Van finally said something. Isn't it the same for you? I am different. Yoo Joonghyuk, hold hands with me. I will give you a vow or whatever you want. I will never betray you. I see. Joining hands. Van pretended to consider it for a moment. The mage's gaze on the reader was chilling. For a moment, Kim Dokye thought he might really kill him. No, right. He should be just pretending. Go ahead and kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Van thought the situation was absurd. However, maybe he could take advantage of that misunderstanding in the future. In that case, it would be better to end things now and find the real body later. Using gravity magic, Van trampled on the head of the first apostle. Kook, what? The drug addict imitated Yoo Joonghyuk's tone and said, if you really know the future then let me ask you one thing. What? He materialized a fake sword out of thin air with illusion magic and pointed it at Kim Dokye's neck. Kim Dokye wondered how the apostle hadn't noticed that the mage wasn't carrying a sword before. Hadn't Van used magic to kill them? Or was the apostle defeated so fast that he assumed it wasn't magic but swordsmanship? Come to think of it, Van and Yoo Joonghyuk's habits were really similar. Why would the mage even cut off their heads and line them on the railroad tracks? Van questioned the first apostle. I will ask you, will I kill this guy now or not? What? If you have really received a revelation of the future, you will know my choice. Did the mage somehow find out what happened on the bridge? It was scary how similar his behavior was to the regressor. Had they spent too much time together recently? At that moment, Kim Dokye felt thankful that it wasn't the real Yoo Joonghyuk standing there. The face of the first apostle looked agonized. Surprisingly, the answer came quickly. Of course you will kill him. You must do it. It was a face full of strong convictions. His face was arrogantly assured that Yoo Joonghyuk would act like this. Come on, kill him. And, however, he didn't know. The one facing him wasn't Yoo Joonghyuk. The sword moved, but what followed wasn't the sound of flesh being cut. Kwajik. The head of the first apostle burst as it was stepped on. After briefly checking that the avatar was indeed dead, the fake sword disappeared from Van's hand. Upstairs, Kim Dokye saw Yoo Joonghyuk move away. He called out to him. Yoo Joonghyuk, wait. The regressor looked back. I know what your plan is. Aren't you going towards Yoongi-yu? It is your goal to complete the Black Flag by walking the King's Road. I will help you. Yoo Joonghyuk's hand moved toward the hilt of his sword. I would rather take your flag right now. Despite the warning, Kim Dokye provoked him. Then try it. Is your sword faster or my tongue faster? Young Hee-won's expression turned strange. Not noticing it, Kim Dokye continued. You don't need to go towards Yoongi-yu. Go to the north. The territory of the Tyrant King will be yours and it will help you make your grand flag. Getting a flag and removing the enemy, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? I can do it myself. There are 48 hours left until the end of the fourth scenario. Can you occupy 20 stations and complete the black flag in that time? Yoo Joonghyuk's hands hesitated. Besides, don't you have a reason for going north? Surely you aren't going to throw away your family member at this time. You, remain calm. I am speaking in good faith. I really will help. Yoo Joonghyuk glared at him with killing intent. Now that Kim Dokye had learned that Van was suicidal, the mage's presence was less scary. He somehow seemed less intimidating than before. The reader was lost in thought. The apostles, the fire dragon, the writer. Open corner bracket at the same time, I am also the sole owner of the Book of Revelations. If the first apostle had really been the writer, he would have known that Kim Dokye also possessed a text version. However, a text version. Kim Dokye had an idea. Indeed, there was a good way to attract the Tyrant King and the first apostle in the same place. Kim Dokye addressed Lee Sung-kook and Young Min-sam. From now on, we will make a text of the Book of Revelations and spread it. With Han Dong-hoon's skills to share the novel on internet not for free, they would reveal a hidden piece as bait. And I will find out if that guy is really the writer, and if not, uncover who he really is. Kim Dokye resolved himself. Meanwhile, while Kim Dokye was busy with the prophets, Yoo Sang-ga talked to the others in private. It's about Van. Gehrman looked at Yoo Sang-ga's worried face in silence. Young Hee-won questioned, did he cause an incident again? Klein thought the same thing, and Lee Hun-sung unconsciously nodded on the side. However, Yoo Sang-ga shook her head. No, while you were all away, I found out some concerning information. I overheard him say something. Question marks appeared in their minds. Finally, with a resolute expression, Yoo Sang-ga stopped wavering and relayed the words. Although she didn't want to leak someone's personal affairs, it was also for his own good. She wouldn't be able to help him alone. Van is suicidal. Young Hee-won was shocked. She wouldn't have imagined that from the mage. Yoo Sang-ga added, also, has anyone seen him sleep at night until now? Young Hee-won, Lee Hyung-sung and Gehrman Sparrow shook their heads one after another. Yoo Sang-ga's face paled. I asked Lee Jae-hee SSI before, and she hadn't seen him sleep either. Silence hung between them for a few seconds as the realization settled in. That means he has been overexerting himself, even before we came to Chungnyeoro. He probably hadn't taken a good rest since the beginning of the apocalypse. Young Hee-won analyzed, he smokes a lot and sometimes takes injections. Her voice gradually became lower. Addictions to drugs are often caused by depression, to escape reality. The signs had been under their noses all along, but they hadn't noticed. The dark circles, the constant smoking. In the distance, they could see Lee Jae-hee talking to Van. Yoo Sang-ga had chosen this moment when the mage was distracted. We have to decide on a course of action. From now on, they would monitor his state and make sure to treat him better. Of course, they would also pretend to know nothing and act as usual. With the mage's personality, showing pity could make things worse. He must have hidden it because he didn't want his state to be known. Gehrman watched in silence. But depression didn't appear among Van's emotions when I opened the spirit vision. Although the mage was indeed tired. At that moment, the child in his arms stirred. Regaining consciousness, Shin Yu-sung dazedly raised her head and met the gaze of Gehrman Sparrow. She held her breath. A juicy. He was alive. She could see him, right in front of her. Moving. In response to her call, Gehrman hummed. It was real. A tear rolled down her cheek. Then, with no explanation, Shin Yu-sung suddenly burst into tears. She hugged Gehrman tightly, feeling the man hesitate before softly patting her on the back, which made her cry even more. Under the confused gazes of the others, Gehrman stepped away to comfort the kid. Author, Han Suying, I saved you from being called plagiarist this time. Now play it mysterious and cool, and don't give yourself away by revealing too much personal information in the future. When your character setting is looking cold, Han Suying looks at Yoo Joonghyuk, Van and Gehrman Sparrow. Han Suying, which one is Yoo Joonghyuk? They all look psychopathic. Oh, but this one was playing Kim Namwoon earlier, no way he's Yoo Joonghyuk. Gehrman Sparrow eliminated from the list. Yoo Sang-ga, whispering, Van is suicidal. Van, I got a bad feeling all of a sudden. Yoo Sang-ga, whispering, and he's a masochist. The apocalypse gossiping squad is in action again. Gehrman, What am I doing here? Gehrman, Shin Yoo-sung is going to panic if she doesn't see me while waking up when she already thinks that I died. It's better for her to realize I'm alive earlier to not deepen the trauma. Carries her in his arms. Young Hee-won, shouldn't you put her down? It's been hours, your arms must hurt. Gehrman, no, I'm exercising. Shin Yoo-sung, my dead dad suddenly came back to life, let me vent my feelings for a moment. Others, not knowing that Gehrman died, watching in confusion. She must have had a nightmare. There were 40 hours remaining until the end of the scenario. The tension between Gehrman and Kim Do-kyu weighed upon the other members, but the ones in question pretended that nothing was wrong. Kim Do-kyu cleared his throat and finally told the reason he gathered them here. This journey won't be easy. If we can't take Changsan Station in the next 40 hours, our group will be wiped out. However, our current forces aren't enough. Well, since when has it been easy? Who is the opponent? He replied to Young Hee-won's question. He is called the Tyrant King. He is one of the top 7 kings of Seoul and the king with the largest territory. Young Hee-won looked confused. Even if that Yoo Joonghyuk guy doesn't help, can't Van still wipe him out easily? She omitted Gehrman's name since the tension going on between him and Kim Do-kyu told her the reader may not want to ask him for help. Kim Do-kyu paused for a moment. Come to think of it, that was right. Van should be able to easily kill anyone in his way. I have another plan. He hadn't worked on a fake novel for nothing. He also needed to overcome obstacles by himself to create his own stories. Lee Hun-sung asked this time. What type of person is he? He is someone who started from Dobong-Ji-yu and built his own kingdom. He says that any beautiful or handsome man and woman will become concubines, while any ugly people will be killed or become slaves. Young Hee-won frowned. If Do-kyu SSI is caught, you will become a slave. Well, I think it will be dangerous for Hee-won SSI. Being a concubine is difficult. Why don't we just go ahead and kill him? Van brushed away the nonsense. So what is the plan? As a member of this station, his fate currently rested on the station representative's shoulders for the duration of this scenario. It was better to stick with the representative or the flagpole in case of unforeseen variables. Of course, if Lennox saw that he was going to die because Kim Do-kyu failed to conquer the target station within the given time, he wouldn't hesitate to take the matter into his own hands and replace the station representative to become a king himself. However, for now, it didn't seem necessary. We will go to Gwangwamun. Didn't you say not to fight them? They will come to us. Why? I leaked a bit of information. We have to consider the time he moves, so we will leave soon. Everyone should be prepared, What is it? Kim Do-kyu subtly smiled at Yoo Sang-ge's question. Nothing. It is just happening faster than I expected. He looked down at his smartphone, reading a message, and soon said. I'm sorry, but I will sleep for a while. Aren't you taking it too easy? I also need to sleep. Kim Do-kyu lay down. Yoo Sang-ge covered him with a thin blanket and Young Hee-won found it absurd. Meanwhile, Gehrman looked down at Kim Do-kyu. He was pretty sure this guy had tried to kill him twice. Even if the first had been a coincidence, the second definitely wasn't. Yet, he was now sleeping in front of him without a care in the world. And as a station representative, was it really okay to take things so leisurely? However, even when he had checked above Saphira Castle, his divination still told him to stick with Kim Do-kyu. It shouldn't have been interfered with. What is wrong with my divinations? Klein started to have some serious doubts about his interpretation of past divinations for a while. Yes, maybe he had made a mistake and interpreted it incorrectly, and people shouldn't rely on divination blindly but make their own choices. Lee Gil-young saw Gehrman staring at Kim Do-kyu and met the madman's gaze. The kid stood in front of his guardian defensively. Then, he opened his mouth. The juicy already has someone he likes. The corner of Klein's lips twitched. This situation was ridiculous. Shin Yoo-sung tilted her head. This is really surprising. All the key people are gathered. An intermediate dokubi appeared out of thin air. Shouldn't good children be awarded a prize? There was the sound of something starting to rise from the center of Gwangwamun. It was a single throne covered with a golden light. There were gasps everywhere in Gwangwamun. There wasn't an explanation yet, but all the kings would have realized it at this moment. Only a single king could take that throne. The main scenario has been updated. Main scenario number 4, the king's qualifications has begun. Plus, main scenario number 4, the king's qualifications. Category: Main. Difficulty: A. Clear conditions. Occupy the absolute throne, located at Gwangwamun. Time limit: 8 hours. Compensation: 10,000 coins. Failure: this scenario can only be challenged by those who have completed the hidden scenario, King's Road. The absolute king has absolute commands over all the other kings. There are additional special clear conditions for this scenario. Plus, Gehrman also looked at the throne. Somehow, it gave him an ominous feeling. He decided to make a divination in Saphira Castle about it. Ajusi, where are you going? He patted Shin Yusung's head and left her with Van. At least, the mage who had protected her during the Green Zone scenario should be more trustworthy than the one who had tried to kill him. His divination also told her there wouldn't be any danger. To the bathroom, and he had to test a few things. Leaving the group, Gehrman put up a wall of spirituality and went up to the gray fog. After he left, Kim Dokya sent Van to the National Palace Museum in Gwanghwamun. The plan couldn't be delayed anymore. Wasn't the hidden piece just a bait to trap the prophets? How do you know? Never mind, Kim Dokya sighed. The part about the hidden piece wasn't a lie. The artifacts and the 4-yin demonic beheading sword do exist. However, while everyone is focused on the sword, we can use that opportunity to get the other artifacts in the National Palace Museum. Should I also get the sword? There is no need. Thus, Van was sent to the Seoul History Museum to get the Ganpyeongwi, a relic of the Joseon dynasty that resembles a disc. Along with Shin Yusung and Lee Gilyung. Dokya Hung. Go with them. Right now, being next to Van would be the safest. Sitting at the head of the long modeled table, Klein looked at the ground. He hadn't paid attention last time since he was in a hurry, but items in the trash pile were still here. Like the Sea God Scepter. He decided not to bring them into the real world for now, but keep them as a hidden card. He also had an intuition that he shouldn't bring them out of the gray fog. At least, since he died, he could now freely access Saphira Castle again. He had Kim Dokya to thank for this. The real question was, would these items still have an influence on the real world from here? Could he fire lightning to reinforce his image as a constellation? Klein opened the channel where Shin Yusung was and spied on them. In front of him, Van followed by Lee Gilyung and Shin Yusung walked through a big corridor, their surroundings empty. The constellation, the fool, is looking at you. Shin Yusung ignored the notification. Receiving these kinds of messages was common. Van bent down to the corpse of a dead incarnation. He hadn't killed them, they were already dead when they arrived. Remembering the functions of the dokubi bag he had heard from Kim Dokya in passing, he picked up the person's weapon, at least, tried to. However, it was too heavy. Shin Yusung came close and lifted the artifact instead, showing no signs of struggle. Then, the mage was met with two gazes filled with pity. Van was faced with the reality that he was weaker than children. The constellation, the fool, pretends he hasn't seen anything. Oops, that came out as a notification. Klein turned his gaze away and looked somewhere. Searching through Gangwaman for bad guys he could grill without problem, his eyes finally settled on a place. Found it. Then, Klein used the Sea God Scepter on them and watched. On the screen, lightning came from the sky and electrocuted them, blue sparks surrounding the scene. Sutsutsu. Klein's skin tingled. Some blue sparks also appeared above Saphira Castle and surrounded him, making him wince in pain. He mobilized the gray fog to fight back against it and it soon disappeared. Once it was over, Klein analyzed the previous scene. The attack was weaker than the sea god's usual power. It seemed like the star stream was trying to stop him, and it materialized as blue sparks. Klein didn't know yet that it was called probability constraints. However, interfering with the real world was still possible. On Kim Dokja's side, the reader, Lee Hunsung and Yoo Sanga had also entered a 3-person dungeon separately but were moved to a different place than Van's group. Once they stabbed one of the acupuncture points on the copper man, their bodies scattered into powder, explaining why there were no monster corpses around Van. Your party is the first to hunt 100 acupuncture copper man. You have cleared the 3-person dungeon. Kim Dokya and Gehrman, life and death ready for battle tension. Others, romantic tension. Shin Yusung, is that what it was? Gehrman, it's not. Don't listen to them. When you need a babysitter for your children but the strongest one available is a smoker. Gehrman looks at Yoo Sanga, Lee Hunsung and Jung Hee-won all being on Kim Dokja's side. Gehrman, okay. Shin Yusung, stay here, child still handed to Van. Van's consent wasn't asked in this matter. Kim Dokya, should I seize this chance to get along with Shin Yusung? Gehrman will kill me if I approach his kid, keeping a safe distance. Shin Yusung, my dad is the best. Lee Gilyung, no, mine is. Van, listening to the children bickering, accustomed to hanging around noisy people. Klein, Sea God Scepter. Star Stream, probability constraints. After watching the others for a while, Klein made another divination. Soon, his expression stiffened. He had to go back to the real world and stop it, now. Or else, they may all die. His gaze was dark. Is this one of Kim Dokja's plans again? Hoo, everyone is fighting well. Great constellations, are you desperate? I see. The incarnations and constellations should work hard. Does everyone want to go up another narrative class? The battlefield quieted down at the Dokubi's voice. That's why I've brought good news. From now on, the second qualification test will begin. Plus, King's qualification. 1. Open corner bracket. The owner of the throne should be braver than anyone else. The absolute throne never wants a weak king. To challenge the throne, you must own at least a black flag. 2. Open corner bracket. He who dreams of the throne must desire it. The number of kings that can challenge the throne is decided. In order to gain the right to challenge it, you must remove the other kings around you. Plus, the intermediate Dokubi laughed. Please note that only 5 kings can challenge the final qualification of the absolute throne. The remaining number is, let's see. Number of kings remaining, 14. For your reference, there are 12 kings currently inside the hidden dungeon. Van and the children heard the Dokubi's voice from afar. It seemed like people were fighting. Number of kings remaining, 11. The signboard in the air changed. Number of kings remaining, 10. Number of kings remaining, 9. Things were moving fast. The number of kings was quickly decreasing. Number of kings remaining, 8. Number of kings remaining, 7. Soon, the Dokubi's voice resounded again. Everyone here, please calm down. Why are you still fighting? Let's see, you've met the qualifications. Number of kings remaining, 5. The last king's qualification has begun. Van and the children left the museum, encountering Gehrman. Shin Yusung ran to Gehrman while Lee Gilyung looked around. Noticing them, Young Hee-won, standing beside Yusanga and holding a little girl's hand, waved toward them. Van, Gehrman and the children reunited with them. However, the madman looked more serious than usual. Where is Kim Dokja? Gehrman questioned. He had a very bad feeling. Yusanga gestured toward a place in Gangwaman, their sight blocked by a ward in the air. Most likely, he was transported there. His eyes clouded. Meanwhile, Van looked down at the unknown little girl. Who is this child? Young Hee-won shrugged. I don't know. I thought she was Kim Dokja's sister but she didn't recognize him. Gehrman glanced toward them. Did they kidnap a kid? Yu Mia complained, I'm hungry. Soon after, the ward in the air disappeared. Klein focused on the scenario again. Opening square bracket. Oh, a surprising winner has appeared. In the middle, Kim Dokja was standing. Well, good. This is the result. Now, I am informing all incarnations of Seoul. Just now, a new owner of the absolute throne was born. The source of Klein's ominous feeling revealed itself. His spiritual intuition was warning him. Open corner bracket. He shouldn't follow Kim Dokja's plan. Gehrman raised his gun toward the reader. He recalled Kim Dokja's behavior so far. He was a psychopath who enjoyed feeling superior than others. He would probably try to go on the throne to be able to control everyone. Even if that wasn't it, he had divined that he should prevent the reader from completing whatever plan he had in mind. The absolute throne floating in the sky slowly descended towards Kim Dokja. It showed off its golden charm like it had been waiting for him for a long time. Young Hee-won exclaimed, Gehrman SSI, what are you doing? Kim Dokja's mind blanked for a moment, the words he had been about to tell the Dokubi dying on his tongue. All of a sudden, why the sudden change of attitude? No, considering what he had done so far, it was surprising that Gehrman hadn't tried to kill him earlier. Gehrman slowly approached him, positioning himself between Kim Dokja and the throne. As a final act of mercy, Klein warned, if you take one more step, you'll die. Young Hee-won grabbed her weapon, ready to protect Kim Dokja. Gehrman SSI, stop it. Kim Dokja understood where the madman's misunderstanding could have originated. However, instead of clearing the misunderstanding, Kim Dokja had an idea. This situation where Gehrman was openly being hostile toward him. Considering that Kim Dokja was unable to directly kill people, this may be his last opportunity to turn his party against Gehrman Sparrow. Young Hee-won SSI. Young Hee-won stepped closer, ready to fight. However, Yusanga intervened. Wait, you can't do this. Gehrman is also our colleague. Kim Dokja was frustrated. He hadn't expected that the others may consider Gehrman as a member of their party instead of an outsider. He saved the members of the station. He's not a bad person. We don't need to fight. Kim Dokja contemplated the situation. What was the best way to reverse the status quo? Kim Dokja turned toward the madman. After checking that his colleagues were listening, he opened his mouth. In the underground tunnels, he met Gehrman's gaze. Half of your face was turned into worms. Damn it. It would have been even better if Yoo Joonghyuk was awake to activate lie detection. Can you explain it? Gehrman didn't answer. Are you even human? The madman simply kept his gun pointed on Kim Dokye. Yoo Joongyuk's eyes were shaking, confused. However, Gehrman's lack of answer was enough to momentarily make her doubt. Kim Dokye grinned. Why aren't you answering? Then, he hurriedly pulled out the 4-yin demonic beheading sword. Seeing this, Gehrman tried to attack him but Joonghyuk reacted first. Bang! Van summoned a shield to protect Kim Dokye, successfully blocking the bullet. Oh, I forgot about this guy. Kim Dokye turned to the mage. Buy me some time, I need to destroy this throne. Some constellations question their ears. A few constellations are shocked at your declaration. Van scanned him before nodding and blocking everyone with a huge shield. In the corner of his eyes, Joonghyuk was fighting against Gehrman, the latter agilely avoiding her attacks. Ganpyeongwi's special option, Echo of the Stars, has been activated. Echo of the Stars allows you to ask for the help of a constellation. I'll call a constellation. The great constellations hear your voice flowing through the stars. Then, Kim Dokye started to recite the names he had memorized. I want the first star of the Big Dipper. It seemed that they couldn't communicate. His spiritual intuition was telling him, he should kill Kim Dokye to protect everyone. In the first place, the other man had also tried to get rid of him many times so far, and now putting everyone in danger like this was crossing the line. Gehrman evaded another of Joonghyuk's attacks. Things are going wrong. The more time passed, the more his danger intuition was warning him. His gaze drifted toward Kim Dokye, calculating the distance. Whatever the man was preparing, he had to stop it, now. Why are you doing this? Joonghyuk shouted. Ignoring her words, Gehrman focused. Although Van's shield could block bullets, fortunately, spirit body threads could still pass through. The problem was that it took longer than expected. He heard Kim Dokye's voice. I want the 6th star. Sutsutsu. Kim Dokye was visibly slowing down. However, Gehrman could feel it. It wasn't enough. If only it could be faster. But the reader was persisting. Of the Big Dipper, a 6th presence descended into Kim Dokye's mind. Klein guessed that it was due to these additions that controlling Kim Dokye was taking so long. I want the 7th star. Attributing the slowness to the toll it was taking on his body, the reader continued without losing time. Quote. Dip. Per. Sutsutsu. At the same time as a 7th presence entered Kim Dokye's mind, Klein finally turned Kim Dokye into a marionette. Then, feeling the presences about to shift their attention onto him, he hurriedly released the threads. Kim Dokye's body limply fell to the ground. The presences occupying his brain also disappeared. Hearing the dull thud behind her, Joonghyuk turned toward the reader. Dokye SSI. She rushed to the man, Gehrman not preventing her, and felt his pulse. Open corner bracket. His body was cold. Joonghyuk paled. No matter how much she searched, she couldn't feel his heartbeat. Kim Dokye was dead. Open corner bracket again. Clenching her fists, she stood up. Although she wasn't sure why he suddenly died when a shield was protecting him, maybe his plan had gone wrong and he had overdone it. He would resurrect and come back once more as if nothing had happened, right? He had to come back. Yoo Joonghyuk and Lee Gil-young also rushed toward the reader, while Gehrman remained silent. Sutsutsu. The Dokkaebi then intervened. How surprising, your king is dead. Van saw Kim Dokye's corpse. The creature snickered, glad that the reader was finally gone. Then, that means anyone can sit on the throne instead of him. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Plus. Sub-scenario, succession. Category. Sub. Difficulty. B. Clear conditions. Unexpectedly, incarnation, Kim Dokye, died without being crowned. Now someone has to replace him to control Seoul. The kings have a second chance to fight for the absolute throne and sit on it. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 6,000 coins. Failure. Plus. The Dokkaebi seemed oddly obsessed with having to sit on the throne. Van looked at the absolute throne and activated his magic eyes. From the chair, a connection to another being extended toward the void. He recalled Kim Dokye's previous instructions and approached it. Open corner bracket. If we use this absolute throne once, we will never be able to reach the end of the scenarios. He blocked the people approaching with a shield. Sutsutsu. I only need to destroy that throne, right? Sutsutsu. Van summoned a bolt of lightning. Sutsutsu. Although Kim Dokye was dead, Gehrman's spirituality was ringing alarms in his mind. Sutsutsu. The lightning fell from the sky and struck the absolute throne. Van saw notifications appearing in front of him. The 4th scenario is forcibly ended. You have accomplished a non-existent achievement. The seed of a new tale is created. But the same moment the absolute throne broke. Sutsutsu. The unknown god pays attention to this world. Blue sparks engulfed the surroundings. The tides of probability are shifting. The Great Hall is open. Klein realized it was too late. The constellations of the Big Dipper are scared. Some constellations leave the channel in a hurry. The constellation, secretive plotter, is interested by the unexpected development. He had been unable to prevent the disaster from occurring. The constellation, bald general of justice, pulls out his hair in distress. A giant foot emerged, making the minds of anyone who saw it go crazy. A being with an unimaginable presence was descending upon this world. Ah! Incarnations screamed, blood pouring out from their nose, eyes, and ears. Van raised his head toward the sky. The constellation, secretive plotter, looks forward to how you will solve this situation. Open corner bracket. The real owner of the absolute throne had appeared. Behind the scenes, Kim Dokya, cutting off the head of Han Suying's avatar. Kim Dokya, taking the 4-yin demonic beheading sword from her and stealing her flag. Han Suying, you thief. Some things are just fated to happen. Yoo Joonghyuk, knocked out again by Kim Dokya. Van, I somewhat pity this guy. Young Hee-won, why do you point a gun at people when you can use air bullets? Klein, it's more threatening. Pointing a finger to threaten people is not cool. Gehrman, making a divination. Divination, things are going wrong. A great disaster due to high-level beings will occur, and it is related to Kim Dokya and the throne. Since Chronos will appear before Kim Dokya can cut off the link to the absolute throne because you guys are messing up the probability. Gehrman misunderstands that Kim Dokya has bad intentions. He must be trying to monopolize the throne because he's a psychopath. Kim Dokya, protect me. Van, okay, puts up a shield. Kim Dokya, dying. Van, sees Dokya dead. Van, work accidents. Young Hee-won, Kim Dokya. Lennox recognized this sense of disharmony. The being was an outer god. A second foot came down, then an arm. Indescribable screeching resounded. Gehrman's consciousness flickered. This sound hurt even more than a psychic piercing. No, at this point, should it be compared to a slightly downgraded version of the true creator's rap. Thankfully, as the notion of mythical creature form didn't exist in this world, the voice of godly beings didn't cause direct loss of control due to a difference in level. However, there was still a huge gap in their life levels, and Gehrman was still a Beander, so he avoided looking at the being. Don't look at God. He covered his ears and stared at the floor, suppressing the signs of losing control while shielding Shin Yu-sung with his body. The child also had her eyes shut in pain. Would it help if I pulled us above Saphira Castle? Of course, since the being was too high level and corrupted, Klein couldn't take control of its spirit-body threads. Then, he heard Yu Sang's voice next to him. Gehrman SSI. Glancing toward her, the woman looked shocked. With his clown abilities to see his body from different angles, it wasn't difficult to figure out why. As Kim Dokya had mentioned before, her pupils shook. Why your face? Yu Sangha took a step back, visibly scared. His face had turned into worms. Thankfully, the divinity from his mythical creature form didn't affect people as strongly as in his old world. Otherwise, killing people just by gazing at him would be quite an overpowered ability. However, seeing a companion turning into a monster itself could shake people's minds. Their attention was soon diverted by another howl. The creature's head came out as well, leaving only its torso and second arm left. Due to the outer god's size, huge gusts of wind swept people away every time it moved. Van cast a shield on the other incarnations and removed the wind pressure to prevent people from being blown away. Young Hee-won fell to her knees, unable to resist the pressure. Pieces of buildings flew through the air as the surroundings were destroyed, but the magic shield blocked them before they could reach anyone. Van scrutinized the outer god with a clear head. An humanoid outer god. Considering this star stream's obsession with stories, he felt that this fact must have a particular signification. Maybe this was a very important historical person. First, Van decided to check if communication with the outer god was possible. Van SSI. After a few checks, Lennox finished analyzing the situation. First, the outer god's mind was too corrupted to communicate. That, or the star stream's restrictions on its strength had also lowered its intelligence. Most likely, only a part of the being's mind had crossed over to this world. Second, it didn't seem capable of thinking. It didn't show any signs of making calculated decisions, learning from others' movements, or adapting, but instead seemed to attack blindly. Third, with Kim Dokya dead and Yoo Joonghyuk unconscious, the strongest person left was Gehrman, but the man in question hadn't displayed any strong offensive abilities. Meanwhile, the others weren't strong enough to face this being. In conclusion, Lennox had to face this monster alone. He decided to strike first and summoned as much lightning as he could. Rumble. Sutsutsu. Everyone's sight was dyed in white. When he regained their vision, Van checked the outer god state. Not even a scratch, even though he had attacked it with his full strength. Then, he should try to attack it again and again. Van fired strong lightning one by one, the outer god still unscathed. At that moment, the outer god swung the weapon in its hand. Quote. Without space magic, Van didn't have time to get out of the way and could only set up a multi-layered shield. Alleviating the wind pressure, his body was thrown through the air against a wall, the wall breaking with the impact. Cough. An iron taste spread in his mouth. As expected, lack of mobility was a problem. Should I run away now? However, escaping wouldn't matter if Soul got destroyed. Van forced himself to stand up and attack again. Meanwhile, watching Van fire lightning, flames and ice in succession as if his magic power stat had no limit, the dead Kim Dokja's soul was making plans to solve the current situation. This guy is a monster. How is it even possible? He was able to have a fight with an outer god without dying. Pushing the thought aside, Kim Dokja addressed Yoo Joonghyuk, "Do you hear me?" Suddenly hearing Kim Dokja's voice inside her mind, Yoo Joonghyuk was startled. She looked around. However, the reader's body was still lying on the ground. "I am currently talking inside your mind." Quote. Dokja SSI. Realizing that she hadn't imagined it, Yoo Joonghyuk questioned doubtfully, "Weren't you dead?" Was she hallucinating? Kim Dokja corrected, "I am indeed dead. I am now in a soul state." "It's complicated." Yoo Joonghyuk crossed her arms. "How can I believe that you are really Kim Dokja?" Oh, this was proving to be more difficult than expected. Quote. Dokja will have a reader's life and Joonghyuk SSI will have an ivory life. Do you remember? Hearing Kim Dokja bring up a conversation from the past, Yoo Joonghyuk wasn't convinced. This didn't necessarily prove that the voice belonged to Kim Dokja. If this was a hallucination caused by an enemy's skill, then her own mind could have made it up based on her own memories. Can you say something that only Dokja SSI and others know? Kim Dokja thought for a few seconds before exposing his colleague. Lee Hunsung is scared of women. Yoo Joonghyuk was embarrassed. Something that happened while I wasn't there would suffice. Hearing about an event and cross-checking it with Lee Hunsung, Yoo Joonghyuk finally confirmed that she was indeed talking to the reader. At last, Kim Dokja explained why he was talking to her. "I have a skill that lets me contact people who are thinking of me while I am unconscious." Being dead also counted as being unconscious. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions right now, but it isn't the time. Anyway, I came to you because I can't contact Van. Could you tell him to think about me?" Thus, Yoo Joonghyuk approached Van and awkwardly relayed the message. "Van SSI. Lennox turned toward her. Kim Dokja talked to me and said to tell you to think about him." Quote. He briefly checked the body on the side. Kim Dokja was still dead. However, Van nodded. "Is it fine like that?" Quote. It isn't. Kim Dokja told Yoo Joonghyuk. Somehow, he couldn't access Van's mind. Kim Dokja sighed. "Yoo Joonghyuk SSI, could you pass on my instructions to him?" Yoo Joonghyuk listened to the reader's explanation. Dokja SSI says to buy time since the star stream will eventually take back the outer god, due to probability. Unsure of what the things she was repeating meant, she continued. "We only need to last long enough since they can't keep the outer god in reality forever." "I see." Lennox made a plan. Quote. Just buy me some time. Van threw another flame toward the outer god, then evaded its sword by a hair's breadth by manipulating the magic threads attached to his body. Being unable to use space magic to avoid made things difficult. Yoo Joonghyuk went to another person and relayed Kim Dokja's words. Behind her, Van was thrown against a wall once more, making her flinch. Quote. Is he really going to be okay? Van was covered in his own blood at this point. They focused again. So, Young Hee-won will, and Lee Hunsung will. Then came Gehrman Sparrow's turn. Yoo Joonghyuk hesitated. She was still scared by what she had seen earlier. "I will act based on my own judgment," Gehrman declared. He had learned his lesson and didn't want to be caught up in another of the reader's plans. As Van evaded one attack, another immediately came after without letting him time to fight back. Van put up a shield to par it while the shield barely resisted again. He was pretty sure a few of his ribs were broken since earlier. Cough, cough. Not bothering to wipe off the blood, Van threw a spear toward its eye. It still had no damage. The biggest problem was that his mana was nearly depleted. "Van, we're ready." Van could finally breathe a little. "Van, hi. Outer god, attacking." "Van, didn't work. Time for plan 2. "Klein, actually, I am an eldritch being." When your colleague suddenly turns into a pile of worms in the middle of a mental breakdown. Yoo Joonghyuk, can I sew him back? Supernatural worms guaranteed, but no refund. Yoo Joonghyuk, oh, Young Hee-won, Guys, I think Gehrman is dead. Lee Gil-young. What do you mean, he's still alive? Shin Yu-sung. Picking up a worm and addressing it, I'll call you a juicy from now on. Shin Yu-sung. A juicy, are you Gehrman? Recite the Bible in Japanese if no. Moment of silence. Lee Gil-young. See. He agreed, I told you it was fine. Young Hee-won. Kim Dokya. Hey sleepy beauty, why are you fainted most of the time in this FIC? Aren't you worried about what people might do to your body when you're unconscious? Yoo Joonghyuk. It's fine, I have self-defense means in case of attack so I won't die. Kim Dokya. Glances at Yoo Joonghyuk's handsome face. Surprising, the first thing that comes to your mind is that people would want to kill you while you're sleeping. Yoo Joonghyuk. Kim Dokya. Young Hee-won. Lee Jae-hee. Yoo Joonghyuk. Kim Dokya. Yoo Joonghyuk. Glares don't do anything weird to me when I'm unconscious. Kim Dokya. No promises. Young Hee-won charged at the outer god, striking its foot. As expected, there was no damage. She knew. She was far weaker than the likes of Gehrman Sparrow, Van and Yoo Joonghyuk. There was no way she could achieve something that Van couldn't. However, she didn't want to feel useless. That will could be sensed from the ones behind her too. Lee Hunsung SSI, Yoo Sang-ga called. Young Hee-won wasn't a tank like Lee Hunsung. She didn't have overwhelming firepower like Van, nor strange abilities like Gehrman, nor did she have the charisma to command others like Yoo Sang-ga. So, she, the attribute, crouching figure, is on the verge of evolving. Could only do her best. Seeing the unexpected notification, Kim Dokya was surprised. It's a good thing. No matter what he had tried, he had been unable to awaken Young Hee-won's attributes. This crisis was an opportunity for her potential to blossom. Boom. ... If only the crisis in question could have been a little safer though. Gehrman teleported through flames, bringing Yoo Sang-ga away from the range of the outer god's attack. The party members each kept their own position in the battle formation discussed in advance. Everyone was fighting by taking full advantage of their strengths. However, they were rapidly getting tired. How did Van endure this? Young Hee-won thought. Lee Hunsung was down, Yoo Sang-ga lacked attack power, and Young Hee-won was also reaching her limits. Using Arachne's web, Yoo Sang-ga pulled Young Hee-won to drag her away from her spot. Bang! The ground where she was previously standing was crushed. They had only been fighting for a few minutes, yet they were already exhausted. Out of breath, Young Hee-won painstakingly stood up again. The attribute, crouching figure, has evolved. This may be their last chance. Kim Dokja's eyes widened. Incarnation, Young Hee-won, has used, Hellfire LV.1 feet. Flames filled their surroundings. This last attack had taken all her remaining energy. Through her blurry vision, Young Hee-won looked at the place the flames had gone. Still no damage. With a bitter smile, she fell to the ground. Kim Dokya was cursing in his mind. Even hellfire didn't hurt it. The reader really hoped Van's plan was good. At that moment, Van intervened. I'm done. Gehrman glanced at him. The mage was still injured and supported himself with his cane to remain standing. Although Klein had helped move the broken ribs to his leg, Van should probably get treated unless he wanted to die of blood loss. Will you really be alright? Yoo Sang-ga doubted. She still recalled his previous words and feared that he may actually be trying to die. Not knowing her thoughts, Lennox nodded. Taking out mana potions he had bought from the Dokubi bag, Kim Dokya didn't even question how he knew about this at this point. Van drank them and stepped forward. Thanks for buying enough time. If he hadn't read TWSA, Kim Dokya may think Van was another regressor. Van looked at the outer god once more. Contrary to Kim Dokja's plan, he had no intention to just stall for time until it left. He intended to take it down first. I can use it now. Development of the domain. Golden light engulfed their visions as the kaleidoscope unfolded. Then, he chose one possibility. I thought I wouldn't be able to use it again. Tsutsutsu. The possibility of thunder that had become too strong and reached above level 9 lightning. Tsutsutsu. Now that he was in the star stream, it had become considerably weaker and could be brought out again. Tsutsutsu. Not wasting time, Van summoned all the mana that had been replenished thanks to the mana potions. Then, he attacked the outer god with all his strength and immediately cancelled his domain. The strongest attack he could use, lightning strengthened by the kaleidoscope. Tsutsutsu. The sound of thunder was deafening and the light blinded their sights. When their senses finally returned, Kim Dokya could see it. The reader was shocked. Did someone so strong exist at this point in time? Maybe Van was also an apostle. In front of them, half of the outer god's body had been blown away. However, it was still alive. Yoo Sang-ga's eyes darkened. Although they had managed to hurt it, even that blow hadn't managed to finish it off. The being's remaining arm moved. Van frowned. I'm out of mana. His mana reserves were now completely empty. Suddenly, Van spoke up. He said, I only have to think about him, right? Kim Dokyu turned his head toward Van. What? Meanwhile, Lennox thought he knew why Kim Dokju's skill didn't work on him. Although he wasn't sure what exactly the reader was trying to do, it was probably blocked by his target resistance. Then, as long as he removed the target resistance, Van thought about Kim Dokyu again. Contrary to before, Van's thoughts reached him. The reader talked to Van, do you hear me? Yes. Kim Dokyu changed his mind. Maybe, instead of stalling, we could take it down. The possibility didn't seem impossible anymore. There's one last thing I want to try. Kim Dokyu turned the pages of TWSA in his mind. The one thing that could be stronger than Van's magic. The thing that dominated this star stream and could make one realize the impossible. Stories. They would try a stage transformation. Found it. A king, with a sword, connected to the absolute throne. Kim Dokyu pinpointed the identity of the outer god facing them. Open corner bracket King Arthur. After killing Mordred, Arthur had suffered a wound that was likely to kill him and was taken on a ship to Avalon to be healed, never to appear again. Now, with the outer god currently wounded, they only needed to create a open corner bracket stage transformation close corner bracket where they changed history and made sure Arthur was dead, after being taken on the ship. Kim Dokyu continued to flip through pages of ways of survival, then stopped. He had found it. One of the variations of King Arthur's story, a time where Yoo Joonghyuk faced the outer god and successfully defeated it. Through Van, Kim Dokyu made the power of ways of survival come to life, permeating reality. Thankfully, with his black coat and cold appearance, Van could partially replace the regressor. Repeat after me. Kim Dokyu read what was written out loud. Van repeated the sentence Kim Dokyu told him to say. At that moment, something occurred. Open corner bracket stage transformation. The surrounding landscape changed to a medieval setting. Kim Dokyu thought, I wonder what the Dokubis are thinking right now. On the other side of the star stream, the administrative bureau was in chaos. The probability threshold was far exceeded. What is happening in Seoul? Did anyone see the Dokubi in charge of the Seoul side right now? Let's call a higher-ranked Dokubi. We already had problems on the Japanese and American side. How are these incarnations so strong that the probability scale still hasn't evened out? The outer god should have already left by now. A Dokubi with glasses sighed. Let's accept the probability investigation request. This clearly shouldn't be happening. Many constellations that were still watching had filed a probability complaint due to the unrealistic fight. Wait, look. Many Dokubis also gathered to watch the screen showing the scene in question. Whoa. The Dokubi in charge frowned. Why are you all lazing around? Get back to work. But manager, you should see this. Although the incarnations who weren't even constellations yet should have lost. They won. They managed to defeat an outer god during the early scenarios. Van looked at the dead outer god in front of him. Kim Dokyu was also silent. They had done it. Then, his omniscient reader's viewpoint skill turned off. Van felt Kim Dokju's presence leave his mind. A flurry of messages from the previously silent constellations bombarded him, along with a notice about some administrative bureau planning a probability investigation of the matter. Your tail's seed blooms. You have acquired your first tail. In the destroyed soul, Van looked up at the stars shining in the sky. Next to him, a broken throne stood there, while injured incarnations who had survived the fight's aftermath and hadn't run away were staring at him in the distance. The tale, Rebel of a Ruined World, starts its storytelling. Tsutsutsu. An incarnation who wasn't even a king had destroyed the throne. As if that wasn't enough, the incarnation in question had killed the previous king, Arthur. Wouldn't that be called a revolution? Tsutsutsu. The fourth scenario is forcibly ended. There was an unscheduled incident, so it will take time to settle the scenario. Getting out of its stupor, the Dokubi present was furious. You have made the worst choice. You will regret what you did today for the rest of your life. I will make sure of it. Coldly, it addressed the other incarnations. The scenarios that have already ended can't be changed by anyone. Anything that happens to you from now on is the fault of that human. The gathered people shook. However, Van didn't react. A world with no kings. Okay, let's try it once. I will see how well you can survive without a focal point. The intermediate Dokubi flicked its finger. Then the people in Gwangwaman started to disappear like smoke. People screamed and ran away. Please keep this in mind. If this world is destroyed, it is all because of you. What? What is this all of a sudden? Klein frowned as Shin Yusung and the others disappeared before his eyes. However, a brief divination told them that the people in question were still safe. People were being scattered throughout Seoul. 10,000 coins have been earned as settlement for the fourth scenario. Maybe this situation wasn't all bad. Yoo Sanga, Kim Dokya wants to talk to you. Van, wasn't he dead? Less than calmer than Yoo Sanga when a ghost spoke to her. Kim Dokya, there's one last thing I want to try. Van, before your soul disappears and you die for good. Kim Dokya, no. Van, and weren't you dead? Kim Dokya, weren't you very physically weak and lost more than 1 liter of blood? Van, I transcend causality. Author, Googling, who defeated King Arthur. Author, sigh. I should have just let Van sit on the absolute throne. When you do a stage transformation but don't know the corresponding story. Everything here is perfectly reasonable. Source, trust me bro. Kim Dokya and Van, defeating the outer god through the power of scene switching, I mean, the power of friendship. Van, so, are you going to die now or? Kim Dokya, details. You have made a non-existent achievement. You have acquired the tail, assassin of the absolute king. Gehrman observed his surroundings. It seems have been moved to where I first started. The high school he had appeared in and left before the scenarios began. Scanning the building for any presences, Gehrman took the same way he had used to leave. Strangely, contrary to the classrooms full of students he had seen before, not even corpses were visible. The walls were also cracked and most windows broken. Usually, people in apocalypses barricade themselves inside schools. At least, that's what he had seen in manhwas. He shook his head. Gehrman was now sequence 4. This persona was also the most convenient to act as a bizarro sorcerer. Throwing the coin, he divined that Shin Yusung was safe. Klein resumed what he had to do in his mind. Act as a bizarro sorcerer, reunite with Shin Yusung, search for paper on the way to make paper figurines. Gehrman SSI. A familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, Gehrman saw Lee Jae-hee. Klein acknowledged her presence with a brief nod. I'm going to wait for Master, do you want to wait together? Klein considered the option but refused. I have other things to do. Lee Jae-hee shrugged as Gehrman Sparrow left. The first apostle, Han Suying, woke up trapped in a coin farm and mentally cursed the one who had ruined all her plans. Then, she heard voices. If you want to make coins, there is a better way. Wasn't that voice familiar? What? Deputy Yoon asked back, did Dokya SSI also find a bug? What is it? Kim Dokya had resurrected and encountered a coin farm. The principle is the same as a coin farm. Stimulate the constellations. Oh ho, there is something more stimulating than this. Is that possible? Yes, it is. Would you like me to let you know? This guy, Deputy Yoon, seemed like he was getting scammed. It would be good if you share the know-how. The constellations really like this. There was the sound of the bars being cut apart. Kim Dokya cut the Achilles tendon of the wanderers running away. Ack, what is with this bastard? My leg, knew it, Han Suying thought. Something like this. The smell of blood rose in the air. This is also good. Chop, chop, chop. Arms and legs were being cut all around. What are you doing? What is this? Thank you for the story. She could imagine that cheeky guy smile. I created a situation that the constellations really like because of you. Deputy Yoon flopped to the ground while Kim Dokya laughed at him. Why bother creating something like the coin farm? It is easy to earn money. Why you son of a bitch? Han Suying could feel her body being lifted and the one holding her retreating. Her eyes flashed open. Why did you save me? Were you awake? Then get up. If you save me, won't the constellations in your channel run away? Don't you know what the constellations hate most? There are some who like it. The constellation who has been waiting for a harem carefully puts both hands together. The constellation who likes enemies turning into allies is delighted. Han Suying frowned. The two continued to bicker as they fought the wanderers. You were just listening to this guy's bullshit. Why? The constellations don't like frustrating things. You don't seem to know, but it is better to listen to this bullshit moderately in order to get more coins when they are killed. There is no refreshing feeling without being frustrated first. No. Dokya, no, don't the constellations prefer to kill right away? What do you know when you aren't a writer? I know very well. I am a reader. The two finished saving the people caught in the cages and left. I saved you so you should pay back the value. What value? Kim Dokya laughed at Han Suying's nervous expression. If you have a spare battery, take it out. However, there was a small doubt in the back of Kim Dokya's mind. He scanned her from head to toe. No, it wasn't possible. She couldn't be the writer. Yet, when he saw her use of the avatar skill and learned more about it later, he couldn't help but think. Avatars were made by splitting off memories. If she split an avatar without her memories of sending messages to me in only the beginning chapters of her novel, wouldn't the lack of information she has make sense? Open corner bracket wasn't it possible that this person was really TWSA's writer? The sound of flames burning resounded. Under the night sky, Shin Yoo-sung was sitting in front of a fireplace, looking at Gehrman cooking on the side. When he brought over a broach of monster meat and Shin Yoo-sung bit into it, her eyes lit up. Is it good? Shin Yoo-sung nodded, her mouth full. Gehrman chuckled. His face looked less cold than usual tonight. When he was alone with her, he tended to act gentler. It was more natural, more like himself. Klein was putting aside his mask as Gehrman for a moment. The Beander sat next to the child and also started to eat. His gaze headed to the night sky. Stars were shining down on him, representing constellations, and the moon was a familiar silver color. He was engulfed in nostalgia. Sighing, he took a stack of paper and started cutting paper figurines, his meat brooch held in the other hand. He wondered if the cosmos here was the same. Beyond the stars, were outer deities waiting to destroy this world as well? Did his world and this one share the same sky? Was the star stream a manifestation of the outer gods' corruption bringing the apocalypse to Earth? Seeing Shin Yoo-sung having finished her brooch, he snapped out of his thoughts. Do you want more? Shin Yoo-sung nodded enthusiastically. Klein smiled. Open corner bracket Klein thought. If there was one good thing in this situation, open corner bracket eating together like this was less lonely. Huh. Regaining consciousness, Van heard the sound of voices around him. Hey, there are new slaves. Imprison them. Yes. Oh, there is a new one. Hey, strip her and bring her to the cage. Lennox slowly took in his surroundings and realized that he was currently in a cage. Outside, other prisoners could be seen. Men were made to fight against each other while women were wrapped for the constellations, amusement. Van had been caught by a coin farm while he was unconscious. There are 10 days before the start of the 5th scenario. A sub-scenario is in progress to supplement the interlude. Plus, sub-scenario, survival activities. Category, sub. Difficulty, C+. Clear conditions, survive for 10 days in the ruined city. You should eat 3 meals a day and get at least 6 hours of sleep a day. Don't forget to pay 500 coins per day before going to sleep every night. There will be a clear penalty if you violate any of these 3 rules. Duration, 10 days. Compensation, none. Failure, death. This is a scenario where a coin event is applied. All monsters in the scenario have a certain probability of dropping coins. Plus, the constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, tells you to show them what you've got. The constellation, Monarch of Stars and Logic, looks forward to the chaos. The constellation, Monarch of the Small Fries, is excited. One of the men outside noticed him and snickered. Oh, sleeping princess woke up. When villains stall to kill the main character. Yoo Joonghyuk, Kim Dokya, I'll kill you. Kim Dokya, okay, try. Yoo Joonghyuk, cuts off Kim Dokya's head. Young Hee-won, no, aren't you supposed to wait before killing him or something? Yoo Sanga, why are members of the same party killing each other? Gehrman, because they're both psychos. But Yoo Joonghyuk does not wait. Van, wasn't originally Yoo Joonghyuk the protagonist? Would Kim Dokya be the villain here? Gehrman, you have a good point. Kim Dokya, resurrects hey guys, I'm still alive. Yoo Joonghyuk, sends him back to the afterlife. Shin Yoo-sung, looking for Gehrman. Klein, tracking Shin Yoo-sung with divination, the location is moving. Van, wakes up in some coin farm. It happened later since he was unconscious for a long time. Sleep-deprived Lennox. That, or he got caught on purpose as always. Haha, everyone, how have you been? A Dokubi's voice was broadcast throughout Seoul. The participants in this scenario are quite hasty. There is still a week before the start of the scenario and people are already waking up a disaster. Are you curious about the next scenario? Lennox raised his head. The Dokubis have left their positions so I will be here for this period, haha. Now have you all eaten your fill? You do know that this event can't be skipped, right? I want to do that but I won't be a Dokubi if I don't give scenarios. The scenario's contents were shown. The sub-scenario, disaster prevention has arrived. Plus, sub-scenario, disaster prevention. Category, sub. Difficulty, S. Clear conditions, unknown powers in Gangdong-gu are trying to hatch one of the disasters. Defeat them and stop the incoming disaster. Time limit, 2 hours. Compensation, 22,000 coins. Failure, early emergence of the disaster of questions. Plus, Lennox stood up. Stop the disaster. Changing his appearance, he went to the scene. There, he saw many incarnations gathered and blended in among them. If they were trying to hatch it, then it was in an egg. He should find that egg first. Lennox discerned who seemed to be attacking the ones trying to prevent the disaster's hatch. Right now, there should be two groups. One with the same mission as him, and another with the task of protecting the disaster. Quick! Lennox knocked out the people in his way. Trying to reduce his sense of presence as much as possible, he soon reached the center of the enemy's group. A huge egg, over 8 meters tall, stood there, emitting an ominous aura. Then, in the corner of his eye, something caught his attention. Isn't that Kim Do-kya? He watched the reader fight against the group that protected the meteorite. Poison. Interestingly, the enemy, a woman with white hair, appeared to be a poison master. Then, Lennox glanced toward Kim Do-kya and Lee Seol-chwa before hiding his presence with illusions. Then, he looked around for the woman's belongings and soon found something. Various medicinal ingredients, as well as poisons and medicines concocted with those ingredients. For once, Lennox thought it was a good thing that, despite having a system interface, the Starstream did not have an inventory. Thankfully, the group hadn't bought any subspaces available on the Dokubi bag either. Or were these too expensive for ordinary incarnations? Lennox started robbing Lee Seol-chwa's belongings. The constellation, Guam Divine Doctor, is questioning your actions. In the distance, he felt the presence of Kim Do-kya. Yoo Sang-ga, the talking head's main body. Was she now part of Kim Do-kya's group? The white-haired woman they had been fighting, some big insect that had been parasitizing the white-haired woman. Yoo Joonghyuk was further away, lying on a rooftop that let him oversee the battlefield, and now a kind of wolf hybrid was coming over. We are the guides. We have to tell the people of the other worlds the right way to face the disasters that are coming. You have already been spellbound by the Dokubis. Wake up, Lysound. You are the one who needs to wake up, Antinous. Lysound's voice was furious. Have you forgotten the sacrifice of the Chronos warriors? Have you already forgotten the moment when the 5 ruling species was destroyed? We are here to stop the disasters. Work with the species here to defend the terraformed planet and rebuild Chronos civilization in this world. It is our sacred mission. They seem to be doing well enough. Lennox put what he had stolen in the space pocket of the coat he had received as a reward for the last scenario. You have failed to clear the scenario. The disaster of questions has come to your world. It didn't really matter since the penalty wasn't death. An early hatching has weakened the disaster of questions. The 8-meter-tall disaster meteorite had split in two. There was a boy around a dozen steps away. He looked like a high school student. He was completely naked without a stitch of clothing. Due to the early hatching penalty, you won't be able to attack the disaster of questions for 3 minutes. While everyone was immobilized, the boy walked around the area and arrived in front of a woman nearby. It was a woman who was part of the poisoner's group. The boy shouted in a clear voice towards the woman. Woman, hey, are you okay? You, who? Excuse me, can I ask you something? Coincidentally, the woman was quite close to Lennox's current position. He listened intently. Where is this place? What year is it now? Why all of a sudden? Are you asking me a question back? This is Solin, the current year. A system message was heard the moment the woman answered. The first question has been resolved. The first seal of the returnee, Myung Il-sang, has been released. The disaster of questions, Lennox recalled, was a seal on his strength released every time a question was answered. How many seals were currently applied? Returnee. That probably meant that this boy referred to as a disaster originally came from Earth, then was sent somewhere and returned here. However, the word disaster usually didn't refer to good things. Since this boy was part of a scenario sent by the Starstream, he must be here to destroy Seoul. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. What is that? The boy laughed wildly at the confused woman and asked, do you know how much I suffered? Do you know? Have you lived for 100 years? In a place where I was the only human. Do you know that there are other dimensions? Other dimension. Next to them, Lennox intervened. Do you come from Chronos? The boy turned toward him. You know about Chronos. Myung Il-sang continued, you seem like you are about to die. Lennox didn't answer. Answer me. Are you curious about my identity? Finally, he nodded. Yes, could you tell me more? The second question has been resolved. The second seal of the returnee, Myung Il-sang, has been released. Having expected it, Lennox didn't react. He could sense Kim Do-kya cursing in the background. Disgusting insects, werewolves and bird people. I have a problem. Can you guess what it is? Insects, wolves, birds. Which of these 3 races are the best? Lennox kept his mouth shut. Who among the 3 has the most delicious meat? He examined the boy. If Myung Il-sang was a disaster, maybe. Did you destroy Kronos? What? The boy smiled ominously. You knew. Lennox wasn't fazed, seemingly doing small talk. How old are you? What? You want to know about me? Should I tell you? As expected from his title, the disaster repeatedly fired questions. Yes. The third question has been resolved. Did you stay there for a long time? Huh. Why don't you guess? Did you know that I was stuck there for 100 years? Lennox asked another question. What are your plans for the future? Myung Il-seng looked around at the ones ready to attack him. I was trying to live well. Kill some S-grade incarnations, defeat the bad groups and love the pretty Nunas. But what is this? I have completely become a villain. What should I do? Quote. Are you from the Hunters Association? No. The fourth question has been resolved. Kim Dokya mentally cursed. However, although the time they were unable to attack the disaster was over, a strange force prevented him from moving. He didn't know that it was caused by the one currently talking to the disaster. A Dokubi started to talk. Everyone, aren't you great? Despite the penalty, this is still a disaster. Only 3 people putting pressure on him. Myung Il-seng pointed at the people behind him. Then, are you the weak-looking mentor figure? Are these guys from the Hunters Association? No. The 5th question has been resolved. The 3rd seal of the returnee, Myung Il-seng, has been released. Well then, I need to leave. As the boy was about to teleport away, Lennox stopped him. Wait, I am curious about a few things. I can answer your questions. Myung Il-seng ominously turned toward him. I have a few questions I need answered. Could you keep answering my questions? Gauging the current strength of Myung Il-seng, Lennox wasn't concerned about lifting a few more seals. Yes. The Dokubi's voice resounded in the background. Your life hasn't been ruined yet. Rather, I can say that you have good luck. The sub-scenario that I offer now will be a great stepping stone to reverse your life. Now, the chance will only be for one day. Move immediately. Only those who move the quickest can become the owner of a SSS grade item. What is your name? The sub-scenario has been updated. Plus, the sub-scenario, SSS grade hunt. Category, sub. Difficulty, B. Clear conditions. Get rid of the SSS grade Myung Il-seng. Time limit, none. Compensation, 50,000 coins. Failure, the fall of Seoul Dome. Plus, seeing the notification he had been waiting for, Lennox fired flames at the boy. The disaster that had destroyed Kronos was instantly enveloped in flames. Moreover, these flames had enough power to reduce the boy to ash in an instant. You have won against a returnee for the first time in the scenario. Unexpectedly, the contributor window was filled with question marks. You have earned 50,000 coins as an achievement reward. Even Yoo Joonghyuk, watching from the rooftop, unable to participate due to injuries, was stunned. Kim Dokya felt tired. All his plans were reduced to nothing. Or was this better? After all, he hadn't found a way to kill Myung Il-seng yet due to failing to learn Way of the Wind. Quote. Wasn't there supposed to be a big fight where we struggled to take down the disaster? Where did this guy come from? Han Suying blurted out. Kim Dokya thought the same. He hadn't expected someone to come from nowhere and suddenly kill the disaster. A constellation who likes dialogues is disappointed. A constellation who enjoys overpowered characters sponsors you 500 coins. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, complains that this story is boring. Even the Dokubi was embarrassed. Finally, Kim Dokya regained his senses and approached the stranger. Quote. What's your name? Expressionless, Lennox turned toward him. Evan Martinez. Klein. See scenario notification. Klein made a divination above the gray fog and determined that him and Shin Yoo-sung didn't have to intervene. Lennox. So, I'll smoke with pipes now. Less than he put the cane away. Klein meets Evan Martinez. Klein. Spirit vision on. Isn't this Van? Lennox's bad physical condition shines like a lighthouse in the dark night. What are you doing here? Kim Dokya kept up his guard. Such a character had never appeared in Ways of Survival either. Was he perhaps another prophet? I was just passing by, Evan Martinez answered. Han Suying and Kim Dokya didn't believe it. Not caring about their reactions, Lennox cast a brief glance at the unconscious Yoo Joonghyuk and left. Somehow, the regressor always seemed to end up in such situations. Lennox decided to explore some historical sites in Seoul for the time being. Given that constellations seemed related to history, these places were more likely to have useful items or a hidden dungeon. Most importantly, he was still looking for a teleportation skill. Who knew if he could find an item that let him teleport on the way? While wandering aimlessly, Gehrman and Shin Yoo-sung encountered Kim Dokja's group. Open corner bracket, an inevitable meeting. Isn't it a coincidence? Klein had chills. Come to think of it, his divinations were often centered around the reader, like some kind of fate. It was as if important events were connected to Kim Do-kyu, while the reader was in the center of the whirlpool, and Klein was caught in the current and inevitably brought to the reader whether he wanted it or not. Klein shook his head. No, 008 shouldn't be here. He would check with divination above Saphira Castle later. But, most importantly, Kim Do-kyu was alive. The sight of a dead person walking around just fine made him check the latter's spirit-body threads. Didn't he kill Kim Do-kyu? Facing the one he had tried to get rid of openly not long ago, Kim Do-kyu was also at a loss for words. Meanwhile, recalling the sight of worms crawling on his face before, Yoo Joonghyuk avoided Gehrman's eyes. The group fell into an awkward silence. Not caring about the atmosphere, Han Suying questioned, "Who is that?" Her question snapped the reader back to reality. "Right, you weren't officially introduced yet." Seeing Shin Yu-sung looking at him, Kim Do-kyu suddenly remembered his previous conversation with Han Suying. Open corner bracket, as far as I know, there is an easy way to prevent the disaster in the center. Quote. Open corner bracket, are you going to do it? Yoo Joonghyuk's voice resounded behind him. This is Gehrman SSI, and this is Shin Yu-sung. Han Suying paused. Shin Yu-sung. The woman turned her head toward the reader, meeting his gaze. Kim Do-kyu. She took out her weapon. What are you doing right now? Yoo Joonghyuk looked at Han Suying and spoke in a cold voice. However, Han Suying was staring at the reader. Don't you know what to do? Kim Do-kyu slowly closed his eyes. It was a miscalculation to let the two meet. Han Suying asked, are you going to act as a hypocrite? Is it because the other person is a child? Quote. The other person is a child. Then the villain must solve it. Gehrman glared at her. Han Suying briefly flinched under the intensity of the gaze but soon recomposed herself and approached. Yoo Joonghyuk blocked her path. Stop. Get out of the way. Do you want me to kill you? Why are you killing an ordinary kid all of a sudden? An ordinary kid? Han Suying laughed and pointed towards the child. I told you to stop. At the same time, Yoo Joonghyuk's dagger pointed to Han Suying's neck. Then Han Suying summoned dozens of avatars. Han Suying grumbled. Kim Do-kyu, explain it quickly. Before I turn around and kill everyone. Kim Do-kyu sighed and opened his mouth. This child. His gaze met the innocent child's eyes. Quote. In a few days, she will destroy Seoul. Shin Yu-sung's eyes shook. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is smiling. Many constellations are interested in the development of this scenario. This child is the last disaster of the fifth scenario. Of course, with Gehrman present, there was no way they could harm a single strand of the child's hair. Yoo Joonghyuk and Kim Do-kyu didn't agree to kill her either. Thus, Han Suying had to give up. The sub-scenario, survival activities has ended. The swirling great hall in the sky showed an unusual omen. There was a thunderstorm and the intermittent sound of thunder was heard. Then an intermediate dokubi appeared in the air. Everyone, you have been waiting a long time. As usual, he rambled to the incarnations before coming to the main point. Then, from now on I will start the second sponsor selection. Another sponsor selection. Gehrman remembered the event after the first scenario. Moreover, now that a lot of things had occurred, at least they knew what a sponsor was. Finally a contract. I will also have a contract. The incarnations waiting in the area cried out enthusiastically. Gehrman looked down at the child next to him. Quote. Shin Yu-sung. As far as he knew, Shin Yu-sung did not have a sponsor yet. Is it all right if I recommend you a constellation? The girl's eyes met his. Of course, you don't have to choose them if you don't want to. The choice is yours, he added. Shin Yu-sung tilted her head. Then, without even hearing who it was, she decided. Okay, I believe in a juicy. Gehrman nodded. It is, the Fool. Shin Yu-sung read the choices before her and looked deflated. That constellation isn't. Gehrman patted her head. Wait a moment. Then, he left somewhere for a while. Sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. Your chosen sponsor will be your strong supporter. One more option had appeared. 3. The Fool. The timer ticked by. Gehrman also showed no sign of returning. 20 seconds left. Shin Yu-sung fidgeted. Looking around, Gehrman was still nowhere to be seen. 3. The Fool. 10 seconds left. She hesitantly held up her finger. Then, she pressed the option. The sponsor selection has ended. Meanwhile, notifications appeared in front of Klein who was sitting above Saphira Castle. The sponsor contract has been concluded. You have become the sponsor of the incarnation, Shin Yu-sung. Returning to reality, an unexpected message appeared. You aren't a constellation. You are unable to use most of the functions of a sponsor. List of available functions. 1. Sponsor the incarnation. 2. Encourage the incarnation. So the contract was still valid even without being a constellation. Now he would be able to sponsor Shin Yu-sung without needing to go up to Saphira Castle. A new bounty scenario has arrived. Klein's expression turned strange. Plus. Bounty scenario, punishment. Category, bounty. Difficulty, A. Clear conditions, brutally kill the incarnation, Kim Do-kya. The more brutal his death, the more coins you can receive. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 40,000 coins. Failure. Plus. What did this guy do again? Come to think of it, he had seen the reader shine like a Christmas tree in the sponsor selection. Now, in the distance, the woman named Han Suying was taking out her weapon mischievously and asking if she should kill him for coins. Klein shook his head and decided to ignore it. He should go back to Shin Yu-sung instead. Many constellations are enjoying the development of the scenario. Bi-hyung opened his mouth and spoke to everyone. Constellations, please note that the incarnation, Kim Do-kya, can receive a penalty if coins are sponsored. Kim Do-kya soon left their sight, chased by murderous incarnations. Klein made a divination. Coincidentally, the place where the scenario would be was also in that direction. Did Kim Do-kya know and lead the incarnations to that place? Where will a disaster occur? His divination also indicated that direction. Same direction. Is it dangerous? It was. Klein divined the detailed situation. Yoo Joonghyuk is trying to wake up the disaster. Did he want to take advantage of the penalty for hatching early and defeat it earlier? In any case, Klein decided to head there. After all, Kim Do-kya had said it. The disaster that would destroy Seoul was future Shin Yu-sung. Along with the child, Klein went toward the meteorite. Open corner bracket. The disaster in that meteorite would be Shin Yu-sung. Gehrman quietly walked beside Yoo-sanga. Since she was following after Kim Do-kya, they were heading in the same direction. The woman was awkwardly glancing at him, hesitating. Klein didn't know what to say in this situation either, so he was glad that Gehrman Sparrow wasn't supposed to be talkative. Matching the heavy atmosphere, Shin Yu-sung remained quiet as well, erasing her presence as much as possible. Finally, Yoo-sanga took the initiative. That time, she didn't finish and shut her mouth. Gehrman maintained an impassive face, not answering. Hesitating, Yoo-sanga mustered her courage and started again. The worms on your face, what was it? She was hoping for a logical explanation to clear up the misunderstanding. That Gehrman was human, that she had imagined it. Having prepared an excuse in advance, Klein said, it's the side effect of a skill. He couldn't very well say he had turned into an eldritch being after drinking a potion in another world with ingredients coming from dead people's corpses, could he? Then, even if he was human, Yoo-sanga would probably avoid him in fear, or try to kill him. At best, she wouldn't believe him and think he really was crazy. As he inwardly lampooned, Yoo-sanga was relieved and nodded understandingly. What skill? She inquired. Gehrman didn't respond. Yoo-sanga didn't pry further. In the distance, they heard familiar voices. There won't be a disaster. Master is taking care of it. Lee Jae-hee claimed, the last disaster won't be dangerous at all. Instead, useless people can't enter the island. Shit, they are entering. Gehrman listened. So Yoo Joonghyuk wasn't awakening it to defeat the disaster early. Was he acquainted with future Shin Yu-sung? Gehrman looked down at the child next to him. Come to think of it, for what reason for Shin Yu-sung's future self be an enemy in the first place? If she had her past memories, unless something bad had happened later, wouldn't she be an ally? Han Yu-sung questioned the reader, you didn't tell them. Kim Do-kya shook his head, let's hurry, or else that bastard is going to die. Having forgotten that Yoo Joonghyuk had a nicer personality in the early rounds, the reader even seemed to be confused as to why the regressor would make such a crazy decision. Okay, so it was a problem of miscommunication again. Lee Jae-hee retorted, die. Why? I don't have time to explain. Kim Do-kya headed toward the meteorite's presumed location. Walking through the forest, the three soon joined up with Kim Do-kya, Han Suying, Yoo Joonghyuk and Lee Seolchwa. Lee Jae-hee and Lee Hunsung were still fighting the incarnations chasing the reader. The disaster of floods has hatched. Lee Seolchwa, take the kids and escape from this island right now. The disaster of floods is different from the past. We must fight her together. If we don't all fight. Kim Do-kya, don't disturb me if you don't want to die. Yoo Joonghyuk grabbed Kim Do-kya by the neck. Yoo Joonghyuk, listen to me. The Shin Yu-sung waking up now isn't the Shin Yu-sung you know. Once you meet her, Kim Do-kya regretted that Van wasn't here to subdue Yoo Joonghyuk. The disaster of floods is waking up. Along with the message, a green light emerged from the meteorite. Finally, the hatching of the meteorite began. Kim Do-kya, do something. At this rate, we're all going to die. Han Suying exclaimed. Kim Dokyu sent her a glare that meant, I'm trying, while Yoo Joonghyuk decapitated Han Suying's avatar with his sword. Han Suying's head, rolling on the ground, deadpanned. Quote. You didn't even bring your own body. Kim Dokyu gasped, feeling betrayed. Han Suying looked at him as if he were stupid. Why would I bring my real body with this psychopath here? Had she done so, she would have died at Yoo Joonghyuk's hand now. It was a good thing she thought about exchanging her real body with an avatar in the forest once she saw things were going wrong. The incarnations of soul are really hot-tempered. Other areas aren't so eager to wake up the disaster and are struggling to avoid the disaster. Bi Hyung's voice resounded. Do you miss your first companions? Now, prepare to face the disaster. Your companions are waiting for you in the other world. A new main scenario has arrived. Plus, main scenario number 5 Disaster of Floods. Category, Main. Difficulty, SS. Clear conditions, kill the disaster of floods, Shin Yusing. Time limit, compensation, 100,000 coins. Failure, the fall of soul. Plus, the large meteorite split apart and revealed the interior that was reminiscent of a womb. A completely nude woman was trapped inside like a fossil. It was a mysterious woman with pure white skin. Her beautiful hair was tied up in a ponytail and wrapped around her body. This was the appearance of the adult Shin Yusing. Child Shin Yusung stared at her from afar. So this is me. The moment that Shin Yusung opened her eyes, white fur grew all over her body. The white fur was reminiscent of an animal's pelt and covered her body in the form of clothing. She slowly emerged from the meteorite and stepped on the ground. She was like a child taking her first step. She had just taken a step when everyone around her was frozen. Han Suying clicked her tongue. Captain, do you know how hard it was for me? I endured all these years to comply with your request. Holding Gehrman's hand, Shin Yusung thought that her future self seemed sad. Their emotions were connected, letting her feel how worn out, desperate, and broken she was from all the years of hardships her future self had endured. Is this really me? Would it really be how she would be later? I wanted to see Captain. A despair-filled smile. However, the object of these emotions only opened his mouth in a nonchalant manner. Give me all the information from the 41st regression. Did the future me say anything? Loneliness. Resentment. Captain has never changed. Don't say unnecessary things and turn over the information. I don't have time. What are we to Captain? Quote. What? I did everything for you. I gave you one chance. However, Captain is still here. You will keep going forward. You will turn people like me into tools and abandon me in the terrible labyrinth of worlds. It is all because of that goddamn sense of justice. I hate you for living in this world alone. Klein started to have an ominous feeling. He understood now why Kim Dokyu thought Yoo Joonghyuk's plan wouldn't work. She would try to kill them now, wouldn't she? Moreover, the 41st regression. Was it because she came from a different world line that she didn't seem to recognize Gehrman? Where had he been in that world? Did he not meet Shin Yusung? Or was he not there at all? There is only one thing I'm going to tell you. Captain can't save anyone. Shin Yusung laughed. Your third regression ends here. Light emerged from Shin Yusung's hands. However, at the same moment, she seemed to feel something wrong and redirected the attack toward Klein. Did she notice I was manipulating her spirit body threads? Had she attacked Yoo Joonghyuk, she would have wasted time and fallen under his control without having enough time to retaliate. Juicy. He tried to teleport through flames with Shin Yusung. However, his hand reaching for his pocket found it empty. There were no matches left. Impossible. I checked before. Did it fall from his pocket? Or was it stolen from him during the night but he didn't notice it because it wasn't counted as danger? As he was about to pull out of the way with Shin Yusung, the child noticed his lack of movement and pushed him out of the way. However, that way, she would be right in the attack's range. Since all this happened only in a fraction of a second, he didn't have enough time to avoid. Klein's pupils constricted, and he resisted the child's strength to stand in his spot, pushing Shin Yusung away instead but not having the time to evade the attack himself. More precisely, his intuition detected danger from the other directions. Open corner bracket numerous daggers coated with lethal poison. But no such weapons were thrown. Open corner bracket the disappeared matches, his danger detection, someone was specifically targeting him. He had already checked above the gray fog, and Kim Dokyu didn't have any assassination attempts planned. His divination had told him that the reader wouldn't try to kill him again, so was it someone else? The future Shin Yusung finally noticed her past self and was stunned. Gehrman's body was split open and his mind became blank from the pain. A massive crater formed in the center of the island and he rolled along the ground for a while. Shifting his injuries to a non-vital part, he barely had enough willpower to check if the child was okay. However, he was still losing too much blood. It really hurt. Juicy. Thankfully, she was unharmed. The child tearfully ran to Gehrman before being stopped by her future self. You. The two's gazes met. Tasting blood in his mouth, Gehrman barely hung onto his dizzy mind. He had to get up. If he died right now and something happened before he resurrected. Haha, yes, I knew it. The future Shin Yoo-sung's voice resounded. Yoo-sung, flee. Yoo-sanga simultaneously activated Hermes' walking method in Arachne's spiderweb. Shin Yoo-sung ignored Yoo-sanga and approached the little girl. The girl looked up at her with fear and anger. The girl wasn't able to move an inch. Shin Yoo-sung raised a hand to the girl's cheek. Yoo Joonghyuk really did find the me of this world. He tried to kill the little me to stop me. Right. The disaster, Shin Yoo-sung laughed. Hello, my past self. Klein struggled to raise himself on the ground, barely standing, when a thought came to mind. He had divined that his life wouldn't be in danger in Saphira Castle. But, what if the one being targeted wasn't him? Open corner bracket. What if the one targeting him wasn't aiming for his life, but... He sensed danger in the back of his neck but didn't have time to get away. Gehrman Sparrow was cleanly knocked out. A woman's voice resounded. I wasn't aiming for this guy. She was dumbfounded. Why did he protect the child? Although she had analyzed Gehrman's fighting patterns, Han Suying didn't expect Gehrman to have a fondness for kids. Soft on the inside and tough on the outside. Was that the saying? Did he instinctively feel all the backup plans she had prepared even if she threw her daggers and managed to save both of their lives in that split second? As expected, he was outstanding. She was right to get rid of all these paper figurines with unknown uses she had found in his pockets and the matches. Exclusive skill, Predictive Plagiarism LV.1 feet, is activated. Han Suying retrieved the memories of the avatar whose head had been cut off and deployed another avatar. That idiot over there didn't seem to have expected the current situation. Kim Dokyo was busy arguing with Yoo Joonghyuk. Then, as expected, it was right for her to step in. You don't want to kill this child. There was a simple way to solve this situation after all. Then stay there. After the future Shin Yoo-sung shifted her attention away from the child and was busy attacking Yoo Joonghyuk, when nobody could see her, Han Suying intervened. Open corner bracket. I don't mind being the villain. As she was about to stab the child from behind, Kim Dokyo noticed her presence, stunned. Wait. However, it was too late to stop her. It's my role after all. Han Suying, exclusive skill, Predictive Plagiarism LV.1 feet, is activated. Due to not losing a big part of her memories since she didn't create an avatar that gained a will and ran away to the 1863rd round butterfly effect, she awakened this skill earlier. Also Han Suying, unknowingly carrying a high-level item that interferes with normal divination, so any divination Gehrman would have made without going above the gray fog would have been nullified. She didn't kill her avatar during the night, but she was still up to shady things. Klein, it hurts like hell. Lennox, want some painkillers. Author, did I say that this FIC wasn't a fix it, but let's make everything worse. I like making things go downhill. This is the most gentle I've ever been to Klein in a long FIC as Mr. Fool was sane in Chapter 1, first time ever. I originally wanted Han Suying to surprise attack Shin Yoo-sung child version during the battle, but then I'd have had to copy-paste the battle from ORV, knocking out Gehrman and killing Shin Yoo-sung early for efficiency reasons. P.S. I dislike fluff and I'm sadistic. It's obvious what was going to happen to Shin Yoo-sung. And I gave up on warning the readers that I'm a sadist before it happens since they don't believe me. Stab. In one clean hit, the child's heart was pierced and she died. What did you just do? Kim Dokyo panicked. Yoo Joonghyuk was also frozen. I solved the scenario, as you can see, Han Suying retorted. I had a plan. Do you think I enjoy killing children? She glared. Now, the disaster of floods will. A beam of light pierced her avatar. There, a furious disaster of flood stood. Something even her predictive plagiarism hadn't expected. How? Kim Dokyo was also shocked. According to Ways of Survival, once her past self had died, the future Shin Yoo-sung would die too. Then why? Why hadn't she disappeared? The scenario hadn't even ended yet. His danger intuition was ringing alarms in his mind. Klein opened his eyes. Above him, a worried Yoo-sanga was leaning toward him. Are you awake? Gehrman tried to recall what had happened. He had pushed aside Shin Yoo-sung, and I gave you first aid for now. She hesitated. But the sounds of fighting reached his ears. Gehrman finally noticed that the battle was still ongoing. His danger intuition screamed louder. Yoo-sanga looked behind her and Gehrman followed her gaze. They were losing. Seoul would soon be destroyed and they would all die. Moreover, the future Shin Yusung fighting in the distance seemed different. What happened? Yoo Sangga summarized the situation. Kim Dokya had tried to convince the future Shin Yusung to surrender and had nearly succeeded when the Dokubis intervened and forcibly converted the disaster to evil. However, the woman's hands were faintly shaking, as if she had omitted something in her explanation. It gave Klein a bad feeling. As he finalized the control of future Shin Yusung's spirit-body threads, the disaster seemed to not notice it this time. Her mind was already engulfed in rage and madness. As Yoo Joonghyuk and Kim Dokya were about to die, they suddenly saw future Shin Yusung pause. Gehrman had turned her into a marionette. Then, future Shin Yusung emotionlessly dispelled her attacks. The fifth main scenario has ended. The compensation settlement is being prepared. Kim Dokya was bewildered. All of a sudden, what happened? How? The woman was still standing there, her eyes blank, yet the scenario had ended. The people present struggled to comprehend the situation. Gehrman got up. Don't move, your injuries. He bypassed Yoo Sangga and looked around. Then, he paused and turned back to Yoo Sangga. Shin Yusung. Yoo Sangga held her breath. It was obvious who he was referring to. Where is she? A simple question. Only someone looking for another's location, not thinking that something could have happened to the child. Yoo Sangga's expression turned complicated. Seeing the woman trying to hold back her tears gave him the answer. Something was wrong. Pushing aside the ominous thought that came to mind, Klein turned to another person who might be able to answer him. Lee Hunsung flinched and avoided his gaze, instinctively looking somewhere in the distance. Klein also turned toward it. Something was lying there. Open corner bracket, the scent of blood. He took a step in that direction. Open corner bracket, it had briefly crossed his mind. Maintaining his cold mask is Gehrman Sparrow. Open corner bracket, another step. A corpse could be seen in the distance. Open corner bracket, whose corpse? A corpse. Open corner bracket, another step. He had a bad feeling. Open corner bracket, another step. He stopped in front of it, his expression shadowed by his hair. Gehrman. He didn't hear the voice behind him. Opening his spirit vision, no signs of life could be seen. He threw a coin to make a divination. Klein stood frozen in place. Belatedly, he noticed a message in the corner of his eye. Your incarnation is dead. He stared at the familiar face of the child lying on the ground. Sobs resounded behind him. Shin Yusung was dead. Open corner bracket, Shin Yusung was dead. It was only then that he fully realized it. Gehrman didn't utter a word after that. After the fight, Han Suying had disappeared. They held a funeral for the child, but the madman refused to bury the body. They didn't know what he intended to do with it. However, Kim Dokya didn't dare to ask. Since everyone received the Elaine Forest's vital energy, as compensation for the fifth scenario, Gehrman could also recover from his injuries. Yoo Sangga told him that Shin Yusung had been killed by Han Suying, who was with them before. Then, not long after, they parted ways. Gehrman simply left without saying goodbye. Yoo Sangga kept a guilty expression on her face. It's not your fault, Kim Dokya reassured her. If only I had stopped her. Shin Yusung could have lived. None of us noticed it before it was too late. After separating from them, Klein sent the child Shin Yusung's body above Saphira Castle. Sitting at the long table, he laughed. Ha ha. He held his head. Ha 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 ha. With a distorted smile, like a clown. Ha 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 ha. She was his incarnation, yet he was so useless. If only there was a way to resurrect her. However, he could only resurrect himself, not others. He was too weak. If only he had been stronger. Open corner bracket, resurrection from the dead is a miracle. Klein finally stopped laughing. Now that he had separated from the group, he could change his identity and focus on digesting his potions. No, on acting to level up his skills. He made a promise to himself. Open corner bracket, I will find a way to resurrect Shin Yusung. In this world where mythical figures had become reality, maybe it would be possible in this star stream. Klein blankly looked into the fog. It was unfair. Whether it was returning to his hometown or saving his colleagues. Open corner bracket, he was always stopped because it was impossible. No matter how hard he searched, Evan Martinez didn't find any teleporting item nor space-related skills in the dungeons he visited. It was as if there were no such things in Seoul at all. Or maybe they were already taken. The main scenario, abandoned world, has begun. Instead, he suddenly ended up transported to a strange place. Plus, main scenario number 6. Category: Main. Difficulty: Clear conditions. Time limit: Compensation: Failure. Plus, it seemed he had gotten involved in the main scenario by accident. Moreover, neither the difficulty level nor the clear conditions were shown. The 7th grade monster, Steel Wolf, has appeared. Lennox blasted away the monster and calmly walked forward. The trees were barely taller than his head, and through his mana senses, he could feel the presences of very small people in the distance. It was as if the world had been shrunk in size. Or was it him who was taller? From afar, he then noticed a familiar person. The talking head, no, Han Suying. In an instant, he changed his face to Van's, putting his black coat back on and holding a silver cane, and approached her. Han Suying saw him and shrieked. She stepped back in fear. Do I seem so scary? Then, she realized her mistake and covered her mouth. They appeared. It really is a scenario. Someone shouted at them. Han Suying clicked her tongue. They had noticed her presence. Van stared, dumbfounded, as hundreds of troops of soldiers the size of their fists filled the vast plains. There were dozens of cavalry and hundreds of archers. In addition, there were hundreds of infantry. Enough people for a war had gathered. Everybody prepared their skills. Prepare to advance. Numerous people pointed spears and lances at them. Van questioned Han Suying, did you do something wrong to them? Why were they suddenly trying to kill them? I didn't do anything, she exclaimed. Attack. Wah. He still had doubts. You have met with the people of this world. Check the scenario contents. Many of the constellations are hungry for violence and blood. A significant number of constellations are urging you to make a bold choice. The main scenario is activated. Plus, main scenario #6 abandoned world. Category, main. Difficulty, S. Clear conditions. Wipe out all dominant species on the number 9871 planetary system, the planet called Peace Land. Time limit, 40 days. Compensation, 200,000 coins. Failure. Plus. Van started to understand. Was it like the previous, disaster, scenario but their roles were exchanged? You have become a disaster of the planet Peace Land. Remembering the sentence about a planetary system that also appeared in the first scenario, he realized that the scenarios weren't only happening on Earth. Han Suying pulled him aside. There's no time for this. We have to escape. They started to move away from the small soldiers. Why are you so slow? However, Van walking with his cane was extremely slow. Didn't you fight that outer god? Shouldn't your physical stats be better? Han Suying complained. Quote. Even the small soldiers had time to catch up. What are you doing? Seeing Van turn back, she stopped. He wasn't going to kill the inhabitants of Peace Land, was he? Considering Han Suying's personality so far, Lennox was more surprised that she chose to run instead of attacking them until now. Resigning himself, Van covered both of them with an illusion spell, turning them invisible from the small people. Huh, where did they go? Teleportation. Putting up a soundproof spell, the mage addressed the writer. What did you plan? Since she decided to not follow the easy scenario contents, she must have had something in mind. Lennox didn't really want to decimate an innocent population either. Some of the probability constraints on the disaster have been lifted. The synchronization with the disasters and sponsors will increase for a period of time. The lacking probability will be paid by the Starstreams Bureau. I am the writer of the Book of Revelations, you should respect me. Quote. Van didn't answer. However, his silence obviously meant, no. Frowning, Han Suying continued, how old are you? In Korea, it was a tradition to respect their seniors. Since Van looked young, she tried to take advantage of that fact. I don't know. Lennox thought about it. By now, was he in his late 20s? Or in his 30s? Han Suying was stunned. It didn't make sense. How could someone not know their own age? Did he not know how to count? What's your birth date? She insisted. I don't know. Someone is using lie detection. Lie detection has determined that what you said is true. Han Suying fell into silence. Can I let you down? You're heavy. Han Yusung became angry. How weak are you? A small person who came from the bushes looked at the scene in a daze. Huh. The two turned toward the familiar voice. Meanwhile, Kim Dokyu looked at the scene in front of him. Han Suying, who had turned into a small person, was standing on Van's hand with her arms crossed while other small people were cheering around them. Wah! We won. We defeated the disasters. Goddess Nim, hooray! Hooray! Han Suying discovered him and jumped down from Van's hand. Approaching him, she raised his chin with her fingers. It's been a while, Kim Dokyu. You are still ugly. Han Suying explained the situation to them, and Kim Dokyu introduced Asuka Ren. How did you already get Peace Land's approval? Han Suying wondered. Kim Dokyu, what is she saying? She is asking how you became the goddess. Ah, that. I told you. The first place where we fell was the north. Ajusi and I fell in the middle of an attack on Veronica. More precisely, after hiding and escaping from the small people's attacks, they had stumbled upon incarnations attacking the small people. Ajusi. Lennox repeated. Han Suying ignored him. It was during a raid. The reader questioned. Some of the first Japanese group were attacking Veronica. So, one of the Japanese brats looked at us and said something. I was annoyed and killed him. Kim Dokyo was speechless. Well, I wouldn't have killed him if I knew I would become a small person, Han Suying sighed. Didn't you already know? Van asked dumbfoundedly. She glared at him. Behind Kim Dokyo, Lee Jae-hee brought up an important point. But why didn't Van become a small person? Quote. Van and Han Suying remained silent. Lee Jae-hee became even more curious. Now that he looked closer, Kim Dokyo could see some small people staring at Van resentfully, and others with fear. The reader felt like he might have an idea of what happened. Kim Dokyo and his companions then rested for one day in a castle in Veronica. Yoo Sangha addressed Van, have you been doing well? Taking it as politeness instead of a question posed by someone who thought he was suicidal, Van nodded. Worried, Yoo Sangha continued asking questions, did you sleep well? Quote. As always. Van changed the subject, Gehrman isn't here. This time, it was Yoo Sangha's turn to fall silent. Further away, Han Suying, Kim Dokyo and Asuka Ren, who had been discussing strategies, were now arguing. Van turned his attention toward them. Asuka Ren slowly nodded. Quote. Peace Land is a world I created. At first, Han Suying was so astonished she couldn't believe it was real. Then after 5 minutes, she murmured, well, my novel became a reality. Kim Dokyo was reminded that she was the writer of Ways of Survival. Then, another 5 minutes passed and she started scolding Asuka Ren. Why did you do that? Quote. Huh, why? Answer me, writer. Why did you make a world like this? Asuka Ren ended up half crying. There are many mainstream worlds in Japan. So, you created this to resist the mainstream worlds. Van's mana senses suddenly felt presences hiding. Lennox summoned a magic shield. Sharp swords collided against it. The group belatedly realized that the Japanese incarnations had followed them here and tried to assassinate them. How many are there? 4 people. Asuka Ren gasped for air and said, it seems to be the Wind Shadow Squadron. They are the subordinates of the Sovereign of 8 Heads. Han Suying spoke like she had made up her mind. I don't know. Kim Dokyo, go first. I'll buy some time. If Van attacked the Japanese incarnations, he would become a small person as well, so it would be better for her to handle things. Is it okay? Don't you know me? I'm a master at dying. Then I'll believe in you. Kim Dokyo grabbed Asuka Ren and ran. Ren SSI, there is no time anymore. Quickly find him. I don't know what you're saying. The returnee Kyrios. Tell me where Kyrios is. Quote. I don't know who that is. Van watched Kim Dokyo and Asuka Ren get further away. Once they disappeared, he was thoughtful. Did they say a snake? Hearing his murmur, Han Suying turned toward him. What kind of crazy thing are you planning to do? I'll go check out the snake. That's a creature from myths. Waving at Han Suying, he let her deal with the Japanese incarnations and left, hearing her cursing behind him. Moreover, he could feel that Kim Dokyo outside was also busy talking to a small person with an aura equivalent to constellations. An unbelievable feat has been accomplished. You have hunted a King of Disasters for the first time. The script of the King of Disasters descending in the scenario wasn't expected. You have achieved a non-existent story. Due to the completion of an impossible story, all dokubis of the Seoul Dome and Tokyo Dome will enter an emergency meeting. After Kim Dokyo received training from Kyrios, he headed back to the castle in a hurry. However, instead of being attacked by Yamata no Orochi, the group was safe and the small people were celebrating. Quote. What happened? Han Suying shrugged. Yamata no Orochi is dead. What? How? Kim Dokyo was confused. However, he didn't forget the most important question. What about the corpse? It was reduced to ashes. Now, all his plans were useless. He wouldn't be able to obtain many lives from the snake's body parts. The only silver lining was that at least he still had the King of No Killing trait. He urged her to explain the situation. Van went to check out the snake, Han Suying stated. So, why did he kill the snake if it was only reconnaissance? Kim Dokyo gestured toward some small people mourning. What about this? And why did he see the Great Hall opening from afar earlier? Han Suying deadpanned. The fight got very big, so a major part of Peace Land was destroyed. Kim Dokyo looked toward Van. Quote. Van naturally avoided his gaze. Whether in World 3.0 or this one, every place Lennox visited seemed to end up destroyed. Kim Dokyo cleared his throat. The disasters have given up the scenario and the 6th scenario is scheduled for an early termination. Han Suying glanced at the notification and said, there will be a banquet at the castle tonight. Then, she turned around. While Kim Dokya was busy doing something, Yoo Joonghyuk saw Van in the corner of her eye take out a pill bottle. Then, the mage swallowed a big amount of sleeping pills. Due to his resistance to drugs, he needed at least that much to be able to fall asleep. Yoo Joonghyuk paled. Panicked, she intervened. What are you doing? Van looked at her in confusion. Taking sleeping pills. But why? No matter what, it isn't. Yoo Joonghyuk stopped herself. Committing suicide all of a sudden shouldn't be done, she held back from saying. Although it was time to sleep, he shouldn't fall into an eternal sleep. Lennox wasn't sure what she had misunderstood, but he continued, with it, at least I won't wake up due to nightmares. But only for the first few hours. Maybe due to his insomnia trait, despite disappearing at first, the nightmares later came back even if he took sleeping pills. He could only increase the dosage or resolve himself. Yoo Joonghyuk pressed her lips into a thin line. Do you always have nightmares? Van nodded. He ignored her gaze filled with pity and decided to lie down. Although it was still daytime, he wanted to rest. Defeating Yamata no Orochi hadn't been easy. Then, thinking he had already fallen asleep, Yoo Joonghyuk rushed to Kim Dokya and asked him for help to prevent the sleeping pills from killing Van. Van SSI just. Do you have anything for? As his consciousness slowly faded, Lennox was dumbfounded. They thought I was trying to kill myself by overdose. He didn't know what had gone wrong with his reputation again. Van. Visiting Peace Land. Peace Land. Destroyed. Van. It seems my bad luck is still the same. Less than the bad luck that every place he visits is destroyed in one way or another. Van woke up to the sound of people buzzing. They were all crowded around one place. In the air, traces of a distorted space were appearing. A portal. A man came through the portal. His whole body was charcoal, as if he had been burned all over. Ah, Kim Dokya made a shocked expression. Young Minsob SSI. What is this? Lee Seolchwa appeared and started to treat Young Minsob. However, it was already too late. At the last minute, Young Minsob met the reader's eyes and muttered towards him. Don't come back. These were Young Minsob's last words. Van could only guess that a problem had occurred outside of Peace Land. Kim Dokya's companions started to discuss the situation. We won't know for certain unless we go back, Yoo Joonghyuk concluded. The reader nodded at his words. You are correct. Let's go back and check it. The Dokubi made an announcement and a huge portal appeared in the air. Go carefully. Thank you. I'll definitely remember you. Listening to the farewells of the small people, the Japanese and Korean incarnations stepped through the portal one by one. Van. Kim Dokya called out. Lennox, who had paused to analyze how the portal was created, followed them as well. Their vision swirled and once they came to their senses, their feet were touching the ground. The main scenario has ended. The view of soul entered his eyes. Lennox bent over, dizzy from the dimensional travel. Looking around, it seemed only Han Suying had been transported to the same place as him. With his mana senses, a commotion could be heard in the distance. The Supreme King. Don't panic. Shoot. They aren't on the same side anyway. Leave the Supreme King and go for the King of No Killing. At least Kim Dokya and Yoo Joonghyuk were doing well. Did Young Minsob warn them because people were preparing to ambush Kim Dokya? But, for what reason? The traitor is here. Kill him. You're crazy. We don't stand a chance. A scream in front gave him the answer. Grabbing some of the incarnations trying to run away before their eyes, Van interrogated them. Kya, please, spare me. What is happening here? Due to fear, the incarnation spilled out the information easily. We received a bounty scenario. The Dokubis had set up a scenario to attack the group of incarnations who had destroyed the Absolute Throne. Han Suying on the side looked at him. So if I kill you, I can get money. Van glanced at her. Han Suying fell silent. Then, she grumbled something under her breath and gave up on the idea. Even if she used an avatar, she felt like the mage had a way to harm her real body without seeing her in person. He can't kill anyone. There is a penalty if he kills. Therefore, don't hesitate. There is a possibility that he collected points and will revive again. Don't miss the time of revival and kill him. Listening to what was happening further away, Van decided to head there and lend a hand to Kim Dokya. Where are you going? Han Suying exclaimed. Why are you following me? I have nothing else to do. Yoo Joonghyuk spoke with a puzzled expression. Strange. The hunting scenarios should be in progress in Seoul Dome. I don't know. The hunt might not actually be hunting. All the roads leading to Kachisan, including Ujangsan Station, Sinjung Station and Mokdong were covered with the blood of incarnations. There were corpses lying on the street. There had been many bodies previously. The problem this time was the method of killing. Yoo Joonghyuk looked at the wounds and nodded. The cause of these wounds are humans. Han Suying and Kim Dokja's gazes gathered on Van. Lennox stared at Han Suying. We arrived together just now. Ah, right. Maybe it was Gehrman then. These people had clearly died from sharp weapons or magic bullets. In other words, there was a fight here regardless of the scenario. Not long afterwards, they discovered a person who had fled. Over there. While they made various hypotheses, they met with Min Jiwon, who explained the current situation in Seoul Dome. The Salvation Church suddenly appeared on the day you left. They said they were going to liberate the human race from the scenarios. The forces that went against them were removed without hesitation. Yoo Joonghyuk asked, where was such a force hiding? All the big powers in Seoul would have gathered at the start of the sixth scenario. They aren't from Seoul. Kim Dokja immediately understood what she meant. Light suddenly gushed out in front of them. It wasn't one or two light rays falling from the sky. Humans were summoned with the light rays, as if it was a spotlight from heaven. Half of them seemed crazy, but the other half had very clear eyes. Then a message was heard. New people have entered the scenario zone. The seventh main scenario is currently underway at Seoul Dome. More than 900 people were summoned to the square. Everyone was wearing casual clothing, not combat equipment. Yoo Joonghyuk muttered, it's already time for new people to be added. Most of the people were frightened, but many incarnations had already started to explore the surroundings. Based on their looks, they seemed to have just gone through the first scenario. Yoo Joonghyuk's eyes narrowed. The Salvation Church was summoned like them. Yes. It doesn't make sense. Those who are just summoned won't be able to defeat existing incarnations. Min Jiwon bit her lip and said, the Salvation Church's lord was strong from the beginning. The trembling of her shoulders indicated someone who experienced real horror. Supreme King, I know you are strong. However, never fight him. His strength and resourcefulness has already transcended humans. He isn't human. He is like another creature. Then the Dokubi appeared among the murmuring people. Now, everyone, don't panic. Calm down and look here. After the Dokubis gave a speech and the incarnations started arguing between themselves, a sound like a horn was heard in the distance. Min Jiwon jumped and started shaking. We have to run away. A voice was heard before she could finish speaking. Poor people playing out the scenarios of the highest beings. We have come to save you. Staring at the center of the group, Yoo Joonghyuk's expression was strange. A beautiful smile spread on the face of the Salvation leader. Yoo Joonghyuk, do you know how long I have been looking for you? Not caring about the other people around the Supreme King, Nirvana smiled brightly and spread open his arms. Yoo Joonghyuk, become one with me. Stop with the bullshit. Before I kill you. Nirvana laughed. You pretend to hate me, but in fact, you want me more than anyone else. You need my strength. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, appears late and looks around. Soon after, the situation turned into a mess. Kim Dokja hurriedly whispered towards Yoo Joonghyuk. Hey, just say that you like him. Quickly. Yoo Joonghyuk spoke in a loud voice, I'm not interested in men. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, cries out for blood. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. Nirvana looked like he would puke. I'm not a man. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is embarrassed. Of course, I'm not a woman either. Kim Dokja had a headache. Lennox was also dumbfounded. Then, seeing Van ready to fight, Kim Dokja realized that the mage may really be able to beat the reincarnator and said just in case. Don't kill him. He can reincarnate. Van glanced at him. Since his lightning magic system didn't yet have the strength to completely eliminate immortal beings, he decided to only beat up Nirvana until he was about to die. Klein, who came across Yoo Sangha being held captive by the Salvation Church, stepped in and took down the ones keeping guard around her. Although the woman seemed to already have an escape plan ready, he figured it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand and free her sooner. His divination also indicated that it was okay. Dusting off her clothes, Yoo Sangha looked at the man in front of her. An unfamiliar man with an ordinary appearance, wearing a black robe and a classic hat, and accompanied by a woman keeping silent behind him. Who are you? Klein, who had changed the appearance of the disaster of floods that he was keeping as his marionette, smiled. I am Merlin Hermes, a wandering magician. He pointed at the marionette behind him. This is my assistant. He controlled the assistant in question to nod at Yoo Sangha, and the office worker nodded in response. I wish to inform all incarnations of Seoul Dome. At that moment, the message from a Dokubi came. Aren't you surprised by the monsters suddenly appearing? Sigh, as you might have expected, the next scenario has started. We also wanted to give you a break, it is regrettable. This scenario wasn't created by the Dokubis but is an automatic scenario. Another scenario. A new main scenario has arrived. Main scenario #8 The strongest sacrifice has begun. They opened the contents of the scenario. Plus. Main scenario #8 The strongest sacrifice. Category. Main. Difficulty. S. Clear conditions. Survive the wave of monsters. This scenario requires caution because the rank of the monsters rises every 4 hours. Time limit. Compensation. Failure. Death. There are additional clear conditions. Hints are provided once every 4 hours. Plus. Sacrifice. The name already seemed like a bad omen. For your information. It starts from the 6th grade. In 4 hours, the 5th grade species will emerge, and then 4 hours after that, it will be 4th grade. Then 4 hours later, well, don't you know? Then one of the incarnations shouted, What? What is an automatic scenario? There isn't a time limit. A time limit? Haha, there is no such thing. Klein's expression was serious. It is because all of you are too strong. Oh my god, the Korean incarnations have become so strong that they don't fit the balance anymore. Aren't you being a bit too greedy? This is a scenario that automatically occurs when the incarnations of certain domes become too strong. The soul incarnations were at a loss. As mentioned, there are 2 solutions to this scenario. Additional conditions appeared in the air. Plus. Additional clear conditions. Pick one. 1. The death of half the incarnations in Soul Dome. Current number of incarnations 107,628. Plus. The Dokubi spoke with admiration. There are still so many people. It is good that it is an even number. At the incarnations, angry shouts, the Dokubi smiled and added. Please calm down. There is a second condition. Plus. Additional clear conditions. Pick 1. 2. The death of the strongest incarnation in Soul Dome. Plus. What? The incarnations shouted excitedly, the strongest incarnation. What? Who is that referring to? Tell us who it is. Haha, I can't tell you that. Is it any fun if I tell you? Well, he is the strongest, so he would know the best. Klein looked up at the Dokubi with an odd gleam in his eyes. These scenarios were still as sadistic as always. Van, remembering what Gehrman did before, plucks out a strand of hair from Han Suying. Han Suying, freaking out. Why did you do that? Van, composed expression, divination, less than plans to hand it over to Gehrman later so that they can always track her location. Han Suying, gets chills. Van having fun trolling too. Strength and weakness in the star stream have nothing to do with power or skill proficiency. The standards of strength come from the story. Asterisk. The Dokubi concluded. Then work hard to find them. Or do you already know? Perhaps the strongest incarnation is the Apostle of Justice who will sacrifice themselves for you. I'm a bit bored, so let me give you a hint. I wish you the blessing of the story. Plus. Hint 1. The 10th strongest incarnation in Soul Dome is Maritime Admiral Lee Jae-hee. Plus. Wow, what? Nonsense. I am only 10th. Lee Jae-hee grumbled. Seeing Yoo Joonghyuk on the verge of regressing due to the unexpected scenario occurring, Kim Dokyu prepared to hit him. Then, the group cleaned up all the 6th grade monsters in the area. Current number of incarnations, 99,725 people. In the middle, they also came across Yoo Sangha taking care of monsters with 2 strangers. Merlin controlled his expression while repressing a sigh. What kind of fated meeting is this? He somehow always encountered Kim Dokyu. Avoiding looking at the writer, Yoo Sangha turned to Van. Are you okay? Klein lampooned. Why are you asking the one least likely to get hurt? You should be worried about his opponent's instia. His gaze paused, finally noticing Han Suying. However, if he showed hostility by attacking her now, it would expose his identity. Feeling the tense current in the air, Van also glanced at Han Suying. The woman cleared her throat and decided to avoid Yoo Sangha. Ahem. I just remembered I had something to do. Bye, ugliest king. Kim Dokyu was successfully annoyed. Stealing their attention, a voice being broadcast throughout the place reached everyone. Dear incarnations. Merlin found the voice familiar. When had he heard it again? Following people's gazes, he saw the figure of the person speaking. He was surprised. That guy was still alive. The person in question continued, do you want to survive? A moment of silence ensued. As if hypnotizing them, the voice resounded, this wave of monsters was defeated. But was about the next. And the next one, although it was literally hypnotizing. Now, with Saphira Castle's help, Klein could finally resist mental attacks and wasn't affected. However, other people's attention were unnaturally drawn to the eloquent speech. Do you remember what the Dokubi said? In the bounty scenario earlier. Whose fault is this that we ended up in such a situation? The incarnations angrily shouted answers. Exactly. Spreading his arms, a blond man claimed with emotion, "It is unfair that we have to suffer the consequences of the scenarios because of people like Gehrman Sparrow and Kim Dokya who care only about their own interests and destroyed the absolute throne. The incarnations of soul, whether new to the scenarios or not, cheered. Wasting time against these waves of monsters is no use. As always, these people will cause chaos in the scenarios and prevent us from finding the strongest. Before a stronger wave comes, let's all unite together against these evil incarnations and overcome this scenario." He concluded. The incarnations were fired up. "Yeah, long live Cheon Inyo. The ugliest king should die." Seeing Cheon Inyo control the crowd with such ease, Kim Dokya was confused. Who on earth is this guy? Activating character list, the reader was able to access his personal information. That meant he was a character. Was there such an incarnation in Ways of Survival? Escaping the chase of other incarnations, the group hid somewhere. Yoo Joonghyuk opened his mouth. "I have been making a plan for this scenario." "A plan? What is it?" Yoo Joonghyuk turned towards Kim Dokya. "This scenario is one where the strongest incarnation must die. I have been thinking about it." Lee Jae-hee spoke with slight excitement. "Oh, we were also talking about that. How did you decide? Who is the strongest incarnation?" "Of course it is me. Do you mean to die?" Kim Dokya asked him. "I will be able to stop this scenario if I die. Aren't you being too hasty? Is there any guarantee that you are the strongest? For example, me." The party members looked at him at the same time. Lee Jae-hee hit him on the shoulder and laughed exaggeratedly. "Hey, are you being serious?" As they expressed their skepticism one by one, the reader corrected his words. "I was just using myself as an example. The Salvation Leader might be stronger than Yoo Joonghyuk. Or it could be Van, or Gehrman Sparrow." Lee Jae-hee realized and nodded. Come to think of it, isn't Van stronger than Master? Van had beaten Yoo Joonghyuk many times in the past. However, what is the criteria for the ranking? Combat power. Or is it the person who wins in a fight? Kim Dokya replied to Min Jiwon's question. It is possible they are using overall combat power. In the first place, not everyone can fight each other. There could be a change after fighting. That reminds me, what did the Dokubi say? He is the strongest so he would know the most. They looked toward Yoo Joonghyuk and Van. Is there something different from usual? Did the Dokubi say anything to you? Yoo Joonghyuk formed a fist and slowly replied. Well, I haven't heard anything. Van slowly shook his head. Maybe it could be Gehrman. Does anyone know where he went? Unaware that the person in question was right next to her, Lee Jae-hee refuted, didn't that Ajusi mainly fight with air bullets? I don't think he's that strong. Merlin's lips twitched. Van SSI, didn't you fight against the Salvation Leader? Was he stronger than you? Yu Sangha questioned. It's Van we're talking about. If Van could beat him, the Salvation Leader would already be dead. Kim Dokya nodded at Lee Jae-hee's words. Fair enough. The reader finally looked around the party members and said, I don't think we can confirm anything. Then what should we do? Let's just think that this is a good thing. After all, none of us here want Yoo Joonghyuk or Van to die. For now, let's make a reasonable judgment that Nirvana is the strongest and get rid of him. It wasn't like they knew Gehrman Sparrow's location either. If it turns out that the Salvation Leader isn't the strongest, we will think about it then. For now, Kim Dokya had to find a way to kill Nirvana while most of the incarnations of Soul were ganging up on him. Fortunately, he already had a plan in mind. Let's make him come to us. Plus, hint 2. The 9th strongest incarnation in Soul Dome is Moonlight Girl Yoo Sangha. Plus, at least, Yoo Sangha could be eliminated from the list. Neither Lee Jae-hee nor her were the strongest. Merlin Hermes walked alone with the disaster of floods. Currently, Kim Dokya's group was busy setting up Yoo Joonghyuk against Nirvana. There was a gigantic screen above the dome that was created by the Dokubi. You are doing something interesting. I think it will be a fun fight, so I'm prepared to let everyone see it. A showdown between two prospective strongest in Seoul. Meanwhile, the other incarnations seeking revenge were chasing after Kim Dokya and looking for Gehrman Sparrow. However, they avoided Van for the time being. His attacks were far too lethal for ordinary incarnations to stand a chance against him, and there was still the possibility that the current scenario would be resolved by Yoo Joonghyuk and Nirvana killing each other. Come to think of it, it was strange that nobody was helping Yoo Joonghyuk against Nirvana. Although it was true that making Nirvana come to them would be easier if only Yoo Joonghyuk was involved, wouldn't the fight be resolved more easily if they ganged up on the Salvation Leader? However, all of Kim Dokya's companions were merely watching the confrontation between the two. Contemplating the matter, Merlin heard footsteps behind him. Kim Anna SSI, is that the one you were talking about? Klein turned back and faced a familiar man with blonde hair who had been making a broadcast earlier. Cheon Inyo. Next to him, an unknown foreign woman with long blonde hair sighed. Meeting Merlin's gaze, Anna Croft started, "I'll go straight to the point." The real prophet reached out her hand. "Will you help us eliminate the strongest? If they continued in this way, they wouldn't be able to kill the strongest in Seoul." Merlin looked at her outstretched hand in silence. On the giant screen, Nirvana and Yoo Joonghyuk were still fighting. "Geez, this could end quicker than I thought." The Dokubi giggled as he saw the bloody battle between Yoo Joonghyuk and Nirvana. "If not one half, I thought at least a third of the incarnations would die. This story isn't interesting." In the air, 3 intermediate Dokubis were looking down at the stadium. The incarnations outside the stadium froze at the appearance of the Dokubis. Every time they appeared, something ridiculous happened. Is it worth giving hints now? It isn't a big deal. Let's release them a bit faster. The moment the Dokubis spoke, the rankings of the incarnations started to appear on a board in the air. Plus, the 8th strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is the ugliest King Kim Dokya. The 7th strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Black Flames Empress Han Suying. The 6th strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Prophet Anna Croft. Plus, look, you're only 6th. Cheon Inyo mocked. Merlin glanced at the notification for the 6th. It was written, Prophet Anna Croft. Your name wasn't Kim Anna. He lampooned. Cheon Inyo, how was your trip to America? I know there's no way Cheon Inyo would call Anna Croft Kim Anna, but this is a fanfiction, so I do what I want. For example, how fun would it be if Yoo Joonghyuk were the strongest this time? I'll put the ranking explanations in the author notes later, so it'll be a long author note, but basically, I'm just realizing my fantasies. So Anna Croft came from America specially to make an appearance. The alliance with Cheon Inyo was real. P.S. Klein is still sequence 4 right now. He hasn't finished digesting the potion. Open corner bracket. If Yoo Joonghyuk were the strongest, he would have given up his life to save everyone and regressed. If Klein Moretti were the strongest, he would have sacrificed himself to end the scenario and resurrected. If Van were the strongest. With a light-hearted attitude, Merlin smiled. It was impossible to discern if it was his true feelings or a facade. You know who I am. A prophet. Although Saphira Castle usually gave him strong anti-divination properties, before he died once, he didn't have the protection of Saphira Castle, so a skill working on him wasn't truly surprising. In previous and future word lines, my past self could glimpse into the records of this world. This is the essence of my skill, future sight. With the help of Cheon Inho's insight, skill, Anna Croft could disregard the usage limit of her future sight, skill, despite some backlash in probability, and uncovered more about the truth of this world. She continued, however, contrary to other word lines, this world's records have been modified. The unchangeable future she foresaw for this world previously had been rewritten when she looked at it now. For example, you never appeared in the future I saw before. Anna Croft looked straight at Merlin. Unlike Kim Dokya, for whom her future sight didn't work on, this particular word line was centered and changed around this newcomer. The current world line was special, disconnected from the others. No matter what they did, its fate was sealed. Like a loop that would repeat endlessly until the current status quo was broken. Incarnation Klein Moretti. Facing him in person now, Anna Croft's eyes relayed to her a different sight. Klein didn't know how he appeared in her eyes. I don't know who you are, or what you intend to achieve. She declared, but I can assure you that we are not your enemies. Despite his real name being known, Merlin's expression didn't change. At least, their claim of knowing who the strongest was more credible. If you don't trust us, I believe you have a way to check it yourself. They seemed somewhat aware of his abilities as well. Merlin threw up a coin and made a divination. After glancing at the result, he finally opened his mouth. I am also aware of who the strongest is, but why should I help you eliminate them? Plus, the 5th strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is righteous deceiver Klein Moretti. Plus, trampling on someone, Young Hee-won raised her head, Klein Moretti. Who is that? Next to her, Lee Jae-hee questioned, Gehrman Sparrow is still not in the rankings. Maybe he will appear later. On the other side of Seoul Dome, Merlin's lips twitched. Righteous deceiver. That sounded so bad. Meanwhile, Cheon Inyo seized the opportunity to banter with the prophet, Kim Anna, if you say too many cryptic things, it doesn't sound mysterious, only like a load of nonsense. Don't call me Kim Anna. Sure, Kim Anna. Merlin turned his attention back to them. Plus, the 4th strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Supreme King Yoo Joonghyuk. Plus, fighting against Nirvana, Yoo Joonghyuk froze. Master is only 4th, Lee Jae-hee exclaimed. Klein had also expected the regressor to be ranked higher. He pointed to the ranking. What tells you I have enough strength to go against the strongest in the first place? Cheon Inyo nodded. Of course, individually, none of us can stand a chance. However, it's a different matter if we ally. Merlin listened. Even if we wait, Cheon Inyo continued, we can survive. We have enough strength to hold on until the end. Then, he brought up an important point, but, what do you think the strongest will choose to do? Will they sacrifice themselves for the greater good? Cheon Inyo gestured toward their surroundings. If it continues like this, half of Soul's incarnations will die. The evil sophist met Merlin's eyes. You wouldn't want that, would you? Merlin looked into the distance. Plus, the third strongest incarnation in Soul Dome is Salvation Leader Nirvana. Plus, on the screen, the fight completely stopped. Soul's incarnations were confused. Who was the strongest? Is Gehrman Sparrow stronger than Nirvana? Lee Jae-hee wondered. The madman's name hadn't come out yet. Kim Dokya stayed silent. It couldn't be, right? I didn't think you were the type to worry about people's life and deaths. Merlin remarked, what is your purpose? Even when Klein first saw him, it was obvious that Cheon Inyo wasn't really a righteous person. The evil sophist shrugged his shoulders. Let's say I've had a change of heart. He was lying, they both knew it. In any case, even if Klein refused, if he was such an important person as Kim Anna said he was, forging a good relationship with Klein Moretti would be beneficial. Pushing aside the one time he had met him as Gehrman Sparrow. So, will you help us? Facing the two blondes, Merlin considered the proposal. Plus, the second strongest incarnation in Soul Dome is Evil Sophist Cheon Inyo. Plus, Evil Sophist, what a trustworthy sounding title, Klein lampooned. Still, being placed second was outstanding. The moment that the fourth and third rankings were announced in Seoul, the incarnations fell into a panic. Fuck, what is this? Then who is the strongest? What are we going to do? Most of Seoul's incarnations hadn't realized yet, but a minority started to understand the situation. Someone whose name hadn't come out yet. Someone they had avoided because they couldn't beat him. The worst possibility to be the strongest. It had been obvious, yet he had instinctively tried to deny it. The situation was becoming worse. The 5th grade monsters weren't easy and the incarnations were less united than expected. Current number of incarnations, 90,424. Kim Dokja's gaze searched for Van. A few others did the same, hesitating whether to waste their lives by attacking or charging. However, maybe fortunately, the mage was nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere was a mix of resignation and despair as the Dokubi in charge laughed. They had to fight the one who had single-handedly faced an outer god. The skill, fourth wall, offset your mental shock. Kim Dokya took a deep breath. They couldn't be sure. Since the strongest hadn't yet been announced, there was still a sliver of possibility that his guess was wrong. Before the hint was released, the reader should first get rid of Nirvana. With such thoughts, Kim Dokya faced the Salvation Leader, who would soon be eaten by the fourth wall. What do you need me to do? What can I get in exchange? Merlin asked. Cheon Inyo nodded, having expected it. In exchange, you can get a powerful story. A story. It is the most powerful weapon in the Star Stream. It was most likely Cheon Inho's true reason for making such an offer. If he could contribute to killing the strongest, the evil sophist could obtain a good story and become even stronger. Of course, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, we will also give you coins. Cheon Inyo added. Soon after, the Dokubi started talking. Shall I now announce who the strongest incarnation is? The incarnations listened intently. The strongest incarnation, he is. Seeing the hint, Kim Dokya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are currently the strongest incarnation in Seoul. A message rang loudly in his head since earlier. Disguised as an ordinary person among the crowd, Lennox looked at the incarnations fighting off monsters. He watched the count of incarnations slowly decreasing. Plus, the strongest incarnation in Soul Dome is Mad Mage. Plus, Mad Mage. Who is that? Why doesn't the name appear? Isn't it Van? Lee Jae-hee questioned. He fits the description. Young Hee-won glanced at her, the mad, or mage, part. She joked. In the end, it didn't explicitly state that Van was the strongest. Yet, it could still be taken as a confirmation. Trying to relieve the atmosphere, Lee Jae-hee theorized, maybe a name doesn't appear because he wasn't given one. Since he's an orphan, did Van SSI ever say he was an orphan? Doesn't Mad suit Gehrman more? But he's not a mage. Come to think of it, where did Van SSI go? Feeling a gaze on him, Lennox turned around. In a low voice, the other person spoke. Found you. An unknown woman radiating no sign of life faced him. It was Merlin's marionette, the disaster of floods whose appearance was changed with the abilities of a bizarro sorcerer. His arms crossed, Lennox didn't ask who she was. "How did you find me?" he curiously inquired. Truthfully, Klein's divinations about Van failed. However, despite not being able to divine his location, finding where he wasn't particularly difficult. Through Klein's spirit vision, the mage stood out among the crowd. There wasn't anyone else with such a bad health throughout Seoul. "It's a secret," the marionette said. Then, Merlin made her ask the question he was curious about. "Are you really going to let half of the people here die?" Lennox was silent for a moment. With a bitter smile, he answered. "It is human nature to want to survive." Klein understood. Humans were inherently selfish. Although many preached for morals, few would choose to sacrifice their lives for the greater good. He couldn't force a companion to sacrifice themselves either. But why survive, when Van didn't want to live? Klein wondered. He didn't really want to kill someone who had once been a colleague. He was mainly here because he wished to confirm Van's intentions. Emotional exhaustion, pain, rational thinking. Although the theory that Van was suicidal may not necessarily be true, judging from his health, even living must be painful. Self-deprecating, reluctance, struggle. These were the emotions Klein could see through his spiritual vision right now. The words hung in the air. Lennox knew, in the future, the scenarios would become even harder. These 50,000 people he could save now would eventually perish. The weak die and the strong survive. They weren't innocent either. Even if there were a few exceptions who exploited loopholes, the people here had passed the first scenario by killing someone. No, in the end, he was only self-rationalizing things. Lennox wasn't a good person. That's why he could make such a choice. If I die, what will happen to the people in World 3.0? Wouldn't all his colleagues die as the end of the world comes? He still had things left to do. So, he couldn't die here. "Isn't that why you aren't talking directly to me right now?" Lennox remarked. He curiously eyed the marionette, trying to analyze the technique behind it. Merlin was surprised. He didn't expect Van to know. A moment of silence ensued. Then, Lennox spoke up again. "So, did your skill work?" He had noticed that the other person was stalling for time and trying something during this conversation, and let them do so on purpose. As he thought, Klein was indeed attempting to control Van's spirit body threads since earlier. Since the mage had immediately noticed his gaze, Klein had made his marionette approach him as a diversion. However, no matter how long he waited, Van wasn't affected. The spirit body threads were there, but for the first time, far from seizing initial control, Van's spirit body threads didn't respond to Klein at all. Not waiting for an answer, Lennox acted. Merlin's connection to his marionette was suddenly cut off. "Anna Croft. I'm not Korean. Cheon Inyo, from now on, you are. Your name will be Kim Anna." Kim is an extremely common Korean surname, particularly in South Korea. It is the most used, followed by Lee and Park. Two protagonists talking together through a crowd, looking in different directions, while a marionette serves as their intermediary. How cool. A strategy I had in mind would be to filter the 50,000 plus yourself by killing all the wicked guys. The weak ones will die later anyway, so let's kill all the evil ones while weak people die to monsters until half of Seoul's population is left. Kim Dokja's 5 stories to become a constellation in ORV according to the wiki. 1. King of a kingless world, legendary, less than acquired through destroying the absolute throne. 2. One who opposes the extraordinary, legendary, less than acquired upon defeating the disaster of questions, Myung Il-sang. 3. One who showed contempt for a streamer, legendary, less than acquired upon attacking the Dokubi Paul after the death of the disaster of floods. 4. One who hunted the king of disasters, legendary, less than acquired after defeating the constellation Yamata no Orochi in Peace Lands. 5. Demon king of salvation, legendary, less than acquired upon becoming the 73rd Demon king in a corrupted constellation. King of a kingless world, owner, Kim Dokja to replaced by rebel of a ruined world, owner, Lennox. One who opposes the extraordinary to Myung Il-sang was defeated by Lennox instead. One who hunted the king of disasters to Yamata no Orochi was defeated by Lennox instead. And, Demon King of Salvation, didn't happen yet. It's strange that there's no story related to defeating the disaster of floods in the wiki, but I think Gehrman would have gotten a story related to it. Rankings at this point in the scenarios, with stories being more important than combat power. 1. The strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Mad Mage. Lennox. 2. The second strongest incarnation is Evil Sophist Cheon Inyo. 3. The third strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Salvation Leader Nirvana. 4. The fourth strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Supreme King Yoo Joonghyuk. 5. The fifth strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Righteous Deceiver Klein Moretti. 6. The sixth strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Prophet Anna Croft. 7. The seventh strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Black Flames Empress Han Suying. 8. The eighth strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is the Ugliest King Kim Dokya. 9. The ninth strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Moonlight Girl Yu Sanga. 10. The 10th strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Maritime Admiral Lee Jae-hee. Lennox has the most stories in Seoul Dome. Kim Dokya has far less stories than in the original, and more of his original achievements didn't happen. Cheon Inyo to the one who managed to reach the end of the scenarios in only one try, and without predictive plagiarism as long as he wasn't killed by Yoo Joonghyuk early. Although Han Suying also reached the end of the scenarios in the 1863rd world line, predictive plagiarism should theoretically become more useful once it levels up, so Cheon Inho's efficiency would be better than hers at the start. Meanwhile, although Cheon Inho's combat power is overwhelmingly weaker than everyone, his ability to create stories is far better. And I didn't put him in first place, or else the scenario could have been easily solved by killing him. Cheon Inyo went to America for a while before coming back to Seoul with Anna Croft to hit Yoo Joonghyuk in the back of the head. Klein Moretti vs. Cheon Inyo. Klein Moretti wasn't trying to gather stories. After all, in a fight, making it entertaining to onlookers isn't the main goal, and despite acting as a magician, being a show, it doesn't mean he is trying to create a twist. In the situation that nobody thought of, the goal remains winning the fight. However, stories in the star stream are more important than combat power. Cheon Inyo wins. Han Suying Fake Prophet vs Anna Croft Real Prophet. Han Suying is stronger than before due to having predictive plagiarism, but with Cheon Inho's help, Anna Croft was able to achieve more, and Seoul is full of other powerhouses while America isn't. Anna Croft wins. Klein Moretti vs Nirvana Mobius. Klein is a constellation only above Saphira Castle but not in the real world, so it's not counted in the ranking, so, due to being a reincarnator, creating the Salvation Church, and having a very powerful sponsor, Nirvana Mobius wins. With Lee Hunsung and Jung Hee-won's delayed evolutions compared to ORV, and Gong Pildu's absence from Peace Land, Usanga would naturally be the next in line as the ninth strongest in their stead. The strongest incarnation in Seoul Dome is Mad Mage. Plus, open corner bracket, the boundary between a genius and a madman is very thin. Some call them crazy. Some call them geniuses. Both are two sides of the same coin. Open corner bracket, do you have a plan? Unfortunately, unlike your case, I can't foresee anything related to the strongest. It is as if this person doesn't exist at all. Anna Croft confessed, you are the only incarnation in Seoul who can pinpoint the strongest's location. Cheon Inyo continued, thus, we only need you to cooperate by telling us the target's coordinates while we strategize and repeatedly send incarnations after him. Of course, you can take priority in launching a surprise attack. If it succeeds, sending other incarnations won't be needed. After Klein's failed assassination attempt, the Beander didn't try again. He had already achieved his goal. He focused on scaring other incarnations to digest his potion and become stronger instead. On Cheon Inyo and Anna Croft's side, no matter what traps or plans were made, Van successfully escaped and killed the attackers. Even with the disadvantage of an information gap, it appeared as if it made no difference. Through this incident, it became clear that Van's firepower wasn't the only outstanding thing about him. What was even more terrifying was that he never let his guard down and remained cautious despite his strength. Leading the psychological warfare, he dismantled their strategies with his intellect and returned the traps against them, tracing back their source to the masterminds. Without Merlin's help, Van would have found Cheon Inyo and Anna Croft's locations. The wandering magician decided to extort more money from them in exchange for this service that wasn't in their deal. Eventually, waves of monsters stopped coming. The scenario had ended. Half of Seoul's incarnations had died. Some unexpected people reached out to Klein. The Constellation Banquet. After mulling it over, he decided to accept the invitation. Putting on Gehrman Sparrow's appearance once more, he followed the Dokubi. You have temporarily left the main scenario area. You must return to the scenario area within 24 hours, Earth time. If you don't return in time, you will be disposed of according to the scenario rules. The hidden scenario, Constellation Banquet will begin. Plus, hidden scenario, Constellation Banquet. Category, hidden. Difficulty, clear conditions. Participate in the banquet and have a successful debut. Time limit, 24 hours. Compensation, 100,000 coins, favor or dislike from some of the constellations. Failure. Plus. Gehrman glanced at the scenario contents and was led to the incarnation waiting room. As a Dokubi opened the door, the sight inside was revealed. His arms crossed, Van closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere was created as Yoo Joonghyuk glared at Cheon Inyo. The person on the receiving end of that gaze merely smiled. There were also some unfamiliar faces. How inviting, Klein lampooned. He took a seat next to Van, the only place where there was still space, and watched the large screen in front of them. Thank you to all the constellations and Dokubis who have given me the glory of the story. It was an interview of a Dokubi. How come you are the representative of the United States? Didn't you come from South Korea? The Russian representative asked. Cheon Inyo shrugged, it must be because more of my stories were created in America. And also because Kim Anna had handed him that role instead of Selena Kim. Although Anna Croft would have liked to come, she knew that Yoo Joonghyuk would be present and intended to avoid him. Van opened his mouth, aren't you one of the masterminds of all these assassination attempts on me during the previous scenario? Cheon Inyo froze. Gehrman controlled his expression to not laugh. Actually, he was one of the participants too. Yoo Joonghyuk glanced toward Gehrman. Where were you? Traveling. Their exchange ended like that. Then, the others also turned their attentions toward the newly arrived incarnation. We aren't all familiar with each other. Shouldn't we all introduce ourselves? Cheon Inyo encouraged. I will start first. My name is Cheon Inyo, I am the United States representative and my nickname is, Evil Sophist. A little girl with her hair up in twin ponytails humped haughtily. Iris Vladimirovna Rebezova, representative from Russia. I am called, Full Body Red Square. Supreme King Yoo Joonghyuk. Cheon Inho's gaze then shifted to Gehrman Sparrow. Once more, Klein gave a brief answer, Gehrman Sparrow. Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Although they had different nationalities, it wasn't difficult for others to figure out that it was a fake name. What about your nickname? Iris questioned. Yoo Joonghyuk, who was able to see his real name with his sage's eyes and had recognized him in the rankings, told it instead, his nickname is, Righteous Deceiver. That doesn't sound better than that, Evil Sophist, over there. Iris scrunched up her face. Don't lump me in with him. Klein thought. Finally, it was Van's turn. The mage kept his eyes closed. Van. Not even a last name was given this time. Irritated, Iris insisted, what about your nickname? Quote. Isn't it, Mad Mage? Cheon Inyo remarked. The meaning of the previous comment about assassination attempts made on him suddenly became clear. Iris fell silent. Although it had happened not that long ago, important people in other countries had already heard what had happened in Seoul Dome. Everyone here except me are psychopaths. Iris realized. She was the only, normal, incarnation in this room. Hearing her whisper, Klein looked at the situation from her point of view. Evil Sophist. Righteous Deceiver. Mad Mage. Yoo Joonghyuk. She has a point. But he was wronged, Gehrman Sparrow was only, pretending, to be mad. Knock knock. The door of the waiting room opened and a low-grade Dokubi appeared. Incarnations. We will be holding the story succession soon. A place has been temporarily set up on the first floor of the banquet hall. For reference, the first floor is only for the upper-grade constellations. They walked to the banquet hall one by one. The first one to enter was Cheon Inyo. Evil Sophist. Narrow-eyed twink. Give me back my money. A corner of Klein's lips twitched. Then it was Iris's turn. She walked past the constellations and waved lightly like she was giving them fan service. Iris. The red square kid. Ha ha ha. Cute. Isn't it exactly the same as what I saw on the screen? Then Yoo Joonghyuk. Yoo Joonghyuk. The best Supreme King. Come into our nebula. Then Van. Mad Mage. A weak body, but the strongest. Show them how magic is better than muscles. Suicidal orphan. Weakest of the weak. Noble crazy warrior. Drugs are the best. We have the best drugs in our nebula. Van questioned his ears. The cheering got louder as many constellations approached to meet the mage. In particular, Demon Kings seemed to like him a lot. Why do only these kind of people come to me? Although Lennox had an idea why. Hearing the cheers that were unknown whether they were praises or insults, Klein went next. Soft-hearted madman. Money lover. Money is the best. We have a lot of money here. Single father. Your story was tragic. Gehrman Sparrow kept a straight face as he walked through the hall. Yoo Joonghyuk and Van had already been led to the second floor due to their popularity. Klein looked around the room. Many constellations in the form of symbols surrounded him. Then, a symbol looking like a great reaper faced him. The queen is looking for you. Gehrman coldly inquired, the queen. Seeing him unmoved, the symbol scanned him from head to toe before explaining. The queen of the underworld. You should be honored. Klein paused. Although he had anticipated the existence of the underworld in the star stream and planned to look into it, the answer had come to seek him out by itself. Gehrman followed the symbol to the upper floors. Nice to meet you, Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Now borrowing the form of the disaster of floods. You wanted to resurrect that child, right? Her eyes gleamed. Despite her intimidating presence, Klein calmly looked back at her. Or, maybe he wasn't completely calm. I have an offer for you. An opportunity to resurrect Shin Yusung had come from an unexpected place. Would you like to visit the underworld? Surprisingly, he may be able to accomplish his goal much sooner than he thought. Although I can't bring her back to life, I can at least let you retrieve her soul. However, whether it is reincarnation, resurrection, of finding her a body, the rest will be up to you. Her gaze swept over the constellations behind him, suggesting that the other nebulae would have stories to inherit suitable for that, even if they come at a heavy price. After all, the more desperate someone seemed, the more people wanted to take advantage of them. Hearing the enticing offer, Klein asked the most important question. Nothing was free in this world. What is the price? Persephone smiled mysteriously. Nothing much, don't worry. Klein fails to kill Van. Author. Okay, now either you give up because the danger level is too high, or you lose your life again meaninglessly while trying. I know that the second option was probably more likely from reader's point of view, but I was too lazy to make this scenario drag on any more than this. And I don't know how to write fight scenes. Some demon king, give us a piece of your DNA. Your talent for killing is incredible, we need to preserve these genes for future generations. Your bloodline can't end here. Lennox, why does this sound familiar? As he wasn't strong enough to bring Shin Yusung back to life at the moment, Klein pushed off his visit to the underworld. After all, even if he could retrieve her soul, he needed to advance to use the power of miracles and resurrect her perfectly. He was merely sequence 4. Fortunately, he had already stored her body above Saphira Castle. After coming back from the banquet, even more rumors about horrifying events occurring were added to the previous ones. While some brushed it off, some knew that it wasn't mere rumors. They had experienced it themselves. Souls' incarnations trembled in fear. A few days later, he finally left for the underworld. Klein raised his head and addressed the sky. I'm ready. Plus. Main scenario number 9 Demons Proof. Category. Main. Difficulty level. A++. Clear conditions. Hunt the demon species, collect 9 demons proof and place them on the altar on the 2nd floor. Time limit. 23 days. Compensation. 50,000 coins. Failure. Plus. After coming back from the constellation banquet, a new scenario soon started again. Right now, everything was going relatively smoothly. Gehrman Sparrow was also nowhere to be seen. It's going too smoothly, Kim Dokya muttered. Of course, hunting the demon species was indeed hard, but he felt strangely uneasy. Meanwhile, Han Suying came across the sight of 3 strange women clinging to Van. The writer was bewildered. Why are you building a harem all of a sudden? Those wounds don't come from fighting with demon servants. That woman is suspicious. A woman exclaimed. That's right. Throughout, Van kept a strange expression on his face. I didn't realize that you have an unusual taste. At Han Suying's words, Van slowly shook his head. I'm not interested in men. The women freaked out. What are you talking about right now? We're not men. Han Suying snickered. One of the women tried to touch his arm but Van blocked it with his shield. Don't come close. They backed away. He scanned them from head to toe as Han Suying stood next to him. A lollipop in her mouth, the writer said. These guys are trash, you know. Open corner bracket Yoon Woo-chul, 41 years old. Will operate a coin farm. Open corner bracket Wang Mingyu, 43 years old. Trafficking and more. Open corner bracket Bang Taco, 39 years old. Will kill children. Van pointed to the last one. What about this one? Han Suying pondered for a moment. I don't know. Is it important? She shrugged and took out her weapon. Anyway, he must have done something wrong too. A constellation who likes to change genders shakes their head. A constellation who oversees justice assures you that this incarnation is innocent. Lennox didn't kill innocents. The mage prevented Han Suying's magic from reaching his neck. What are you doing? She frowned, annoyed. Let's not shed needless blood. Hypocrite. Grumbling, she eyed the Ajusi disguised as a young girl while Van gestured for him to leave. The Ajusi ran away in a hurry. They then headed to the 2nd floor. Open corner bracket incarnation. Will die. Lennox raised his head toward the sky. A huge fate is hoping for your death. He tilted his head. A huge fate is hoping for your death. The message rang out in his ears a 3rd time. A huge fate is hoping for your death. Once they left paradise, he encountered Yoo Joonghyuk, who explained the situation. Van SSI. She told him about the prophecy made by Olympus. Open corner bracket incarnation. Will die. Since it isn't said how, it is even more unpredictable. Yoo Joonghyuk worried. Although she didn't know why his name appeared as. On the side, Kim Dokya pondered the issue. The best way would be for Van to find a means to resurrect, like an item or a skill, but I don't think there's anything like that around right now. Olympus's prophecies aren't so easy to avoid, Yoo Joonghyuk refuted. Kim Dokya continued thinking. Then, your best chance would be to become a constellation, to die as an incarnation, without losing your life. I see. However, Lennox had 3 legendary grade stories at the moment. The conditions to become a constellation were to have at least 5 legendary grade stories. In short, he probably wouldn't have enough time to build up 2 more stories in such a short period. Van only nodded. Unlike Yoo Joonghyuk, he didn't show any sign of concern. Don't worry. A huge fate is hoping for your definite death. I won't die. The others looked at him worriedly. Once they reached the last floor, Van finally understood. You have entered the new main scenario area. Main scenario number 10, 73rd Demon King, has started. How he was supposed to die. An error has occurred in the scenario. The 73rd Demon King is dead. The star stream has corrected the balance of this scenario. The star stream has corrected the broken probability. The main scenario contents have been updated. A suitable candidate who received the favors of Demon Kings has been found. The position of 73rd Demon King has been transferred to Incarnation. An error has occurred in the scenario. Evolving into a Demon King is impossible. Plus, main scenario number 10 to 73 Road Demon King. Category, Main. Difficulty level, SS+. Clear conditions, you can choose one of 2 ways. Take possession of the throne and become the 73rd Demon King, or kill the newly born 73rd Demon King. The scenario can only be cleared by choosing one of these 2 methods and there is no other way to proceed. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 200,000 coins. Failure, death and expulsion from the scenario. Plus, Van closed his eyes. Open corner bracket. Don't worry, I won't die. Opening them, his gaze swept over the room. Han Suying, Kim Dokya, Yoo Joonghyuk, Yoo Joonghyuk, Young Hee-won, Lee Hunsung, Lee Gil-young. He looked at the people staring at him. Kill me. No. What are you saying? Yoo Joonghyuk exclaimed. Young Hee-won was also against it. I know that you are suicidal, but this is a little. I've never been suicidal. Where did this misunderstanding even come from? The others didn't seem to believe him. Contrary to the others, Yoo Joonghyuk, who had been contemplating regression until now, pulled out his sword. Yoo Joonghyuk tried to stop him. Yoo Joonghyuk SSI, what are you doing? Sighing, Han Suying held her head. You bastard. Why do bad things always happen when I'm around Kim Dokya? Van reminded her, don't you want 200,000 coins? That was the scenario reward. She raised her head and glared at him. Grumbling, she reluctantly seized her dagger. Right, it's all for the 200,000. Yoo Joonghyuk SSI. Han Suying SSI. Lee Gil-young grabbed Yoo Joonghyuk's clothes and shook his head at her. She was shocked. Kim Dokya inwardly cursed. Kim Dokya, what are you waiting for? The writer yelled. He frowned. Did she forget about his king of no-killing attribute? He had explained it to her before. I still can't kill anyone. Han Suying clicked her tongue. Klein managed to find Shin Yusung's soul. As promised, I fulfilled my part of the deal. Persephone reminded him. However, only retrieving her soul is useless. You have to find a way to resurrect her yourself. Gehrman Sparrow nodded. That was actually the easiest part for him now. After leaving Persephone, he went to Saphira Castle with the soul. Due to being Sequence 3, he didn't need to complete a ritual anymore and could access the Grey Fog with his will. Then, he sat at the long bronze table. Due to being on modern Earth, most of what he knew of this world was common knowledge. He didn't know any particular rare piece of history involving high-level beings. Thus, he didn't experience a sudden complete digestion of his potion that made him an angel right after advancing and remained at Sequence 3. However, that wasn't a problem. Sequence 3 is enough. By leveraging the power of the Grey Fog, he could elevate his sequence by 1 level above Saphira Castle. Hence, he could create miracles above the Grey Fog. Not wasting time, he summoned the Staff of the Stars from the pores of history, picturing the ability to graft. Open corner bracket. A true miracle is resurrection from the dead. Feeling his spirituality rapidly being consumed, he grafted one of his miracles that served as his spare life onto Shin Yusung's soul, putting her into her well-preserved body that he had put back to reality, and descended. Monitoring her state, he watched her skin regain colors in real time. Open corner bracket. After all, the reason why the disaster of floods didn't disappear once the young Shin Yoo-sung died may have been. A sword pierced Lennox's chest. Cough. Blood flowed down his mouth. Your incarnation body has completely been destroyed. It was painful. You have failed the scenario. The others watched his body get sucked into an empty void. Young Hee-won gritted her teeth. Kim Dokya closed his eyes. No. Yoo Sang-gus voice vaguely reached his ears. The sword was removed from his body. His consciousness was fading. However, one thing was clear. You have been expelled from the scenario. They had succeeded in the scenario. Van made a bitter smile. Shin Yoo-sung opened her eyes. Her mind was disoriented, as if she had just woken up from a long sleep. And in a way, that was indeed the case. In a daze, she raised her gaze. A juicy. Gehrman looked at her. He had succeeded. Shin Yoo-sung had resurrected. On his face, a smile bloomed. Yes, the most genuine he had ever done until now. I'm there. End of part 1. To Young Hee-won, Van was a strange person. Someone who saved her at the beginning of the scenarios, and who she owed her life to. Someone with extraordinary skills despite his weak physical constitution. Unlike the others, she didn't fear him for killing people. She saw him as someone eccentric, and with odd priorities, but he wasn't cruel. She considered him as one of their companions. And only when it was too late did she regret not repaying him enough. Thank you for saving me. To Yoo Sang-gu, despite having been scared of Van at first, she got to overcome her prejudices. His strength was scary, but also reliable as a companion, although she didn't approve of him so easily. She was wary at the beginning. How could he act so indifferent to murder? How could he adapt so fast? However, he did not indiscriminately attack others. He also seemed rational and someone one could communicate with. And he put himself in danger to protect Shin Yoo-sung. Yoo Sang-gu decided to treat him as she did with any other person. When she heard his murmur in the station, she was caught off guard. She realized that, maybe he had simply been hiding his feelings all along. The one who always seemed so unreachable, who overpowered their enemies easily, who never seemed to have any trouble adapting. Now, she could notice the flaws. He actually rarely slept due to nightmares. He often smoked. He was suicidal. All the things that hadn't caught her attention before. It made him seem a little more human. He was also someone who struggled, like herself. She felt sorry for the way she had been thinking of him until now. And now, that person was disappearing before her eyes. She never got to apologize. Lee Jae-hee wasn't particularly scared of Van. On the contrary, he had taught her quite a few tricks to fight when her master was away. He also sometimes reminded her of Evan, although she often wondered how she could ever find the two similar when she saw Van brutally massacring people in cold blood. Or maybe them using something like magic was also nostalgic. Van was so strong, even stronger than her master. The only one who could easily knock out her master. She kind of admired him for that. She thought that nothing would happen to Van. He would overpower his enemies as always and defeat everyone no matter the circumstances. Seeing him facing off an outer god and actually emerge victorious only reinforced that belief. So, it was a shock when it happened. Kill me. To Han Soo-young, Van was someone who had never appeared in Ways of Survival. At first, with his black coat and cold face, she confused him for Yoo Joonghyuk. She felt embarrassed when she realized the truth. But he so effortlessly defeated the apostles. Are you sure that guy isn't a regressor? Each time she encountered him only gave her more doubts. Why did he seem so mysterious? You don't know your age. What kind of drama is that? Are you sure this isn't a protagonist? He was also a frustrating guy. Han Soo-young messed up her hair. What are you doing? Why are you being self-sacrificial all of a sudden? You weren't this kind of person. Don't die. He's like a protagonist, so he'll come back. Right. For once, a part of her actually hoped Van was the protagonist. The true protagonist is Yoo Joonghyuk. To Yoo Joonghyuk, Van was another oddity in this round. He shouldn't be here. Gehrman shouldn't be here either. The scenarios were also going off course from what he knew. To Shin Yoo-sung, Gehrman was a kind person. Someone who put on a cold face and kept others at a distance by being intimidating, but was actually warm and gentle behind the facade. Someone with a sense of justice, but often misunderstood by others. These misunderstandings were most likely created on purpose. Sometimes, he had a lonely look in his eyes for unknown reasons, as if he missed something. He was someone she actually didn't know much about. Yet, he was the only one she could rely on in this apocalypse. She felt his hand patting her head. But he's less cold when he's with me, she mentally added. And he liked money. To Yoo Sanga, Gehrman was someone she trusted. Although he appeared scary, he had proven his character by protecting the station members, and regularly helped even before that incident. Discussing with him, she could see that he was a gentleman. In the first place, most people were killers in this apocalypse. She couldn't reproach him this when she was lucky to survive the first scenario thanks to Dokyusi's help. He had strange abilities. His past was also mysterious. And he took care of Shin Yu-sung. Someone with a soft spot for children wouldn't be a bad person. Where is Gehrman SSI now? To Jung Hee-won, Gehrman was. It was complicated. He was an absurd guy. Who would point a gun at people for wearing monocles? Did she hear it right? Praise the fool. Was he a cultist? Wasn't he an historian? Gehrman also sounded like a fake name. With his acting skills when he played that Kim Namwoon guy, it wouldn't be surprising if it were the case. His bewildering actions made her feel amused more than anything. And seeing Lee Hun-sung freak out on the side made it even more interesting. Anyway, regardless of Gehrman's quirks, what mattered most was that he was reliable, right? If he were a bad person, she wouldn't hesitate to point her sword at him. However, when he opposed Kim Do-kya, she had to make a choice. If asked who she trusted more between Kim Do-kya and Gehrman, she would answer Kim Do-kya. She didn't want to be his enemy. Jung Hee-won sighed. Just solve your problems and make up already. To Lee Jae-hee, Gehrman was a strange adjusi. He scowled like her master, barely talked more than her master, also wore a black coat. Were black coats the trend now? But it's true that it was a little cool, and looked cold. But he didn't use a sword. There was also that child who followed him around. Is that his sister? Used to her master's behavior, Gehrman's actions didn't faze her. Although he did some absurd things at times. All in all, he seemed like a good person. He helped the station, he saved the station, she trusted him more than that guy Kim Do-kya. But since she knew that her master could be defeated, she was more curious about who would win in a fight. Her master used a sword and was fast, so he would win against Gehrman, right? In the end, Gehrman didn't even appear in the rankings. Lee Jae-hee grinned proudly. That meant she was stronger than that adjusi. To Han Suying, Gehrman was a tsundere. The cold guy who walks around with a child and pretends not to care. Isn't that a cliché in stories? Although, she ended up killing that child, and Gehrman was still intimidating. She should avoid him for a while. Let's not meet him in person until she became strong enough to defend herself in case he attacked her. When she discovered the child was alive later, she was dumbfounded. Wasn't Shin Yu-sung dead? How is that possible? The difference between part 1 and part 2 is that, at the beginning of the story, ORV psychopath can be interpreted as Yoo Joonghyuk, but the more the story advances, the more it can be Kim Do-kya instead, plus canon divergences and some special guests. Though part 2 will probably be much shorter than part 1, so it may be more appropriate to call it an epilogue. What is death? Is it when someone's heart stops? When all their vital functions stop functioning? When their souls leave their bodies? Some more philosophical interpretations would be, when someone's existence is forgotten by everyone. Or when their soul stops existing. Does someone's soul have to be brought to the afterlife to count as a death? Then, what about Kim Do-kya who resurrected? Did his soul go through the afterlife? Lennox restarted his heart, regaining consciousness. Cough, cough, cough. Around him, instead of the place he was previously in, were ruins. He had been expelled from the scenarios. It worked. He had been able to fake his death to the star stream. More precisely, he had indeed died. He had shut down all his vital functions for a moment, and his heart was pierced. However, that didn't mean he was safe now. He was still in an extremely dangerous situation. His heart required urgent care, he had lost too much blood, and more importantly, Lennox started to understand the true meaning of being expelled from the scenarios. Your tales are currently in a precarious state. Find a scenario area before your incarnation body dies. A flurry of notifications assaulted his eyes. Nevertheless, even without seeing it, he could feel it clearly. Something called stories, being broken and leaving his body in real time. He let out a hollow laugh. At this rate, he was really going to die. Drinking some potion bought in the dokubi bag, he took a step forward. Leaning on his cane, he slowly advanced through the ruins. You have entered a scenario area. How much time had passed since then? The returnee scenario is postponed. Kill the evil sophist. You scammer, die. ... It was quite lively. Adjusting the mask on his face, Lennox ignored the people holding forks around him and headed to a nearby bar. He took a seat next to a young woman with short brown hair and a lazy temperament. A glass in front of her, she was asking questions to the bartender. A secret child. Did that Gehrman Sparrow have an affair? Was she about to say, lunatic? Did she know him? The young woman seemed oddly excited, as if wanting to note it down but something seemingly preventing her from doing so. Fear. Lennox sent her a strange gaze. After asking all her questions, the woman paid and disappeared from her spot. The bartender finally noticed him. Placing his order and giving him coins, Lennox inquired about the current situation. Are you new here? Although he knew that his questions could seem suspicious, Lennox didn't care. Apparently, someone joining mid-scenario was common here. In summary, what he learned was that people were ganging up to defeat the 10 evils. Why are they called the 10 evils? Because they're all pieces of trash. The bartender then started to criticize these incarnations, explaining the consequences of their actions. Apparently, some received more support than others. But it's undeniable that they're indeed the closest to reaching the end of the scenarios, the bartender concluded. After satisfying his curiosity, Lennox asked the most important question. Do you know any doctor that could repair stories? The bartender shrugged. I have no idea. However, the 10 evils could know. They were the strongest incarnations here. They had gathered from overseas to complete this scenario. And where can I find them? Just follow the ones trying to kill them. Lennox nodded and left the bar. Soon, he saw the 10 evils in question. There were some familiar faces. His gaze sweeping over Cheon Inyo, whom he had seen at the Constellation banquet, Lennox tilted his head. What was this person doing here? From afar, Han Suying was standing among the 10 evils, her arms crossed. Shaking his head, Lennox approached them and grabbed everyone's attention by targeting one of the 10 evils. In one gesture, without anyone knowing how it happened, one of the 10 evils died. Lennox grinned arrogantly, putting on an act. The 10 evils are weaker than I thought. Given the lack of sense of companionship among them, they weren't likely to get angry at this person's death. In the contrary, from what he knew about Cheon Inho's personality. What did you say? Who are you? Victor, Lennox stated, his tone as rude as before. You. As Cho Jinchul got fired up by his provocation, the evil sophist stopped him. Cheon Inyo turned toward Lennox. We need all the help we can get. Judging from how you killed him, it proves your qualifications. I am Cheon Inyo, nice to meet you. Lennox ignored his handshake. Get to the point. Cheon Inyo kept a smile on his face, as if he weren't offended. Would you like to join us? What would I get from joining your small club? Lennox looked at them disdainfully. Is there anything you wish in exchange? Then, his demand for a doctor that could repair stories was met in exchange for helping them with the current scenario. He learned that they were facing the giant nebulae. That was a good opportunity. Coming into contact with more important people would get him closer to the truth of this world after all. He had to go back to his companions in World 3.0. Won't you take off the mask? Cho Jinchul complained, irritated. Of course not, that was Victor's trademark. Adjusting the black obsidian mask on his face, although a bit different in design from the one he originally had, Lennox ignored him. Klein walked, turning the monsters in his way into marionettes while holding Shin Yusung's hand. He looked at the ruined soul. The familiar skyscrapers, the phones, the roads, the clothes, technology. He traversed the streets of modern Earth. If he went to China, would his parents be there? Would Zhou Mingrui exist? He pushed aside the thought. His gaze paused on Shin Yusung. He didn't regret resurrecting her. However, I want to go home. His heart clenched. Eventually, once he succeeded, they would have to part ways. Klein did not belong to this world. The Tarot Club was waiting for him. Although thousands of years had passed, it was still his planet, and the apocalypse was coming. That's why he did not want to become too close to people and put on Gehrman's persona to keep others at a distance since the beginning. Open corner bracket he couldn't keep his promise. He would have to leave. Ajusi. At Shin Yusung's call, Klein did not show his thoughts. Open corner bracket he had to save his world. He only smiled. Open corner bracket what would happen to Shin Yusung once he left. Shin Yusung smiled brightly in return. The rats found survivors over there. Open corner bracket one only notices that someone got too close once it's too late. Gehrman nodded to Shin Yusung. Let's go. Don't push yourself for the time being. After getting his incarnation body fixed by someone specializing in stories, Lennox walked around the city, illusions hiding him from sight. It's far less destroyed than I thought. He sat against a wall and removed his mask. He had kept Van's face under it just in case. Then, he took out a cigarette and watched the people passing by. Strangely, seeing modern Earth like this felt foreign. He had become too accustomed to streets in Vulcan filled with advertisements, the more advanced technology, and the airships covering the sky. How were his colleagues at the Magic Tower doing? Why had he ended up in this world this time? Footsteps stopped right next to him. Then, a familiar voice resounded. Do you want a vegetable? He habitually took the carrot she handed to him and froze. Summary of Part 2, aka we'll deviate more from canon from now on, to Gehrman's journey to childcare while Van is busy surviving his bad luck. Plus additional characters from Klein and Van's worlds. 10 evils in this word line. Cheon Inyo, Anna Croft, Han Suying, Reinheit von Gerba, Kim Cheolyong, Kong Ilhan, Fei Hu, Ranveer Khan, Cho Jinchul. Plus Victor. RIP unnamed extra who died to be replaced by Victor. Victor. I never agreed to join. Cheon Inyo, we don't decide. It's our reputation and others' opinions that make us part of the 10 evils. Victor. Van's eyes widened, raising his head to the familiar woman with green eyes. Evelyn. That was really her. Forgetting the carrot in his hand, he started to question if he wasn't dreaming. What are you doing here? Evelyn shrugged. I grew that carrot myself, so it's fresh. She was growing vegetables even in this world. Pushing the information aside, Van rubbed his temples. Quote. How long have you been in this world? His spiritual intuition triggered, Gehrman turned his head and saw a woman appear, focused on scribbling notes on the notebook in her hand. Gehrman did a double check. Feeling someone's gaze, Furs lazily raised her head and flinched. She cursed the law of Beander characteristics for making her meet him. No, she was searching for the world in the first place, so maybe it was a good thing. She saw him glance down at what she was writing and hurriedly closed her notebook. If he finds out I was writing a forbidden love story of him and Eamon having a secret child, he's going to kill me. Said secret child was cutely holding onto that madman's sleeve while staring at her shyly. Is that Gehrman's secret child she heard about earlier? Miss Magician. Furs Wall's pupils shook, frozen. Ajusi knows her. Shin Yusung questioned her, an acquaintance of Gehrman from before the scenarios. This was the first time they encountered someone who knew him. Were they friends? But she seemed terrified. Did Ajusi do something wrong to her? Klein ignored Furs's usual frightened state and questioned her, how did you come here? Furs cleared her throat. A is someone with a pathway adjacent to yours. I had a connection to cross over to this world. Was it because she was from the apprentice pathway that her Crimson Star had seemed different from the others? Because she was closer to Saphira Castle than other members. Furs regained her composure. I can't explain the exact details, but Mr. Fool's mirror led me to these coordinates. Roads. Did any other Tarot Club member come? Furs immediately answered. No. She seemed oddly sure about it. Furs tensed up under his gaze, wondering if he would suddenly have the whim to turn her into Beander characteristics. No, she was also the Fool's believer, and it wouldn't bring him money, so he wouldn't, right? Trying to distract the madman from her, Furs glanced toward the child next to him. And this is? Klein sighed. Shin Yusung. Furs nodded. Quote. Shin Yusung, I am Furs Wall. Nice to meet you. Not having a death wish, she didn't dare to ask if Shin Yusung was really his secret child. Furs cleared her throat. Mr. Gehrman, I was sent to assist you. Klein raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Because you seemed to want to run away just now, he lampooned. And, sent, by whom? The other Tarot Club members. Feeling his gaze, Furs suddenly regretted all of her life choices. The day to face Olympus soon came. Cheon Inyo took the lead. As agreed before, we will launch a preemptive strike on Olympus before the scenario starts. Is everyone ready? The blood demon is not here. It can't be helped. We'll have to start without him. Han Suying cut him off, a frown on her face. Why would you be the one to lead the operation? Because I was ranked higher in the soul rankings. Cheon Inyo, the evil sophist, was in second place. In sixth place in Soul Dome was Prophet Anna Croft. And in seventh place was Black Flame's Empress Han Suying. Technically, Lennox was ranked higher, but he was currently disguised as Victor so he couldn't say so. Han Suying clicked her tongue. We're not all from Seoul here. Did she really have to raise the issue right before they were about to start? Before other incarnations joined the debate, Anna Croft intervened. Focus, we're starting. Cheon Inyo called the Dokubi in charge and told it to turn on the channel. After all, they couldn't discuss their plan with the ones they intended to attack watching, right? Depending on the situation, I'll leave it up to your respective judgments. The moment the channel was turned on, Anna Croft's eyes glowed. Kim Anna. Anna Croft turned toward the others, alarmed. The blood demon betrayed us. The nebula, Olympus, descends. Aware of their plan, constellations from Olympus descended onto the battlefield earlier than expected. The Administrative Bureau. Cheon Inyo remained calm. Change of plans. Han Suying activated her skill. Exclusive skill, Predictive Plagiarism LV.5 feet, is activated. Many simulations ran through her head. Simulation number 1, failure. Simulation number 2, failure. Simulation number 3, failure. Simulation number 307, success. Moreover, they also had someone from Olympus on their side. The constellation, god of wine and ecstasy, looks at you. This is a mess, Lennox thought. But he was used to things not going according to plan. Beside him, Evelyn readied an arrow toward the sky and fired. The constellation, Troy's sorrow, descends. Fortunately, it's not one of the 12 main gods right from the start. Cheon Inyo sighed. Don't jinx things. The constellation, spokesman of justice and wisdom, descends. The constellation's aura pressed down on them, announcing its status. It made it hard to breathe. One of the 12 main gods. Some started to have doubts. Can we really win against this? Han Suying glared at the evil sophist. In response, Cheon Inyo shamelessly shrugged. It's a coincidence. They would have appeared regardless. Stop using your insight skill on me. Wasn't he using insight right now to convince her because he didn't believe it himself? From the constellation names, Lennox deduced that it must be Achilles and Athena. Olympus was a nebula that contained the constellations associated with the 12 Olympians in Greek mythology. Surprisingly, the 10 evils stood their grounds against the constellations. As expected of the ones judged to be the strongest trash incarnations around. Victor stared at the scene, his arms crossed. He evaded a spear thrown toward him and thought, if I catch an Olympus executive here, maybe they can tell me what I wish to know. He needed to interrogate them, so he should keep them alive, right? Manipulating magic threads, he sent back the spear at full speed. Meanwhile, worthy of her title, Black Flames Empress, Han Suying fired black flames. Then, she unwrapped the bandage on her arm and spouted some chuny things to increase her sponsor synchronization, making the black flames power stronger. Athena raised her shield, effortlessly blocking it. An incarnation of that immature brat. The mantra resonated in their ears. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, retorts that he is not immature. Cheon Inyo incited himself. Open corner bracket I am Yoo Joonghyuk. The skills of the person in question were embodied. Then, he raised his sword, occasionally provoking and destabilizing people through words. He somehow managed to turn a constellation to their side and make them fight for them at one point. However, more constellations descended. The constellation, poked out his eyes, descends. King Oedipus. This is endless. At least, there didn't seem to be any more of the 12 main gods coming. Han Suying separated more avatars, recovering the ones that died, and activated predictive plagiarism again. At the same time, she was dumbfounded. Tell us honestly, Cheon Inyo, what did you do to Olympus for them to try so hard to kill you? It was rare for a giant nebula to send down so many of their members at this point. Even if they were weakened, they must have paid an enormous amount of probability to be able to come here. The scales of balance tilt. Han Suying closed her mouth. Was the Great Hall about to open? Instead of the Great Hall, another giant nebula came down to the battlefield to face Olympus but also seemed hostile to them. What did you do? Why do you assume that the nebula's target is necessarily me? Then is it not? Kill the evil sophist. Han Suying crossed her arms. Hey guys, let's just give them Cheon Inyo as a show of peace. Your sacrifice will be remembered. In the end, they did not sacrifice Cheon Inyo. Cheon Inyo, Kim Anna, why did they listen to you and not me? Anna Croft, because you look like a twink. Cheon Inyo, but Victor also looks like a twink. Victor. Han Suying, your narrow eyes make you look like a third-rate villain. Cheon Inyo, have you finished criticizing my appearance? Han Suying, number. Gehrman Sparrow, Shin Yu-sung, and Furs Wall entered a restaurant. They already rebuilt restaurants. Furs looked around. Despite the apocalypse, the reconstruction was fast. Humans were creatures of adaptation. The salted fish wondered if she should write an apocalyptic novel. The tale of a cold madman, surviving against monsters and saving damsels in distress. There were no mind-reading skills in the star stream, right? There was no way Gehrman could know she was thinking of him, right? Feeling him glance at her, she repressed a shudder. Sitting at a table, they looked at the menu. The lack of variety showed that the reconstruction of civilization was not completely over. However, having a restaurant in these times was already quite a luxury. A waiter soon came to their table and asked for their orders. Gehrman glanced at Furs, giving her chills. In his usual cold voice, he casually said, "Let's eat salted fish today." Her spiritual intuition was screaming, danger, at her. Did he want her Beander characteristics? After trolling Furs, he turned toward Shin Yu-sung. The waiter left after receiving all of their orders, leaving an unnatural silence between them. Furs wanted to cry. Shin Yu-sung looked at Gehrman, tilting her head. Klein hoped she hadn't caught on that he was bullying Furs. "Unnie, is there something wrong? Unnie." Why did the child call her, Unnie, and him, Juicy? They should be around the same age. Klein's gaze darkened. Furs received Gehrman's glare for no reason and straightened up. Did I do something wrong? Is it because she didn't answer the child immediately? She shook her head to Shin Yu-sung, hiding the dark truth that her guardian was actually a madman and not whatever filter she saw this man through. Afterwards, the waiter served their orders. Gehrman Sparrow slowly and methodically cut with his knife the poor salted fish on his plate. Watching the scene, Furs felt as if she were the salted fish in question. Maybe it was his way of saying, "You're next." A million thoughts ran through her mind. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the entrance. She turned her head in that direction. At the door, armed men pointed firearms at the customers. "Raise your hands. Nobody moves. Robbers." Instead of being scared of the intruders, the man by her side felt far more terrifying. Furs's mind started to panic. Did these robbers have a death wish? She hoped Gehrman wouldn't lose his temper. Who knew if she would be caught in the aftermath? Unaware of their bleak fate, the attackers continued threatening the customers. These poor robbers are seeking death. Intending to reassure the most likely panicked child, she turned toward Shin Yu-sung. Furs paused. The child's eyes were cold, calculating, as she observed her surroundings with her thoughts unreadable. At that moment, Shin Yu-sung's behavior uncannily resembled Gehrman Sparrow. Furs had chills and hurriedly shook the thought out of her head. Then, stepping toward them, one man pointed his weapon at Gehrman Sparrow. "I said don't move." Furs paled. "Don't provoke the ticking bomb." She made her presence seem as small as possible, not wanting anyone to notice her. Unfortunately, they had already noticed her. Should I teleport away? She already felt drained mentally. If she had to stay with this madman any longer, she would either lose her life or her hair would fall from stress. It's fine if they all die. As long as I survive, it's not my problem, she tried to reassure herself. Furs stared at the attacker with pity. Why are you looking at me like that? Huh, haven't you heard what I said? Gehrman fired an air bullet into the man's head, making the incarnation fall to the ground. Then, he crossed his legs. Quiet. Instead of becoming silent, people spoke louder at the sight of a dead body, panicking. After a quick divination, confirming that they were all irredeemable trash, Gehrman controlled one of the attackers and turned him into a marionette, making them kill each other. Then, the restaurant turned even more into chaos. Furs covered Shin Yu-sung's eyes. Gehrman finally kept one of them alive, staring at the last robber. He had to interrogate him. Why did you attack this restaurant? Of course, if he didn't want to open his mouth, Klein could still do a spirit channeling. Furs watched the scene. At least it's not me. Klein glanced at Furs, thoughtful. Since he encountered Furs, he discovered some abnormalities he had not noticed until now. She's stronger than I remember. Or she was not. It felt like she was hiding some things from him. What was Furs's sequence originally? Klein also realized a point he had been missing. What was his own sequence originally? Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting in his head. The fragmented memories refused to come together. My memory is not necessarily complete. More precisely, he had already known about it, but hadn't paid attention to it. Was he under some psychological cue? But Saphira Castle would have removed any psychological cues, so that didn't make sense. Gehrman. A familiar voice. He turned toward Young Hee-won. Not far from her, he could see Kim Dokya. What a coincidence. It indeed was fate at this point. Klein nodded to Young Hee-won. Noticing the additional person by his side, she inquired, and this is? Furs introduced herself, bowing elegantly, Furs Wall. Young Hee-won nodded, not asking further questions. Yoo Sanga noticed them next and greeted them, looking toward Furs with curiosity. Then, Lee Jae-hee, who wasn't as polite as the others, voiced out her thoughts. Is she Shin Yu-sung's mother? Lee Gil-young nodded, thinking the same. Furs choked and denied it vehemently. She felt as if she was very close to being assassinated by Gehrman. Young Hee-won refuted, she wasn't Gehrman C's biological daughter in the first place. Ah, Lee Jae-hee understood. But then, why did Furs say she didn't have that kind of relationship with Gehrman, instead of, she wasn't Gehrman's mother? She could have been Shin Yu-sung's mother without being in a relationship with Gehrman. Lee Jae-hee narrowed her eyes at Furs, feeling suspicious. Are they really in a relationship? The denial was a bit too strong for there to be nothing at all. Of course, Lee Jae-hee didn't know that Furs felt like her life was in danger and that clearing the misunderstanding was a matter of survival to her, so she may have overreacted. Lee Hun-sung kept his distance, being shy, afraid of women, as always. Gehrman looked around. Yoon Hee-won, Yoo Sang-ga, Lee Jae-hee, Kim Do-kya, Lee Gil-young, Yoo Mia, Lee Hun-sung, Gong Pil-do. Apparently, Van wasn't with them. Yoo Joonghyuk was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. You came right before the start of the scenario, Yoon Hee-won explained. A scenario? Yoon Hee-won shrugged, glancing toward Kim Do-kya. However, Kim Do-kya had never seen this scenario in Ways of Survival and didn't know about it either. How have you been doing? Yoon Hee-won continued. Out of consideration for Gehrman, everyone avoided the topic of how Shin Yu-sung could be here, alive, when they had clearly seen her die. After all, Kim Do-kya had also resurrected before. Or the child could be a ghost, an avatar created in the shape of the one the madman remembered to convince himself that Shin Yu-sung wasn't gone. After talking briefly about what happened to their groups, Klein chose to join the scenario. Since it could be dangerous, both in the unknown scenario or their base could be attacked while they were away, they left the children behind with Lee Hun-sung, Gong Pil-do and Furs. Facing the portal, Klein read the scenario conditions once more. Plus. Difficulty. Clear conditions. Time limit. Compensation. Failure. Plus. His divination told him that the scenario's danger was moderate. In other words, participating in the scenario wouldn't be a big problem. Shin Yu-sung's life wouldn't be in danger even if he left her behind either. His divination above Saphira Castle recommended to not let her participate in the scenario. The participants crossed the portal. Once they entered, a sense of déjà vu crossed through Klein's mind. Not the place, but this specific situation. Hall of Truth. After passing through the portal, sentences resounded throughout the place. It looks old. No enemies in sight. Huh, I didn't speak. This wasn't in Ways of Survival. Ways of Survival. What is that? Klein instantly realized the situation. Hall of Truth. Similar to the Hall of Truth, their thoughts were being broadcast throughout the room, heard by everyone. It was a mess. While everyone tried to shut down their thoughts to not intentionally reveal their secrets to others, they noticed another person. Van. Why was he here? No, how was he alive? It took them some time to get over the shock. Except Klein, who had learnt about Van's death only a few minutes ago. Lennox avoided their gazes, his arms crossed. How did you come here? And how? Yoo Sang-ga inquired. Did he have a resurrection skill like Kim Do-kya? Brushing off her question, he replied vaguely, it's a long story. Klein looked at the scenario conditions. Everything was still filled with question marks. Yoon Hee-won cleared her throat. So, what do we do now? Lee Jae-hee nodded. Are we supposed to make people confess their secrets or something? Considering the current circumstances, it wouldn't be surprising if it were the case. The portal had also closed behind them, making them unable to leave. Let's explore first, Lennox intervened. Since he had arrived just now, he hadn't had time to look around yet. Kim Do-kya uncomfortably nodded. Why did I have to be stuck here with Gehrman? Isn't he going to kill me? He sounds like Furs, Klein lampooned. Although Furs didn't try to assassinate me. Yoon Hee-won frowned. Wait, what? When? With the fire dragon. Oops. Klein involuntarily replied. It didn't even succeed, Kim Do-kya retorted. It did actually. Is this space making us more talkative than usual? The others were shocked. Kim Do-kya tried to kill Gehrman. No, he managed to kill Gehrman. How did Gehrman survive? Surely, it must have been a misunderstanding. To Yoo Sang-ga's words, Klein reacted. There was also the Abalut throne and the incident at the Green Zones. He caught himself and stopped. Well, you were too unpredictable to keep alive. Klein was bewildered. You sound crazier than me. I didn't only kill you, there were the prophets too. That's even worse. Yoo Joonghyuk is oddly silent since earlier. At Van's thoughts, Kim Do-kya turned his attention toward the regressor, startled. How will Yoo Joonghyuk see me now? I even died single, Gehrman lampooned. Kim Do-kya choked. Get out of this body, imposter. Listening to their nonsense, Lennox turned his attention toward analyzing this place's structure. Lee Jae-hee's thoughts resounded. Gehrman is more lively than I expected. He was always too cold, yet his thoughts were this active. Klein restrained his mind again, trying to keep focus. He heard Van thinking of incomprehensible magic theories while looking at the symbols on the walls and started to analyze the surroundings as well. Thinking of studying magic, an image of Aris's face was conjured on the wall. Oops, I messed up. Lennox immediately redirected his thoughts elsewhere. Seeing the image of a beautiful blonde briefly appear, Klein thought, Miss Justice. No, that was a different person. Klein was glad that Furs wasn't here and didn't hear this. His image as a crazy adventurer would have been shattered. At least, it was a good thing that Leonard wasn't here now to accidentally reveal his real name. It seemed that, like in the Hall of Truth, the images they thought of also manifested on the walls. Is this person someone Van knows? Yoonghwan wondered. Van ignored her question. What did Gehrman Ssi mean by his real name? Yoo Sangha remarked. Lee Jae-hee covered her mouth. Single quote. Did I hear that right? My dear poet. Klein suddenly realized that his thought about Leonard was heard too. Yoo Sangha uses honorifics even in her thoughts. Kim Dokya noticed. Yoo Sangha felt embarrassed. No, shouldn't you explain why you tried to kill Gehrman first? Yoonghwan reminded. Kim Dokya cleared his throat. Let's investigate first. They were already looking around while thinking. Van, did you find anything? Not yet. Don't change the subject, Yoo Sangha interjected. Yoo Sangha too. The reader felt betrayed. Kim Dokya tried to kill his companions. Yoo Joonghyuk's thoughts mentally stabbed him. It's because he's a psycho. Hearing that coming from Gehrman Sparrow, the madman himself, felt ironic. Who's the psycho? You're the psycho. Being seen as a madman is still better than assassinating my colleagues. At least I didn't kill a lot of people. Didn't Van kill more? Suddenly, the attention was turned to Lennox. Van is a real psychopath, Lee Jae-hee concluded for them. I've been called worse. Like what? Demon King, human-loving dog, bloodthirsty, crazy about fighting, someone who likes planned murder. Indeed, this space was making them more talkative. Dumbfounded, Yoonghwan's thoughts slipped out. Single quote. We're talking about after the scenarios, right? Quote. Actually, it happened before. Seeing his lack of answer, the others started to have doubts. Did Van's thoughts just mention a lie detection skill? Not answering because Yoo Joonghyuk could use lie detection felt even more worrying. Lennox ignored them and continued his analysis of the place. Single quote. Since we both died, isn't it a double suicide, and not an assassination attempt? Kim Dokya added. You know what, I'm starting to think that Van is still better than you. At least I'm not suicidal. But I'm not suicidal, Van retorted. Where does this come from? Kim Dokya changed the subject again. So Gehrman has a resurrection skill. Wow, how subtle of you, Kim Dokya, Klein lampooned. Speaking of which, he felt like his Gehrman persona had now completely collapsed. Anyway, with one glare to shut them up later, it'll be solved. Yoonghwan burst into laughter at Gehrman's thoughts. Persona. Now I'm definitely not seeing him the same way again. Klein completely stopped thinking, focusing on cogitation and visualizing spheres of light to calm his mind. I like this place. Do you guys have anything else to reveal? Any other secrets we should be aware of? The three ignored her. Master, how did you meet a Juicy? What's your relationship with him? You didn't answer how you could have a child. Kim Dokya sighed. It was obvious what this girl was doing. Lee Jae-hee was trying to check if Yoo Joonghyuk's personality was different from the outside. However, his thoughts were the same as the outside, so it was useless. Huh, how do you know that? Lee Jae-hee questioned. Kim Dokya. At the regressor's call, the reader flinched. Yoo Joonghyuk was glaring at him. You admit that you can read thoughts. Oh. Lee Jae-hee started laughing along with Yoonghwan. You didn't tell him. The latter remarked, amused. Klein suppressed a frown. Kim Dokya can read thoughts. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, watches with interest. Didn't he turn off the constellation messages he received? Why did Kim Dokya still get Ural's message? He had to tell Baehyung to do his job better later. Master is so popular. There was that Salvation guy too. Does that mean he has a harem? Kim Dokya choked. They had now explored most of the place. Wait. His magic eyes activated. Van stopped them, thoughtful. His analysis was nearly over. This place is most likely a trap. Kim Dokya's expression hardened. All the people having grudges toward him flashed through his mind. The situation was clearer now. Why did a situation that wasn't in ways of survival appear? The Dokubis had created a new scenario. However, it would require them to pay a huge amount of probability to do such a trap. There must be someone else behind this. Hearing Kim Dokya's reasoning, Lennox nodded. He could feel traces of Olympus among various others. The Dokubis had borrowed probability from the giant nebulae. However, if they want our deaths. Kim Dokya looked around. That meant there was something that dangerous in this place. Everyone reached the same conclusion. Van continued. Initially, this place should be harmless as long as one doesn't wander too deep. However, if we find out too much. Since the portal was closed, they were unable to leave. However, without the clear conditions hidden, they would inevitably start to explore the place. An earthquake occurred. Too late. There's something sealed here. Kim Dokya realized. Something very dangerous. And it was coming toward them. Kim Dokya, why isn't the fourth wall blocking my thoughts? Fourth wall, to troll you. Karma. Van, why isn't target resistance blocking my thoughts? Author, shush. You guys want your secrets revealed, yes or no? Kim Dokya, number. Gehrman, number. Van, number. Too bad you don't get to choose. Hall of Truth. Cheon Inyo, Kim Anna, reveal your deepest secrets. Do you like Yoo Joonghyuk? Anna Croft, did you forget he's trying to kill me? Cheon Inyo, some have peculiar tastes. Han Suying, you mean you? Cheon Inyo, I meant Asmodeus. Asmodeus, the guy who got scammed by Kim Dokya more than once yet seems to really like Kim Dokya. Asterisk. With how much probability the giant nebulae had spent on this scenario, along with the probability of Soul's strongest incarnations using their power against a dangerous creature, it wasn't surprising when the space of the place they were in ripped apart, sending them back to reality, and the great hall opened in the sky. Quote. Why did things always escalate? Some constellations are exiting the channel. As Kim Dokya reconsidered his life choices, Van calmly stared at the outer god descending. Meanwhile, Klein kept his eyes shut to not be affected by madness due to looking at a divine being like last time. Didn't divination say that this scenario wouldn't be dangerous? With what standard would an outer god descending not be dangerous? Kim Dokya prepared a plan to fight like last time when something surprising happened. Ah, Lennox nodded. Indeed, that was what was supposed to happen when normal outer gods descended. This reaction was more familiar. The one last time was too damaged. Unsure of what was happening due to closing his eyes, Klein inquired, what happened? Jung Hee-won tried to organize her words with a tone that seemed to imply, why am I still surprised? Van, are you personally acquainted with that thing? Lee Jae-hee asked. No. The outer god was kneeling, acting abnormally friendly toward Van instead of attacking. Go back, Van ordered. Although reluctant, the outer god did as told. A lot of constellations are questioning their eyes. Some constellations doubt the probability. The scenario is forcibly ended. Lennox read notifications appearing in front of him. You have acquired a new tale. You have collected 5 legendary stories. You meet the qualifications as a constellation. Then, things started to turn weird. The administrative bureau's probability check is over. Sparks rose around him. Lennox felt his status and magic power elevate uncontrollably, increasing the sparks around him. His magic started to get out of his control. Van's expression hardened. Step back. The returnee scenario will be replaced. Kim Dokya had a bad feeling. Right, Van should have had a returnee scenario after coming back here from being expelled from the scenarios. But why was it replaced? A Dokubi appeared. Well. What do we have here? The creature's smile was ominous. Everyone, you must know the rules of the star stream. When most constellations' wills align, the star stream moves toward that direction. Did the giant nebulae do something again? Was an incarnation becoming a constellation seen as a threat to them? The Dokubi snapped its fingers. This incarnation has long broken the probability. So, it's only fair to get rid of the nuisance, right? A thought crossed Kim Dokya's mind. Something that would balance the scales against Van's presence. Something to repay the probability Van spent since the beginning and also allowed by the star stream, thus decreasing the price for the other side. The probability storm around Van was increasing. As you were all waiting for, let's reveal the scenario. Kim Dokya's worries were confirmed. Plus. Category. Main. Difficulty. Clear conditions. The constellations of the absolute good and evil systems have considered the Mad Mage a threat. Kill. Time limit. Compensation. Failure. Plus. Then, constellations descended. It is the first time in the history of the star stream that Eden and Asgard joined forces to take down someone. You should be honored. So destroying half of Olympus's victor wasn't enough. Or, on the contrary, did his actions of going around and killing constellations of the giant nebulae cause them to act? He saw more fate messages coming toward him. However, with his target resistance, that was useless. What Lennox was more worried about was. He stepped back, lightning coiling around his body. His magic indiscriminately attacked everything around him. He couldn't control it anymore. This was worse than when his lightning magic system got out of control, his magic now activated without his will. He had to create distance between him and others. Take him down. His magic destroyed everything next to him, annihilating the nearby incarnations. In an instant, dozens died. He had to get away fast. Step back, he warned again, moving away as fast as he could. Kim Dokja's group shouldn't approach. He couldn't control the damage he was causing right now. Where is the nearest empty space? Young Hee-won answered him. Van immediately headed there. The range of his magic got wider and wider, consuming the necessary probability to summon more archangels and demons. The enemies weren't a problem. The most important point was to wait until his magic power was completely depleted even after defeating them. As Gehrman watched Van move away, his expression hardened. Maybe because they considered them Van's companions, some angels and demons that didn't chase after Van were attacking their group as well. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is restrained by other archangels. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, looks at the battlefield with worry. Young Hee-won unsheathed her sword. Gehrman, think you can help? There were too many enemies. She couldn't block them all alone. Klein nodded. Then, he headed to another side of the battlefield. Due to their higher status, he couldn't turn them into marionettes. However, Klein grabbed at the air. Failing, he tried again, until he finally pulled out a person. He could still summon angels from the pores of history. Of course, the angels in question didn't mean they belonged to Eden or were good people, but that they had the corresponding strength in the Beyonder world. Thankfully, most of their enemies weren't constellations but incarnations from Asgard or Eden. What is this, an early war of good and evil, with Van as the center? Kim Dokya thought. Ah no, they wanted to kill him too. Kim Dokya made a wry smile. Did he provoke the giant nebulae too much recently? The sunfish seemed to be considering regression on the side. Kim Dokya rushed to hit the back of his head. Hey, Yoo Joonghyuk. He didn't know how the others were doing, so he should focus on this side first. Meanwhile, Klein felt something from his spiritual intuition. Leaving angels to fight in his stead, he divined Furza's location. Klein frowned. The divination failed. She was nowhere to be found. Worried, he decided to check up on Shin Yusung and followed the constellation incarnation link. Teleporting through flames, he soon reached in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on a sofa, the child looked at him innocently, without any injuries. Juicy. Shin Yusung smiled. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The girl reached into her pocket and put on a monocle. Or should I say, Mr. Fool. Shin Yusung's lips curved into a mischievous smile, uncharacteristic of her usual calm and reserved behavior. It's been a while. Klein was frozen. Amen. Probability is overrated. Throwing an amen to trauma distract you. The plan. Van has a runaway of power like Elsa in Frozen. Author. The plan. Also, make that last one chapter. Author. Please stop past me who put this in the plan. Why did I even think it would be a good idea? Now has to write fight scenes. Are you pleasantly surprised? Klein's heart beat fast in his chest, refusing the reality in front of him. Shin Yusung. What did you do to her? Was it a complete parasitization? Could he save her? He couldn't feel her soul through their constellation link either. Instead, it pointed him to Eamon. Instead of addressing his worries, Eamon leisurely hummed, using Shin Yusung's voice. He seemed to be enjoying this situation. Come to think of it, Furs had said she could come to this world because she belonged to one of the three pathways. Eamon was also from an adjacent pathway, so what prevented him from doing so? No, the disaster of floods had stayed alive. So, ultimately, although Eamon parasitized Shin Yusung now, in the future. Oh, I forgot to tell you. At Amon's smile, Klein's heart sunk. Of course, when I stole this child's body, I also stole her fate so that it wouldn't interfere with the disconnected future. That way, although the disaster of floods didn't disappear in the past, her death now won't change it. The equation, disaster of floods didn't disappear equals Shin Yusung stayed alive, was broken, bypassed by Amon's trick. I heard you became fond of this child recently. Shin Yusung examined her arms, inspecting her body. I don't really understand why. But it's true that you've always tended to favor weaklings. Eamon chuckled. The parasitized Shin Yusung stood up, a monocle on her face. I have the answers you're seeking for. Did he know how to go back to his world? However, I know you won't believe me so easily, so I'll wait. Patience wasn't a problem for Eamon. Until you're ready to hear the truth, he pointed at himself. And if you want to get this child back. He looked into Klein's eyes. Come find me. After a brief wave, Shin Yusung disappeared. Klein was now alone in the room. Eamon hadn't even given him time to speak. He hadn't told him where to find him either. The truth he had to tell was doubtful as well. However, one thing was clear. Eamon had Shin Yusung. Klein's gaze darkened. Young Hee-won swung her sword, exhausted. They're endless. There was no end in sight. Yet most of the main force had followed after Van. A hollow laugh came out of her. Why are you doing this? The archangel facing her looked down on her. Incarnation of Eden, your companion also angered the constellations quite a bit. You can only blame your connections for your death. The demon glanced toward Kim Dokya. After Van, Kim Dokya was also a target. You can still change your fate. Turn your back on them and join our side. Instead of answering, she attacked the angel again. You will regret your choice. Unfortunately, she couldn't use her skill, Time of Judgment, on angels. Whoever decided that demons were evil and angels were necessarily good was stupid. How much time had passed? Young Hee-won wasn't sure. Give up, foolish incarnation. Young Hee-won fell. Then, she stood up again. She fell and rose again, repeating an endless circle. Young Hee-won planted her sword into the ground, using it as support. Her incarnation body was reaching its limit. She knew everyone else was also busy fighting. Clang. Trying to stand up again for the nth time, she found out that she had no strength left in her legs. You have lost too much blood. You'll die at this rate. If you beg me, I'll give you a quick death. Young Hee-won gritted her teeth and glared. No, she couldn't fall here. She had to continue. She coughed blood. Pushing herself beyond her limits, she stood and held her sword once more. Your struggles are futile. No one would come to save her. She knew that. So, gripping her sword tightly, she charged again. She would protect her companions. Stab. A weapon pierced through her body. Stab. Then another. No one will know what you did. Stab. Nor remember your death. The angel clicked his tongue. Truly foolish. Stab. Young Hee-won coughed more blood, her senses fading. Now, she couldn't even feel the pain. Am I dying? She knew it was foolish. She knew her efforts wouldn't be recognized even if she died here. She knew her death wouldn't be meaningful. She knew. But, as usual, she just tried her best. Young Hee-won's sight turned black. She died protecting the people she loved. The battle had raged on for quite a long time. Although it couldn't really be called a battle, but a one-sided massacre. One constellation that didn't even have a modifier did all this. Lennox's magic power was finally calming down. He felt that his mana was nearly depleted. Even without magic, he understood that he could defeat the constellations with the power of stories. Stories were the essence of the star stream. At that moment, an archangel that seemed stronger than the others faced him. The constellation, Scribe of Heaven, looks at you. Metatron opened his mouth. Please stop. There is no need for unnecessary bloodshed. He couldn't really stop since his magic was out of control. Van made a wry smile. Weren't they the one who started it first? Weren't you my enemies? Metatron shook his head. Not everyone here is hostile to you. We already suffered a huge loss in this scenario. On the contrary, because they suffered such damage, wouldn't they want to achieve results even more? Lennox wouldn't believe it if that constellation said he didn't want anything. Did he come to make a deal? Get to the point. I came to offer information. Information. He didn't have any reason to believe it, but he could at least hear him out first. You were searching for the one who made a deal with the disaster of floods and brought her to this world line, right? At the constellation banquet, Lennox had met the monarch of stars and logic. Buer, the 10th Demon King. That was the constellation's identity. When he asked him how to cross through world lines, the monarch of stars and logic mentioned the one who brought the disaster of floods to this timeline. However, the Demon King didn't know the identity of the being in question. I know their name. I can also tell you the different ways to contact outer gods that I know. Van crossed his arms. And what would you get in exchange? Metatron smiled self-deprecatingly. If you leave this world line, it would benefit us too. Thus, he had no reason to stop Van. On the contrary, helping Van may make him leave faster, which would be a suitable alternative to killing him. After all, whether he died or disappeared from this world line, the result wasn't much different. Lennox understood and nodded. Suddenly, he turned his head to the side. In the distance, he felt a presence disappear. Like a candle turning off, a familiar life sign couldn't be felt. Once his conversation with Metatron ended, he scanned the battlefield, feeling the others fighting. Gehrman was there. Shin Yu-sung was nowhere to be seen. Lennox quickly located the body of the missing person and headed there. Then, he stopped. In front of him, Young Hee-won's corpse, pierced and bleeding, lay there, barely recognizable. Her heart had stopped beating. Klein made up his mind. After preparing himself for any traps and pulling out a historical projection as a stand-in, he followed his constellation link to Shin Yu-sung to find Amon. An abandoned warehouse. Is this an horror movie? Could there be any more cliché? It led him to a rundown warehouse, barely standing, making the atmosphere eerie. Amon must have chosen such a place on purpose. Opening the door, the place was shrouded in darkness. Then, he met the eyes of Eamon staring at him from inside. "Mr. Fool, why don't you take a seat?" Checking his means of escape, Klein cautiously entered and decided to lean against a wall instead of sitting down. "Then, I will tell you the reality of this world." His spirituality screamed danger. Yet, his body was frozen in place, unable to leave or dispel the historical projection. He couldn't speak either. "Relax, I just want you to listen." His various means of escape didn't work. "First, should we start by the tarot club?" Amon's lips curled into a smile, making the ominous feeling intensify. Something he didn't want to hear. "You must have noticed that your memory is missing parts. Where were you before you came here? What was your sequence? Why can you remember knowledge you weren't supposed to know about?" A guess formed. Like how Gehrman had been granted humanity. "It has been millions of years since the Fool became the Lord of Mysteries," Amon's voice resounded. "You are only a fragment that the original Fool separated, and that was why his memory had problems. It was intentionally tempered with by his future self. The Tarot Club is dead since long ago." His heart beat slowly, loud and clear. He wanted him to believe that. He saw furs not that long ago, in this world. As if reading his thoughts, Eamon continued. "The Miss Magician sent here is a marionette created by your future self who was grafted humanity by Mr. Fool and came to assist you to preserve your humanity and so that you wouldn't feel lonely. She retains the personality you originally remembered and acts like a living being. Since it's a marionette created by the Lord of Mysteries himself, it's normal you wouldn't see the difference." He didn't want to believe him. He was the angel of deceit. Where was the proof of his words? Eamon grinned. "And, now that you realize the truth of your existence." Klein's consciousness was slowly fading. "You, the fragment, will become unstable and disappear. There were outer gods in the sky, like the cosmos of his old world. Wouldn't the Lord of Mysteries have the power to cross world lines and rule over different dimensions?" Klein's consciousness flickered. In the warehouse, Eamon watched the fragment dissipate like an illusion. Then, still parasitizing Shin Yu-sung, he raised his head to the stars shining silently in the night sky. "It will soon be the end, Mr. Fool." The Mr. Fool in question didn't answer. Eamon got up and left. His business here was over. He only came here to mess with the Fool by making his fragment disappear. But in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't change much. The Fool was all ready. The plan: do a side character popularity poll to decide who to kill. Definitive death. Result to Joonghyuk. R.I.P. Joonghyuk. Lennox stood in front of a train. After reaching out to the outer god behind the disaster of Flood's world line transfer, he had learned the truth behind this world. He heard about Yoo Joonghyuk's regressions and the infinite loop created. He heard about how this world line was separated from the others and out of the loop. This wasn't the third, nor the 1864th word line, this was the last word line. For this reason, some high-level existences crossed over and intervened in the world line to create changes. Like Kong Il-hun's sponsor, or Anna Croft becoming Cheon In-ho's ally. More importantly, so much time has passed. This world was World 4.0. His companions from the third world had become outer gods swimming in the outer sea or died. He couldn't go back, because World 3.0 had already been destroyed. His hand touched the train door. Inside, the most important being in the star stream was there. The oldest dream. He had decided to meet him once he heard about his existence. Lennox wasn't sure what he wanted to know. His world had already been destroyed and he didn't have any purpose left. Maybe the oldest dream would have answers. He opened the train door and entered. An ordinary cabin entered his view. With seats, and the only difference being that the window reflected the vast night sky. Countless stars shimmered, shining in the endless galaxy. Looking closer, he could see incarnations moving. Lennox soon understood. This train was overlooking other world lines. The mage took a step toward it, staring at the countless scenarios occurring below. At that moment, a voice resounded beside him. "Open corner bracket, I've been waiting." The tone was neutral, but failed to hide the deep weariness hidden behind it. At the same time, it seemed blurred. He couldn't tell if the voice belonged to a child, an old person, a man or a woman. Lennox turned his head. There, a small child, similar to Gehrman Sparrow but with softer features stared at him. Most likely Chinese, Lennox judged. In particular, the yellow coat the child was wearing stood out, obviously far too big for him. Their gazes met. The child's, could he really be called a child? Eyes were calm but exhausted, similar to some superhumans Lennox had met in World 3.0. He seemed to exude an otherworldly presence, almost divine. It wasn't a crushing pressure, like the ascenders Lennox had seen, but more like the lingering aura after deliberately suppressing and concealing his status. This sense of incongruity couldn't be hidden. Are you the oldest dream? It was like he was looking at the abyss itself. It felt as if the child's eyes contained the entire galaxy, while the scenery beyond the window was merely the reflection of his eyes instead of the contrary. Joo Mingrui nodded. Open corner bracket. I am the current oldest dream. The current. Was there another oldest dream before? As if hearing his thoughts, Joo Mingrui's gaze turned slightly, momentarily pausing on a white coat folded on the side of the cabin. He recalled how, after the previous oldest dream, Kim Dokya lived for too long, becoming younger and younger due to losing probability and finally disappearing. He had replaced him. Now, was it his turn to be replaced? Lennox also saw the white coat. However, he didn't know the story behind it. Joo Mingrui smiled gently, gesturing for Van to take a seat. Open corner bracket. You can call me Mr. Fool. The mage recalled the fool's sentence earlier. Did you know I would come? Open corner bracket. Sometimes, staying alive for eternity can be more painful than dying. Lennox paused. This sentence. Instead of an answer, it was more as if Joo Mingrui weren't hearing this conversation but lost in another dream. Yet, it seemed to contain his own experience at the same time. Lennox somewhat resonated with it. Did you stay alive for eternity? Again, a sentence that had nothing to do with his question came out. Open corner bracket. Did you meet the other me? Joo Mingrui's eyes closed, then he opened them again with difficulty. It seemed that he had trouble keeping conscious. His eyes were unfocused, not looking at Lennox, but like someone in a daze. The fool struggled to look at him once more. He was obviously not in a state to have a long conversation. Gehrman Sparrow. For once, Joo Mingrui seemed to have heard him. He voiced out Lennox's unspoken question. Open corner bracket. You must be wondering why I let a part of myself out into the world. The fool was skipping too many steps. However, analyzing the situation, Lennox understood what was left unsaid. He recalled what he had seen until now, and what he had heard from the outer god. The Gehrman Sparrow Lennox met was a part of himself carrying some of the fool's memories. This world line was independent, centered around Gehrman Sparrow. Thus, Yoo Joonghyuk wasn't present in this world line since it was out of the loop of his regressions, and the one they met was actually the fool's marionette replacing him. Then, why would the fool need to let a part of himself descend into the scenarios, to the point of creating an independent world line for it? The fool nodded slightly, validating his thoughts. Open corner bracket for humanity. Quote. Humanity. Open corner bracket. When one lives too long, emotions tend to become dull. Especially alone in this subway, his divinity only became stronger. Thus, it was necessary to occasionally let a fully human part of him experience emotions and live as a normal person before integrating it with himself again, thus fighting against his divinity with the emotions in these memories. The connections made in the process could also serve as his anchors along with the countless beings revering the oldest dream in various world lines. The fool had thought about it countless times. What if he hadn't become a Beander? What if he hadn't advanced to a high sequence? What if, instead of saving the world, there were other more suitable candidates to overcome the apocalypse instead of Klein, and he could spend peaceful moments with his family instead of fighting dangerous enemies? Interpreting it in his own way, Lennox slowly nodded. A thought crossed his mind. What about Evelyn? Open corner bracket. I copied a helpful ally from your memory. How did he see Lennox's memories with his target resistance? I see. The drug addict thought that it should be related to the concept of stories in the star stream. Open corner bracket. As you know, this is the last world line. The fool's eyes became a little more alive, turning more of his focus on Lennox. The mage felt the world slow down. Beyond the window, the scenarios stopped and the stars froze in time. At the same time, it felt like the fool's thoughts and emotions were transmitted to Lennox. Countless data, no, stories, as if telling the mage to judge for himself whether what Joo Mingrui was saying was the truth. Lennox could read the years Joo Mingrui had spent here in his memories. The fool, the tarot club, falling into slumber, fighting against the celestial worthy, the apocalypse, the years passing, the tarot club dying one by one and leaving him alone in the endless flow of time. Meeting the previous oldest dream. Why was the fool showing him this? Why was he letting Lennox see his past? Open corner bracket. There are too many world lines now, so the whole universe, every world line, is in danger of being destroyed due to the imbalance. The more the loop was repeated, the more world lines were created. However, the universe was now oversaturated, thus putting all the world lines in danger. Open corner bracket. I have lived for far too long. Slowly, it became clearer why the fool was doing this. The words resonated through the train cabin. Open corner bracket. Soon, I won't be able to observe the world lines any longer. Becoming younger and consuming probability until he completely disappeared like the previous oldest dream, he would soon die. His time was up. Even having a conversation now was hard. The fool, who had the status of a full-fledged Lord of Mysteries and had the Beander characteristics of the ancient sun god in his possession as well as the oldest dream's power, had come up with a solution. At least, a solution for the oversaturated universe. Open corner bracket. I intend to use the last bit of power I have left to completely reset the universe, including myself, so that the loop restarts at the point where there was only one world line. All the other world lines would disappear, being completely reset instead of simply creating another world line as Yoo Joonghyuk's regressions did. But once you disappear, the position of oldest dream will be empty. Lennox started to understand why he was here. The fool had been looking for candidates to succeed him. And then, an anomaly, had appeared. If nobody was there to observe the universe, then resetting it would be pointless. The universe would cease existing without an oldest dream. His smile turning bitter, Joe Mingrui's eyes were filled with a strange emotion. Open corner bracket. I'd like to ask for a favor. Something he didn't want to ask of him. After all, the world lines would disappear if they weren't observed. If nobody occupied the role of the oldest dream, the entire universe would be in danger. The constellation is looking at you. That was the fool's request. To succeed him as the oldest dream. Open corner bracket. It's up to you to accept it. Nobody was better suited than Van for the role among the people he found. However, although it was presented as a choice, if he refused, Van would die too. World 4.0 would disappear too. Feeling Lennox's emotions shift, the fool insisted. Open corner bracket. You can refuse. I can also find someone else, so there's no need to feel burdened. But could that person he would find later really keep the position of the oldest dream correctly? Would they be able to stay alone in this subway and continue to dream about the world lines without any reason to do so? Could the fool, already struggling to hold a conversation, really find someone else within the time he had left? With the trait, Mage's reason, Lennox was indeed the best fit. He had already experienced staying alive for years in a body that made living itself painful and worked relentlessly to become stronger to try preventing the future end of the world, a feat that seemed hopeless in which the Ascenders had failed. Even now, his physical condition made it hard to breathe. Every plan went awry and most battles turned into life-threatening situations. Lennox was most confident in never giving up regardless of the adversity. Even if he had to endure this pain for eternity. Even if he had to stay alive while not knowing when it would end, repeatedly doubting his choices, and questioning how he ended up in that situation. Lennox's smile also turned bitter. He was familiar with such a process. Open corner bracket. You will have to stay in this train forever if you choose to do so. I know. But he had already lost World 3.0, so he should at least protect what's left, right? Hearing Lennox's familiar choice, the fool looked at him sadly. He returned the subway to a normal time flow, ready to accept the madness of fusing with the ancient sun god's Beander characteristics to reset the universe perfectly, and snapped his fingers. The world lines outside moved, the scenarios rewinding. As the fool's figure became illusory, dissipated among sparks of probability, a last thought resonated. Open corner bracket. I'm sorry. That's how Lennox succeeded the fool as the oldest dream. Bonus. In the meantime, Cheon Inyo went to the end of the scenarios with Anna Croft and Han Suying. Han Suying created the missing part of the final wall with predictive plagiarism and they went over the wall. Then, Cheon Inyo learned the truth of the world. He was an illusion. A fictional character based on the original Cheon Inyo, like the rest of the people in this independent world line. He denied it. I am real. He wasn't a fake. What I did in this world line is not for nothing. All his actions until now, they were real. He made a wish to have a second chance. In exchange for being sent to the real, third 1864th world line, his memories would be tempered with to fit that world line. Cheon Inyo accepted. Hence, the fanfiction, The Evil Sophist's Second Chance, was born. It's a joke, no way am I writing this hoping I'm not jinxing myself. And that's why Lennox's incarnation name was replaced by the of the oldest dream. It is said that the sparks of probability manifest as lightning because of Lennox's preference for the lightning magic system. Lennox, if the end of the world depends on my choice, then I will delay it for eternity. Fanfic. Well, now you do that here. I know there's so much missed potential, like finding ways to make Klein leverage his status as a constellation a bit more, an identity reveal, summoning Audrey as a historical projection for a therapy session. Making Jenny come and kill her off, more Gehrman and Shin Yusung moments with Furs being absolutely terrified of Gehrman and the three being misunderstood as a family, more moments with Furs and Evelyn in general since they didn't appear for long. Or more mundane interactions between the three psychopaths and others while the city was being rebuilt, in between scenarios like sending Shin Yu-sung to school or them handling daily tasks while pretending to be normal but obviously being dangerous people still involved in crime when the parent bringing the child to school has blood on their clothes, things like that. But this has gone on for too long. I didn't even expect it to be so long, like, max 16 chapters. So I jinxed myself, and I just want to end it already. I didn't even have a plot at the beginning, and now I have no more ideas. So either I dropped this story or I finished it. Thus here we are. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.